I just thought I'd share my ghost story. In the summer of 2001, I was living in Paris, in a building that I believe was built in 1863. The elevator was deemed historic. It was creaky and slow and broke often, but couldn't be replaced because it was antique, and they had rules about that. The elevator was wooden on 3 sides, and made of grating and stained glass in the front, and each landing was grated, so you could see right into the elevator when it stopped, and anyone standing there when you were in the elevator could see you. The elevator was very small, just big enough for 3 average weight people to stand inside. A friend visited me in August, and we decided to go out shopping in the afternoon. We went to the landing and pressed the button for the elevator. I might mention that I believe that we were probably just about the only people in this building at the time. The Parisians had all left for the seashore, and I hadn't seen anyone but the building's porter and one other person the whole summer. This day, when the elevator came, there was a man in it. My friend and I both gasped at the same time because it was very unexpected. The man was handsome, with thick black short hair, maybe in his 30s, tallish, wearing a dark suit with a white shirt that was open at the collar. He looked very crisp and rich, but a little tousled, like he had just come from a party. Within a blink of an eye, the man was gone, in a flash. The elevator hadn't opened. You pushed the door to open it. He just vanished. My friend and I said, "Did you see that?" to each other, and we confirmed the description. He looked like just a regular person, not clear or ghost-like at all. Then, she just got into the elevator. Brave. I got in with her, but I made her stand where he had been standing. In June of 1988, my husband and I moved to a small town in Gloucestershire County, New Jersey, called Poulsboro. Poulsboro is situated along the Delaware River in Matena Creek. To get into town, you have to cross a small bridge over Matena Creek. We had a dog, and after a long day at the office, banging away at a keyboard, I enjoyed taking our little darling for a walk. Many times the dog and I would walk down our street, turn onto Broad Street, cross the bridge, and walk down Crown Point Road for a bit, then turn home. For some reason, I was reluctant to walk on the east side of the bridge, or the east side of Crown Point Road near the bridge. I can remember looking off into a woodsy area on the east side of Crown Point Road, by the bridge, and thinking, I don't know what happened there, but it must have been really bad to make me feel this spooked. About 5 years ago, after we came to Poulsboro, I was driving home on a dark and stormy night, as Snoopy would say. The rain was so heavy, I could barely see the road ahead. As I approached the bridge from Crown Point Road, I caught a glimpse through the murky weather of a house on the east side of the bridge where I knew no house was. It was that little woodsy area that always spooked me so much. The house was a ball of fire. Flames were shooting straight up into the air like the 4th of July, and the smell of wood burning filled the car. As quickly as I saw the house, it was gone, vanished, and the scented charred wood disappeared with it. Yes, I was scared, even though the doors of the car were locked. Periodically, I'd be coming home from that direction, but only when it was stormy and late at night. I'd catch a 2 or 3 second glimpse of a house engulfed in fire and the smell of the house burning, which is entirely different from the scent of something like leaves burning or a fireplace. This happened about 6 times over 10 years, and the experience really spooked me. A few years later, I learned that back in the 1930s or 1940s, can't remember the decade, but during that time period, there was a house located on that piece of ground. The family living there had either 5 or 6 children. I can't remember now how many, but it was more than 4. One night, when the father was working night shift, the house caught fire and all the children died in the blaze. Witnesses said the oldest girl, who was about 13, ran back into the house and up the stairs to save her littlest brother, who was a baby. Needless to say, now I understand why that spot always made me feel uncomfortable and where the scent of charred wood came from. What I think is interesting is that the ghost of this story isn't a person or an animal, but an inanimate object, a house that no longer exists and hasn't existed for over a half a century, but still blazes away like a Halloween pumpkin when conditions are just right. So, the next time there's an unusually dark and stormy night, come on down to Gloucestershire County, New Jersey, and head for Poulsboro on Crown Point Road. You may just be haunted by a house. My first name is Holly, and I don't know if this will help your page, or if you'd just be interested in hearing my story, but telling someone who will not laugh in my face will help me get this weight off my chest. I'm 21, so for me to tell my story to anyone, they aren't going to believe me, thinking that I'm young and I made it up. But let me tell you, after I tell you my life's experiences, you'll know it just isn't a figment of my imagination. Because if it is, then my whole family's crazy, along with me. The first haunting occurred in my grandmother's house. I have 2 sisters and 3 brothers. One of my brothers wasn't born until I was 14. One of those sisters is my identical twin, so pretty much whatever happened to the both of us for some reason. We never really had a twin connection until she moved away, and now it's like we're in the same room together, even though we're 300 miles away. Anyways, I lived in the house from the time I was 4 until I was about 16. I don't really remember when I first noticed strange things going on. The first thing I can actually remember is when I was 5. My sister and I shared a room and a bed, so I slept in the side closet to the door. I was always afraid to look into the hallway. I always felt like I wasn't alone, like someone was watching me. I woke up one night to see a huge ball of white light. I mean big and bright, enough to illuminate the entire hallway in my room. I watched it slowly flow out of the bathroom, past my room, all the way down the hall and down the stairs where it disappeared into the way. I wasn't afraid, but afterwards, when I realized that what I saw wasn't alive, I was terrified. Things always seemed to happen to one of us at a time, except once. We were all sitting watching TV one night when we first heard a crash in the dining room next to our living room. My mom went in to investigate. The picture was off the wall and sitting up against the wall on the floor. No broken glass, no nail missing from the wall. It was as if someone just took it off the wall and placed it on the floor. But that doesn't explain the loud crash that we all heard. We also had a wooden spoon, fork, and knife set that hung on the wall in the same room that liked to fall or go flying across the room. The older my sisters and brothers got, the more we realized this house wasn't your normal house. In normal houses, things don't go bump in the night. Strange voices don't call your name when you are home alone. Items don't disappear to be found years later on top of a shelf at eye level. Gusts of cold wind don't blow so hard that it makes your hair fly off your shoulders, and it smells of an odor of your grandfather that passed away before moving into the house. Or footsteps that come up the stairs, and right before it gets to where you can see the person, they stop. I remember I was always afraid of my grandmother's room because I had so many sisters and brothers. We had to share rooms. So when my brother came from college and got my room, I had to sleep on the floor of my grandma's room. I couldn't fall asleep because of the presence of a tall, thin man standing over my bed but looking at me. I couldn't actually see him, but I saw a shadow of him. I got the feeling he didn't like children because when I got to the age of about 11, I never saw him again. But I think there were also ghosts of children because once, when my twin and I were 13 and my older sister 15, we were out at a family party. My older brother was getting ready for a date when he looked into the mirror, which reflected off a mirror behind him so you could see into our grandma's room. And he saw what looked like a little girl, about 10 or 12, sitting on the bed. He said he thought it was me, because I look younger than what I am, and came into the room to ask why I hadn't left yet, and nobody was there. He said she looked just like me. I really don't know if it's in our DNA or what, but almost every house and I that my sisters and brothers live in is haunted. I get the feeling that our original ghosts have followed us. When we moved into the next home, but one after my grandma's, but the next one, I never actually saw anything, but my little brother who wasn't born until I was 15 says he saw something. I was about 19 and he about 5. He would refuse to go to the bathroom alone, said he wouldn't go into the hallway because the little girl sitting on the floor crying scared him. I thought he was making it up, but I could hear him talking to someone in the hallway sometimes, and I asked him who he was talking to, and he would say, the little girl who cries all the time, but nobody in the house could see her or hear her. When I was 18, my grandma, same grandma whose house is haunted, came to stay with us for a couple of months because her health wasn't too good. Anyway, I started hearing what sounded like footsteps, more like stomping, coming from upstairs. I thought I was imagining it until Grandma looks up at me and says, "Who's up there stomping around?" Mind you, I was the only one upstairs usually. The upstairs was one bedroom. After this house, my twin sister moved away and got married, and I went off to college. My older sister is living with her boyfriend. My older brother is living with his girlfriend and their baby girl. My oldest brother is living in an apartment, and my youngest brother is living with my mom and my stepfather in Indiana now. We are scattered across the United States, from Indiana to Texas to Pennsylvania and to New York. All of our houses are haunted, and I know because I've been to each one. First, I will start with my occurrence when I went to college. I went to a cheap college and lived on campus, so I wouldn't be home with it. That didn't work, because when I had a friend over to watch a movie with me, we were sitting on a bunk bed they provide for us, and the window behind us decided it wanted to be open all the way up and slammed back down. The window was closed and locked. Then sometime later, I was sleeping on the top bunk and my roomie was on the bottom. I had my hand hanging over the side like I usually do, and I felt someone tug on my hand, hard enough to jar me from my sleep and almost slide me off the edge. I said, "Hey, stop it," thinking it was my roomie, under me, being childish, until I heard a giggle that could only come from a little girl. Needless to say, I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and the next day, I moved out to a townhouse all the way across campus, but I guess the ghost wasn't alone. She or even he liked to go room to room, waking up girls and keeping them up all night, pulling their hair, turning the TVs on. I heard about it the next morning in the cafeteria at breakfast. Now I'm getting married to my college sweetheart, and once again, I get the feeling that I'm not alone. Door handles turn on their own. I keep seeing a shadow of a person in the hallway. My twin sister had her ghost tug on her earring while in her car. Toilets flush. It sounds funny, but it's true. Smells of perfume. Her 2-year-old who is looking up at something that isn't there and smiling. Or her waking up and trying to say someone jumbled up about a lady. My mom's house in Indiana is most uncomfortable. My little brother, who is now almost 7, new room, has his own computer in it. I was lying on the bed with him one night, trying to get him to go to sleep. He kept saying he didn't like the new computer and to take it out of the room, when all of a sudden, the keyboard started typing away on its own. He and I bolted from the room. The computer is now in the basement. It still likes to do that tapping crap, but at least it isn't in his room with him. As far as seeing anything, none of us in our new house has seen anything, but the odors, footsteps, things disappearing, and voices haven't left any of us. The only thing that I can think of was our uncle had been sick, and Mike, my older brother, was sitting in the living room of his house sleeping. Woke up to 3 balls of light coming from the ceiling forward downward until it came next to him and disappeared. His girlfriend, who is psychic, I know this all sounds strange, said that it was the spirit of our uncle coming to tell him he was safe and had passed on to the other side safe. The next morning, we got a call from the hospital saying my uncle passed on. That isn't it. I don't know if this has to do with my mom's haunting, but a blackbird got into her sunroom. No doors or windows even open. It just sat there staring at her. Didn't fly or anything. Just was there. Didn't know how it even got there, but it was there all day long. That night, a close friend of the family died. Wasn't sick, just had a heartache at a young age, and died. My mom thought the blackbird was an omen and went to go see if it was still there, and it was gone. Same sort of thing happened to my aunt and uncle. A bird came into the house. They didn't know how, it wouldn't leave, and then just disappeared when something bad happened to their son. I don't know what the connection is. I've just moved into my new home on October 30th, 2005, and I am renting it. The night before, I was here painting one of the upstairs bedrooms. Around 10 p.m., I distinctly heard my patio door open in the dining room at the bottom of the steps and footsteps creaking the steps up to where I was painting. No one entered the room I was painting. I thought it was my boyfriend, but he didn't answer when I called his name. A minute later, my boyfriend called my cell phone from his house, and I thought it was nuts for even thinking so dumb. Now a month later, we have several other occurrences that have been taking place. My daughter felt and heard a whisper in her ear as she bent down to the empty dryer in the laundry room. Her bedroom lights go on and off often. Our wiener dog will not enter the room. If she puts her head in there, she scratches to get out after a few seconds. We hear two men's voices having a conversation in the living room, and there are no other radios or TVs on in the whole house. I like it quiet when I am home. The kids hear banging in the night in their rooms with the huge closets that they have. We hear what sounds like heavy items hitting the basement floor all the time, and there's nothing there when we run to look. There are many cold spots in the house. Just last night, December 7th, at 3:20 a.m., I got up to go to the bathroom at my usual 3 a.m. waking, for no reason at all, each night, and the bathroom door was not closed all the way. Since it was 3:20 a.m., I did not fear anyone would be coming in on me. Just then, the door started to pull open, and I yelled, "I'm in here," and the door closed and shut all the way. I looked at my bedroom door, just adjacent to my bathroom door, and my boyfriend was snoring away peacefully, and I awoke him and asked him if he was at the door, and he was angry at me for waking him with such a stupid question. I then went upstairs to my children's room and found them both sleeping peacefully soundly. This afternoon, my landlord called me about a cable installation problem, and I asked her if my house was haunted. She hesitated what felt like an eternity, and then she finally answered. "It's the man across the street. He watched over my girls. He hung out in my youngest daughter's room. That's why they slept together in my oldest girl's room. Her baby is 2, and her oldest is 4. She said they weren't scared of him. He was friendly. She couldn't remember his name, but that he killed himself in the house across the street years ago, and I should go ask her grandfather-in-law that works next door what his name was. I asked him, and found it to be Russell Lutz, and he shot himself in his basement as he was dying from cancer 25 years ago. She said to talk to him by name, and that they did. She was surprised I hadn't called her earlier about it, so she figured we weren't bothered by him. She has not awoke at 3 a.m. since she moved out of here, and the girls have not been visited by Russell Lutz yet. We're not afraid of him at all, and talk to him out loud all the time. The kids ask him to turn on things, and he doesn't. My kids are 14 and 16, and think it's awesome we have a haunted house. Last night my son and I went next door to work on an Xmas tree and wreaths they sell, and a path was shoveled from their door to my door with a shovel. It wasn't there when we just drove in the driveway from religious class and stepped in the house to get gloves and stepped back out to walk 160 feet to their door. Weird. Throughout my life, I've encountered many ghosts. Good thing the ghosts never bother me. They walk away as if I was not there, but I clearly see them It's clear and as clean as a window. Anyways, 1995 in Glendale, Arizona, we just moved into a house located near the downtown Glendale area. This area was a mess at the time, and in the middle of the housing area is a small cemetery. In my opinion, it should not be there and should be moved. For crying out loud, it's a residence area. But all around Glendale, especially West Glendale, lies many scattered cemeteries. Anyways, back to my experience. One night I was home alone. Family went to California for a vacation and left during the afternoon. Everything was fine till night came. When night came, all hell broke loose. As usual, I would take a bath before I head to bed, and while I was bathing, I swore something walked through the door and started screaming. I got so scared, I popped out of the tub. My heart was racing. I felt so cold. I felt like time had frozen. My head was spinning, and the only thing I could think of was what the heck was that? When I was having my panic attack, the ghost, the thing, the whatever it was, backed up and passed the door. It was not screaming, but it said sorry. Anyways, I hurried and washed the remaining soap and shampoo off me and headed out looking around the house for the thing. At this time, I was not as scared because I got my iron rod. I don't know why this rod always made me feel safe. This rod is sacred to me. I call it my demon rod. Anyways, I searched the house. Nothing was found. I headed for bed and hoped morning came fast. I made it through the night and did not experience anything else. The thing at the time I saw, it didn't look like human. It didn't look like no animal, nor did it come close to looking anything like from this planet. I did, however, suspect it was a ghost. Of what, I don't know exactly. But this was not the last of it, for I seen it many more times after this, and it always was around when my rod was not with me. I submitted a story to you prior to this one a couple of years ago. I've had some recent occurrences that I would like to share with you, if that's okay. Here is my story. In the fall of 2001, my best friend Harley was killed in a tragic car accident, and I took his death very hard. When he first died, I felt that he was always around. When I was living in England, my dorm room would smell like his aftershave, and I continued to sense he was around, and occasionally he would come to me in a dream. But lately, things have been quiet until recently. A couple of months ago, I had a dream with Harley in it. We were sitting around a picnic table, and he just looked as healthy and happy as if he were alive. He told me to quit worrying about everything, and I would be alright. He would never stop taking care of me. And then this past Thanksgiving, I was driving to my boyfriend's house, and as I'm going along on the highway, I got this strange feeling like the car in the next lane was going to cut me off. So I backed off the car in front of me, and wouldn't you know it, that car cut in front of me with no warning at all. Now, how did I know that the car was going to do that before he even did it? Some people tell me it was my friend looking out for me, since his accident occurred on Thanksgiving. I know they are not big, spooky stories, but they make me believe that we do not die after death, and that we can still communicate with our loved ones here on Earth. Thanks for listening. My personal favorite story didn't actually happen to me, but I got to see and smell the aftermath. I'm a manager in McDonald's, which is located in a mall. Most nights, I don't get out until after 10 p.m., and that means that I have to sit there at the transit mall across the street for an hour and a half waiting for a bus hop. They only run every 2 hours after 7 p.m. The buses usually start showing up around 11:20 or so. Well, on the night in question, my bus comes pulling up around 11:10, and the driver pops out of that vehicle like his butt is on fire. Now, I've ridden this bus for 4 years with the same driver most of that time, and he is a nice, average guy who isn't prone to stories, and he won't even talk about this now. He calls me over and asks me to get on the bus and see if I can smell something. I got on, and sure enough, it didn't smell too good in there. A sweet, icky, nasty smell, but it isn't real strong enough though. just barely there. When I told him that yes, I could smell something, he told me a truly strange tale. We live in a long, narrow river valley in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The bus services several smaller cities and towns up and down both sides of the rivers. His run takes him west down one side of the river to the transit mall, then east up the other side of the river. He had just started his run west to the transit mall when he stopped to pick up a few people, so he had a few people on the bus with him when he stopped a few miles further down to pick up this one guy. As he put it, drivers pick up a sense for people after a few years, something that tells them that this might be a problem. This guy was perfectly normal, but he set off the driver's internal bells for some reason, so the driver was keeping an eye on him. They got another few miles down the road when the people in the back of the bus started complaining of a smell and opening the windows. It wasn't long before all the passengers and the driver all had windows open because the smell was quite strong and, as I said, quite nasty. He even got out of his seat at one stop and looked for something that might account for it, but couldn't find any place where the smell was stronger and might indicate a source. Eventually, he hit the outskirts of the city, and all his passengers, including the one he got a bad feeling about, had gotten off. Again, he looked through the bus, trying to find that smell, and couldn't find anything. He decided that since it was late, and he usually didn't pick up anyone until the transit mall, which was still a good 6 miles on up the road, that he would just turn off all the internal lights and cruise into downtown with some windows open and hope the smell went away. He had made it about halfway when the buzzer indicated that someone wanted off the bus went off. He set out of habit because his mind was on something else. He stopped the bus and opened the doors. No one got off because no one was on the bus. This unnerved him a little, but he rationalized it on the spot as to shorten the wiring, shut the doors, and off he went. Then he realized that the awful smell that had plagued the bus for almost 30 minutes, despite opening windows, was starting to fade. Now he started putting two and two together and not liking the smell one bit. That was why he spent the whole way into the transit mall, hoping for someone to get on the bus to verify that the smell existed. I was the only passenger he had on the final leg of his last run that night, and he asked me to ride all the way to the end of the run with him and let him drop me off at my stop on the way back. This was somehow how unnerved he was. I was off the next day, so I didn't mind not getting home until almost 1 a.m. So I did. Most people that I tell this story to agreed that this hapless bus driver gave a ride to more than just his paying fares that night. Whatever anyone's guess is, but it is interesting to know that there were no graveyards near either stop, and to my knowledge, nothing obvious that would explain it. Hi there. There are many people that know me that also know my story, but they are mainly close friends and also people who can attest to what I'm writing. My tale begins when I was a young girl, around 2 or 3 years of age, and I was nearing the time when I was almost ready to move from my cot, a big one, which was why I was still in it at that age, to a proper single bed. I don't remember this, but my mother told me a few years ago when the ghost topic came up that she would often pass by my room to hers and hear me talking. Normal that a toddler would be talking at that age, right? Nope. Apparently, this was not the usual toddler babble. This was fully coherent, intelligent conversation. I would be sitting up in bed, clutching a teddy bear my grandmother had bought me, and talking to something that was sitting across from the cot at the other side of the room. My guess was this presence I was chatting with was sitting on my toy box, which was made to look like a little seat. My mother claims it frightened her at first, but I seemed happy and unhurt, and so she let it be. She never told me what I was talking about during those times though, only that this was almost as if I was an adult talking to another. That presence was one I came to recognize as I grew up as a friendly spirit, one I actually said hello to as I entered my room on occasion. The feeling I would get after that was always one of pleasantness and peace. I suppose that was the beginning of my ghostly experiences. I must explain about the house I grew up in. It was built well before World War I, in a new suburb of Melbourne, Australia. My room was actually the main room and would have been the lounge or the sitting room when it was first used. It was the most ornate and had its own fireplace. Across the long hallway that ran from the living room to the front door was my parents' room and my little sister's room. Down the hall, we ended up coming into the lounge room and the dining room. That was the most original of the house. The kitchen, bathroom, and sunroom were all later extensions added in the 50s. Back to my tale. The next occurrence of a ghostly experience I can remember was playing with a homemade Ouija board with my best friend, and being silly little girls of about 10, we asked the deadly question, how do we know you're really here? Well, as it turns out, music from the now bricked-in fireplace started playing. It was a single saxophone playing soft, relaxing tunes. Although the sound wasn't in itself scary, the fact that it was actually playing after we asked scared us both out of our minds. The sound actually continued for a few days before it eventually faded out. When I was older, I'd researched the deeds to the house and asked around. Apparently, there was a musician who passed away in that room of the house in 1923. The next event I remember clearly happened when I was about 12. I'd yet another friend sleep over for a night. Around 2 a.m., I woke up with a start to find a figure standing in my doorway. Instantly, it hit me that this was indeed a bad presence, and I started sweating. The presence was tall and menacing in its appearance, though. I couldn't see any distinguishing features. The one thing I do remember as clear as day was that he had a very bright, glowing red aura about him. That's what scared me the most. He was leaning against the left side of the door frame, casually, as if he were waiting for me to get out of the bed to get a closer look. Of course, there was no way I was going to do that, so I lay there watching him, watching me, until gradually he began to fade. He actually backed away from the door as he vanished. Anyway, once the figure had vanished, I leaned over my bookshelf that was at the end of my bed and asked my friend if she was awake. All she said was, "Did you see him?" We both burst into tears, and she crawled into my bed. We both fell asleep huddled up, too afraid to go to my parents' room. We have never been able to talk about that night. That was also when the trouble with my younger sister's room began. From that time, whenever I'd walk into my sister's room, I would get chills and just feel as someone was watching everything I was doing. There were several occasions when I even see shadows moving across the walls or objects moving out of the corner of my eye. I could never spend more than 5 minutes in that room by myself, and I could never go in there at night, not by myself anyway. At first, I thought my sister wasn't affected by the presence, but I was soon to be proven wrong. She suddenly started rocking herself to sleep at night, but she would do it so violently that she would occasionally hit the wall that the bed was pushed up against, and she would be making a constant ah sound that would almost be downing. When she was a little older and still doing it, I asked her why she did it. She said, "So I don't see the lights that come, and so I can't hear the noises." I burst into tears. My little sister was being terrorized, and there was no one around who would believe me. There were many times during our lives in the house that I would wake up, seemingly at the same time as my sister would sit up in her bed herself, though not awake, and just have her eyes open, staring into space towards my room. The first time she did this, I talked to her to see if she was alright, but there was no response. Whenever this happened again, I would wake her up and put her in my room on the spare bed. She would never know why I was waking her up, but what was happening was scaring me, and I didn't want her in that room anymore. One night, I woke up to find her clawing at the wall, trying to either crawl up, along it, or away from something that was scaring her. Even then, she was still asleep, though she woke up and burst into tears, and I ran into her room and begged her to sleep with me. From that night, whenever she wanted to sleep with me, I'd let her, school night or not. To test to see if we were crazy, I had several of my friends stay in the room to see for themselves. I did this in broad daylight, not at night, and even that, they felt very uncomfortable. We weren't crazy. The next, and probably last major event that occurred in the house before we moved was when I was about 15. I was sitting at my desk, trying to concentrate on some homework. My family had gone shopping about 20 minutes beforehand and had me let me stay home to do my studies. I was sitting at my desk, which was pushed against the same wall the door was on. In fact, when the door was opened, it would hit against the side of my desk, which meant only open to 90 degrees, so I had a clear view into part of the hallway. Anyway, I was busily trying to concentrate on my homework when I heard someone running up the hall. I looked up thinking I'd just missed seeing the person run past my door. I yelled out for Erica, thinking that she might have stayed back and was playing around as younger siblings do. But there was no reply, so I put it down to my imagination again. But the noise happened over and over again. I got rather nervous, but went to investigate, finding nothing. I gave up eventually and headed out to the kitchen to do the dishes, as is my normal chore. As I was washing up, I distinctly heard the sound of someone walking the length of the kitchen, the sound of bare feet on limo, just that soft padding sound, but it still made me uncomfortable. I looked over my shoulder and saw nothing, so I just continued with the dishes. The moment after I'd turned around, I felt someone blow a stream of cool air across the back of my neck. I spun around, sending water everywhere, and stared at nothing. To my dismay, there was nothing in the room. I was so tense, I was actually at the point where I was wishing there was something I could see so I could scream and run from the house. As it was, I calmly walked outside and sat in the backyard playing with the dog until my family returned home. There were no more major occurrences of anything happening after that, except for the fact that something was still getting at my sister. That stopped as soon as we moved, though it did take a long while before my sister could finally relax in her bed, in her new room, and fall asleep naturally. So far, there's only been 2 different occurrences in the new house, which happened in late 1997. They both happened on the same night. My friend from university was over at my place, and we were studying late into the night, working on a combined essay. It was around 2 a.m., and my friend was sleeping on the couch in the next room while I was typing my part of the essay. Suddenly, she rushed in and said that she woke up and there was a white figure leaning over her and looking at her. She could only make out the shape of the face and determined it was male. He then vanished after a few minutes, and that's when she ran out to the kitchen. The second occurrence happened about an hour and a half later, when I was taking my break and having a nap. I had my back to the room and was woken up by footsteps behind me. Once again, there was no one there. This time, I didn't feel uncomfortable though, and was so able to remain calm and went back to sleep, only to be woken up a couple more times. I turned around to see a white figure vanish into the hallway. I haven't seen it again since. So that's my story. All true, and all happened within the space of 18 years. I'm now 20 years old and waiting for the next one. My mother and I moved to Colorado when I was 15. We had all our stuff sent ahead of us, so we had no furniture to use for a few weeks while I finished the last of school, and my mother made all the final arrangements. A friend of my mother's told us that we could stay at her house until we left. Now, I was not too happy with this notion, because for as long as I can remember, this house had given me the willies just because it is one of those Victorian jobs with all kind of windows, but a long dark hallway with not a single one. Better still, her mother had recently died, and strange stuff had started happening in the house. A few months earlier, while we were all eating at the kitchen table, a light that was hanging on the wall over the table had just switched itself off. I was sitting right under it when it did it, and I quite audibly heard that switch, and when I reached up to turn it back on, it was so cold. This light had been on for several hours, and should have been hot. Well, I should have learned about the spirit thing for lights right there, but things just got better. The morning after we descended on Jane's house, I got up at 5 a.m. so I could take a bath and wash my hair before I had to catch a bus at about 6:45. I was the only one up at that nasty hour. Now, Jane's bathroom is huge and had this old-fashioned claw-footed tub in it. There is an overhead light with a switch by the door, a lighted panel all the way around the mirror with a switch next to the mirror, and as a nightlight, Jane kept a set of those cheesy Christmas candle lights set on the back of the toilet with a switch and the cord. Now, Every one of these light sources is at least 3 to 5 feet from each other. So I'm in the tub, minding my own business, when I find myself in total darkness. And I do mean total. Jane's house is out from anything on about 7 acres that she owns. Best yet, I heard that light switch flip off. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever tried to get out of a deep claw-footed tub in total darkness with shampoo in your hair that is trying to run into your already blinded eyes, with this panicky feeling that someone else is in the dark with you, but I don't recommend it. Once I had the overhead back on, I turned all the lights on, including the cheesy Christmas candle lights. A few mornings later, the same thing happened, only this time I had all the lights on. After about the count of 10 or so, while I am trying to absorb into my brain that it happened again, the light around the mirror goes out. I'm serious, people. I could hear those switches being flipped. Well, tell you what, I got my butt out of that tub and had the overhead back on before the cheesy Christmas candle went out. And yes sir, it did go out. This became a morning ritual at this house. Not every morning, but at least 4 times a week. Another thing that happened to me during those 2 weeks was the cabinet door under the sink. The way our kitchen was set up, to get to the fridge or the back door, you had to walk right past that sink, and she had those old-fashioned metal cabinets. Well, the door would swing open with enough force to put a bruise on my shins, and I mean a deep muscle bruise here. That only happened maybe 3 times thankfully, but that was enough to have me almost climbing over the kitchen table to avoid that sink. These things only happened to me. Here's one that we would all see. There's this old-fashioned lamp on Jane's TV. It doesn't give off much light, but enough so that you can see where you're going. This lamp would flicker, and before anyone says anything about wiring or short, no. Jane had the lamp checked and the wiring to the house checked because she started worrying about a fire. This of course after we had already moved to Colorado, and it would do it when everyone is sitting down, so no one was moving around to jar the lamp. Jane had got remarried a few years later and moved out of the house. She still owns it, but her tenants haven't said anything to her about lights or anything, and now the lamp acts just fine. It might also help to know that about 6 months prior to all this, Jane's mother died. She was over 90 and had bad dementia when she died, but she still remembered Jane and would beg her every time Jane visited her at the nursing home to let her go home. 2 days after she died, Jane was cleaning out her mother's room, and not being in the greatest health herself, she got tired and decided to lay down on the bed and take a nap. In her dream, she said that she could see the door to that bedroom as if she was lying on the bed. Well, in walks her mother, about 20 years younger with 2 suitcases. She looks right at Jane and says, "I'm finally home, and now I am staying." That was when Jane woke up. All of my family pretty much lived in its own little neighborhood. This neighborhood had the weirdest things happen to it for most of my family and had some really strange beliefs and so on. Well, one night, my dad, who's not too swayed by the idea that things can happen without explanation, and my uncle, who was deeply into the beliefs of the other world, were driving down the hill that circled around a little drive that was in front of my grandmother's house. What they saw will always be some sort of mystery because my dad came back so white-faced that to this day, I can't wipe that image out of my head. They looked towards my grandmother's house, and right below where the skirting of the house usually is for mobile homes, there was a little girl with no face, and in a little white gown rocking back and forth, in a little rocker shaking her head back and forth. Again, they said that she had no face, but they couldn't turn away from her, for she was drawing them closer and closer, until finally, my dad just decided to get out of there as fast as he could for whatever reason. I can't say for whatever reason why they were going to my grandmother's house in the first place. I could never imagine why this happened, but this is among the many things that happen in that area. I'm not sure if it is because so many of my relatives were into the unknown or what, but I guess they say that it does open your eyes to a whole new world when you are into the other things. I had an experience while in the US Army, now some 20 years ago, that always puzzles me. I was stationed at an army depot in the southwestern part of what was then West Germany, was a military police canine dog handler. My duty was basically to work during the hours of darkness and patrol the woodlands. My dog was attack trained and used airborne scent to scout and detect people and animals. The area I patrolled was also a wildlife refuge. As to the experience, I was on patrol, walking my dog, when out of the blue, my dog laid down and started to whimper and whine and started to crawl backwards, still in the laid down position. I myself hit the dirt, listened, and looked around in the blackness of night. I neither heard a sound nor saw any movement. I guess that this activity continued for at least 3 to 4 minutes. Then my dog stood up and continued being himself. I spent 26 months at this depot with that dog, and it never happened again. I've scouted deer, wild boar, foxes, rabbits, hedgehogs, weasels, and people with this dog, knew his alerts for all, so I feel strongly what scared him was not natural. I did not feel any presence at that time. I called my sergeant and reported alert, and the squad thoroughly searched the area with no further alerts. I've since then read in a novel about ghost stories of a soldier in World War II that had the same experience. I was told that the area, as most of Europe, was dotted with many battlefields. In fact, there were huge concrete pillboxes that were destroyed throughout my patrol area. Anyway, my friends and wife listened to my story, and I think they don't really believe it. Just thought you might shed some light on this experience that puzzles me to this day. Thank you for the time. I will try and make what is a long story short, but events like this must be lived to really understand, and even then, understanding is not really the correct phrase because there is never real understanding, just acceptance. I was 19, and my new wife was 17. We were struggling financially, to put mildly. This was in 1975. We heard of a house for rent for $35 a month on the gravel road, not too far from the small town in Arkansas where we were from. It was a wreck, old, unpainted, falling down. But at that price, what the heck? We were young, and to be honest, partiers. As long as we had a place to crash and have our friends over, well, it would do. The first we heard of the place being haunted was when an old man came around selling wood. We had a wood stove. He told us not to buy as much as no one ever stayed long, as people say the place is haunted, and I know for a fact a murder happened here years ago. Perhaps that set us up to start manufacturing a ghost, as some would say, but to tell the truth, we never gave it a thought. Every night was a party. Most of my friends still lived at home, and so our place became the hangout. But slowly, things got strange. It really started when I started talking about taking a job in Texas and our moving. It was as if something didn't want us to leave. This was something we were surprised later upon reflection, as if the life we had brought into the place was somehow welcome. Anyway, to strive for brevity, there was a room that we never used. It was always cold and eerie. Some of this is going to sound textbook ghost story here, but these are the events. This was a very small shack of a house, and we needed the room, but you just couldn't be in there long. This wasn't just us. Everyone said the same thing. We went to Texas to interview for the job. Upon our return, we found a strange sight. Everything from the refrigerator was in the center of the kitchen floor in a mound. Things were missing from around the house. We actually found the missing items in impossible places at later times. And the really strange thing was that all the doors and windows were still locked. My grandmother had been keeping an eye on things and had called us in Texas to tell us from looking in the window. It looked as if it was broken into, but she couldn't get in to see because somehow they must have locked up when they left. This was the beginning of it actually. The place began to be unlivable. No noises, feelings of not being alone, depression, feelings of suicide, and finally, the event that caused us to move out immediately. My wife had tried to stay there alone a night before this event, as I was away, but she could not. We had gone to bed, but had left the stereo on in an adjoining room. The stereo was a straight shot from our bed, nothing except a doorway without a door between us and it. My wife got up and went to switch it off. As she was returning, in clear sight of me in the bed. She screamed and dived into the bed. "Someone's in the house," was her words. I grabbed the pistol and went looking. Of course, nothing. But from her far shoulder to her buttocks was 4 scratch marks, like a hand had raked down her back. We moved out the next day. We just knew not to be there another night. The place is still there. We go there from time to time. It is in such a shape that no one lives there now. We have heard that others have had experiences in that old place, but this I can say, in all seriousness, those events so long forever ago shape the way we see things. And we are always ready to give these types of stories an open-minded response, because we lived it. One summer, when I was about 11 or 12 years old, my parents, my little sister, 2 of my older sisters and myself moved into this old gray house in northern Indiana. It had a cement sidewalk that went around to the back of the house, and at the back of the door, there was a date and 2 footprints and a handprint. The date was about 1812, if I remember correctly. It has been at least 10 years since this has happened. Anyway, right before we moved in, my 2 older sisters wanted to stay the night at the house, so they did. They felt real uneasy after being there for a while. They sat on the floor, back to back, wishing they hadn't done this. All of a sudden, they heard a loud banging noise coming from the basement. They called the police from the neighbor's house. After the police checked everything out and found nothing, they left. Once again, my sisters, still scared out of their minds, sat on the floor. They heard it again. So once again, they called the police. They showed up and stuck around a while to see if maybe they could hear it. About 15 minutes or so later, they heard it. One of the police officers told them that it was just the old furnace in the basement making noises. My sisters had a good laugh and finally drifted off to sleep. When we finally moved in and settled down, I wanted to really check the place out. In my room there was a walk-in closet, about 12 feet in length, and on the left side inside the door was a smaller door that we assumed led to the attic. I felt very odd every time I had to go to the closet. One night, my little sister decided that she was going to sleep in my bed with me. Of course, being the brave sister I was, I picked up my little book of ghost stories and began to read a story entitled "Phone Calls from a Ghost." All of a sudden, the light in the hallway began to flicker. It was the light we were using to read the book by. We got scared, and I threw the book out my bedroom door. We laid there talking, wondering what caused that to happen, when we began to hear music and lots of voices coming from the attic. I could hear a child running around and laughing also, but my sister says she didn't hear that. We decided to go downstairs and sleep in her room that night. A few weeks go by, and one of my older sisters bought a Ouija board. My mom didn't like the idea of it being in her house because her mother always told her that they were of the devil, but being a little curious herself, we all sat down and watched as my mother and older sister began to play the game. The spirit in the board said his name was Ghoul. I'm not sure how it would be pronounced, but I remember how it was spelled. We asked it some silly questions, and then my mom asked it a more serious question about if one of us was going to die, when, and how. The board told her something. She wouldn't tell us. Then she got really mad at the spirit and began calling it names. The little device that you put your hands on began moving around the board really fast in a figure-8 pattern no one was touching. Then it flew off the board and sailed across the front room into the dining room. My mom told my sister to get out of her house and never mention anything about what had happened. But she didn't take it out. She just put it in the closet in my room. One night, me and my little sister decided that we were going to be gypsies. So, we got our crystal ball, which was nothing more than an electric candle with a blue bulb, and sat in the playroom and turned off all the lights. My mom was the only one home, and she was downstairs. We sat next to the candle and began chanting, "Oh spirits, if you are here, give us a sign. We want to know who you really are and why you're here." Over and over we chanted. Just then, I felt this cold chill. The windows were closed, and it was midsummer. The bulb in the candle flashed, and then went out, and I heard someone whisper, "I'm here." It sounded like a child's voice. Then, the hall light flashed twice, and then stayed on for about 5 or 10 seconds, and went out. My sister and I ran down the stairs, across the dining room, and into the front room, to where my mother was sitting, reading a book. We asked her if she flashed the lights just now, and she said no. See, my mom can't walk very well. She can't run or walk fast either, so she wouldn't have been able to get to the stairwell, flash the lights, and get back to her seat in time before we made it down the stairs. She didn't even notice the lights flash. Needless to say, we didn't go back upstairs. The next weekend, I stayed with my friend Robin. I didn't see anything about what was going on in our house. My mom and little sister were home alone. During the night, my sister woke up because she heard a woman scream. She ran to my mom's room and woke her up and told her. Mom called the police. They showed up, checked everything out. Nothing. After my mom got her calmed down and they both fell asleep, my sister heard the screaming again. So, once again, Mom called the police. They still didn't find anything. I wanted to find out why all this crazy stuff was happening, so I began to ask around. A few of the neighborhood kids got together and helped me find out. Of course, they thought my sister and I were crazy. Then my friend Erin talked to a lady at the library. She told Erin what happened, and then Erin came home to my home to tell me. We were standing outside the house, on the side where my room is below the window, in my walk-in closet. She told me that there was a mom, dad, and child who lived here a long time ago. One evening after school, the little boy was up in his room, which was the same room I had at the time. The mom was standing in the hallway, talking to him, when the dad came home. He was drunk and told him to come down. She looked at the boy and told him not to come down. He could hear his mom and dad yelling, and then all of a sudden, he heard his mom scream, and she just kept screaming. He ran down the stairs and into the kitchen. There was blood everywhere, and his dad was still stabbing her in the chest and stomach. He turned to the boy, and he said, "You're next." He ran up the stairs and locked himself in the attic. The dad took the mother's body and went down to the basement. In the basement, there was a little cubby hole in the wall. Inside that hole was another hole. He put her in the second cubby hole and went after the boy. He kicked the attic door open, and when he found the boy, he began stabbing him little at a time, just enough to make him bleed a little bit. The neighbor heard the boy's screams and called the police. The dad took the boy, still screaming, and went down to the basement and climbed into the second little cubby hole and finished killing the boy. He then took his own life. After Erin finished telling me the story, I looked up at my window, and it was like I was looking at a family photo. I could see the mom, dad, and boy looking down at me. She was wearing a whitish sweater. The dad was wearing overalls and a plaid shirt, and the boy was wearing a pair of overalls and a plain t-shirt. They looked happy. Then I looked at Erin, who didn't seem to notice them, and then I looked back, and they were gone. After everyone went home, and I could sit and tell my mom about it, who didn't believe me anyway, I began putting things together. The child's voice in the attic, the woman screaming, the banging in the basement. I know it could have been of the furnace. It was the middle of summer, and there wasn't a need for a furnace to be on, so it wasn't in use. I still had the visits from the family, but nothing as bad or as horrible as what they went through when they were alive. I want to start off by saying that this is a great site, and I love reading about everyone's ghostly experiences, even though I must admit I have a hard time believing them all. There's some stories that you can just tell that the person writing it is a kid with an overactive imagination. I only say this because even though I am a believer, I am a college educational rational individual, and I can also be the biggest skeptic you've ever met, which brings me to this incident that occurred while I was still in college. I just want to stress to everyone that's as skeptical as I am that even though this experience sounds extremely unbelievable, that this is true and it really did happen. I know that this is long, but bear with me. I want to make sure I didn't leave anything out. This experience happened one late night in October in 1994. I was a junior in college at the time and had very little free time to do anything because besides class, I also worked part-time and was very active in my fraternity. Every year, we would have a big Halloween party at one of our fraternity brothers' houses and just have a completely wild, chaotic night, but nothing can compare to what we all experienced that night. I got to the party shortly after it started, got a beer, and noticed people coming out of the basement. I asked one of the people what was going on down there, and they told me that my friend Jeff had brought his Ouija board to the party and was down there, acting stupid. Apparently, these people didn't know Jeff very well. He took the Ouija very seriously. If anything, he was addicted to it. He constantly used it and kept people in close contact with a spirit named Jack that he contacted through the board. I'd come to learn that Jack wasn't the most pleasant spirit and was a pretty mean individual who had died in prison, but for some reason, Jeff liked conversing with him. I then proceeded down the stairs to see what was going on. There was about 10 people down in the basement. By the way, this was not a finished basement. This was the spooky concrete floors and dust everywhere basement. Jeff and a girl I knew named Lynn were using the board and talking to Jeff. Lynn began getting tired of it. She was just trying to have a good time, and she thought that Jeff was taking the whole thing way too seriously. Before she could get up to go back upstairs, a girl we knew named Dana came down the stairs. As soon as Dana came down into the basement, the board went absolutely nuts, moving around at a frenzied pace. Jeff said that this wasn't like Jack and asked the board what was wrong. The board spelled out that it wasn't Jack, and it just kept spelling Dana's name over and over. Jeff asked the board if the spirit knew Dana, and it said yes. At this point, everyone's kind of looking around confused and everything, and Dana was just looking at the board all weird. Jeff then asked the board what its name was, as it spelled out the name Michael, and that he was 6 years old when he died. This is when Dana went ballistic. She just started crying uncontrollably and shouting, but we couldn't understand her because she was crying so much. She then ran upstairs and out the back door. A couple of us followed her to try and find out what was going on and to try and calm her down. We went outside and saw Dana crying on another girl's shoulder. This other girl looked both pissed off and scared to death at the same time. We asked her what was wrong and started yelling at us. How could you dare pull a mean trick like that? You should feel awful for doing this to her. We were clueless. We asked her what she was talking about, and then she told us that Dana had a younger brother named Michael that drowned when he was 6 years old. A chill immediately went down my spine. Once Dana calmed down a little bit, she told us that she'd been trying to contact Michael over the years, but was never able to. She then offered to buy Jeff's Ouija board from him so he could keep in touch with her brother. At this time, Jack came back, and it was like he and Michael were fighting over control of the board. Jack then told Jeff that if he burned the board that night before midnight, that his soul would be set free and he would be at peace. Jeff immediately wanted to set the board on fire because he said he developed some sort of relationship with Jack and wanted his soul to be at peace. Let's just say Dana didn't like that idea a bit, so they both got into huge arguments and the party became totally chaotic. By this time, everyone at the party, only about 50 people, knew what was going on, and everyone started fighting and yelling, split down the middle, either on Jeff's side or Dana's. Eventually, Jeff snuck outside with a can of lighter fluid and set the board on fire, with Dana standing over it and crying her eyes out. As you can guess, no one was really in the mood to party after that, and everyone ended up either staying at the house the party was at or left for home to get their head back together. After that night, not one person I know that was at this party ever talked about that night again, not even once. I don't know how to explain what happened, but all I know is that there's no way that this was some sort of trick or joke that Jeff and Dana could have played on us. Being the skeptic that I am, to this day, I tried to find out just how they could have pulled this over on us. Dana was just a friend of a friend of a friend that not very many of us knew that well, and that night at the party, none of us knew that she had a brother. Just that one friend of hers at a party that yelled at us knew anything about it. And then there's Jeff. He just takes the occult way too seriously, but would never use it as a basis for a joke. And if it was a trick, he's not the type to let it go. He'd make sure he knew it in our face about how much he scared us and what a great joke it was every chance he got. That's just how he is. To this day, anytime I tell anyone about this, when I get to the part that the spirit was her brother, I get a chill all over my body. Words simply can't describe what it is like being that night and what happened, but I'll never forget about it. I can remember it was just like it was yesterday. If anyone wants to write me about this or anything, feel free to. My name is Mintu, and I would like to share my supernatural experiences with you because no one is willing to believe or accept my encounters. It all started about 3 days ago, at about 2 in the morning. I woke up to hear some very loud and disturbing footsteps. This probably wouldn't have scared me so much, except that the footsteps came from the first roof of my house. I didn't know what to do, so I just lied there scared. But 10 seconds later, whatever made the footsteps on the roof was breathing loudly at my window. At this point, I jumped out of my bed and ran into my mother's room. I looked out her window and saw absolutely nothing. The next day I told my mother what I had heard, and of course, she just snickered and thought nothing of it. Next night, I was determined to stay up and see what was going on. At 3:30 in the morning this time, I was startled by a loud thump in front of my window and quickly shot out of bed to see what it was. Again, I see nothing. At this point, I was scared and puzzled as to what this was. I climbed back into bed and continued to listen. The thumping went on, but as it did, I began to hear something different, something in the background of all the noise. It was laughter. Not normal funny laughter. It was hysterical, mad in a way. The thumping continued, and the laughter faded, and I began to slowly doze off. When I awoke this time, I immediately told my sister what I heard. Unfortunately, she was the only one who believed me. Although this thumping and laughter was very frightening, it may have had some connections to the encounter I experienced just a few weeks ago. I was in my sister's room, looking for a book I'd lost. Under the bed, I was sure. When all of a sudden, I saw a woman dressed in blue, standing over me. I let out a scream and ran downstairs to tell my mom. We went back upstairs to check things out. Nothing was there, but this time, my mom was considerably worried. She thought it maybe have been a burglar and frantically checked under the bed and in the closet, but found nothing. These two experiences may be connected, but for now, they will remain a mystery. I was raised in Missouri City, Texas, which is a suburb of Houston. If you head south of Murphy Road, past Cartwright Road, on the left, you will come to El Dorado Drive. Travel down El Dorado until you cross the bridge and turn right at the first street. Drive down the street until you come to Hampton. There, you will see a very large fence covered in overgrowth. Through the fence, you can see a large home that backs itself to the golf course. This home is known by all who live in its vicinity as the Hampton House or the Cartwright House. The story begins about 40 years ago. Mr. Cartwright and his wife lived in the house and owned all of the property which Quail Valley is built upon today. Cartwright Road was actually named after him. All was well, until Mrs. Cartwright came down with a terminal illness of some sort. When Mr. Cartwright was no longer able to give his wife the care she demanded, he hired a live-in nurse. As his wife's condition worsened, Mr. Cartwright began fraternizing with the nurse. One day, when Mrs. Cartwright's calls went unanswered, she made her way into her wheelchair and into the living room, catching her husband and the nurse in a moment of passion. Miss Cartwright died the next day. Mr. Cartwright and the nurse soon after moved away together and were married. He left all the furniture and some of his possessions in the house when he left. After his death, the property was left to his son, which would not live at the house, but hired security guards to keep looters out. My father was a Fort Bend County Sheriff deputy for many years, and has had friends work security at the house in the evening. He said that the guards were paid very well, and were given a large cooler of food to take with them into the house. There's never been a security guard that has stayed in the house for more than 3 hours. They've reported the elevator going up and down on its own, sounds of a woman crying, an invisible wheelchair that travels up and down the hallway, leaving tracks in the carpet, and even books flying off the shelves at them. One of my father's good friends is from Ireland, and he says he had encounters with ghosts before and is unafraid. He worked in the house and left after 2 hours. He said he has never seen anything like it. Well, the security guards have since stopped in the past 10 years. The house has never been lived in since the Cartwrights. I've always wanted to sneak into it some Halloween night and see for myself, but since it would be breaking and entering, and hence illegal, I will not. I have never seen anything about the house listed anywhere, yet everyone in the area seems to know about it. I have several stories that I could tell, and I'll probably post another as time goes on, but this is the most recent. In March 1998, my stepdaughter was pregnant with her first child, and at the same time, her father-in-law was in the last stages of cancer and dying. Her husband spent about 3 weeks at a Central Georgia hospital by his father's bedside. He died on March 23rd and was buried on March 25th. She had the baby on March 26th. It was a boy, and it was named after his deceased grandfather. They kept a picture of the man that had died on the refrigerator and had told their son that this was Granddaddy Kenneth. When the child was about 2.5 and talking, there were several times when they heard him talking to someone when no one was in the room with him. Each time, they would ask him who he was talking to, and he would respond with, Granddaddy Kenneth. When they asked him who that was, he would say, that man on the refrigerator. When they asked him what they had talked about, his answers were always about things that the child would have no way of knowing, had someone not told him of them, and his parents never had. It has been a couple of months now since he's had conversations with his grandfather that they know of. I was stationed at Oak Fort Air Base between 1999 and early 2003. During my time, I'd heard many stories and had been witness to something I can't explain. Most of the incidents I heard concerning the old Fort Cook section of the base, including the base lodging office where I worked at, in Quarters 13, which was on General's Row and was used as distinguished visitors' quarters. I encountered something I can't explain at the lodging office one night. Me and the sergeant I was working with that night heard someone typing and moving around in the back offices, which were locked about 6 hours earlier. We both went in there, and there was no one there. Both doors were still locked. Neither of us could explain it, and both of us had heard it. Another night, we heard the same thing and heard a radio turn on. We both ran back there, and once again, nothing. We even looked at the clock that had turned on by itself, thinking maybe the alarm was timed to go off at that time. But the alarm was turned off, and it was not even set up when we pressed the button. And it still flashed at 12 a.m., and it was about 2:30 in the morning, which didn't make sense. Quarters 13, which was our responsibility, since it was the DV suite, was even more troublesome. The people who stayed there were usually colonels, and above, transiting through the base, very high-ranking people. People you normally wouldn't expect to hear anything about weird noises. One stands out quite a bit in my mind. A colonel kept calling the front desk, complaining of people walking around in the attic and making a lot of noise. I went over there to check it out, which is about a 5-minute walk from the lodging office. The colonel was waiting on the porch, and we both went up to the attic to check it out. The door was locked, and after unlocking it, we both went inside. No one was in there, just some boxes. I got a weird feeling while we were up there that someone was watching me, but there was no one in there. I explained to the colonel that maybe it was a rat or something in a box or something that made those noises. He shrugged and went back to bed, and I'm sure he was as unconvinced as I was. I went back to the lodging office, and talking to my coworker, she told me about the building and the stories about it. Apparently, whatever was in there had manifested itself to the housekeeping staff, as several of them refused to go in the attic. They would never say why, but they refused to go up there. And one of the rooms is also supposedly haunted. I heard this in the early part of 2000, and in late 2002, a 1-star colonel died of a heart attack in that same room. I don't know whether to believe what I heard or not, but I heard from several people that were in the room that he had died with his eyes open and a horrified look on his face. I've remained skeptical of hearing this. I figure even if this was true, it may have just been from the shock and realization he was dying. But then again, who knows? Other buildings on the base that I've heard that were haunted were the base gym and the old Martin Bomber building on the base, where B-29s were built during the Second World Conflict. I worked at the gym for about 2 years while at OFET, and I saw something odd one day with my supervisor when we were doing our final checks of the building. The gym is an old aircraft hangar and is nearly 1/4 mile long. We rode around in a golf cart for our checks. This is a 1/4 mile track inside the gym, and all the state flags hang from the ceiling around the track. While we were doing our checks, the flags began moving in front of us, like someone had been running by and jumped and hit it. Except the flags hang nearly 40 feet up in the air, and there was no wind inside. Neither one of us could explain this, but I do know that someone had died of a heart attack while jogging a couple of years earlier. Could it have been him out for a run? I'm curious if you have heard any other stories about a Foot Air Base. I'm working on some research on the base, and I'm wondering if anyone else has experienced something here. I felt compelled to send in a few of my strange experiences that I had at my grandparents' former house. One evening, I was talking on the phone to a friend in the master bedroom. It was nearly 2 in the morning, and the room was pitch black, as I was going to get some sleep directly. As I chatted to my friend, suddenly, I saw what is best described as a black cloud about the shape, size, and position of where a person's head should be. It bobbed as if someone were walking by the foot of the bed for about 3 seconds, and then it was gone. I was doing some homework at the kitchen table one evening when out of the corner of my eye, I again saw a black flash, that looked to be the size of a small dog run across the hallway floor. When I commented on this, my grandfather, who was living in the room at the time, claimed to experience the same thing all the time. My grandparents' house is set up so that you walk in the front door and all the rooms are connected by a hallway that at one end leads to the kitchen and the dining room, living room, master bedroom, staircase to the second floor, bathroom, and back to the door. It was summertime, and my mother and I were arguing. I was standing at the foot of the stairs and looking at her in the living room. I was making a fuss, saying that I wanted to sleep upstairs, which I had only recently conquered my fear of, and she was telling me that it was too hot up there to do so. Mid-sentence, I glanced up the staircase, and what I saw horrified me. Staring back down at me from the top of the steps was this hazy, cloud-like figure of a human. I believe it was a male. It was only the second time I was ever truly afraid. I was cleaning my room on the second floor one day, and it was very hot, being that it was summer and heat rises, so I opened one of the old weighted windows. It was not an easy task due to old paint, which had practically glued itself shut, and it only budged after I pried it with a screwdriver. I tried to pull it down to see if I needed to prop it, and it wouldn't move, so I carried on with my cleaning. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard the window shut with a loud bang behind me. Again, I opened the window, only this time I propped it open with a paint stirrer. After about 2 minutes, the window again banged shut behind me, this time so hard that the glass broke. The paint stirrer was at least 8 feet across the room. I said, "You win," and ran downstairs. I was a staff assistant in my sophomore year at St. Michael's. What this meant was basically, I watched the doors coming into one of the dorms to make sure that the only people coming in were the residents. I sat at a desk from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. a couple of nights a week. One night, I was making the rounds from floor to floor to make sure all was relatively quiet. I got to the top floor of the building, and that is, of course, when the proverbial strange things started to happen. I began walking down the hall, and I heard the wind howling through the recycling room on the floor. It had been a quiet night weather-wise, so this was a little odd. I passed it off as some random New England weather patterns and continued to walk on. When I stepped in front of the first resident's door, it started to rattle like someone was going to come out. I stopped and waited, but the door just kept rattling, so I moved on. Then, the next door on the other side of the hall started to rattle as I passed in front of it, and then another door started to rattle also. Now there were 3 doors all rattling away, and it only started when I walked in front of them. I hadn't done this earlier in the evening, and I was wide awake, so it wasn't my imagination. What really startled me was all of a sudden, in the midst of all this door action, I had a feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around me, and from the distance, I could have sworn I saw the fading image of a priest in all black slowly fade, but the doors kept on shaking, and the wind was screaming. So I ran the rest of the way down the hall and back downstairs to my desk. A check of the outside revealed that the weather was perfectly calm. I believe this is the oldest dorm on campus, so who knows what otherworldly beings reside there. The other thing that happened to me while I was there was sort of a strange religious experience, and I'm probably one of the last people something like this would happen to. I was driving home from my then boyfriend's, now husband's house, and heading back to my dorm at St. Mike's. I was at a stoplight, alone in the car, when I heard this deep, low, and gravelly male voice tell me that the second coming was going to happen soon. The voice filled me with dread and danger. It sounded like a lot like a voice that had been altered to sound lower, like when documentaries try to disguise voices of the people they interview. The light turned green, and I drove off. I then looked into the mirror without thinking, and I could have sworn I saw the same priest from the hall sitting in the back seat of the car. I stopped the car immediately, looked back, and nobody was there. I felt like I was going crazy because I knew I saw someone in the back seat of my car. About 2 minutes later, I started to think about what just happened and got very scared. I talked to one of the priests at school the next day, and he felt this was a normal experience within the realm of St. Michael's. Partially because it was getting near Christmas time, and partially because he felt the campus was a center for both good and evil, the good being the chapel on campus, and the bad being the portal that was never shot in the boys' dormitory. He confirmed the story about the pentagram and my location discretion without me bringing it up. I've heard this godly voice once or twice since the original incident, but not to the degree that I heard that night. I once heard of an experience my boyfriend had in that same chapel. He told me that on one occasion he was alone. He walked into the chapel, and under the huge statue, he saw two figures in cloaks praying silently under the statue. He's a complete skeptic when it comes to hauntings, and he insisted that there was nobody there at the time. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was definitely afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets too afraid to move until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was outside playing with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in the window had very light-colored hair. I don't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me, so I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning, I asked my mom if she was up last night getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I had heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I did not want to go back in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to come let me out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kinda like something heavy hanging from a window bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet was a really big walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. I'm an identical twin, and often because of this, most people ask us if we share experiences. You know, they say, like on television. My answer is always the same. Sometimes. It's true that twins, on occasion, may share certain emotions, even though they may be miles apart. This is what my brother and I have known for years. But everything changed when my brother and his wife and 2 children moved into my late grandfather's home in Norristown, Pennsylvania. The history of the house is nothing spectacular. The only event of any importance occurred when my grandfather, who had been diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, decided to spend his final days at home before the cancer took him. He died in a hospital bed, which had been set up in the living room of his house later that year, and from that point forward, various members have lived in the house without any strange occurrences or bump in the night, until my brother Peter and his family moved in. The first week in their new home, my brother was excited as ever about living in such a large home compared to the meager apartment he and his family had been sharing for the past 2 years. Given the history of the house, i.e., my grandfather dying there, it didn't bother him one bit, since he was the last person who believed in such tales. Then, about 2 months after moving in, he decided to clean out the basement to make room for his music equipment. He is a part-time musician, and a new washer and dryer my father had bought them as a Christmas present. While digging through the accumulated junk of a half a century, he happened upon a small Bible. Inside the front cover was an inscription denoting the Bible as a gift to my grandfather from my great-grandmother in 1906. He took it upstairs and laid it out on one of the coffee tables so that other family members visiting could see it when they visited. Remember that I had yet to hear of this find, since it only had occurred that day, but that night, I had one of the most terrifying nightmares I could ever remember. I dreamt I was standing on the landing, overlooking the living room of my brother's house in Norristown, Pennsylvania, but something was wrong. Having visited the house many times in the past, I vividly remember the layout of how it used to look when I was a child, but in my dream, I remember seeing an end table, which was never there before, on which a book was placed. I was drawn to it for some reason. I slowly descended the stairs, even now, recalling how hollow my footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor as I made my way towards the table. As I got there, I looked down and saw that it was, surprise, a small Bible. Upon opening it, I saw there was an inscription made out to my brother from our father. This is where things got really spooky. I remember hearing my brother's voice behind me say, "This is mine, which Dad gave me. Please give it back." I was too terrified to look around, because even though it sounded like my brother, there was something otherworldly about the whole thing. I finally succumbed to curiosity and turned around. This was, of course, when I woke up screaming something. I don't remember what. I startled my wife, who was then yelling at me to keep it down. The neighbors will think we're fighting or something. Later that morning, I spoke to Peter to tell him the strange dream I had, and that's when he told me about what he had found and who it really belonged to. I was startled beyond words. I told him I would be down in an hour. I live in Parksea, Pennsylvania, approximately an hour north of Norristown, to see the book. "Too late," he said. "Why?" I asked. "It's gone," he replied. The conversation went on from there about how he had placed it on the end table, an end table that he just picked up at a yard sale that day, but when he woke up, it was gone. I asked if his wife had taken it, but he said that it was impossible. They had flown back to Texas 2 days earlier to visit her folks and took the kids with her for the short vacation. After going around and around about what could have happened to it, as well as the strange dream I had and what the voice had said to me, in the end, we just didn't know what to say. I guess it was one of those things that will never really be explained. 2 weeks later, his wife and 2 children arrived back home and were in the process of unpacking when she went down to the basement to see how the cleanup had gone. That's when she asked him about the small Bible. "What Bible?" he asked his wife. "Oh, the one in the basement near the keyboard you put there." Looking confused, I'm sure, my brother ran down to the basement, and sure enough, there it was on the door, right where he had originally found it. Picking it up, he read the inside cover again, only this time, there was no inscription at all. Did he imagine the writing to begin with? Did my weird dream that night have anything to do with it disappearing again? I don't know. Neither does Peter, but there's definitely activity in that basement, because what I saw next in the basement a few days later almost explains some things, although it was incredibly scary. I had another bizarre dream. I ended up going back to the basement to retrieve the Bible, only this time, there was a red humanoid-looking creature sitting on a chair reading a book. He had horns protruding from his head, and he looked like an ape crossed with Bigfoot. His face very human-looking at the same time. Frozen in shock, I approached him. He pointed to the book, and there was an image of a car on fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and screamed. A few days later, I got a call from a guy who sounded like my grandfather. I kid you not, it sounded identical to him. All this man said to me on the phone was, "Check on your father, something's wrong with him." I later found out that my dad had been in a car wreck. The car caught on fire. He managed to escape alive. The most shocking thing, my twin brother had the exact same dream on the same night, same exact creature. I guess they say twins are inseparable. When I was younger, I had a terrifying experience with a ghost. I was fast asleep, and then I suddenly woke up. Something told me to wake up, and I just did. I looked at the clock, and it said somewhere around 3:28 a.m.
I turned my head slightly to the left, and I saw this girl. I would say that she was in her early teens. She looked very blurry, but she had a blue hue, and yet clear at the same time. She was moving in slow motion. It seemed like she was underwater, or something. She had a long nightgown, and it was blowing very slowly. She was holding a short candlestick, and her hair was long reddish brown color. She looked at me, and then I looked back at her. I was surprisingly calm. I got up to tell my mom what I had seen. The next morning, I woke up and I asked my mom if she saw the lady, and she said, "What lady?" Could this have all been a dream? I'm not entirely sure. I've been deeply confused about this ever since. My house has always had extra company. It's been 13 years since we moved in here, and for a while, there were some really odd things happening. I was 10 years old when we moved in, and fell in love with the huge, empty attic upstairs. I would bring my toys and little sister up there to play with. She was around 8 at the time, so we had a lot of fun together. We brought our dollhouse up there and would spend hours making up stories and having fun. I would go up there and read by myself a lot because it was quieter than the rest of the house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened while my sister and I played up there, and I felt very comfortable. In the far end of the room were little racks where clothing must have hung before. One day, I was up there alone playing when I discovered this old-fashioned looking gold purse with a painting of a deer and a medal on it, and being a lover of old things, I was psyched. I brought it to my mother, and she said it looked like a pocketbook from the 1920s that her grandmother used to have, sort of a flapper type style. We hung the pocketbook in the back of the closet to keep it out of harm's way. About a year later, my father and a friend of his transformed my attic playroom into a bedroom for both me and my sister. My father had left a quarter of the room where the pocketbook had been found alone, and put up a wall and a door separating the rest of the bedroom from that area. My sister did not like her bed being up against the wall of the back room. Then, what I felt next was unexpected and unbelievable. I was laying there with my eyes open, frozen with fear. I felt as if someone was watching me, but I was afraid to move. I'd never felt like this before. I was never afraid of the dark as a child. My sister said, "Can I please come over and sleep with you?" Now, I usually said no to this and stopped being a baby, but I wanted her to come over, pretending to be reluctant. I said, "All right, but don't hug me," even though I really wanted to be. She ran over and squeezed me, and I squeezed back, and she said, "I'm scared," and I said, "Me too." And then boom, boom, boom. 4 loud knocks right on the wall, which our heads were practically up against. I could actually feel the vibrations from the wall. Then my sister, crying, said, "What was that?" I made it up. I said, "Me." I said, "Don't worry." I was trying to tell myself that it was me when it happened again. Boom, boom, boom. We both jumped up and ran downstairs at this point, into my parents' bedroom, and my father went up to see if there was anyone hiding up there. No one was. However, my sister refused to go back up there and slept with my parents. I, however, went back up there scared, but mad that my favorite place was trying to kick me out. I felt almost betrayed and hurt, so I stayed up there for the whole night, refusing to leave, but hoping it would not try to scare me. It didn't. My sister would make attempts to sleep up there later, but would always run downstairs at some point. I couldn't blame her, since most of the time I really wanted to join her, but never would. Over the next several years, I often heard whispering and the doorknob being wiggled as if someone was trying to get in. At first, then it became a game. The doorknob would wiggle really fast, and I would say, "I'm trying to sleep," and it would stop. And then I got used to the weird noises. It's 13 years later, and in that time, I've had many friends tell me that they heard whispering or tapping on the wall, or someone breathing in their ear. To which I say, I told you there was a ghost in my house. But it sparked my interest in the paranormal, in which I'm an avid believer because of my ghost buddy. I don't know if the purse actually belonged to the ghost, but the house was built in 1940, after the flapper times. But my mother did tell me that the old man who used to occupy the house had 2 wives who both passed on. Whether or not either of them died in this house, I don't know. The purse may have belonged to one of them. Hello, my name is Kirk. I'm about to turn 18, and I live in New York State. I apologize in advance for the length of my story, but I never get to talk to anyone about these things that happen. I'm looking for answers as to whether or not the house I live in is haunted. I don't talk to my friends about them because I always get the weirdest reactions when I mention them. You know, the kind of look someone makes when they think you're insane. Since I was a little kid, I'd always found the paranormal amusing. My mom believes in ghosts based on her own experiences, which I might say are quite frightening. I have 2 older sisters, and both have related their own personal experiences to me. So, in a way, I suppose I was influenced into finding the supernatural interesting. I live in a 2-family house that my family owns. We used to rent the bottom apartment out to people back in the late 80s to early 90s. The tenants have said that the downstairs apartment is haunted, and a psychic my mom brought over one time said that the apartment was indeed haunted. In one of the rooms downstairs, my great-grandfather passed away. The house has been in our family for a while. Also, my mom's nephew who came over from Ecuador was living with us when I was about 7 or 8. Hard to remember. He died while living here in a car accident in Lake George. Is it possible he has unfinished business because his wife and daughter live in another country? Also, my mom's boyfriend of a long time ago, this is back in Ecuador, which was probably in the 60s, died on a hiking trip. My mom loved him and always insists that he watches over her. That's just some background information, because they could all be possible haunts. The experiences I'm remembering are all recent ones. We moved from our old house in the early 90s and moved to Salem, Massachusetts. After 3 years, we moved back to our house in New York, and after that time, it's the only experiences I remember. My older sisters slept in our redone attic when they were teenagers. I was envious because they were on a whole different floor of the house. I used to think the attic was cool. Both my sisters have had stories about the attic. My sisters moved out long ago, which gave me the advantage of choosing a room up in the attic, being older and all. I chose the room which was my oldest sister's because of its size and location in the house. It was the last room and had stairs in the room going down and leading into the 2nd floor apartment. The first night I slept up there, a good friend of 10 years stayed the night with me. He's the only one I talked to about my experiences with. It was about 2 a.m. and we were lying awake, starting to doze off. He had his Discman with him and was playing a CD with the headphones off of his head so we could both hear the music. I was lying there when all of a sudden I heard the distinct and startling noise of a marble rolling down the stairs that was in my room. It finally hit the bottom of the stairs, and I asked my friend if it was him that did that. I remember thinking, great, the first dang night I'm in here, and something weird has to happen. I definitely would have seen if my friend had thrown the marble down the stairs, but he didn't. By the way, this actually happened one more time before, not happening since. That story can probably be explained easily, but there are other weird ones. In the same room I was sleeping one night, I'm 95% sure I would have closed my closet all the way before I went to bed, because a thing like that would bother the hell out of me, and I wouldn't be able to sleep. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a very strange noise. It was a quick and harsh boom mixed with a whoosh sound. I looked around my room to find the source, and my eyes focused on my closet door. The door was open. I sort of stood up and chuckled because it was 3 in the morning. I closed the door and went back to sleep. I later analyzed the sound because I remembered when I woke up, what it sounded like was the closet door being pushed hard from the inside and rubbing on the carpet as it opened, which would account for the whoosh. I was never scared, just sort of curious as to whether or not it was insane. The next experience was definitely an odd one. It was the morning. Morning is like 12 noon to me, especially in the summer. And I'd woken up and was getting ready to take a shower. I made my way downstairs and was heading to my mom's room to get a towel. No one else was in the house at this time. My mom was working, and so was her boyfriend. As I was passing through our dining room, I felt something cold hit my right earlobe. Within a couple seconds, my fingers were up to my ear to pinch whatever was on my ear, because I thought it was a bug. I took my fingers away and realized that what hit my ear was a drop of some liquid. It didn't feel like water. It almost felt like oil. It had a strange smell to it, almost like a perfume oil smell. Very confused, I rubbed it in my fingers and looked around the ceiling for the source. But if you think about it, an earlobe is an awkward place for something like that to land on. If it was coming from above, it would have hit the top of my ear, right? But that's not the end. I shrugged it off, got my towel, and went into the bathroom. I took my shirt off, and splot, I felt a drop hit my chest. Now this was weird, because I was totally in a different part of my house. And again, the chest is an odd place if the drop is falling from above. Before touching the spot, I looked at it. It definitely splattered with some force, because it was spread out a little. I touched it and smelled it, and it was the same dang substance. Why is this relevant? One night, I awoke to hear a very disturbing noise coming from the bathroom. Nobody was up at the time, and I heard a very distinct gurgling noise. I walked towards the bathroom to see what it was, when the lights turned on by themselves, and the shower curtain was moving. Remember, nobody was up, the lights were off, and they somehow managed to turn themselves on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to inch closer to the shower curtain. I had to know if something was behind it. I moved the curtain, and to my relief, there was nobody there. But then the lights turn off once again. I start to get really freaked out and rush to turn on the light. I look across the hallway, and I see what looks like an elderly man in a wheelchair with an oxygen mask on his face. He looked about as real as any living person would. Now, it wasn't like I saw this figure for a long time. I wasn't on meds, and I'm a sober person. I wouldn't even say I was tired. The encounter lasted about 10 to 15 seconds. It was fast, but it was long enough that I could see this man. I honestly felt like the liquid that I felt came from this gurgly elderly man. I found that very interesting, and later, I told my mom about it. She thought I was joking and laughed it off, then grew very concerned after I insisted that this was something I saw. She thought I was having hallucinations and wanted to take me to the doctor, but I urged her that I was of sound mind. Although she did later tell me that something similar happened to her, where she could have sworn she felt the presence of an elderly man, but she never saw anything. Lastly, there was an unexplained experience that happened in my room. One of my cats was sleeping on my bed, and I was sitting in this love seat I have, watching TV. My lights were off, so I couldn't see anything clearly other than the TV. Something startled me when I heard something hit my wall, as if being thrown, like a hammer hitting a wall. I then started to notice that my cat uncharacteristically started hissing at the window and moaning. She's usually a very quiet cat, but something really seemed to bother her, and she wouldn't keep quiet. She kept meowing for what seemed like 5 minutes. I didn't see anything in the window, and the cat for the next week persisted to meow in terror before she just gave up. She never did that ever again. It was quite bizarre. It really started to scare me. On a separate day, I've heard cabinets opening and shutting. These things terrify me because I still have no explanation for them. Is my house haunted by a timid spirit who wants to know that it's there? Any comments or advice would be appreciated. Hope you found my story interesting. During the summer of 1976, my mom, older brother, and I decided to accompany my aunt and her family to West Virginia and North Carolina to work in the tobacco fields. I was about 11 years old at the time. After a 2-day trip from Texas to West Virginia, we were assigned a house to stay in while we were settled into work. There were several of us, 10 in all, and we were tired from the trip, so everyone just basically picked a spot in a place and readied ourselves for bed for that first night. It was not a restful night. At about 3 a.m., we were awakened by the sounds of a woman crying and wailing in the room with us. Looking around the room, we could see that everyone was accounted for and no one was crying. The sounds increased in intensity and lasted for about 10 minutes. When I say wailing, I mean just that, a horrible, low sound, very similar to some of the sound effects heard in the old Scooby-Doo cartoons. I realize that sounds somewhat funny, but I swear it's true. I'm not sure if my eyes were just playing tricks on me, but in the darkness of the room, it really looked like there was a figure kneeling down. You could see it well enough in the dark to know that it was a gray outline of some figure. Interestingly enough, after the 10 minutes of sobbing, I noticed that this gray cloud ended up disappearing as well. Thankfully, we weren't to stay in that house for very long. Another house, with more room for 10 people, was assigned to us. That was not an improvement. The next house was a 2-story one, located somewhere between Hendersonville, North Carolina, in a small town known as Soul City. It was situated about 200 yards off a road, with a long driveway and a set of railroad tracks that ran along the other side of the road. There was a large white house off to the north of our house, about another 300 yards away. The house had a large open field in front, and was surrounded by woods on the other 3 sides, and a shed, and an old open water well in back. spooky enough setting during the day. At night, things would happen, such as lights turning on by themselves, footsteps heard upstairs, when everyone was in plain sight downstairs, the sounds of something heavy being all dragged through the house late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, knocking on the walls, and my brother swears he's seen what appeared to be a black hooded figure at the foot of his bed. I remember I had my window open once while asleep at night, and I could have sworn I heard the sounds of a horse running across the field outside. Nobody in our area owns any horses at all, and you could hear the sounds of neighs. I ended up looking outside and saw absolutely nothing, but there was definitely a horse that I heard. I swear to anyone reading this, these events really happened. I know people often make claims like that, which make it seem like it's fabricated, but I really want to put an emphasis on the validity of these stories. All I have is my word, but I'm telling you, these events are so real. I'm 36 now, an Army veteran, college educated, and I have an interest in ghosts and the supernatural. If anyone has any clues about the house, the one near Soul City, North Carolina, its owners, or perhaps even its history, please email me. When I was in 8th grade, my mother, younger brother, and I moved into a rental home on Grace Drive in Wilson, North Carolina. I'd always been interested in ghosts, but never had any experience. This house would change that fact. As soon as we moved into the home, I had a very uneasy feeling, only in my room. I always felt like someone was watching me from my closet. Also, feeling uneasy, I could not sleep with my door closed and forbid my mother to close her door while we were sleeping. I also started sleeping with my pillow on top of my head in order to feel safe and secure in this room. On several occasions, I felt someone pushing the pillow down hard on my head as I was trying to go to sleep. It was not sleep paralysis because I had just laid down. At first I thought it was my brother playing with me, to the point where I yelled out his name for him to stop because the pushing hurt. However, when the pushing stopped, no one was in the room, and I was all alone. One evening around dusk, my mother and I were sitting on the front steps that were located between the bedroom and the home in the living room, where my brother was alone watching TV. My bedroom was located on the front of the house, with only one window. I had a lamp sitting on my bedstand, in front of the window, and beside the bed. I stood up in order to illustrate a point to my mother, now facing the house with my bedroom window in sight. All of a sudden, I saw movement in my window. It was a shadow in the act of sitting on my bed. Once it sat down, the shadow seemed to fade into the shadows of my bedroom. I stood there looking at my window and said to my mother that my brother was in my room and that he needs to get out. I immediately went into the house to find my brother still watching TV. I asked him what he was doing in my room, and he just stared at me like I was crazy, saying that he had not left the living room. Of course, I went to my room to find no one there. We lived in the house for about 2 years, and only when we moved into our new house was I able to sleep with my door closed, but with my mother's door closed. However, this new house was where my mother saw her first ghost. This happened about 2 months after we moved into the house. She said that she was laying in bed one night, unable to sleep because the streetlights in the city were so bright. She said that she looked over to her window and saw an old man standing in her room in front of the window. The old man walked over to the bed and looked down at her and then backed away, only to disappear. She smartly did not tell me the story until I'd been away at college for 3 years. We are assuming that the old man was Mr. Barnes, who we think may have died in the house and was just checking in on the new occupants. That was the first and last incident that occurred in that home. I'm 16 years old and live in a small town in Texas. It's about 28 miles south of San Antonio. When I was in 3rd grade, my family decided to move down here from Corpus. We began living with my grandfather and soon decided to buy property of our own. My mom and dad bought the property located right next to my grandfather's, which just happened to be the entrance to a coal mine that was very active about the 1900s. We built our house right next to the entrance to the coal mine. Our back door opened right on top of the entrance. By the time the house was built, I was about 13 and finally had my own room. One night, I was struggling to sleep and heard footsteps. Of course I was frightened, but somehow I went to sleep. I kept telling myself it was nothing. While I was sleeping, and this part of the story doesn't make sense at all, I had a dream that I was part of a well-known Jewish family in Europe in the Great World Conflict. I saw soldiers take my husband and I to a ditch in the middle of nowhere where they got rid of my husband. In my dream, I understood German. Next, they got rid of me also. As I died in my dream, I woke up in real life. As I awoke, I heard more footsteps marching. They sounded like soldiers, Germans I assumed. They marched through my kitchen and some by my bedroom door, kinda like they were watching me. This is the first thing that happened to me. It didn't make sense because I thought they would be dead miners or something. About 2 years ago, I became very depressed, as many young people do, and I tried to off myself. My mother came home from work and found me passed out and throwing up in the kitchen sink. They rushed me to the nearest hospital, where they thought I was going to pass away. I saw my mom crying next to me and became relaxed. I was in total peace. I felt completely happy. Suddenly, I felt 2 men walking around me talking. I tried to turn my head to see them, but couldn't. I heard them speaking to each other, and one sounded older than the other. They said, "Look, it's so sad she's so young." And the other one said, "Look at her mother." At this point, they quit talking and continued to walk around us staring. Then, the feeling of peace was gone, and I heard 2 other voices. I kept saying, "Who is that?" And I was scaring my mom to death. Right after that, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was in a hospital room. I didn't tell anyone exactly what it was I heard. I did tell my boyfriend of the time. I'm not sure he believed me. After that, I would hear voices at my house, people talking to me, but there was no one there. I heard them almost everywhere I went, but I didn't tell anyone. After a while, I tried talking back, but never got a response. The voices were never really clear. There were many at one time. It just sounded mumbled. I tried not to tell people about my voices because I was afraid they would not talk to me anymore. I felt I had a gift. They have stopped talking now. I haven't heard them for about a year now. I know it all sounds weird, but it's true. I also live next to a graveyard, which is weird, I know. It's where most of the dead miners are buried. I think they try to talk to me sometimes. There is also one last account I had more recently. I was trying to go to sleep one night in the house all by myself. I looked out into the living room and saw a solid black figure running around. He looked as if he were hiding. He ran behind furniture and walls and really just scared the heck out of me. It was the only time I saw him though. It was the last of all my encounters. Hi there. I believe that I had a true experience with a haunting. I used to live in apartment 205 in Kingswood Apartment in Fresno, California. A lot of weird stuff used to happen there while my family and I lived there. I'm a homog. My religion is not Christianity, although I do not doubt that there is a God. I do believe in Jesus Christ, but I was simply not raised that way. My family on both my father and my mother's sides are shaman. Many do not believe our customs and ways to be valid, but you'd be surprised by how much sense it makes to us. I grew up around shaman all my life, listening to chants and stuff. It's awesome. Well, enough talk. Here's my story. When I was a little girl growing up in California and being in a homog family, I grew up with spirits and ghosts and hauntings all around me. I accept it, for it is real to me, although I've never experienced an actual haunting myself. Being around my family of shaman focused me to acknowledge the supernatural. But when I was 9, I did have an experiment on my own. Our apartment has always been rumored to be haunted. As a child, I never really paid too much attention to it. Weird things happen at night. Things go bump in the night. Dishes rattle, and doors slam. I woke up every night from a nightmare I couldn't remember and crawled into bed with my parents. My sisters complain about seeing dark shadows moving across your walls. In our culture, hauntings happen because it is caused by some or something that is associated with the family or someone in the family. In our case, it was my mother. I remember one time, my mother was cleaning the tub, and I was standing out in the hallway watching her. All of a sudden, the door slammed, and the lights went out. I heard the lock on the door click in place, and my mother screamed. I stood frozen in my spot, unable to comprehend what I just saw. I banged against the door, and then it opened. The lights were back on, and my mom was still in the tub. Naturally, she accused me of doing it. To this day, I still don't know what had happened. There was a time that something happened to me, not long afterwards, that scared me so bad I forgot about it until a couple of years ago. I remember it being around noon, and I was off on summer vacation. I just finished the 3rd grade. I was laying on my mother's bed reading a book, given me by a former teacher. I started to have this funny feeling all over my body, more like an awareness that something was watching me or something was near me. All of a sudden, the bed started to shake. I felt something, hands maybe, holding me down on the bed, and I was unable to move or even say anything, not even a scream. The bed literally shook for a few seconds. It was over in a matter of minutes, but it scared me terribly. I jumped off the bed and ran into the living room. To this day, I've never told my family or hardly anyone. Those that I've told thought I was joking. Was I? Yet the memory is so vivid, and I remember that feeling of helplessness and fright. It was weird. I sort of forced myself to forget about it until a couple years later, when my class was asked to write about an actual haunting that we know about. I don't know, but things are weird. My shaman grandfathers, both maternal and paternal, came to our house to bless our room. They performed their ritual in our room, on my mother's bed. I remember something about someone dying or committing suicide in our closet, but it was so long ago, I can't remember much about it. My mom has been having dreams about a little girl carrying a knife, chasing her through a rice field in Thailand. My grandfathers did this chant thing, and all this stuff, too much to explain, to capture this thing. They've locked her up in two bowls that have sealed and chained together. Part of the chain that was used to seal it was made into an anklet brace that my mother wears around her ankle at all times. The trap used to capture it was something that my grandfathers did. To this day, my mother is doing better. No more Chucky-like girls chasing her. The bowls were taken to my mom's father's altar and locked up. When he passed on, it was given to my mother to keep safe. So now, it's in our bathroom closet on the top shelf. Every time we open the door, there it is. Scary. I get the creepiest feelings when I look at it. So, you wonder, what exactly is going on and what happened? I couldn't tell you, but something did happen, and I've never been able to forget it. Could it be some evil spirit or poltergeist? Who knows? Maybe one day I'll find out eventually. Being a Catholic, I believe there is an afterlife, heaven, etc., and spirits occasionally visit people here on Earth. One winter, my family and I, mom, dad, and two younger sisters, went to visit and help out my grandparents, who had recently cleared some land they owned on the Tennessee River, move into their new home. The land they bought had many legends accompanying it, including stories of gold and ghosts. My sisters and I were very interested in exploring the 25 acres of wooded land that had an old Civil War home place on it. An old country store was located about a mile away, and this was the only neighbors my grandparents had. When we arrived, there was a 15-foot long, 15-foot high pile of cut-down trees that had been piled up to make room for the new house. This was a great jungle gym for my sisters and I to play and hide on, being as it was a long way from the house. One day, my mom took my youngest sister on a walk around the woods, while my other sister and I stayed on the wood pile looking into the woods. I saw this black, 4-foot-high figure scrambling from tree to tree. At first I thought it was my youngest sister running around, so I called her name. She answered from the opposite direction of the figure that I saw. By that time, I was really frantic, in tears, and running home because I could still see the figure moving extremely fast. It was so fast, I would only see it for about 2 seconds at a time before it went behind another tree. When everyone was in the house, I told them, but my grandpa brushed it off as a bear, even though there aren't any bears in the area. So I felt better. About a week later, after my family and I left, more people were beginning to have experiences, I guess you could say. My grandpa had taken his dog out one night when he had heard a woman's voice faintly yell, "Help me." The dog began to bark, so my grandpa got in his truck and began to circle his property, looking in the ditches for an injured woman. He found no one and went home. About 3 months later, a lady was changing a sign outside the country store around closing time. Extremely scared and shook up, she quit her job because she had seen a quick, black, shadowy figure coming from my grandparents' woods. We still don't know what is living in my grandparents' woods, but other people have seen it, so I know it's not a figure of my imagination. Thanks for reading. One night, about 13 years ago, my brother and I were Christmas caroling with friends around our block. We were about 10 or 11 at the time. After ending the night, my brother and I said goodbye to the last of our friends who had turned in for the night. We were riding doubles on a bike that night, my brother pedaling. We approached the edge of the driveway when he suddenly stopped. We both looked across the street. I said, "Do you see what I see?" He replied, "Yeah." Happening very quickly across the street was a dark, shadowy figure void of prominent features, approximately 7 feet tall. When it began to approach us, we threw the bikes down, and we were able to slide under the electric garage door, still in process of closing. We were able to summon our friend's dad to investigate, but nothing. That night, we rode our fannies home, about 8 houses down. Amazingly, we never mentioned it to our parents, who were waiting in the driveway to take us to the town's candy cane lane. We have since told them about everything, and to this day, when I visit home and happen to walk that corner of the block at night, I am constantly looking over my shoulder and feel as though I'm being watched. Akenesi East Pine Log Road now houses Riley's Whitby Bowl Restaurant. This house was in my wife's family from the late 1960s until it was sold to the present owners, operators of the named restaurant. My family and I moved there in 1993 and lived in the house for 2 years after we moved back here from Atlanta. This house was in my wife's family from the late 1960s until it was sold to the present owners, operators of the named restaurant. My family and I moved there in 1993 and lived in the house for 2 years after we moved back here from Atlanta. This house was built in the late 1800s, estimated from the style, and was remodeled in 1914 when indoor plumbing was installed, and this date appears on the tax records, which would be correct. They used the latest remodeling date for effective date. Archaeologists from SC State Highway Department visited the site in the winter of 1994 when the road in front was being surveyed for widening. I took them under the house, and they showed me where the curve marks in the big supporting beams evidenced that the original part of the house was either built before the war between the states or wood from that era, which was recycled into the house. In any event, the home is an old, large, rambling affair of an old southern home that, like I said, is now a restaurant. It's unusual in that it is the Second Empire style, with a mansard roof and a large wraparound porch with Doric columns. On to the story. We frequently heard footsteps when no one was there, and had strange feelings that we were not alone. I could be in the front room, which I used as an office, and hear someone come down the stairs and stand at the large open pocket doors. When I turned from my computer, no one would be there. I got used to it. One day, I was relaxing in the upstairs bathroom in the old 6-long iron bathtub. It was in the middle of the day. I had some time to relax. My wife was away. The kids were in school. I had no pressing work, so I took a midday soaking bath. I was lying quietly in the hot sudsy water with water up to my neck, stretched out with a washcloth across my face. I heard someone coming down the hall. I slid the washcloth away, opened my eyes, and listened carefully, because I knew I was alone. The footsteps came slowly down the hall, towards the bathroom door, which was at the end of the hall. The footfall stopped at the door, and the old porcelain doorknob moved slightly, like someone had it in their grip, then started to turn slowly in its big square lock housing. It was right near me, because the head of the tub was by the door. I watched over my left shoulder, and then spoke. "Mary Ann?" The turning stopped. I jumped up in a torrent of steamy water and snatched the door open, and there was no one there. No one down the hall. No sounds of anyone running or jumping down the stairs. Just the sounds of dripping bathwater. I grabbed a towel and ran down the hall, down the big hallway stairs, and jumped to the landing. The front door was closed and locked. I could see down the hall to the old Victorian carved door leading out to the back porch. Nothing. I sprinted to the kitchen. Nothing. I looked out into the side drive, in the circular drive out front. No car. Nothing. Doors were locked. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I searched from room to room and found nothing. I never said anything that might spook the family, but nobody likes to be in the house alone anyway. Funny thing is, now that we live in a modern house, built in 1973, across the cotton field from 801 East Pine Lock, we still hear noises and footfalls when no one else is in the house. I've sensed a presence more than once, and a teenage friend of a family told us that he saw a kind-looking old man one night, dressed in white, standing in our foyer. It was late at night, and Tyler was in the library, and from where he was sitting, he could see out into the foyer. The man in white looked at him, smiled and nodded, and turning, went down the hall. He said it was really interesting, but not too scary. My grandparents died when I was 4, and we moved into their house. They were the only people who ever lived in it. I ended up getting their room. When I was in 5th grade, I started experiencing things in my room. My TV would go on and off whenever I would think that I need to turn it on or off. I had to sleep with the hall light on. One night, I thought I saw my mom in my room standing by my closet. When I turned my light on, she wasn't there. Then I thought I saw my dad standing in the same spot, but that time I kept looking at him as I went into the hallway to see if he was still sleeping on the couch, and he was. I was looking at him in the living room, in my room, and when I turned my light on, he wasn't there, but still on the couch. It always felt like someone was watching me. Then, my last experience of seeing something was in the same spot, but just ahead looking at me. He looked like he was from the 1700s. When I tried to tell my mom, she wouldn't believe me. I'd wake up at night not being able to breathe, and my sister would run in. Then my mom started to believe me when she'd hear heavy breathing in her room when it was just her in there. I'd be walking, and it would feel like someone was trying to trip me. So I told my mom's mom, and she gave me a cross to hang in my room. When I put it up, I didn't see anything after that, but it always felt like I wasn't alone in my room. Now, years later, I found out that the guy staring at me from the 1700s looked just like a picture in our living room. He was an old relative. When I still go by the house, it still feels like something evil there, but at our new house, it feels like a household. Now that I'm 21, I think that it was my parents' dad still in the room that I had. That's the only reason. A long time ago, about 20 years or so, there was a car crash in front of my driveway. At the time, I did not live there. At that matter, nobody did. In the car, there were 6 young boys, ranging from 6 to 20. They crashed because there were a couple of drunk drivers who hit them head on. All the young men died in the car. About 10 years later, me and my family moved in a double wide on the lot in front of where the men died. About 1 year later, there was an awful car crash at the exact same spot of where the young men died. The woman was not killed, but she was seriously injured. After a couple of years, I went down to get the mail when I heard a strange noise, like a young boy crying. I was the only one at home at the time. I looked around and seen nobody. The crying became fainter and fainter until I could hear no more. The next day, I went back down to check the mail, and I heard talking. 2 men, about 18 years of age. I looked around and saw nobody once again. I listened to the conversation, and I couldn't make out anything they were saying, but I could hear the voices as clear as day. Soon after, the voices began to fade away. I talked to my grandmother, who lives just up the road. She told me that the accident happened about 20 years ago, and everyone in the car were killed. I asked her what time it was that they wrecked. She said it was about 5 to 10 p.m. Around 7 p.m., is when the young woman wrecked her car. A few years after the woman wrecked her car, another woman broke down on the bridge, several feet away from where the young man crashed. Another time, a couple were driving with a full tank of gas when all of a sudden, their gas tank just went empty, right where everything was happening. There were several more breakdowns and accidents that happened over the years where the young man crashed, and more of my family members have heard strange talking and crying below our driveway. After time we have moved, and still, there have been breakdowns and accidents at that same location. We think that the bridge and the area around it is haunted by the ghost of the 6 young men. I want to post something that happened to my mother, Marie, my uncle, her brother David, and my aunt, her sister Gail. A little background first, please. Marie was living in Arkansas, David was living in Florida, and Gail was living in South Carolina. Many miles apart, these 3 siblings shared the same dream on the same night and called their mother within 24 hours of the dream to tell her of it. This dream occurred in 1989. The dream starts with the 3 siblings visiting an old farmhouse they lived in as children 30 years ago with their other siblings and parents. The house was empty. Marie, David, and Gail all got out of the car and walked completely around the house, recalling climbing an old oak tree that held a tire swing, recalling the farm area and what used to stand there, etc. When the 3 returned to the front of the house, there on their steps sat their dear old dad. Dad passed away in April of 1974. Shocked to see their father on the steps, they called out to him. Dad stood at the 3 with a malevolent grin. He motioned for his kids to follow him into the house. They followed through the living room, past the kitchen, down the hall, until they reached their parents' old room. He turned and looked each one in the eye and put his fingers to his lips, as if to say shh. He then motioned with his hands for them to follow. He opened the bedroom door and they followed him inside. He walked to the closet and walked through the closet door. Now in each person's dream, they were the ones about to open the door. As each reached for the doorknob and slowly started turning the knob, their mother appeared from nowhere, screaming at them to not open that door. They instantly woke up from the dream. I was a teenager at the time this occurred, and I did not see the big deal about following their dad into the closet until we visited my grandmother. My grandmother was telling my mother of how David and Gail both called her after Marie did, saying they had the same exact dream as she had. My mother looked scared, and my grandmother told her they all needed to get into church because Satan himself was using their father's image to lure them into something evil. I asked dear old Granny how she got that from a dream and Grandpa going into a closet. She told me because her husband, their father, my granddad, was scared of closets. I thought she meant he was claustrophobic. She assured me he was terrified of closets. The whole time they were man and wife, she would have to get his clothing out of the closets and lay them out for him. She would have to put things into closets. He refused to open them or go into them. My grandmother believes that Satan used Granddad's image to lure the 3 siblings down a path of evil. I know this isn't much, but I love to hear the story. Within my years, I've had many ghostly experiences, but the most recent experience seemed to scare me the most. Almost every night sitting in the downstairs of my home, I feel a strong presence, each time at a different location within the dining room and the living room. First, You may want to know how my dining room and living room are set in my house. When you first walk into my home, you enter a little narrow hallway, where you then have to go through another door to get into my living room. Then, to get to my dining room, we have a huge opening, and there's my dining room, and my steps to go to the second story in my home. The other night, I was sitting on my couch closest to the two living room windows, but something just kept telling me to look over at the window in the dining room. Sure enough, I saw a black mist that looked as if a face was watching me, but then it disappeared. I passed it off if it were nothing, and that I was seeing things, because it was around 11:30 p.m., and I was quite tired. For some odd reason, my shades were semi-open for 5 blades, and then the rest were closed, so no one can see. I then moved my brother to the other couch, and we sat together, and I just could not keep my eyes off the window in the hallway entrance. Within an hour, I was getting finally comfortable. My brother was sleeping. My mother and stepfather were sleeping, and my older brother was home upstairs, with his car parked outside. I gazed at the window, and the black mist was back, but this time, it was more clear and bigger. It seemed more like a body and a face, but turned to gaze out of my window. Then it sounded like someone was trying to open my front door. It's a big steel door, and when it's locked and somebody tries to open it, it sounds as if someone is pushing against it. It happened at least 6 times before it stopped. I held my little brother close to me. Within the next 15 minutes, it sounded like someone was walking in the hallway and jiggling keys. Well, that was enough for me. I woke my brother up and sent him into my room because I had my air conditioner on in my room. But the jingling sound seemed to follow us to right outside my bedroom door, then stop for the night. My mother recently saw the mist and told it to go back to wherever it came from. It then seemed to glide to my basement door and disappear. My home is about 150 years old, and back then, people couldn't afford to have a proper funeral, so they buried people in the walls in the basement or in the floor. We recently had a dirt basement floor and a cobblestone wall, but we had the floor cemented over. My grandfather, whom I can safely say is a ghost expert, senses something in the walls in my basement. Around my house, but mainly in my room, I know for a fact there is a ghost in my room, but she's a sweet woman, and she just seems to watch me until I fall asleep. There are several ghosts in my home, but recently, I feel as if more are residing here. Just the other night I was drifting to sleep in my room, and I heard the sound as if someone was breathing. I held my breath, and the sound was still there, so I turned the TV on. It seemed to just go away. I was scared, and looked towards the mirror, and saw a flash, and then nothing happened. But I saw the woman, and felt comfort. I feel as if she scared the other spirit away. In my grandmother's house, there is an attic, but it's hidden in the ceiling, and you have to pull the straps down. During the war at her home, soldiers were hid in the attic, and rumor has it, one night, the other people found them and killed everyone in the room. But the one young nurse was beaten and then murdered. I had a dream once about a place where there's a dangling light, and you have to walk on beams and then open a door, and there's a little room with bloodstains. I told my grandmother, and she said I described her attic exactly, even though I'd never been in the attic. The woman who was murdered was a beautiful woman, and she is often spotted around my grandmother's house, scrubbing floors and walking. My grandmother's house was remodeled after the war, and the woman comes down the steps and walks, straight turns, and goes out a door, which is now a window. But before there was a wall separating the rooms and a separate door. Recently,
My grandma had seen a little boy petting her dogs, saying, "Come on, doggy, come with me." She thought it was my little brother because he had spent the night, but he was downstairs sleeping, and no one else in the house was awake. She knows he's a ghost, and she is comfortable with him. Although I am severely frightened of her basement, which in 1947, a man was found hanging with a grin on his face, and a woman shot in the head underneath him. There were people found suffocated in their beds, random strangers. My grandma says the boy was one of the children found, and the man is evil. She feels that he may harm me. She doesn't like anyone, except for her in her basement. I have many more stories to tell you, but I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I'll contact you later with many more stories. Thank you. Feel free to email me, or if you just want to exchange experiences, thank you.
Although this is a true tale, it's not one of your spine tinglers, just something odd that cannot be explained. It was told to me several years ago by a colleague and happened to her mum Jean and some friends. Although Jean lived in Romford, Essex, she regularly went to a Keep Fit class in a small school hall in Upminster. The class had finished and her friends had piled into her car and drove around the corner, parking near the chip shop, and they all ordered fish and chips. Like you do when you've just had a good workout. They were all sitting in the car quietly eating when one person noticed something odd and nudged the person next to them. Eventually, they were all mesmerized, mouths agape, chips forgotten as their attention was focused on the activities in the churchyard over the road. Quite clearly, they could see a silent nighttime funeral procession of a coffin being carried on the shoulders by 6 pallbearers, all decked out in long black-tailed coats. They silently watched the procession walk from one side of the church and disappear around the other side. St. Mary's Lane for anyone who lives nearby. Of course, they all asked the other, "Did you see what I saw?" Knowing full well they did. The next day, Jean decided to visit the church as she just had to know what happened. Maybe someone was buried late last night. However, she got to the church and found the vicar. She worded the question carefully so as not to look like a complete idiot, and was obviously stunned when the vicar told her that no funeral took place last night. She said that from the look on his face it was fairly obvious that he knew why she was asking. But being a vicar, he simply smiled and walked away. Spooky. I've been past the churchyard as my grandparents used to live just down the road, and it is quite a creepy-looking place. All the stones are really old and crumbly and covered in moss. None of the names or dates are readable. It's one of those graveyards where you can look at it for a little while, and then you kind of shudder and have to look away. I used to think it was my childish imagination, but even these days the place still gives me the creeps, even in the middle of summer. My story has to do with things that happened to me as a child. When I was 6 years old, my parents bought a very old house, probably around 100 years old, and that was back in 1976. It was a very large house, and some of the original wallpaper was still in it. I have always been kind of in tune with the supernatural, and I also have a psychic sense. I'm not saying I am psychic, but I just know things and I can't explain it. Well, anyway, I know that my sister was very afraid of this house. She is 3 years younger than me. She would either sleep with my parents or with me, and she would never cross the long hall that ran through the center of the house by herself. I know that one day I was sitting in the living room and I got this really weird feeling, like I wasn't the only one in the room. I felt like someone was staring at me. Now keep in mind that my mother and sister had gone to the store, so I was in the house alone. At this time, I was about 9 years old. I was sitting on the floor and I just happened to look up. If you are familiar with old houses, you know that some have these glass windows at the top of each door that I guess people used for ventilation before air conditioning was invented. Well, the upstairs of this house had been added years after the original one-story had been built. and the steps that led upstairs went even with the glass window above the door in the room I was in. There was also a small triangle of wood that was missing from the step, and that is where my eyes shifted to. There was something looking at me through that space. I was so scared that I grabbed my dog and ran to the front porch, just hoping my mother would drive up. I don't know what it was, but there was something there. People in the neighborhood were always asking if the house was haunted, and one time an old woman I had never seen before asked me if I knew of the girl that had been locked in her room, in my house, and she had died there. There is also another story that happened in this same house. My uncle was living with us. He was 70 years old, and I was about 10 at the time. One night I heard him calling my father. He was shouting, and that is what woke me up. My father went running into his room, and this was my uncle's reply. "I know you're not going to believe this, and I know I shouldn't be seeing this, but I do. There's a black woman standing in front of the fireplace holding a little girl's hand, and she's wearing a red coat and hat." Then my father said that my uncle's eyes followed something around the room, and then my uncle began to scream again, "No, go away! Don't come near me!" Then they disappeared. My father said that he had never been so scared in his life, because his uncle was being rational about it. Like he knew he shouldn't be seeing something like that, but he did. I knew there was something in that house. Although we moved out when I was 14, I still drive by it to look, and I still get a creepy feeling about it, just from driving by. I feel it in my bones. What do you think? I would really appreciate your opinion. Thank you so much.
In the summer of 1999, I bought a house in a small town in Washington state. I'm a California native, so as you can imagine, I had a difficult time adjusting to the calmer settings. It was almost too quiet for my liking. About 3 weeks after I moved into my new home, an old colonial-styled house, I decided and began looking for a roommate. Soon after I placed the ad, I got a phone call from a very willing young lady who said it sounded like the perfect location for her. I took her name down, and she said she would call me the next day to set up a time and place to meet. I waited all day for her phone call, but it never came. I figured she must have found some other place to stay, but I kept the spot vacant in case she called back. A few weeks later, she did call again, and as before, she told me she would call back the next day to set up a time and place to meet. I faithfully awaited her return call, but same as the first time, it never came. I began to get suspicious as to whether it was a prank caller or a real person of interest. I thought it was odd how she'd given me a name without a number. My attempts to find her in the phone book failed, so without any other place to turn, I gave up on the search. About 3 months later, I was up in the attic storing some Christmas decorations I wouldn't be needing for some time when my eyes fell upon an old stack of newspapers in the corner. I was somehow intrigued by a particular paper lying on the top of the stack. As I thumbed through it, I was quite shocked to read an article printed about a young woman who died in her house, the house I was currently living in, at the age of 22. Even more shocking was the name of the woman. It was an identical match to the woman who called about sharing my home. I couldn't catch my breath. I went down to the local historical library and discovered that this woman did indeed live in the very house I now owned in the late 1800s. My visit to the library occurred close to 6 months ago. Since then, late at night, I've heard crying downstairs in my living room. My aunt and uncle used to live in an old log cabin. We think it was by an Indian burial ground, but it was definitely haunted, and the spirit there was not good at all. One night, my aunt and uncle woke up to find they couldn't move. They were being held down by something. But that's not my story. My 3 cousins all shared the same room. It was the only room on the second level. I hated going up there by myself. I never had to before, but this time I did. I was about 6 or 7. My sisters and I had been playing board games with our cousins up in their room. When we went downstairs to watch movies, I left my shoes up there. When the time came to go, I couldn't find my shoes. I looked everywhere. Then my sister reminded me I left them in my cousin's bedroom. I went upstairs and planned to run into the room, get my shoes, then run out and down the stairs as fast as I could. I ran into the room and picked up the shoes, but as I was turning around, I felt something behind me. I was so afraid to turn around, but at the same time, I wanted to run down the stairs, right out of the house and into the car. So I slowly turned around. There I saw a small little Indian girl, maybe about my age. She was surrounded by a blue and white light. I just stood there until she vanished. I ran out to the car where my parents were waiting, and until now I have never told anyone my story except for my aunt, who also sees things. Later I found out that my aunt and uncle would pray to the Indians to watch over them, to protect them from whatever was in that house. Maybe the little Indian girl was just watching over my cousins. My wife and I had moved to the naval station at Mare Island of Vallejo, California. I was attached to the personal support office. About 4 months after reporting, I was sent to the Combat Systems Tech School's command to process new students. I hadn't heard about the school's past until my encounter. One day in the fall of 1993, I was typing up a report about 0730 before the other 3 civilians and 1 other sailor got there. The typewriter was next to the door to my office, so I didn't miss anyone coming or going. There also was just that one main entryway into the office cluster. No other exits except for a fire door with the alarm connected. Anyway, someone walked by my door and I thought it was my shipmate, so I asked how he was doing. I got no reply, so I thought he hadn't heard me and I decided to go bug him after I finished my report. I went to his office and found it locked. Then I noticed the light on down the hall. The light was moving ever so slowly and getting closer to me. It was then that I realized that it was actually a translucent figure of a sailor. It terrified me so much that I ended up passing out from a panic attack. One of the civilian computer programmers walked into the hallway at work, noticed I passed out and shook me awake. I told her I saw something in this hallway and she said that I probably was just overworking myself from stress. I also told her that I thought Brian had walked by. She looked at me and said that nobody had moved from their computers since she got there at about 15 minutes to 0700. She did tell me something fascinating though. She said that at times she could have sworn she heard a whistling and a crying sound coming from the hallway. It sounded a lot like a little girl. It was then that I learned that the school was a fleet hospital for the San Francisco Bay Area built back approximately 100 years ago. The night watch detail would find locked doors open and hear footsteps at night. There were stories told about people hearing sounds of a little ghost girl playing ball near the main staircase. I never had the chance to witness her, and the base is now closed, but it was very interesting. As for the sailor, I have absolutely no clue as to what the story behind this guy was. To spare myself the anxiety, I just revert to thinking it was only my imagination, although it felt as real as anything I could ever see. One other experience was shared by my wife, myself, and my mother-in-law at Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii in 1995. My wife had been flown to Tripler Army Hospital due to complications with her first child. My mother-in-law arrived a day before I got there from my ship. Anyway, we were put up in the guest house at Hickam for a couple of nights before being moved temporarily to an officer's quarter in the corner of the base. It was a well-furnished room and had a pleasant air about it. That was until the night arrived. My wife was awoken that first night where she heard multiple whispers. She then went to get herself a cup of milk in the kitchen of the house when she saw the presence of 2 figures crouched down as if they were praying. They both wore brown robes like they were monks. This whole ordeal must have lasted 30 seconds and they faded away quickly. In the morning we both got up and discussed what we had felt that night. That's when she told me about what she witnessed. The crazy thing was, while she was experiencing that, I told her that I could have sworn I saw the face of an elderly man just staring back at me in the mirror when I used the bathroom. He had scars on his face and was balding. I'll never forget the sight of it. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling.
This is a story that will always live with me for the rest of my life. My mother and father used to always take lengthy trips over the weekends to visit my grandparents in Ohio, when we had lived in Michigan. We would drive about 4 hours, and we usually would get there by the evenings. My grandparents lived in a huge Victorian estate on top of a hill, surrounded by woods all around. The house had 6 bedrooms and was extremely spacious, so whenever we slept over, I got a room to myself on the 2nd floor. At the time, my dad suffered from terrible sleepwalking episodes, and they only seemed to trigger at this house. I can remember one night, I was sleeping in the room and had my window open. That was when I was awoken by soft sounds coming from outside of the window. It sounded like hymns and chanting, as if it was a lullaby. At first, I checked to see if the television from downstairs was accidentally left on, but it wasn't. I was starting to get really freaked out when I went back in my room, because I noticed my dad was walking towards the trail path into the woods. The house lights were shining bright enough so that I could see the woods well enough from the window. In a panic, I ran downstairs and outside as fast as I could and grabbed a flashlight, then chased after my dad into the woods. He had managed to walk so far into the path of the woods that we got to be a mile away, and the further I went into the woods, the darker it got. We just kept getting further and further away from the house, and it was really starting to get cold and scary. I started to call out for my dad, shining the flashlight straight ahead in the now pitch black woods, when I had lost him. For a split moment, I felt someone whisper my name in my ear, and the rustling sounds of leaves behind me, as if someone was walking right behind me. For some reason, I thought maybe my dad was behind me instead, so I turned and pointed my flashlight, and there was nothing there. I kept going and continued to look for my dad. That was when I once again heard a voice, but this time in a low and guttural voice. I could have sworn I heard the voice say, "Let's play." At this point, I actually thought my dad was playing a practical joke, so then I yelled out to my dad and told him this isn't funny and to show himself. Even though the voice sounded nothing like him, I just kind of assumed, maybe to ease my mind in my panic state. Literally a split second later, I see a cloudy mist and what looked like an orb hovering from the distance of the woods and slowing going in my direction from afar. It then disappeared. I heard my dad's far off distant scream, and I started running faster into the woods to try to locate him. When I finally found him, he had fallen into this well that none of the family had any idea had existed. I quickly helped my dad out of the well, and he had asked me what happened. I brought him back into the house and told him that he was sleepwalking and managed to wander into the woods. The creepiest part of this whole experience was this. He said that while he was sleepwalking, he had dreamt that a woman in pioneer clothing urged him to find her missing son in the woods. She told him to run to the well and he will find him. When my dad told me this, I told him about hearing some soft singing before I rushed into the woods to get him, and that I heard voices and whispering into the woods. A couple days later, fascinated by the well that existed in the woods, we went to go see it in daylight. To my utter shock, we had made a gruesome discovery. We found what looked like human bones at the bottom of the well. We immediately called the police. They examined these bones, and we were able to confirm weeks later that they weren't animal remains, but human remains. We had the bones examined by a professional, and they believe that the bones belonged to a young boy who may have perished hundreds of years ago. My guess is in the early 1800s. I would like to state wholeheartedly that these events are in fact true, from my father's sleepwalking to the dream he had and the bones uncovered. It may sound a bit far-fetched, but I guess you'll have to take my word for it. This event happened in the 1970s, and I'm 70 years old now. This all happened when I was 17. I have a rather bizarre ghost story, or maybe it just appears that way to me, since I've never experienced ghosts before. It was many years ago, when I was 14 years old, and spending a few weeks at our lake home. One night my friend and I decided to spend the night in the den, rather than our bedroom. The den has a lonely view of the lake, and has a wall of windows. It is a very large room. As we were in our sleeping bags, I noticed what looked like a man sitting in the armchair. The apparition was black. You could not distinguish any features, but you could see a bowler hat, or a similar hat, on his head. He just sat there and didn't move, his arms resting on the chair. I was paralyzed with fear. I eventually mentioned this to my friend, or maybe she mentioned it to me first. I just remember that after a long time, we started talking about our late night visitor. We compared notes on what we were seeing, and it became apparent that we were both seeing the same thing. A shadow? I think not, and if you read on, you will know why I'm so sure. My friend and I became so scared that we buried ourselves in our sleeping bags and held on to each other for dear life. We knew we had to get out of there, but we were too scared to move. Eventually we got up our nerve and made a mad dash to the bathroom. Keep in mind, our lake house is quite large and the bathroom was not nearby. We huddled in the bathroom for some time and got up our nerve to make it to our bedroom. This time, for some reason, we didn't run. As we were making our way to the bedroom, we saw another apparition on the living room sofa. This was definitely no shadow. There were no windows in this room, therefore no light except the bathroom light. This apparition was easier to see. It was a woman from the turn of the century. She was dressed in a white dress, possibly a Victorian wedding gown, and lying in the pose of a deceased person. As you could imagine, we hightailed it to our bedroom. When in the bedroom, we sat up with the light on. I'm not sure how much time passed, but eventually, we heard what appeared to be a marching band playing. We looked at the clock and saw that it was after 3 a.m., and therefore, highly unlikely that a marching band would be performing in this rather sleepy-like community. Had it not been for this, we would have considered it as teenage imaginations going wild. You can see things, but hearing them is an entirely different story. In the morning, we checked out the house to see if there was any way music could be played by itself in the house. We found an old radio down in the basement, but it wasn't plugged in. We then plugged in the radio, and it did not even work. We asked my grandparents if they had heard anything, and they said they hadn't. When we told them our stories, they just laughed, and almost everybody else we had told this to laughs also. If they don't laugh, they listen and nod their heads, but we can tell they are just being considerate and patronizing us. We are now both 30 years old, born a day apart, and live over 1,000 miles apart. When we are together, we still talk about this and stand by our story and memory. We still agree about what we saw and heard. I have no explanation about this, but I will not sleep alone in this house. I don't even visit often, but when I do, I'm still scared to death. Seabrook, Toddville Road, the former Toddville Mansion, which has recently been torn down. The property turned into apartments or condos. Reports of a strange creature roaming the grounds, noises, feelings of being watched, shadowy figures. Actually, this mansion was the List Mansion. The story of this place was well known to the people of Seabrook who lived there at the time. I lived near the List mansion for many years. Several acres of land were bought by a Houston business owner in the late 70s to early 80s, right on Galveston Bay, near the intersection of Toddsville Road and East Meyer Road. Bill List was his name, and for the most part at first, no one knew who he was, only that there was a major construction project going up near the bay. Bill List owned a trailer manufacturing business, and with the success of his business came great wealth. The mansion was a massive undertaking. Built up on several feet of soil, the 3-story brick structure dwarfed the modest home surrounding the property. The brick foundry, where Bill was buying the bricks for his mansion, was unable to keep up production of bricks for the mansion and bricks for other products, so Bill just bought the brick foundry so all the bricks made could go into his construction for project. Month by month, the mansion began to take shape. The stark brick structure was 3 stories tall, 4 if you count the massive garage on the ground level. All the windows on every floor featured wrought iron bars. It was divided into 2 separate sections, with a large glassed-in garden and pool. Catwalks on the second floor crossed from the front of the house to the back part. The rooms were arranged into 2 separate apartments, with kitchens, bathrooms, and living areas. The entire property was surrounded by a brick wall from Toddville Road. The List mansion, as it was called, resembled a prison, which was not far from true. When construction was completed, me and some friends were in the Kroger parking lot in Seabrook when 2 guys a little older than us invited us to a big party to celebrate the opening of the List mansion. We talked to them for a few minutes, and then they left. We did not go to the party. For years after that, you rarely saw anyone coming or going from the mansion, even though several families could live there at the same time and never see each other. The guys we saw at Kroger that day never showed up anywhere in town. Then one day, Bill List was dead, murdered, and the whole story came out in the Daily Citizen, the Bay Area newspaper. The List mansion was built like a prison, not to keep people out, but to keep people in. As it turns out, Bill List had a preference for younger men and would cruise the alleyways in parts of Houston where runaways would frequent. He would offer them a place to stay and drugs in return for his indulgence for the young men. Bill would keep them drugged and locked in the mansion, providing everything for them but freedom. Some would stay, and others would eventually be let go, but it was the final group of guys who figured it all out. They decided that Bill List must die, so one day, they got a hold of a shotgun and waited for Bill to come home from work. Bill never made it up the stairs from the garage before he was shot and killed. The guys who killed him ransacked the mansion, stole Bill's credit cards, and left. Some were picked up on their way to Canada. Others were caught in the Houston area. For years after the death of Bill List, the mansion was up for sale, and yet no one would buy it. Caretakers were brought in to maintain the property, and eventually, a bunch of people at a rock and roll band rented it for a while. I moved from Seabrook in the early 90s. Eventually, the List mansion was bought by a real estate land developer, and he tore down the List mansion. In its place was built Suco condos with clay tile roofs. There is nothing left of the List mansion, except the sordid stories of the long residents of Seabrook. These are my memories of the List mansion. I grew up in a small town, and for about a year, we lived in a haunted house when I was just 2 years old. In other words, I don't remember specific things, just feelings. It all started when my mother and father moved from South Carolina to Kentucky. They rented an old house with a huge basement. This was told to me by my mother. I don't remember much about the house, so this is all secondhand information. They had lived there only about a month when my mother and older sister started to notice things. They told me that I was the focus of the spirit, as it would do things to me or around me. Here's a few of the things that happened to me when I was little. One time, my mother and sister was sitting in the living room watching TV. I had a little wooden rocking chair that I loved to sit in. My father was at work working a night shift in the coal mines. Mom said, all of a sudden, things got very cold and my little rocking chair started rocking very fast and the rocking tossed me out onto the floor. Then, the chair fell backwards against the wall with no one in it, by the way, and my mother and sister both heard a very dull laughing. My mother said that the thing in the house would push me, and a few times when she was watching me play on the front porch, would pick me up and drop me down hard on the ground. My mother says that she was terrified to leave me alone. Then another time, my big sister and her best friend were playing with me in the front yard, and my mother said she heard them screaming for her. When she went out in the yard, my sister and her friend was holding on to me and crying. I was trying to go down the little hill into a little field below our house, begging to go play with it. My sister to this day swears that she and her friend saw a big black figure hiding behind a tree and motioning for me to come to it. And what was scary was that I was going. My sister's friend refused to come visit her at her house after that episode. My mother told me that I told her its name. I won't repeat it here, for it makes me have anxiety attacks, and that I lived in a deep dark hole in the ground, down in the field below our house. My mother went looking for a hole in the ground, and she found an old well that had been boarded up, and the weeds grown over it pretty bad, so it was very difficult to see. She didn't tell me if she experienced anything there or not, but she wouldn't talk about it with me. She kept begging my father to move. My mother said it would laugh at her, and she was constantly scared. Finally, one night when my dad was home, something happened that made my dad rethink and take my mother seriously. My parents were in bed, and it was pretty late. My father looked up and noticed the shadow of someone staring at him in the darkness. My dad at first thought it was my sister, so he raised up and asked her what was wrong. The thing laughed, and my mother screamed that it wasn't my sister because the shadow was too big to be my sister. When she screamed, my dad jumped up to turn on the lights, and it laughed again and disappeared. From then on, my dad took what my mother said seriously. After a while, my dad was able to buy a piece of land, and we moved, and according to my mother, not a minute too soon. To this day, my mother refuses to talk about it. I didn't find out about this until years later, when I was watching TV about 15 years old or so. I saw a commercial for cat food with the same name of the thing that had haunted us for years before. I had no idea about this because my mother didn't tell me about it until afterwards. As soon as I heard the commercial and some of the cat food, I had an anxiety attack. When I told my mother what happened, she turned very pale and told me some of the story. Some history of the house after we moved out. There was a man and his daughter who moved into the house. He was a single father, so he had his mother move into the house with him to help him take care of his daughter while he worked. Within 2 years of them living there, the man went crazy and one night killed himself with a gun. The daughter and her grandmother moved out at the night of his suicide and moved away to another state. No one ever lived in the house again. It stood empty for years, and the house started falling apart. The owner had since died a long time ago, and everyone just sort of ignored the old house. My mother never told anyone of our experiences. Finally, about 6 or 7 years ago, they tore down the house in the basement and they built a community fire department on the property. That building isn't exactly where the house was. It stands about 30 or so feet from where the original house stood. Anyway, that is my story. I've had other experiences as an adult, but I will save those for another day. Thanks for listening. I live in a 2-story townhome. It was the middle of July, and it was very hot in Kansas City. I was sleeping on the couch downstairs, as the upstairs is hot in the summer months. I was sleeping, and I remember a low, heavy, dark voice saying I must help Laura, my cousin, understand. I woke up startled by the deepness of the voice. You could even say a little bit scared. My dog, which hardly ever barks, was looking into the kitchen and growling, and then slowly he started to bark. He was watching something, and when I looked in the direction he was looking, of course I couldn't see anything. The light from the outside street lamp was beaming through the window, so it was somewhat light. He started to back away and follow the presence into the den, and then to the wall that was straight across from me. He was watching something, but of course, I still couldn't see anything. But from the way I woke up, in a startled state, I was somewhat scared to move. Like an idiot, I just stayed still and watched my dog follow this presence that only he could sense. He then started to go to the door, located on the wall across from me, and which opens to my garage, growling at the door. He would back up and then move closer, and then he started to smell under the door. Still, I was too afraid to move. I just stayed there and watched. Within 5 to 10 minutes of this, the presence seemed to have left. My dog stopped growling and was going from the kitchen to the wall, into the door again and again, as if to look for something. Finally, he gave up and just curled up at my feet, which have not moved an inch this whole time, and fell asleep. Feeling now that the presence had left the room, I went to the door, which led to my garage, and pushed on it to make sure the door was closed. Once again stating what an idiot I am, I did not dare to open the door. However, I didn't really have a choice, because that was when the door cracked open just enough that I could see the face and a body of a bloodied lady in a black robe. It appeared for 40 seconds, and I saw her long enough to make out that she had to be a nun. I just remember her face looking so badly bruised and beaten, as if she was hit with a bat or something damaging enough to give her a black eye. I turned away in fright, then opened the door completely to see that nobody was there anymore. It was like it appeared in a flash of lightning, then was gone. Just to give you some background on my house, the door that goes to my garage does not have a lock in it. Yes, this is dangerous, for if my garage door is open, anybody could just walk in, right into my house. Maybe this nun I saw was really a homeless person. Maybe it was someone who was trying to rob the house, but since they saw me, they fled. Nothing was stolen. Everything was in one piece. Feeling somewhat safe that the presence had left, I joined my dog and soon fell asleep. In the morning I awoke, went upstairs to take a shower, and dressed for work. When I came downstairs, I gathered up all my things and opened the door, which leads to my garage, and stood there in total amazement. My garage door was wide open. I left the door open all night and morning. I truly feel my spirit guide was trying to warn me, and I was too stupid and too afraid to listen to him. As I drove to work, I thanked him for trying to warn me, and I promised to try and listen more carefully next time. The reality sank in that I could have been robbed or beaten. Yes, today I'm buying a chain lock for that door and installing it right away. In hindsight, I wish I would have been more accepting of the events that were happening to me. If this has taught me anything, it's to stop, slow down, and listen to the ones who are trying to help me. As a youngster, I was playing with my toys in the lounge, and suddenly, I had this great feeling of fright around me. So I went running into my mother, who was washing the dishes. She told me not to be frightened, as there was nothing to be frightened of. So she assured me and took me back into the lounge to carry on playing. But as she walked back to carry on washing, she saw a figure standing still in the hallway. It looked as though it appeared to be a monk in a brown habit, with his face covered by his hood. All you could see was his feet, which had sandals on. My mother walked towards it, and it disappeared into my mother's bedroom. But my mother always said how I must have sensed the presence of this ghost. Another time in the same house, it was nighttime, and I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking into space when 3 squares appeared on the wall. I thought that it must have been some kind of light shining in from the window, knowing full well that no light normally shines through, as we had blinds and curtains up at the window. I kept on staring at the squares on the wall. They didn't move or anything, but I felt really frightened like in the other story. I must have fell asleep, thinking about the lights on the wall. In the morning, when I awoke, the first thing I did was get out of my bed and go straight to the wall, hoping in the back of my mind that there wouldn't be any kind of marks on the wall where the square was. But I was wrong. Where the squares were, there were deep-lined marks, like holes that were pressed into the wall, around where the shapes were. They looked almost like claw marks and definitely weren't there before. There is no logical explanation for this story, not that I can explain anyway. It was not possible for any light to come through the curtains, and there were no other kind of lights or anything on in the room or in the house. I've tried to come up with some sort of explanation, and I don't have one. And that happened about 23 years ago. I've had some strange and incredible experiences over the years. Just posted one in the last batch. Some of them I haven't sorted out how to share yet, but the following experiences are pretty strange. My roommate and I were living in a Seattle neighborhood called Capitol Hill. Our apartment building, the Ben Lamont, was built in 1910, and my apartment overlooked a little park area with a long retaining wall in the back. One night, I must have fallen into a deep sleep as soon as I went to bed. When I woke up the next day, I immediately told my roommate about a disturbing dream that a menacing, sinister black figure had climbed out of a hole in the ground, right against the retaining wall. He seemed full of rage and anger, and was coming closer and closer to our window, and meant real harm. It was a very real, fearful thing. After hearing my dream, my roommate said she tried to wake me up soon after I went to sleep, but I was out cold. She said she heard something like a gunshot outside in the park and walked through a darkened apartment to the living room's bay window to see if she could see anything. She said she saw a man who was built like a tank, but fitting the physical description of the man in my room to a T. He appeared to be staring up at her. For whatever reason, I don't understand why she did this, considering she thought she heard a gunshot. But she shined a flashlight on him. When she did, she could no longer see him. Although she saw everything else, the trees, the ground, bushes, everything where she was standing was illuminated, but he had vanished. When she covered the light, there he was again. I guess she did this a few times until he really vanished. Very, very strange. Another time I was staying in an artist's loft in San Francisco that was in a really creepy area on Market Street and 6th. I was in bed, just starting to get that semi-lucid feeling, when I woke with a frightened gasp. The only way to describe it is a flash vision. I thought for sure my throat had been slashed with a deep long knife from left to right, and all this blood was pouring. I remember sitting up gasping, knowing it was fatal. Then on the news the next day, chills went up my spine when the anchor person said that someone's throat had been slashed at a hotel on 6th Street, right around the corner from where I was staying. Somehow, I must have picked up on the victim's fear, anxiety, and shock. Not really a ghost story, but still weird. Another time, a friend and I had an interconnecting dream. I dreamt one part, and she dreamt the other. They matched perfectly, and since we both dreamt this right before we were waking up, we assumed we had these dreams at the same time. I think I was about 7 when I first started seeing things in my house and around my neighborhood. The first time I saw something was when my sister and I were sharing a room. I knew that I always felt something in the room, but I never saw anything, so I really paid no mind. Then one day, while I was sitting in my room, I looked up and saw an image by my door. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that I was scared. Over the next couple of days, I would hear things in my room, like people walking, the doorknob would jiggle, and things would just tip over. When I talked to my mom about these things, she told me not to be scared of them, just tell them to go away. The next night, I was sitting on my bed, and I heard somebody walking around. I did what my mom told me, and told it to go away. It didn't work. The sound became closer, and an image began to appear. At first I was kind of scared, but when I saw what the image was, I wasn't so scared anymore. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, who was lost. She was just staring at me for a while, and then she just sat down on the bed next to me. She was sitting next to me for about 2 minutes, and then she was just gone. For a few years, I wouldn't see anything, just hear things. When my older sister moved out, my sister and I finally had our own rooms. I stayed in our original room, and my sister moved to my other sister's old room. For a couple of months, things were cool, and then my sister woke up in the middle of the night and asked if she could sleep with me. The next morning, when I asked her why she slept with me, she told me it was because she was hearing people talking from the closet. Me and her had to switch rooms because she wouldn't sleep in her room. The first night, nothing happened, but the second night was completely different. I was hearing whispering and footsteps. At first, I thought I was scaring myself, but when I heard someone ask why my sister and I switched rooms, I knew I wasn't imagining it. At first, everyone thought I was making it up, but when I told my grandma about it, she looked at me as if she were surprised. She told me that I wasn't the only one in the family to be able to hear and see things. It was something that actually ran in my family. After that, things started happening more. People would talk to me. I would feel them touch my arm, face, or even feet when I was sleeping. And sometimes, I could feel someone sitting at the end of my bed. I think when I really got scared was when I decided to sleep with my light on so nothing would bother me. But when someone said turn the light off, that was it. I ran to my mom's room and fell asleep on the edge of her bed. That was the last time anything happened to me for about a year. I thought it was just something I went through, but when I turned 14, it got bad. Not only was I seeing things at home, but I was seeing them outside occasionally. I learned not to say anything, because when I would, people would just laugh at me. My family and I became aware of a particular area of a supposed haunting in the Jamestown, North Carolina area. We were intrigued by the article and wanted to investigate, even though we are people of faith. The article, which made us aware of the haunting, was in a local magazine and caught my two sons' attention after my wife read the article in a restaurant. The article described the following. In the 1920s, there was an accident in Jamestown near a certain bridge underpass involving two high school students returning from the local prom. From time to time, locals have reported driving by the area where the accident occurred and spotting a young woman dressed nicely standing by the roadside, needing a lift. The stories tell of a young woman named Linda entering the car and describing where she needed to be dropped. Upon nearing the destination, she vanishes. Of course, my wife and I are skeptical, to say the least, so, unaware of any peril, or should I say for a lack of knowledge or fear, we thought we would investigate with our two young sons of 5 and 8 years. We arrived at the location, which is off the main road into the woods, about 100 yards. There is an old stone-blocked railroad underpass, located next to the now regularly used underpass. Both of the underpasses have been covered with graffiti in tribute to the stories of Lydia. The old underpass, however, has been overgrown with ivy and weeds and is relatively secluded to say the least. Nevertheless, we were determined to investigate despite the spooky nature of the claims. As we entered the underpass, the air became distinctly colder, which we all noticed. We all felt frightened and left after only a few moments. We got in our car and drove home. We thought nothing of the event until that evening. Strange things began to occur at about 2 a.m. Of all things, an old woody doll with a pull string began to speak in a toy box and would not stop. The electric van door opened and closed several times without any provocation. My boys thought someone was in their room. We thought we were frightened from our prior experiences and let our logical minds control. The house still seemed strange to me, and I had difficulty sleeping, even though my male ego would not let me admit my fear. Time went by, and although the supposed haunting events were less dramatic, they nevertheless continued for about a month. It came time for the van to have a regular tune-up, and we took it to the dealership. When my wife returned with the van, the trouble ceased. I don't know what we experienced exactly over that period in 2001, but it seemed real. My wife and I still question the validity of our haunting, but our youngest son still maintains that Megan, as he refers to her, often talked to him and was very nice. Anyway, it's a nice little story we often tell family members who don't think we're lost on cozy evenings. Hope you will enjoy. I used to work at this daycare center that only stayed in business for 2 years. The building that we worked in had many owners and many businesses, but never stayed in business for longer than 2 years. Usually, bankruptcy would follow. Anyway, I had worked there for about a year and had always been scared of the back of the building. There was a long dark corridor that always gave me the chills, and I always felt like I was being watched. I had the early morning shift, so I had to be there at 6:30 and get ready for the kids to arrive. One morning, I had an infant who was only 4 months old and was asleep at the time of the incident. We were in our room, and I was writing out papers for the rest of the day when I saw a toy out of the corner of my eye being thrown across the room. I didn't think anything of it and played it off as my imagination until a week later when another coworker told me what happened to her. She was in the sleep room changing a child's diaper when she looked right and saw a little girl standing there staring at her. She looked back at the child she was changing and back, and the little girl had vanished. There were no children besides the one she was changing in the room with her. It freaked her out, and when she told me, it freaked me out, because then I realized that the toy that I saw thrown across the room wasn't my imagination. Neither one of us had another experience, but those two were enough for us. The first time I had a supernatural experience, I was asleep in my room at my parents' house. Now, I knew this house was haunted because in the middle of the night, I would hear something banging on my walls or my doors, and our dog, who slept inside, would bark on and off during one night, and the next night be completely quiet. But on this particular night, I saw an angel. I later found out that there is an old refrigerator under our house. Ask me why, and I couldn't tell you. Anyway, about a month after we moved in, we bought a 6-year-old Shih Tzu puppy. About 2 days after we bought her, my fiance and I were sleeping when he woke me up and told me the dog was on the bed. This, of course, was impossible, since she was only 6 weeks old, had short legs, and our bed was tall, with nothing around it for her to jump on. He told me that he felt something tugging at the covers around his neck and growling, and when he rolled over it, ran and jumped off the bed. I just passed it off as him dreaming. But about a week later, while he was at work, he works night shift. I was asleep, and I woke up because it felt like something was running from one end of the bed to the other, and back and forth. When I rolled over, it stopped. That kind of freaked me out. Then about 3 months later, I woke up and saw a hand coming out of our closet door with what seemed to be a letter or a piece of paper in its fingers. The hand was small and white. When I gasped, it disappeared. Then, about a week after that, the bed would periodically shake while I was asleep. I later asked my fiance if he ever felt the bed shake, and he told me he did. And when he described how it felt, I knew we were both feeling the same thing. It's a subtle shaking as if we're an earthquake, except we live in Virginia, where we don't have earthquakes, at least not the kind you can feel. It was almost as if there was a big dog on the bed, scratching furiously at a flea, and he also described it the way I would have, which is when you wake up, your first thought is, man, my heart beating that hard? And then you realize that it isn't your heart at all. And just last week, I saw a young woman with brown curly hair and brown eyes peering at me from a crack in the closet door. And last night, the downstairs bathroom door slammed by itself, and the bed shook with both of us on it. Usually, it only shakes with one of us on it. Anywho, that's my story. If you have any insight, please give it to me, and you can put the stories on your site. I've had the special gift of seeing those who passed on to the afterlife, often seeing those who have long departed Earth. It happens periodically, but when it happens, I have some pretty vivid and memorable experiences. This has been happening since I was 8 years old. One of the scariest ghost encounters I had was when I was 23. I was a teacher at that time, and when I first started teaching, it had gotten very late, and I was in school grading papers. I remember it started to violently storm for a few minutes before it stopped after some time. At this point, it was so quiet. I was the only one in the school at the time. I had left the classroom door open when I heard a loud banging on the school lockers right outside the door. It startled me so much, I flinched so hard. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a break-in, so I went outside in the hall to investigate. That's when I was floored. Standing all the way down the hall near the lockers was a man in blue overalls with a long beard. He was holding an umbrella in his hands and looked so deranged. He honestly looked like a homeless squatter to me. I told him not to move at all and that I'd be calling the cops, that I was armed with weapons, so if he tried anything, I'd attack, which wasn't true at all. I was bluffing, but I needed to scare him anyway. The next thing I know, the man starts charging at me full speed. I run back into the classroom I was just in, slam the door, and hide under the desk. I remember hearing the most intense scream for a second, coming from the hallway. The lights go out, and it's pitch black for a moment's time. I started to hear a couple footsteps. Then, silence. It wasn't until about 2 minutes later, the lights went back on. I screamed out loud, "I'm armed. You need to leave. You are trespassing. You don't belong here," etc. I waited a minute or so under the desk and eventually got out. Still quiet enough to hear mice. I opened the door and head out into the hallway. There was no sign of life. Nobody was there. No deranged, homeless man. Just nothing. The school is pretty small. It's 1 floor and about 10 classrooms. There are, of course, 2 entryways to get into the school, the front and back. I went to check the doors, and to my utter surprise, they had been both locked the entire time. I thought to myself, how could anyone break in? The doors are locked, no windows are open, and all of them are locked as well. Was I hallucinating? No, not at all, because the man looked as real as any person I could see. So, I made sure to check all the classrooms, even opened the lockers, to make sure this man wasn't hiding in there. But there was no sight of this guy. I did end up calling the police. They checked out the school as well, and saw absolutely nothing. By morning, everyone was aware of what happened. I think they actually canceled school for the kids that day, because they were worried that a maniac was on the loose. I think they made the right decision. To this day, I have no idea what it was exactly. Of course, since I'm gifted, I lean towards the idea that this was a ghost. If it wasn't, then I'm really lucky I was unharmed. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm honestly thankful that it was just me that evening. I should mention that the school does have a history of oddities and ghostly phenomena. Supposedly there was a rumor that years ago, in the indoor pool at the school, a teacher went mad and drowned a student right in front of everybody. Legend has it that you could hear the moans and cries of a young person in the pool from time to time. One of the school janitors once swore that they saw a blue figure hovering right above the pool. Unfortunately, nobody took him seriously. He actually lost his job and was put into a mental asylum because he had a mental breakdown after seeing that. Anywho, that's my story and the surrounding rumors of this haunted school. I hope this was thoroughly entertaining. I don't work there anymore. I moved to a different state and work as a teacher currently. After what happened to me, I honestly couldn't stay. Thanks for reading. I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and when I was a boy, I forget how old I was, maybe about 14 or 15. I was staying with my parents with my old aunt and my family's ancestral home. There's a very old church just up the road from the house. It's so close that you can take a shortcut across just one field, and you're there. It used to be part of an old Franciscan monastery. Anyway, I was in that church on my own one summer's afternoon. It was a hot day, and though the church was naturally cooler, it was only a degree or so cooler. I remember feeling a little uneasy. All of a sudden, the hackles on my neck rose. I thought my little sister had followed me in, but then the temperature literally nosedived from somewhere in the high 90s to the mid 40s in a matter of seconds. I sensed that someone, or something, was watching me from the choir balcony, above and behind me. Something told me that it sure as hell wasn't human. I don't know how, but I knew. I slowly turned and looked up. 3 seconds later, I was tearing down the road as fast as my legs could carry me. What I saw was the semi-transparent, cowled figure of a Franciscan monk regarding me from the balcony. He was barely there, yet details, the folds of his robe, the heavy cross about his neck, and the shaded outline of a face was visible, yet weirdly see-through. I'm now 20, and still refuse to enter that church alone. I've since asked the parish priest about it. He explained that he had seen an apparition a couple of times when he was alone in the church, but refused to comment or speculate further. I still feel funny talking about this because the only people that seem to believe me are the children around here. You described some of the things that have happened in your number 2 list of types of ghosts, so maybe I'm not crazy. We moved to this 120-year-old farmhouse about 4 years ago. When we first moved here, my youngest son was 3. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. I was doing the dishes when he turned to me and asked me to stop laughing at him. I told him I didn't say anything, so he proceeded to go to the living room and back again. When he reached the basement door, he turned to me and said, "Can you hear them, Mommy? They're laughing at me." I left it alone, but I never forgot it. As time went on, little things would happen that really got my attention, like the smell of perspiration when nobody was around. It would only last a minute or two, and it would only be in one spot of the room. I would go to other parts of the room, but could smell nothing until I went back to the original spot, and it would still be there. I would also smell it as if it were just passing by, in front of me, and then be gone. This continued for the next year, and then one day, I laid down with my son for a nap. It was about 1 in the afternoon. I would wait until he fell asleep, and then I would get up, but before I could move, our bed started shaking for no reason. It only lasted a couple minutes. After that, things happened a lot. My 8-year-old started to get smacked in the leg when he was asleep. He would always come downstairs afraid after it would happen. I started getting nudged on my leg at night, like someone was trying to wake me up. I am a very light sleeper, so I'd wake up immediately and look all around my bed in my room, but nobody was there. One night, when I was sleeping, I felt something lay across my legs. I tried to move, but it was so heavy, So I started to kick real hard and crazy, and it went away. Again, nothing was there. My son was 5 when he asked me if I could see the man's work boots standing in my dining room. He would see black things floating by and asked if I saw them. He would describe them like shadows. But the clincher was, when we were all sleeping at 4 in the morning, and my dresser started shaking so hard, I thought it was going to fall over. I spoke to my pastor's wife about it, and she said they say a prayer every night that asks the Lord to protect them from any harm or evil. My children and I started including that in our prayers, but we added spirits also. We have never had another problem since, except I do still smell them from time to time. I do still hear footsteps across the ceiling when nobody is upstairs, but that's no problem, I don't mind. My mother, brother, sister, and I moved into an old house in Cambridge, New York in 1995. They had the intentions of refinishing parts of the house to make it more modern. To give you an idea of the house, it was built in 1884, had 4 floors, which consisted of a basement, first floor, second floor, and a full attic. Above the attic there was a window's peak, and access was through the attic by a flight of stairs. Strange things started happening that everyone just brushed off the first week. Every night at 7 p.m. on the dot, the house would fill with the smell of cigar smoke. Nobody in the house smoked cigars. We could hear voices of adults upstairs and people running around. When we went up, no one was there. We heard knocking on the walls all hours of the day. People were heard whispering. It would get so intensely cold in the kitchen, and appliances would randomly turn on and off. My sister was coming down the stairs when she looked to be pushed from behind, and luckily my mother was at the bottom and saw the whole thing. My mother was never bothered at all. It seemed to target only the children, which were my sister, 11, my brother, 13, and me, who was 15. She did hear things, and she also felt things, but never scared out of her mind. One day, my mother came to me and said she had to show me something. She took me to the basement door and said, "Watch." She opened the door and turned a light switch off. Then she shut the door, waited for a few seconds, then opened the door, and the light was back on, and the switch was up. We then proceeded to do this over and over again, and the same thing occurred, so we duct taped the switch off. We left that night to visit family friends, and when we returned, every light in the house was on, even the basement, where it looked like someone tore the duct tape from the wall. We left the light on. From then on, everyone in the house had seen shadows and felt presences, but my brother was the one who saw and felt the most. One day, he was home alone and said he saw 3 men in the backyard digging by the garden. He watched them for a few moments when one of them looked up at him and all 3 of them disappeared. He said the men looked as real as he did. He woke up one morning with 3 scratch marks down the front of his chest, and he said he didn't feel it, nor did he wake up during the night. My closet doors in my bedroom one night rattled uncontrollably while I was trying to sleep. This creeped me out so bad, I refused to sleep or even go into the room. The room became a used office, and me and my sisters opted to share a room. My sister said she felt something watch her whenever she was in the bathroom, and on one occasion, she said the shower curtain whipped open. I do believe her, because she ran out of the shower screaming and straight onto the front porch. We found out that the house was part of the Underground Railroad. When research was done on the house, it was found that it was also an underground bar during Prohibition. Many people lived in that house and also passed away in the house. A woman by the name of Ann Douglas hung herself in what was my bedroom. And we also know that there was also a shooting outside of the house, around where my brother saw the 3 men. There were so many incidences, but too long to tell all of them. We lived in the house for 5 months before selling it and moving out. We have heard that people have lived there or stayed a short time before moving out. The house is currently vacant. I wonder why. I had many paranormal experiences when I was young. As I grew older, I dismissed them as fantasy of the young mind. As I grew older, they became less, but 2, as an adult, stand out in my mind. One happened when I was in Germany, and the other didn't happen to me. The first time was when I was in Mittenfing, Germany. I was about 23 years old. I was new to the country, military, and looking for a place to rent. We, my ex, an atheist, and I, found one. Our apartment was on the 2nd floor. The landlord lived on the 1st, and there was an attic. The first night we stayed there, I had a dream about a person named Caleb. I could not see his face. All I could see was a shadow behind curtains. He was asking my ex to come with him, and I kept saying no. I had the dream several nights, but I never told my ex my dream. About 1 month after we moved in, I started experiencing phenomena. We had a bathroom with a skylight. I had this unnerving feeling that someone was looking at me while I bathed. Keep in mind that this was an old German house, and showers are hard to come by. I also had the feeling of being watched when I went into the kitchen. Several months passed by, and winter came. We had a lot of snow, and it was piling up. One day, I was in the living room when I heard this sound in the attic, like someone was dragging something across the attic. I dismissed it as snow piling up on the roof and falling. The only problem was, the snow really was falling north to south, roof pitch, and the sound I was hearing was from east to west. I ignored it for about 2 weeks, and the sound got so loud that I had to leave. My ex found me sitting on the landing one day and asked me what the problem was. I told him what I was hearing, and he laughed and told me it was the snow falling off the roof. I told myself, giggling, "You're losing it." Several days went by, and I kept hearing the sound. I did ignore it, but one day, I tried to lay down on the couch when I heard this sign next to me. I left the apartment again, but one night, we had a party, and my ex told people that I was hearing things. They laughed, and I was embarrassed, but I told them open the attic door, which was between the bathroom and kitchen, and see what was up there. They did, and everyone stopped laughing. I didn't really want to see what was up there, but then again, I did. My ex told me there was nothing up there but old rags. He tried to persuade me from looking, but I wanted to see for myself, so I climbed up the stairs and looked in the attic. What I saw took my breath away. There was an old black German baby buggy sitting up there. It was full of cobwebs, and someone pushed it, and I knew what that dragging sound was. It made a distinct sound that could be heard by everyone. I actually felt sick to my stomach. We stayed there for about another month, and nothing happened. Then one night, we laid down to go to sleep when I heard this knocking on the wall above us. 3 knocks. I asked my ex if we had heard that, and this is what he said. I'm going to tell you I didn't, but I did. Well, it was about 2 weeks after that when my ex told me we were moving. I didn't know it, but he was looking for another place. No explanations. We were just moving. As we were moving, I asked him why, and all he said was, "Let's leave this place." I asked him why, and he got really mad and told me we were just moving. Well, we moved, and about 6 months later I asked him why we moved, and he told me that he looked up to the kitchen window, and there was a man looking down at us. I know there was nobody left in there, because I was the last person to leave. He also told me he was experiencing the same things I was, but wouldn't tell me, because he was afraid to scare me. Keep in mind, my ex was an atheist. I felt chills go down my body. The next one didn't happen to me. It happened to my husband. Keep in mind that he is a Gulf War vet with over 20 years active duty military. Brooke Army Medical Hospital in San Antonio, Texas. Where it stands now is not where it used to be. You actually have to go on post to see the real hospital. It was abandoned many years ago. It is barricaded off, but I would like to hear more about this building. My husband went for training last year. He's a reservist now. He stayed in a hotel across from the abandoned building. After a few days he was there, he called me and told me he couldn't sleep in this haunted hotel. He stated he woke up several times to find his stuff from his closet strewn across the floor. He also said his closet was extremely cold. He also told me that there were roaches as big as tanks. I laughed most of it off until I went there. He told me that several soldiers complained about things happening to them, but no one believes them. Well, I didn't believe him until he drove me by the old hospital, and it looked like an abandoned building, barbed wire, and chains with locks. After a few passes by the hospital, he told me I needed to see the hotel. He got me into the hotel pretending I was a soldier. I felt more like a prostitute, the way the CQ looked at me. I will tell you, this place looks as if you stepped into the 30s. I swear they haven't changed the wallpaper since then. He kept telling me that when he looked out his window, the hospital would have lights on and the windows would be open. Keep in mind, this is an abandoned building. He took me to the room he stayed in, and yes, the whole room was cold. I could see the hospital from the window and no lights. When we left, I looked up at the hospital and I saw a room with lights on and a window open. I got the creeps. As we were leaving, he drove closer to it, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in there. Firstly, I guess I'm what you call a sensitive. I regularly see things, hear things, and feel things that others don't. I'm usually the first one to point out when something doesn't feel right, and I've been like this all my life. During my first year at university, I stayed at Hillhead Halls, and I had the strangest experiences. For about the first month of being there, it was fine. One day, I was walking about the kitchen, and I felt a huge blast of cold and loud whispering, which really frightened me. Seeing strange things doesn't usually bother me, because it happens quite regularly, but this really bothered me, because it felt so bad. I asked my flatmate if she had heard anything, but she said that she hadn't. Just after the Christmas holiday, I came back to the worst time of my life. Firstly, there was a man walking around my flat. He was very tall, wearing all black, including a black hat or hood, and you could not see his face. I saw him outdoors and inside the flat. He frequently had a black dog with him, which often walked by my bedroom door. My flatmate got really scared of being alone in her room, as she felt there was someone watching her from her door. It was about a week after seeing this man that electrical appliances in my room started to go wrong. My electrical alarm clock, for example, would just start to beep much louder than anything it had ever done before. It did not stop when I pulled the plug out. It has no battery backup. My printer would just print out random rubbish, even if it was not switched on, and light bulbs will blow if you looked at them for a long time. The electrical stuff would only happen in my room. Objects would disappear from my room, reappearing elsewhere in the flat. An example of this is that we lost a bread knife out in the kitchen, bearing in mind that I don't eat bread much, especially not in my bedroom. We found it on top of my wardrobe at the back, about 3 or 4 months after it got lost. At night was the worst. Me and my flatmate would drag our mattress through to my room and sleep there because we're too frightened to sleep in separate rooms. I would have the most horrendous nightmares, which I never got before and have never got since. At night there would be constant bangings, tappings, and scrapings, which sounded like they were coming from the space between the walls. I think about the worst thing that I experienced while living there was getting up one morning and walking to the window at the end of the landing and looking out at the trees that are above the river dawn. On the larger branches, there were hanged people, as in dead, with a rope around their neck, swinging in the wind. They weren't dressed in modern clothing. I wanted to run away and stop seeing it, but maybe I was too frightened because my feet wouldn't move and I found it really difficult to breathe. After this, my flatmate found staying in our room, which overlooked the river dawn, unbearable, and moved into the room next to mine. As soon as that room was locked, everything was fine until it came to the end of the year and she moved out. She moved out about a fortnight earlier than me, but I was spending most of my time in the flat above mine. After her moving out, I came downstairs from upstairs to find her door open and light shining through onto the landing carpet. Very bravely, I went to shut the door and switch the lights off, but just as I got there, the door slammed in my face and locked, and I heard the light switch off. I phoned my flatmate to make sure she was home, which she was. I then phoned the people from upstairs and asked them to come down, and when they got to my flat, the room wasn't locked again, but was totally empty and freezing cold. It was the summer, but you could see her breath was white. The next day when I got out of the shower, I found that the bathroom door was wide open, despite the fact that I'd locked the door and there is no way that the lock could open itself. Also, the bathroom door was very creaky, and I hadn't heard a creak. I went to my room and got dressed as quickly as possible, but I couldn't find the key to my room so I could lock up and leave. I'd left the key in the lock on the outside of the door, but it was gone. I found it in the bathroom sink. Finally, one night, I gave my key to one of the people living upstairs to go and get me a sweater for my flat, as I was too frightened to go down. This person, who was a complete skeptic, came back upstairs completely pale, sweating cold sweats, shaking, and totally out of breath. I don't know what happened, because this person won't talk about it, and has made us all promise never to bring it up in conversation. These all sound like really weird events, but I don't smoke, drink, or do any kind of drugs, and I didn't then, but I swear they are all true. I don't want to experience anything like that again as long as I live. Thanks for letting me share this with you. My friend and I went to Alabama during our senior year in high school to visit my grandparents. Now, my grandparents lived in the middle of nowhere, little town. You blink, you miss it. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so one day we went exploring. Down about a half mile from my grandparents' house, at the end of the road, was a huge pasture. It hadn't been inhabited or cared for years. There was a large gate with a no trespassing sign. This made us curious to see what was hiding back there, in the middle of nowhere. We crawled under the gate and started walking. There was a gravel path and nothing else but trees, grass, and insects. We kept going for about a mile until we were in a fully wooded area. This is where the strangeness happened. First off, we stumbled across an old graveyard with only about 3 graves in it. Looked like a family. The tombstones were dated back to the early 1800s. I took photos that I can send at a later date if you'd like. Across from the graves was a waterfall. We decided to sit and take in the sight. While sitting there, we heard horse hooves galloping closely. We turned and saw nothing. A little while later, we heard what sounded like something being swung through the air near our heads. Nothing visible though. It spooked us, and we decided then that we should probably head back to the house. On the way back, we heard the horse hooves again, and this time we ran, got back to my grandparents' house, and replayed our story to my grandfather. This is where it gets spooky. He said that a while back, he stumbled across the waterfall too, and decided to sit and fish at the bank. He heard the horse too, and heard the swinging, which he described as a hatchet or something similar. Only he said that he turned and he saw a man on a white horse, carrying a machete, and appeared to be clearing the fields, but it wasn't really there, like he and the horse were transparent. He said that's when he took off running too. The only thing I can think of is that at one time, someone lived on that land, which is why they were buried there. I can tell you one thing, it spooked me then, but now I just realize that people just stayed there where their home was. I haven't had any opportunities to get back to that area, but if I do, I may go visit them. I moved to Indiana in 1986. I befriended a woman who sold real estate and said she knew of this huge house that was for rent in a small town called Lamb, Indiana. It sits directly across the river from Carrollton, Kentucky, and is halfway between Vevey and Madison, Indiana. The house was absolutely fabulous, made of stone and built circa 1800. It is told that the Native Americans taught a white man how to build the house. It became part of the Underground Railroad during the Civil War. There was a tunnel built from the Ohio River up to the basement wall, where they had knocked a hole in the wall for slaves to enter. My story starts in the fall of 1987, when my mother, my dog, and I were on the first floor in the living room, watching television. My little dog ran upstairs and was running around in circles. I could hear little toenails on the wooden planks. I felt a cold chill, like a burst of cold air, and became puzzled by it. There were no doors or windows open in the house. It was cold out, and we had built a fire in the wood stove. I went up to check on my little dog to see what she was doing, and there it was. My room had a door that led out to nothing. I assumed there was a balcony at one time, but at this time, there was no evidence of one, so the door stayed shut and locked. When I had gone upstairs, I noticed the air was more frigid, and it seemed windy. I went to my room and the door was standing open, and it looked as though a small child had breathed on the window of the door and wrote Amy's room on the window. I think the most interesting experience in this house also happened to be the most terrifying. One night, I'd been sleeping in bed with the door open when I was awakened by what I thought was my dad. I remember the door squeaked open slowly, and I heard a whisper. I couldn't hear it too clearly. All I knew was that it was some sort of talking. That's when I started to open my eyes slowly and saw what appeared to be a nun with an axe on her head, kneeling down and praying in front of my bed. I screamed. My parents rushed into the room, and I told them I saw something. My dad did his best to reassure me that everything was okay, and after I explained what had happened to me, I feel like he was just as creeped out as I was, even though he tried not to show it. Well, that even frightened my dad, to the point at which he told me he couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I ended up falling asleep, and my dad stayed up. He told me he went to the bathroom and turned on the light, when all of a sudden, it went out. Needing to use the bathroom, he grabbed one of the flashlights we had. When he shined the flashlights towards the mirror to wash his hands, he looked at the mirror for a second, only to notice an old man's face right behind him. He only saw this for a few seconds, but he couldn't forget the man's face. He had 3 large gashes on the side of his face, like he had been mauled by a tiger. Claw marks. He was a balding man, with gray hair only on the side of his face, and he looked about 70s. Of course, when the bathroom light came on, there was nothing there anymore. The basement had some creepy occurrences as well. You would hear a very young voice, often singing softly, not super loud, in fact, very faint, but a voice was there. When you'd get downstairs and into the basement, you wouldn't hear it anymore, but it was always something you heard whenever you were in other parts of the house. About a year or so later, we had some family staying with us for the weekend, and my cousin set up a large tape recorder in the basement to see if there were any noises. My little nieces and 3 friends bedded down in the living room by the wood stove to stay warm, and we all went to bed. The next morning, one of the little girls thanked my dad for stocking the fire that night because it was getting kind of chilly. My dad hadn't been downstairs all night. My cousin went down to the basement to get the tape recorder, reel to reel by the way, brought it back upstairs, and played it back to us. You could vividly hear a little girl say "Mommy." My family lived in that house for almost 15 years. This is a wonderfully chilling and rather classic, if that can be said, Scottish tale ghost experience. My mother, who was attending university in St. Andrews, Scotland, was walking home from a party. It was about 11 o'clock on a chilly November night. It should be noted beforehand that St. Andrews was, centuries ago, the religious capital of Scotland, and the ruins of the great cathedral still stand in the middle of the town. Anyhow, she decided to take a shortcut to the dorms. Instead of taking the road, she began to make her way through the soccer pitches. These were surrounded by spinnies of trees. As she crossed the fields, she noticed what appeared to be 3 policemen at the road at the end of the pitch, where she was heading. Though not that close, she could see that they wore heavy clothes, like the Scottish policemen's coats traditionally worn in the winter. She didn't want to be found by them at that late hour, and went to the nearby trees to hide. To her chagrin, they began to move towards the center of the field, though not directly at her. She stayed put. As they came closer, she realized that they were walking on the air, about 3 feet above the ground. Furthermore, they were not policemen, but monks in clerical robes. 2 of them were supporting a third in the middle, who seemed to be wounded. They passed only a few yards away from her, so that she saw them very clearly. Oddly, their feet moved very slowly, but they were moving through the air very quickly. When they came about parallel to her, my mother, mad with fear, ran as fast as she could back to the dorms, clearing a fence that was as high as her, with one leap on the way. A violent wind kicked up against her as she ran, as if trying to blow her back. The next day, she went back to where it happened. At the very spot where the 3 monks had passed near to her, she found 3 black cats eating the carcass of a rabbit that they had just killed. In another note, The mystery as to why the apparitions were floating is easily solved. The ground was leveled in order to make a proper playing field. The monks were simply walking on their own terrain, as it would have been in medieval times, 3 feet higher than the leveled field. My family has had many paranormal experiences. When my mother was a child, they purchased a house near Martins Ferry, Ohio, that had some strange occurrences there. My uncle was in his room asleep and woke up in the middle of the night to find an old woman in a rocking chair sitting in the corner of his room. He said she told him to get out of her house. My uncle was so frightened, he literally dragged his mattress into my mother's room and refused to ever sleep in his room again. My mother-in-law also saw the woman and can vouch that she was real. My great-grandmother would also see a small black devil-like creature with glowing red eyes outside her window at night. None of my family's pets lived very long in that house either. Their fish were found dead in their tank one morning. All of them. Here's the thing though. The water was somehow boiling hot. My mother's hamster was found dead in its cage too, and I've been told it looked like something had maybe scared it to death from the expression on its face. Also, every night, my grandmother would dream that the house was on fire and they couldn't get out. After living in the house for 6 months, they moved out. The day after they had moved out, the house caught fire and was almost burned to the ground. To this day, my aunt still has ghost experiences. At one of their old houses, they would turn out all the lights, lock the doors, and would come home to find that every light in the house was on. I never felt comfortable being alone in the house upstairs. I would feel like someone was watching me when there was no one else upstairs. And in the house they live in now, they were in bed one night when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from their living room. They ran into the living room to find nobody there, and all the doors in the house were unlocked when they knew that they had been locked before they went to bed. Also, my aunt was in bed, and someone told her that her baby's daughter's face was covered by her blanket, but no one else was home. I swear this is absolutely the truth. I wanted to share my family stories with other people, so they can know that maybe they are not alone out there. Hello, my name is Naomi, and I've had several paranormal stories to share. Ever since I was young, I've always been terrified of the paranormal, and I have had terrifying, vivid dreams. As a child, I would frequently awake to see a dark, shadowy figure standing by the doorframe of my bedroom. I would feel a presence behind me when I would walk upstairs at night. At a slightly older age, I dismissed the possibility of ghosts because I figured it was impossible, but later I had a change of heart when I went to this haunted yard. I'd heard many stories about a small yard where strange things had occurred. One night, I thought it might be interesting to go take a look at it and see what all the fuss was about. The yard is almost impossible to find, totally surrounded by trees. If you are able to find it, go there in winter. The snow is always perfect, not a single flaw. If it's a windy night, there will be no wind within the yard. The freaky part about it is that there is an old building which used to be an insane asylum, now abandoned. It's boarded up, but one night we opened it up, and we heard a faint barking of dogs from within, but there were no dogs anywhere nearby. Next to it, there is a small trailer. No one lives in the trailer, but a light and the TV are always on. There is an old swing on the yard. If you watch it for long enough, it will begin to swing slightly. The strangest part is that there are 2 old Native American tombstones. Every time you go back, They've been redug and moved to another location on the yard. I'm not sure if any of this is ghost related, but it certainly is freaky. An incident happened to me this evening as well. I was walking with some of my friends along the railroad tracks in my town. On the street next to the tracks, 100 years ago, there was a man who went insane, killed his family, and was hanged in the courtyard. Anyway, tonight, as we were walking, we all of a sudden simultaneously stopped and looked at each other terrified. We all felt a strange presence brushing against our backs. Later, we were sharing stories about screams people frequently hear coming back from the park. We decided to sit out on the deck of my friend's house, who lives right by the park. We were just sitting around, talking, when we hear the scream of a little girl, as if she was being murdered, coming from across the park. We randomly ran inside. Once inside, we began to share ghost stories. One of my friends believes his house is haunted. He always feels things in his room when he is sleeping. With one particular experience, back in winter, he would wake up in the morning with claw marks in his shirts and slight scratches on his back. This happened about 6 times. Another time, he woke up and all of his blankets were totally flipped upside down, but looked as though they had been untouched. He talked to his grandmother about it because she is able to communicate with the dead, and she visited their house and told the spirits to leave. Since then, there have been no strange occurrences. I work in a nursing home and didn't believe in ghosts till I was offered a night shift position. One of the girls said that the home was pretty bad with spirits, but I thought because of my age, 19, she was just trying to scare me. I was walking alone after answering a buzzer past the dining room when someone touched my shoulder. I turned around and no one was there. I was convinced it was the other 2 girls, but they were in the lounge and couldn't have got there without me seeing them. Later, we were sitting talking when the door, which is a fire door and doesn't move, was slamming and opening for about a minute and abruptly stopped. We all got out of our seats, don't know why, and then a black figure appeared at the door and just stared at us for about a minute and walked off. The eldest girl went after it, so we followed, and no one was there. We sat down to calm ourselves because we were pretty freaked out by that, when the emergency buzzers started going off simultaneously from one room to 30, but there are patients who can't reach them and others on medication, so we went and turned them off and checked our residents. We went to one lady who was dying of cancer, and I turned off the buzzer when my coworker said she was gone. We can only think this was her having a laugh because she was a great lady, or she was trying to let us know she was gone. That also wasn't the first time someone passed away before we were aware of it. I had a coworker once who could have sworn she was talking to an old woman at the clinic that had been at the nursing home for nearly a decade. This coworker had gone on vacation, and this was her first day back. There was a figure laying in bed, in a room alone. She was facing away from my coworker, and she had the door cracked open for a second to see if the woman wanted anything to eat. There was no response, so she figured the lady was just cranky and didn't want to be bothered. A few hours later, she went back to the room, and nobody was there. My coworker asked another why the patient was missing. The other coworker looked puzzled. Did nobody tell you that Miss Noble passed away in her sleep while you were on vacation? My other coworker said, well, then why was there somebody in the room a few hours ago? She found out that nobody moved into the new room since Miss Noble passed away. They tried moving a patient in there for a couple of days, but we would hear him scream bloody murder for no explicable reason. But again, they took him out right away, and way before my coworker returned to work. My coworker insisted that she saw a figure in that room, and that she wasn't tired or feeling unwell. This might end up kind of being long, since I'm going to try to cover a lot of what I experienced in my life. I will start with the first thing that I remember. I was about 4 or 5 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom getting some coloring books. It was summer, and the window was open. I heard this noise, and at first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I looked towards the window, and the sound faded. It sounded sort of like a lawnmower. Well, I went back to what I was doing, and the noise just got louder. I realized the noise wasn't coming from my window, but from the other side of my room, where the closet was. I looked over and saw this black orb hovering over the molding of the closet. It was moving in this swaying motion, and the noise I was hearing came from the black orb. I screamed and curled up into a ball. I continued to scream until my mom reached my bedroom. She looked terrified and kept asking me what was wrong. Well, my little brain could only assume it was a black bee, which she didn't find amusing. She said she thought someone was trying to kill me because of how I was screaming. From that point on, I read everything I could get my hands on about ghosts. Nothing happened for many years after the first incident. My father was in the military, and we moved from Atlanta to Minot, North Dakota, my sophomore year of high school. I'm not going to get into everything that happened down there, since it was a daily occurrence down there, no matter where in town I was. In brief, let's just say the blacker than black negative things. Everywhere. Luckily, the people that I normally hang out with saw them too, so I didn't feel like I was going crazy. They ranged in height from being 1 foot to over 7 feet. There was one we nicknamed Split Toes. Keep in mind, there were more than one of them. I lived in Minot for just under 1 year, and I'll never step foot there again. On top of the shadows, there were many other things that happened, ranging from smells to noises to the absolute feel of being chased, the fear. My sister even saw them, though it traumatized her so badly she shut down and now says she didn't. Now I know this sounds crazy, but I know there are other people out there that have experienced these things. I know that what happened down there was not an overactive imagination. We all from time to time will wake up with cuts we couldn't explain, or have them appear out of nowhere, sometimes singular, sometimes looking like a tiny clawed hand had hit us, and rarely bite marks. We were told by a friend's mother to wear sage and little leather bags for protection. I still wear one, even though I'm back in Alaska. After Minot, things slowed down a lot. I had a few more experiences with the shadows. After a while, I had enough though. I yelled at them and told them if they agreed to leave me alone, I would pretend they didn't exist, and it has been pretty much quiet ever since. The last time I had an experience like that was out in Cooper Landing, Alaska, just a few years ago. I left Minot almost 8 years ago. My friend invited me and a few other people to her parents' cabin for the night. We drove out there from Anchorage at around 8 p.m. in the winter. I don't know if you're familiar with Alaska seasons and such, but in the winter, it's hardly ever light out. Maybe a couple hours a day during the time period we went out there. So anyways, we drive out to Cooper Landing in the dark on really icy roads. We finally get out there, and at first sight, this place made me nervous. I was determined to have a good time, so I forgot my initial feeling on the cabin. the night went well. The cabin was set up in a very open layout. There was a wall that went halfway across in the middle of the cabin, with the living room on one side and 3 sets of bunk beds on the other. Come to find out, it used to be her grandmother's cabin before she died. Well, we all decided to go to sleep. My friend and her boyfriend pulled out the futon in the living room and went to sleep. Me and my boyfriend were lying on the bunk bed, where we could look into the side of the cabin where the living room was. We were just talking, and then all of a sudden, we started to hear this noise. It started by the living room, but outside, and worked its way around the cabin. But the noise would continue to come from everywhere it had already been. It was sort of like wailing. It reminded me of what a banshee might sound like. I was really freaking out and asking my boyfriend what the hell that was. He said it was a ghost crying. I looked out to where the living room was, and this thing started to appear, starting at the top and kind of whirlwinding down. My boyfriend saw it and leapt to the bunk bed directly across and was freaking out. I started demanding he go and turn the light on. It wouldn't stop until he did. Finally he did, and the thing disappeared. My friend woke up and told us things like that always happen out there, and we just needed to get used to it. I was really upset she didn't tell me. Neither me or my boyfriend could sleep till it got light outside. Nothing else happened that night, but I have no desire to try my luck again. Since then, I haven't had any encounters with anything that appeared as a shadow. I've seen ghosts that appear like people look, in color, and they don't scare me at all. I'm not sure what the black things are, and I'm not sure I want to know. I do know that as long as I don't think about them, I don't have any problems with them. Oh, I almost forgot. Aklunta is a really creepy place up there. Not the cemetery, but the village, or what's left of it. I only got to spend about 15 minutes out there, but that was more than enough to feel it out. Very bad vibes out there. And as we were leaving, I saw something back in the trees. As soon as I looked at it, it darted behind a tree. It was dark out, so I didn't know what it was, but it didn't look like a person. And when we were driving back to Anchorage, on the outbound side of the highway there was an accident, and this huge bull moose was on the side of the road dead. But none of the vehicles looked like they had hit it. A moose hitting your car would crumple it like a soda can. Well, that's all I have for this morning. Maybe sometime I'll go more in depth about my experience in Minot, but not yet. I don't like talking about it when it's dark outside. It all started when I was about 5. There was a thunderstorm, and I hate storms, so I went to my parents' room across the hall. After the storm was over, I decided to go back to my room. When I got to the doorway, I saw 2 figures sitting in 2 of my chairs. I had a little table and tea set in the middle of my room, and they were just sitting there. One of them was facing me, and it looked like a pitch black shadow. The other had its back to me. I wasn't sure if it was real, so I blinked my eyes very tight multiple times. The one whose back was facing me slowly turned around to look at me. It was white, kind of fuzzy looking, like the way your TV looks when it gets all snowy in the TV set, and had 2 black holes where the eyes should be, and an outline of the nose and mouth. I think the best way to call it is a static man. I got scared and ran and told my father what I saw. He told me that our grandfather tends to watch over us. He passed away years ago. He even said he saw this dark shadow hovering over his bed one night, although it was pretty dark, so we could barely make out anything. I later found out that an old couple originally lived in the house before my parents bought it in the 70s. The original house is small, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen, a small living room. It was only 1 story, and when my parents moved in, they said the old man died. They heard voices a few times, but didn't think anything of it. Then, when me and my brothers were born, they built a basement and 2nd story where the bedrooms are. My bedroom and my parents' bedroom are right above the original part of the house. My room used to be the attic until we built the upstairs. I think the ghosts were my grandfather and the old man, but I keep seeing the same ghosts when I go places. I'm never scared though. Also, we've had things fly across the room. Things shatter out of nowhere, hear noises, and I've had experiences where I felt a presence in the room, and then I saw a crease in the couch right next to where I was sitting. I'm not scared though, because I just have a feeling they don't intend on hurting me. It actually makes me feel safer at times. Hi, I've enjoyed your website and wish to share one of my experiences. This is all true, and if you have any comments about ghosts or questions, please feel free to email me, as I'd like to know what it might have been. When I was 12 or so, I had a strange experience. I was playing with my friend in the woods near the Quibbin Aqueduct. This is in Wayland, Massachusetts. We had to take our neighbor's police dog on our adventure, looking for the Indian artifacts. On a hill that was gravelly, I found what I believed to be an arrowhead. After showing it to my friend, I stuffed it into my pants pocket and moved to a new spot with the dog. He began to whine towards some bushes about 20 feet away. I looked in the direction the dog was looking and saw nothing. Figuring it was a rabbit or squirrel, I let the dog off his leash. He began barking and ran into the bushes. My friend joined me, and we called the dog back. He came right away, being well trained. He sat looking from us to the woods and panting. We put his leash back on, and both my friend and I had the feeling of being watched. I reached into my pants to see the arrowhead, but it was gone. I checked the other pockets. Nothing. Then we decided to go home. Both of us creeped out. On our way back, the dog stopped at a tree and looked up, and at least 30 feet up, we saw a piece of bloody fur stuck to the tree. We ran back to the neighbors and returned the dog, not wanting to get laughed at. We didn't tell them about the fur. My friend got her bike and went halfway to me to my house. When I got in the door, the phone rang. It was my friend. She asked if I was okay. I was fine. I told her. Then she'd explained she'd seen someone lurking in the bushes of the only empty house in my neighborhood, and they seemed to be following me. I dismissed it and ate dinner. That night, a storm came. The thunder and lightning woke me up. During a flash of light, I saw a tall, thin figure at the foot of my bed. I think it was a man. He wore all black, a long, odd jacket, and had very long arms. They reached his knees. On his head was a stovepipe hat that was too high and had a wide brim, so his face was shadowed. As I looked at him, too terrified to scream, he raised his arms and pointed at me with the long finger. Another flash of light, and he was gone. In the morning at school before homeroom, I asked my friend to describe the person she had seen the day before in the bushes. She said he was thin and had a weird hat like Lincoln wore. Of course, I was freaked out. I don't know how much later, maybe a month or more, I was doing homework on my bed and heard scuffling in my closet. Thinking it was the cat, I opened the door to scoot him out. The cat was not there, but the clothes were swaying side by side. I closed the door and left my room. The next and last time I saw the ghost was at summer camp. I had been put into a room alone, having had a panic attack over an incident in which I had a dream come true. I dreamt a kid got run over by a van, and a storm came and a cabin was hit by lightning, and kids burnt up. That day, we were teamed up and competing for ribbons. One event was the van pull. A team of kids were pulling a van. A kid fell under, and the van went over him. He was unhurt, but the license plate made a dirty mark on his back. I got scared, and then it began raining very hard. Everyone headed to their cabins. It began to lightning, and I lost my mind. I'd confided my dream to my friend that morning, and as she tried to tell the counselor, I was crying and trying to warn people about the fire I believed to be about to happen. The counselor locked me in a room, alone. A blast of thunder and lightning hit and blew the outside door open. Rain poured in, and in the storm stood my ghost looking in at me. I screamed and slammed the door shut. Luckily, fire never happened. I never saw the ghost again. I often wonder about it, and as scary as it was, it never hurt me. Please note, I know the story sounds far-fetched, but it isn't. This really happened. Hi, Sam here. I've apparently spoke to a ghost when I was 2 years old. To cut a long story short, I moved to Invicta Road in Charnes, Kent when I was 2 years old, with my dad. A year or so before we moved in, a lonely pregnant woman lived there and offed herself by hanging. Because of the pregnancy in the back room, no one lived there till my dad and I. I slept in the back bedroom. My dad told me that he would often hear me talking to someone at nights in my room. My dad asked me who I was talking to. I said it was the gray lady who sits at the end of my bed. My dad then met my stepmom, and she moved in with us. At nights, sometimes my stepmom and I would sit alone, and she'd hear walking around upstairs and things being moved about. It was so bad, one night, that she went over to her parents' house to get them. They brought their dog over. The dog started growling and barking for no reason. My dad moved me out of the back bedroom to another bedroom when I started to get upset and not sleepiness. Dreams and anxiety are my main feelings I get. I can't walk through a graveyard without getting anxiety, and I also smell a really musty smell that no one else seems to notice. It's so intoxicating that it makes me feel like I'm suffocating, and it makes me feel sick. Sometimes it makes me wonder whether I still have this woman following me. I was recently staying at a youth hostel in Cornwall, England. The manager warned me jovially when I arrived that there were 3 ghosts in the hostel, all linked to different areas in the building. He added with a mischievous grin that one of them had a particular dislike for the new computer that had been installed and seemed to keep switching it off. He chose to tell me this because the reason I was there was to do some work with that very computer. After an evening of unproductive work on the computer that obviously wasn't working properly, I retired to the small private room I had been given. I dropped off to sleep fairly quickly, but woke up after about an hour feeling cold, the reason for which became clear very quickly. The duvet from my bed was lying in a heap on the floor around my feet. I picked it up and covered myself, but then had trouble getting back to sleep as the couple in the next room were being very noisy. Eventually, they quieted down and I started to relax, but before I managed to fall asleep again, The duvet began to slowly slide down the bed, as if pulled from the bottom. I let it move about 6 inches to see what was happening, then got hold and pulled back. Whatever was pulling gave up with relative ease, and I was soon covered again. At this stage, I can remember that rather than being frightened, I felt as if some silly game was going on, and I was almost giggling about the fact that some impish ghost had chosen me for an adversary in its little game. As a result, after a half hour or so, I had no trouble getting back to sleep. It seemed, however, that I hadn't taken things seriously enough and had managed to cause offense. The next time I woke up, it was with a startle, as the duvet began to quickly slide off the bed, again, in the same direction towards my feet. This time, I decided that enough was enough and started to feel very afraid. You know what it's like in the dark at night. A simple duvet can seem to offer so much protection and security, and the potential lack of it made me feel very vulnerable. I think I managed to move about an inch before I found myself suddenly unable to move anymore. I couldn't actually feel any force or weight holding me or pressing down on me, but I was totally unable to move my arms or any part of my upper body except for my head. In fact, it felt like it was suddenly made from lead. I was then greeted by an old man's laugh. I had literally heard a very slow guttural sounding laugh, and it sounded far from pleasant. I fought and eventually managed to get my fingers to move slightly. As soon as I achieved this one small movement, everything was fine. The inability to move evaporated quickly, and I was left back in full control of my body. I stood right side up, surveying the entire room, and what I saw next terrified me. There were a pair of red eyes looking at me by the door for about 30 seconds before fading away. Just then, the door opened, and there was a light mist that moved through the door and then evaporated. I screamed, "I'm not afraid of you, and that tonight's rest will be a peaceful night's rest." I pulled the duvet back over myself, and surprisingly, only felt any kind of fear for a few minutes, and was soon relaxing again. Whatever the game was about, it seems that I had won, and that my adversary had admitted defeat fairly gracefully. I slept peacefully well for the remaining few hours of the night, and woke up perfectly refreshed in the morning. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I have had frightening experiences with spirits. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic "someone's watching me" feeling. I always blamed it on me being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallway to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and it didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed was a light blue glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night, my two sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware where I was hiding, stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard a younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign? The stop sign is located next to the gate." After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused and was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the sign both looked exactly like me. It all began around the 1st of June this very year. The incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's home. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer. In the summer of 1998, I didn't know that those last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I had spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and it felt like I had actually gotten a little closer to them both, but particularly my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother, informing us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings. I would feel like touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattling and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Diminutive objects would fall from midair, such as paper, hair clips, and coins, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast. So fast, in fact, I would hear a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, money, to name a few, usually belongings that I would use around the house. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I'd been sound asleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadowy like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else that he would approach me. I'd never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that maybe nobody would believe me or listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed in before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted when I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and my brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said, our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking first, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience, and it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. It felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping on the living room sofa that I felt appeased, albeit this has not been my first experience. Ever since the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all of the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were several rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away. So my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife on a trip to California got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am to this day too. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. When I was in high school, my family lived in a rented farmhouse in the country. I was 17 and dating a very nice gentleman who had come to visit me for the evening. My mother worked nights and usually got home around 11 p.m. or so. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the floor in the living room, leaned up against the couch watching TV, when the kitchen door opened and the light came on. We both heard a thump like my mother had put her purse on the table, and then the bathroom door opened and closed. We both thought that was odd, because usually my mother would not have turned on the light, because my dad is a light sleeper, and the light would have woke him up, and my mother would have at least said hi to us anyway. My boyfriend noticed that it was getting late, and he needed to get home. We had expected snow, and he didn't want to be caught in a storm. I got his coat, and we walked to the door together, and stood on the back porch watching the snowfall. As my mother pulled in, my boyfriend made us both wait on the porch as he searched the house from one end to the other. No one was in there other than my sister, upstairs asleep, and my dad, who was sound asleep in the back bedroom. Many other things happened there. One night, me and my boyfriend decided to play the Ouija board to summon the spirit that was residing in the house. I remember it was a blizzard that day, and my entire family except for me were in another state visiting my extended family. We were asking questions about the spirit. At first we asked its name. Nothing happened. Then we asked if we were bothering him. Still nothing. After nearly 20 minutes of continuously trying to get in touch with someone, my boyfriend angrily grabbed the planchette and Ouija board and threw it out of the window. He said he had enough of this make-believe and that he was really starting to get tested. I told him he shouldn't have done that he could really upset whatever was living in the house. My boyfriend mockingly says, "Sure. Why doesn't this stupid spirit just possess me if it even exists? Make some real noise." My boyfriend gets frustrated and ends up sleeping on the couch because he was tired of playing games. Later that night, around 3 a.m., I was awakened in the middle of the night to hear my telephone landline ringing. The only problem was, there was no landline telephone here. We all had our cell phones, and they were on silent. Seconds later, I hear loud pounding on the door to my bedroom, and it's slightly opened. I yell out to my boyfriend, but there was no answer. I hear the phone ringing again, but I couldn't locate the sound. Then, everything fell silent. Not a second later, I hear a gargling noise coming from the living room, mixed with prayer. It was coming from my boyfriend's mouth. He was violently whispering in his sleep. What really got me, though, is I went to see my boyfriend on the couch. There was this very dark cloud floating above him for a few seconds. It disappeared, and then I heard my boyfriend choking, so I ran towards him. He was literally pale in the face, almost as if he stopped breathing. That's when I realized he did seem to stop breathing. I frantically shaked him, yelling at him to wake up. I started getting scared, and I cried. This time, my phone went off, and someone was on the other line. All I heard was what sounded like a low voice saying call, and the phone call disconnected. This was on my cell phone. I then called the paramedics. They arrive. Paramedics were in my house, checking my boyfriend's pulse. That's when he wakes up, delirious, but confused. He asks me what's going on. After talking with the paramedics and my boyfriend, They were convinced that he had a panic attack in his sleep, and they ended up leaving. But he told me something very scary. He said that while he was asleep, he had this odd dream that someone was trying to get him to go to the afterlife with them. There was this hooded figure who said nothing to him. He was just motioning towards the sky, and then all of a sudden, he was in a cemetery and saw himself in a coffin dead. I told him, this all makes sense because you threaten the spirits. This is 100% true, and all I have is my word. But believe me, these events happened. I can't explain the mysterious phone call. I'm sure that my boyfriend challenged the spirits to make some noise, because it certainly made some noise. This is an incident that happened to me in the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Washington state area, long ago, in the 1960s. As a young teenager, I was very impressionable. My parents were never active in my life, and I always wanted to feel like I belonged to a group. It didn't matter who gave me the attention, just as long as I got it from somebody. Feeling neglected, I ended up running away from home at the age of 19 so I could join a satanic cult. The cult was pretty serious. We would often meet up at this secluded building in the middle of the woods that was abandoned at night to gather around in circles, drawing pentagrams and praying to evil. We did a lot of drugs and even sacrificed animals as part of our ritual. We would decapitate squirrels and place them inside the pentagram, and other times we would cut ourselves and write our names on the walls with our blood. It was definitely not a good environment for me, to say the least, but at the time, I was thinking of how much of a bond we all had together, the 5 of us. The building itself actually felt very haunted, but because I was so stoned out of my mind, I wasn't sure if it was hallucinations or legitimate spirit haunting this old building. I remember one night, we were injecting each other with needles, and we ended up passing out for a few hours. As I started to regain consciousness, everyone else was completely out, and I swear I saw the presence of an old man in a brown cloak, hood on, and with white eyes that glowed in the darkness of this building. He was there for about 30 seconds, then vanished. He was watching me from the stairs inside the building. We were all in the living room at the time, and there from the living room, you can see the stairs in front of you. The people I was with would sometimes hear voices, evil whispers and laughter so subtle, but quiet enough to hear. I vividly remember another night where we held our bloodied hands together after sacrificing a deer. I could have sworn after 3 minutes of chanting the devil as our leader, we heard the door from the upstairs of the building open and slam twice. We kept going, and I remember one of us blurted out, "If the devil is here, please show yourself." Nothing happened, and we ended up doing drugs again and passed out. The next time, all 4 of us were awakened to one of the cult members convulsing and choking. I was very alarmed by this, panicked, and told the rest of them that we needed help. All of them angrily told me no, leave him be. I yelled at them to help him, that he needed medical help and he would die, and 2 of the cult members proceeded to tackle me and pin me down to the ground to prevent me from doing so. They told me that this is what our Lord wanted to happen, that this was natural, and if he loses his life, the devil will want a new companion. What happened next is something that will always haunt me. I watched this guy die in front of my face, and not one single person gave a crap, except me. They kept trying to tell me that it was natural, that this was supposed to happen. The next thing I knew, the 3 of them were tying me up to keep me from escaping. They told me that I wasn't a worthy member of this cult, and because of my reaction, they couldn't trust me. I told them that I was definitely worthy, that I wouldn't tell a soul, but it was like my words were being ignored. One of the members turns to the other and tells them, "We'll keep him here for the entire night and figure out what to do with him in the morning." So, they ended up tying me up and leaving me alone for the rest of the night at this old abandoned building that looked like an asylum. They had left for the night. They ended up drugging me and I passed out until I ended up awakening. As I awoke, I was still reeling from the shock of everything that happened. I actually gagged a couple of times. They didn't even move the body. I was tied up in the hallway, and I was forced to look across at the body that was still there. The man's eyes were bulging open, wide, and lifeless. Now here's where the paranormal part kicks in. After a few minutes of being awake, I look across to where the body was, and I could see a group of hooded figures in a circle around the body, cloaked apparitions. I blinked a few times, and they were gone. Was I hallucinating from the drugs? I'm not sure, but it gave me yet another thing to be afraid of. Anyway, not long after that, and I don't even know how this happened, but as I was trying to free myself from the rope that had my hands tied up against the banister of the stairs, I managed to somehow free myself. But that's when I heard voices getting closer to the building. It was the rest of the cult, and they were coming back. At this point, the sun was starting to rise, but it was still dark, so I did my best to flee, and I left out the window in the main room and ended up running through the woods. I just bolted and ran as fast as I could. I'd never ran so fast before in my life. It must have been from the adrenaline. Eventually, I was able to pass through the woods until I ended up on the main road, when I saw an auto dealership. I ran into the dealership, told the workers to call the cops, that I was abducted, and that there was a group of terrible people who let a man die at the abandoned building a few miles into the woods. They called the cops, and they eventually ran out to the building. The body was still there, and the group was arrested. They ended up going to jail for 15 years. The building itself was torn down not too long after, and I've never actually been back to the spot. I don't know why I would anyway. I ended up having PTSD for years after this incident, terrible trust issues, but after years of therapy, I ended up rehabilitating myself. This happened in the 1960s. I guess the reason why I wanted to write this story was to warn you that you should never be desperate enough to join a group of people who do terrible things. Never openly trust people without evidence that they are worth it. And of course, never join a satanic worshipping cult. I made my mistake and almost paid for it with my life. Nowadays, I have 2 kids, and I tell them this story to remind them that there are bad people out there, but also that there are spirits that can be summoned, and they can be very evil. Stay away from all of that. It's not a good lifestyle. What I'm about to tell you happened during the summer of 2015. The incident was at a Mayan jungle, 2 hours away from Cancun, Mexico. My friend John was moving for work and decided to drive 1,000 miles from his home in Mexico City to Cancun. To an adventurous girl like me, it rang in my ears as a fascinating road trip. I offered to go with him, as he'd be going through some of Mexico's most economic and breathtaking sights. In Cancun, with its beautiful coastline, covered in powdery white sand and deep turquoise blue waters, was not only worth the 1,000-mile drive, but would be the perfect destination to complete my vacation before flying back home to California. Cancun is situated in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico's southeast. The peninsula is a region covered in deep rainforest and jungles where the Mayans once erected their great empire. The first leg of the trip was as expected. Great sights, great food, great places, great music, great people. However, the rain and terrain soon started changing as we started going deeper into the jungle. Roads were less illuminated, towns and villages scarier. We had enjoyed the road so much. The next leg of the trip was going to be non-stop all the way to Cancun. The night hit us as we drove through one of the deepest parts of the jungle. The road started narrowing until it became a 2-lane road, with the only light coming from the full moon ahead of us, and the dim headlights from the mid-90s hatchback John was driving. He estimated we would be in Cancun in about 2 hours. It was 2 a.m., and the moonlight could let you appreciate the thick vegetation on each side of the road. John was telling me some more folklore about the region and legends about the Mayans that once lived in the region, when suddenly the car started slowing down. John would press on the gas, but the car would struggle to go. Shortly, the oil indicator lit up. Something was wrong, but to our relief, we saw lights up ahead and what seemed to be toll booths. We decided we would park by the booths and call roadside assistance. Our relief was short-lived when we realized the toll booths were under construction and they weren't functioning. There was nobody on duty, so we decided to keep going, but about 25 yards past the booths, the car completely stalled. Luckily, the road was well illuminated from the booths on, and the car stalled right next to a light pole. John gets out of the car to see what was going on. It was leaking a lot of oil. He calls roadside assistance to no avail due to bad signal. He decides to try to fix the car. He goes to the trunk, gets some tools and a bottle of oil, and gets to work. After many attempts, the car wouldn't start, so John decides to call roadside assistance and finally gets through. Unfortunately, they tell him it would take 3 hours to reach us. I told John we are less than 2 hours from Cancun. Isn't there anything they can do? He put his tools away and gets back in the car and tells me there's nothing we can do but wait, to get some sleep and wait for roadside assistance. He then reclines his seat and goes to sleep. I get out of the car instead and start looking at the road, the vegetation, admire nature. A few minutes went by. Something caught the corner of my eye. I look back at the booths, and I can see the silhouette of a man peeking from one of them. I call John, but he doesn't respond. I look at him, and he is fast asleep. I look back at the booths, and the man leaped from one booth to the other. I yell at John that there is a man at the booths. He wakes up and tells me not to talk nonsense. At this point, the man leaped from the last booth and stood in the middle of the road, dressed in a khaki long-sleeve shirt and khaki pants. Pretty normal, but there was something weird about him. His stance was abnormal, arms wide open, but lowered with hands open, and that, when I felt a cold shiver down my spine, when I noticed his arms and fingers were too long for his body. I insist on John, and he decides to get out of the car and sees the man standing back there. He looks at me, then at the man again, and yells at him, "Hey." The man shook his shoulders, put his arms forward like a sleepwalker would, and started walking towards us slowly. John and I looked at each other in disbelief and asked me what's up with this dude. We turned back to the man, and he was now about 10 yards away. I could really see him now. He was of heavy build, about 6 feet tall, short black hair, light brown skin, but I couldn't see his face. It was like an empty space. As he drew closer, we saw in horror that he had no face. just flat plain skin with no nose, no eyes, no forehead, nothing. At about 5 yards, he stopped with his arms still forward like a zombie. He had long arms and bony hands with long fingers. The area was well illuminated that we could see him clearly, that there was no mask, and we were no doubt in front of something paranormal or otherworldly. The faceless man tilted his head side to side, and that's when panic set in. I rushed into the car and told John to get in and let's go. He was in shock and took all my screaming to get him back. He rushes close to the hood of the car, and I can see the faceless man walking towards us again. John was getting back in the car when I noticed the oil lamp on the car's hood and yelled at him to put it on. He pops the hood of the car and puts it on. The faceless man had taken 2 long steps and was now 5 feet from when John was rushing back in the car. He turned the engine to no avail. I could see the torso of the faceless man through the driver's side rear window. I was totally panicking. Then the car finally started, and we took off as fast as the car could. We look ahead at the road, and we hear what sounded like a hit on the rear bumper. I screamed at John that he is probably hanging off the bumper. John, short of breath, tells me he doesn't think so, as he would feel the weight on the car, and that I might have to get back to the back seat to check. I was about to, when I looked back and see the faceless man standing back there in the middle of the road, fading with the distance as we speed away. In a couple very long hours of shock and silence, we reached Cancun's city limits. We stopped at the gas station to collect ourselves. He had no face. John would repeat this over and over for a while. When we were calm and rested enough to keep going, John turns the car engine and the car does not turn on. We look at each other with horror, but then remembered we were safe away from the scene, and we smiled, slightly in relief. I want to express that we did not see Slender Man. That's an internet creepypasta. The body of the man was like a normal heavy-built guy, just long arms with bony hands. He even had hair. This experience changed my view about risks and scary parts of being an adventurer, but I will continue to have adventures in the deserts, forests, and jungles of the world. I just hope I don't ever run into the faceless man again.
I was reading through several stories today on your website, and one in particular sparked a memory of an experience I had when I was 8 months pregnant with my daughter. I may not have shared this story with you once before, but I don't remember. I remember that night just like it was yesterday. An evening in early 1994, my husband and I were watching TV on the couch when I decided to go to bed. I blew out a candle I had burning on the kitchen table and then headed to the bedroom. It wasn't too long after I crawled into bed that I was abruptly taken over by this unseen force sitting on my belly. My daughter began to move very violently and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I looked out my bedroom door and could see this flickering light coming from the living room. I figured my husband fell asleep on the couch and forgot to turn off the halogen floor lamp we had sitting behind it. I began to scream as loud as I could for him, but nothing came out of my mouth. The harder I tried to scream for help, the harder the unseen force seemed to push down on me. I began to pray. I prayed like crazy, asking Jesus to protect me and my unborn child. I kept looking out the bedroom door, seeing that flickering light, and hoping to see my husband come running in, but he never came. The whole incident lasted for what seemed like forever. But when it was over just like that. There was no more pain. I could breathe, and my daughter was at peace. That's not the end of the story, though. I got up from the bed and headed to the living room to tell my husband what had happened. No sooner than I left the bedroom, of course, I found him sleeping soundly on the couch. But the halogen light behind it wasn't on. The flickering light I kept seeing throughout the ordeal was the candle on the kitchen table. As I explained in the beginning, I blew this candle out before I went to bed. And I know I did, because I have always been very cautious about burning candles. The candle had somehow rekindled itself and burned all the way down to the wick. Apparently, the glass votive had gotten so hot that it broke and sent flames from the wick onto the table and placemats. The entire top of the table was on fire, placemats and all. I started screaming at my husband to wake up. He jumped off the couch to find me trying to smother the flames out with a kitchen towel. The apartment started to quickly fill up with black smoke. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and put the fire out. After it was all said and done, we talked about what had just happened, trying to make some sense of it all. I was certain the unseen force was trying to kill me and my baby. I thought it was holding me down so that when the fire spread through the apartment, I would die from smoke inhalation, or worse, burn to death. My husband thought that whatever it was trying to warn me, that it was trying to wake me up so that I would discover the fire. But I swear I was not asleep. At some point, I thought maybe it was all just a bad dream. But then it dawned on me. If it was just a dream, how was I able to see the flickering lights coming from the living room, which turned to be flames? What I do know is, had I not gotten up when I did, it wouldn't have been long before the whole apartment would have been filled with smoke and fire, and we all would have perished. Guardian angel or evil spirit? I guess I will never know. These particular experiences occurred when I was around 8 or 9 years old, and it happened to be my first encounter with the paranormal. I grew up in a very religious household, and my parents were strict disciplinarians. Unfortunately, I was subjected to a lot of physical abuse at the hand of my stepmother. My biological mother died when I was only 3 months old, and my father remarried a little while after. She was an absolute witch to me. And to this day, I don't know why my dad even found her to be remotely compatible. She would call me a filthy animal because I wasn't praying enough at times. The first experience I had with the paranormal was also toward the end of my dad's relationship with this woman. I can remember a moment I was crying because my dad had been working construction all night and didn't come home until late night. I'll never forget how she spat in my face, told me that real ladies don't cry about daddy working late nights. I told her specifically that I really wanted daddy, and she told me if I didn't calm down, she was going to throw me into the pantry closet and lock the door, which was this huge empty space that could fit 2 adult-sized humans in. Naturally, as an 8-year-old kid, I revolted. She kept her word and threw me in there for an hour. This is where something creepily paranormal happened. After about 20 minutes in, I could hear a faint whispering of a female lady in my ear. I couldn't make it out, but I'll never forget what it sounded like. It was very soothing, and I felt very comforted. I then felt a breath on the back of my neck, and 2 cold hands touched my shoulder. The pantry closet got a lot cooler all of a sudden, and in my mind, all I was thinking about was the sound I heard from this voice. I ended up curling up on the floor of the pantry, and started drifting off to sleep. As my eyes began to feel heavy, I squinted with limited visibility. I turned my head to the opposite side of the dark pantry when I saw a pair of glowing green eyes in the mouth of someone. The crazy thing was, whatever this thing was, it had razor-sharp teeth, as if they were fangs. I could only see their eyes, and it almost looked like it was slowly opening its mouth, as if it were going to devour me whole. I closed my eyes completely for a few seconds, opened them up again, and it was gone. I'm not sure what the second presence was, but it didn't seem very friendly at all. As for the female voice and the touching, I truly believe that it was my biological mother comforting me through tough times. Well, anyway, I remember I ended up staying in the closet for longer than I was supposed to, and when my dad came home, he had a talk with my stepmother. Thankfully, my dad saw through her lies, and he broke up with her not too long after this incident happened. From that day on, the pantry closet had a reputation for creepy, ghostly activity. The door would randomly open slowly and shut at times. If there were items on the shelves, such as cans, they would sometimes fall on the ground. My dad told me one of the scariest things happened to him after he got home from work. It was another late night working. My sister, my brother, and my grandmother were all asleep at the time. My grandma had moved in shortly after my dad broke up with my stepmother to help take care of us. Right across from the pantry closet was the kitchen. My dad comes home and he ends up going into the kitchen to decompress for a moment after a hard day's work. Right then, the pantry closet opened slowly, and that's when he saw something. He swears to this day that thing he saw looked 100% real, and he was not hallucinating. Standing in the pantry was a faceless man in a red tuxedo with horns on his head. My dad froze with fear, blinked his eyes twice, and the figure was gone. Later that night, he actually fell asleep and had a dream that he went to hell and saw his ex, former stepmother. The creepy thing is, the faceless man that he saw in the pantry was holding hands with my stepmom. My stepmom had cuts all over her face. I remember he woke up screaming and never saw the figure ever again in the pantry, or had a dream about my stepmother either. Another experience. My stepmother, sister, brother, grandma, and I all slept in one room, different beds of course. It was a normal night, and I just fell asleep as usual, hours later. I woke up for no reason and saw a person sitting in my grandmother's bed. I thought it was just my grandma praying, since she would always pray, but then I started to realize that my grandma was sleeping, and this person looked a bit younger. I just stared at whatever that thing was and noticed it was looking right back at me. This wasn't my mom because it looked like an entirely different woman. I've seen pictures of my mom, and she was a ginger and had beautiful thick long hair. This figure I saw was bald-headed and looked very distraught. After she looked at me, she looked back at her hands and covered them with her face. I know for a fact that it was a woman because she had feminine features in her face. You could see it clearly in the body of a woman. Not only was she bald-headed, but her face was burned and disfigured. All I did was stare at her. Then, after all that, she suddenly got up, turned away from me, and disappeared. Eventually, I fell asleep again. I woke up the next morning and asked everybody if they were in the room last night. Then I asked my grandma if she had been praying that night. Everybody, including my grandma, said no. That was the first time I ever saw that lady, but from that day on, almost all my relatives that lived in that house have seen the very same woman I have. Only difference, they have been scared. Me, on the other hand, though I was slightly afraid, I had a curiosity about this whole experience.
I attended Harding University in Searcy, Arkansas not too long ago. During my senior year, I stayed a few months in a private dorm in the Patty Cobb Girl dormitories. Many people say that various parts of Harding campus are haunted by the ghost of Gertie, a girl who died by falling from a bell tower on campus back in the early 1900s. She has been known to haunt the old music building, the brick pathway that cuts across campus, and the bell tower, which has since been detached and placed on campus as a landmark. One other thing she is said to haunt happens to be the Patty Cobb dormitories. There is debate as to whether or not it's Gertie or a different ghost entirely, but either way, one thing is for certain. Patty Cobb is haunted. I'd heard about this prior to moving into the Patty Cobb dorms, but I was told a different story about how she only haunts the first floor dorms. I was given a dorm on the 3rd floor. It was a private dorm that had no connecting suites to it. I had my own private bathroom, and the room was not shared with a roommate. At first I was thrilled with not having to share a bathroom with anyone. Then I started having strange feelings at night. I would find that I would hear noises in the hallway at times. Of course, being a dorm, I passed it off as silly girls wandering the hallways at night. No biggie. But then I started having strange feelings in my room. There were times I would feel as though someone was sitting at the edge of my bed. Sometimes I felt as though someone was standing there staring at me. The doorknob would also jiggle at various points during the night. I normally tried to ignore it, thinking maybe it was an RA doing nightly dorm checks. The university has a strict curfew. But there would be times that it would happen at 3 in the morning, when any sane person would already be out of the hallways and in bed. The few times I opened the door upon hearing it jiggling, there would be nobody in the hallway. The most memorable experience I've ever had was in the middle of the night. I was soundly sleeping when all of a sudden I was awoken by a knock on my door. It scared me so much because it was a very authoritative and loud knock, as if someone was trying to break into my room. I looked inside the keyhole, and I see this old man standing in a security outfit outside of the door. The man looked oddly out of place. The outfit looked Victorian. I wasn't dressed, so I told him just a minute. After about 3 minutes, I opened the door, and the security person was gone. I looked down the hallway at the other end, and see a dark shadow floating down the hallway. I never saw that man again. Eventually, I moved out of that room and moved in with a girl a few doors down. While I still could hear the occasional freaky noises in the hallway at morning hours, the feeling of something being in the room and the doorknob jiggling seized in my new room. I found out later from an older friend of mine, however, that she had lived in the exact same dorm room that I had scary issues in. A few years earlier, she and a friend of hers were sitting around talking. She was sitting at her front desk and felt someone strangle her. She felt a pressure on her neck and even started choking. She turned around to see her friend staring at her with wide eyes. "What happened?" she asked. "I just saw a pair of see-through hands behind you," her friend replied. To this day, she swears up and down that Gertie choked her in her dorm room, the exact dorm room that I had so many freaky encounters in. And people wonder why I get so paranoid being alone in the house at night. Earlier this night, I was rehashing past visits to a cemetery in my hometown in Nugatuk, Connecticut, called Guntown, when I remembered a visit to Iowa when I was 17. So, back in 2000, I went to visit a friend and spent only a few days there. My friend, having been to 13 stairs, I just recently found out its real name, Pleasant Ridge. Many times told me about it, and we decided to make a trip of it. There were 4 of us in total, 3 teens and an adult. My friend told me the stories about bodies being buried in the steps, about the graves being mostly young children, about possible Satanist activities, and the like before we arrived, so I was prepared. We left a little after 11:30 p.m., arrived there shortly after midnight without any problems finding it. I think there was a gate, but it was open. We parked a few feet from the steps with the car facing them. The moon was out, but it was still fairly dark, so we brought flashlights. We went to check it out only to look around some and take some photographs. It was around winter, so it was cold and windy. We were the only ones there, no other cars in sight at least. We made our way up the stairs and into the cemetery. It was eerie. I kept getting those deep chills up and down my spine that kind of make your body jerk, and a definite feeling of being watched. I know my friends complained of the same and wanted to leave minutes after arriving. One claimed to have heard their name being called and being touched, like someone was tugging on their clothing, and seeing shadows move around the tombstones. I didn't experience any of that myself, but I was weirded out all the same. We walked around a bit, not too far from the stairs themselves, and took some photos of the graves. After about 30 minutes, and it being well after midnight, the others were ready to leave. This is where the freaky thing happened. To our knowledge, we were the only ones there. There weren't any other cars visible, nor people. After having a somewhat disappointing time, in my opinion, we made our way down the steps and towards the car. We had the flashlight on by then and lighting our way, when my friend saw something black on the ground. He rushed back to the car and turned the headlights on, and right at the bottom of the steps in the parking lot was a huge pentacle traced out in what looked like black paint. Look, I'm not crazy, and I know it wasn't there before we climbed the steps. The car was parked so the headlights would light up the bottom of the steps so we could see them. There was nothing on the ground beforehand. By then, my friends were screaming and crying and pulling me into the car. I snapped a photo or two, and then we sped off. I do recall the car stalling once before we left. I waited until I got back home to develop the film, only to find that there was nothing at all on the roll. It was a roll of 24, all of which were of the cemetery, and the roll was completely blank. That irked me. The pinnacle thing was crazy. We weren't drunk or high or anything stupid like that, and I know the 4 of us couldn't have imagined it, and it definitely was not there when we first arrived. I'm not saying ghosts did it either. For all I know, there could have been some kids there already and decided to mess with us. I heard it gets vandalized a lot. It's just what we experienced that night, and my friends who are from that area were horrified for a few days about what happened and mentioned some rubbish about going to hell. It's a little hard to believe, and I wouldn't have either if I wasn't there, but I thought it was interesting and felt like sharing. I'd love to go back one day. I'm not sure if this is a haunting or anything. More of a strange happening at a haunted place. Anyway, thanks for listening. I wonder if anyone else ever experienced that. I thought it was strange. I have a sister Janet who's dealt with paranormal experiences over her life. She sent this site to me via email. I in return thought that I would share my feelings and some of my encounters with you. Some of the stories I read from your site were very convincing, while others sounded a bit like a hoax. Although my experiences would sound like the latter to many people, I swear that I believe that all I've seen to be true. although inexplainable. As many of your stories, my experiences also started in childhood. Mine, I believe, may be a result of troubled years, reflecting child abuse and fears of daily trials. Perhaps my apparitions were given a portal because of the fears. I remember as far back as my early adolescence, living in a house that sent a chill in me and fear to go to the upstairs alone. Now, my very human predator used to always stalk me in the long narrow hallway around the wall from the stairway, which accounts for some of the fear. However, this person was not always present in my home. The feeling was always there. I remember at night I slept in an antique frame bed handed down through the family. I would lay very still, and that bed would shake like it had a vibrator attached. I heard sounds and footsteps. Once when I was a teenager, I was alone in the house. I wanted to wear a jacket that was stored in the third floor attic closet. I went up to the enclosed stairway to the top, thinking of nothing but retrieving my jacket. When I stepped onto the floor, an old wind-up antique Victoria record player started playing a very creepy song called Fernando's Hideaway. I've hated that song since I was a baby, and my brothers would play it to frighten me and make me cry. I ran out of my house frightened by the song and about 10 blocks to my best friend's house. When I got there, her mother, known as the Gypsy Lady, was having a seance in her kitchen. The table these people were standing around rose off the floor just about an inch. I bolted from there too. To this point, most of my experiences were sound and physical experiences. I had not seen any apparitions. During my second marriage in my late 20s, my husband and I bought an old log cabin, which was hand-built with logs and stone from land it stood on many years earlier. It was beside the Chilisy Creek on old Indian grounds. This is where I began to see apparitions, both frightening experiences and enlightening experiences. Many things occurred. An unseen force put a large dent in a metal cabinet in the laundry room right before my eyes. My little 3-year-old stepdaughter would not stay in her bed. She would crawl under the bed to sleep or hide in a closet. One night, I found her under clothes in a laundry basket in the laundry, just outside of her bedroom. The area of the house seemed to be the most affected. It was here that one afternoon while putting clothes into her washer that I felt a cold hand on my shoulder. I was alone in the house at the time. When I looked behind me, I saw a black hooded robed figure. I do not remember a face, nor do I remember this figure being much taller than me, at 5'4" height. I do remember getting very scared. I looked away, and then it was gone. A small bathroom was also off this room. I recall once while taking a morning shower, hearing animal growling and scratching at the bathroom door. These sounds disappeared when I began reciting the 23rd Psalm. One night while I was sick with the flu and spending the night on the sofa, I remember awakening to an apparition copycat that looked exactly like my husband in his pajamas in the bedroom doorway, but he was transparent. This also disappeared after a brief encounter. Our life together in this house was rocky, and I thought perhaps I was losing my mind. I didn't do drugs, and only drank socially. Everything that was happening was very real. One final memory I believe I have, which was as a result of my depression which I was falling into. I'd come to a point that I did not want to leave the house. I also knew in my heart that my husband was having an affair. One night after contemplating ending my life, I sought God through deep prayer and called the 700 Club to ask for the prayer line to pray for me. The same night while I lay in bed alone in my dark room, A light started to shine in the corner across from my bed. It grew brighter, and it was in the form of a bright light ball that floated across the room and hovered at my bedside. I was not frightened and reached up to investigate. I felt a hand from out of the light take my hand, and I heard a mental message saying that everything would be okay. The light then just went away. I was left feeling cleansed, happy, and pure, as if touched by God Himself. I wanted to tell the world that life goes on. I couldn't utter swear words and put down my cigarettes. The cleansing phenomenon unfortunately was temporary, and I slid back into my old ways after a few weeks. The divorce occurred. We moved out of the house, and my life went on. The okay part came a few years later, when I became a mother of my own child for the first time. I went to school and became a registered nurse. I fell in love with the man that I am now married to. That was the last apparition I've seen, until my nursing career took me into some old nursing homes. I tend to always work the night shift. It fits into my lifestyle. One night, while working in a home in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, I saw a strange occurrence. A helium birthday balloon floated out of the resident's room, traveled down the center of a long corridor as if being held in the hand of a child. It bounced along, hitting the ceiling at times and floating down, but in a straight line. It moved down that hallway. The balloon took a turn at another resident's room and went inside. This resident started screaming to get that out of her room. By the way, it was her birthday. The same nursing home was the place of violence, murder, and unfortunate dread. I have other stories, but this is enough for now. The Willard P. Hall Mansion on Hall Street in St. Joseph, Missouri, is haunted. Willard P. Hall was the lieutenant governor of Missouri during the last part of the Civil War. When the governor died, Willard assumed the office of governor. With the Civil War raging, he moved the state house from Jefferson City to St. Joseph. I don't know why he did that, because St. Joseph was pretty well known to favor the South. After the mansion was used as a residence, it became a rectory for priests who served the St. Peter's and Paul Catholic Church parish next door. As parishes were closed in the Diocese of Kansas City, St. Joseph, one priest took over the St. Peter and Paul Church and the Immaculate Conception Church, a church immediately west, about 3/4 mile away. The pastor leased out the first floor of the house, at that time, to United Cerebral Palsy and allowed me to live upstairs to oversee the property so it would not be vandalized. Most of the walls throughout the house were solid brick and stone construction, yet sounds of large rats could be heard scrambling within those walls. The light switches in the old servants' quarters upstairs, where I lived, were not up and down switches, but to be rotated in a circular manner. Those switches were observed rotating, on their own, turning the lights on and off. Dark shadows frequently covered doorways, eliminating all light outside those particular rooms. Once, when that happened, a loud scream, like that of a wild cat, lion, or tiger, could be heard, and it was ear-shattering. The room on the southwest corner upstairs that was my bedroom became so cold that ice actually formed thick in the corners of the room, and the walls were frosty. Sounds of music, like a very soft harp, was heard on occasion by a number of people. One parish council meeting stopped suddenly when one of the councilwomen, who was wearing a shoulderless summer dress, felt an icy hand placed upon her shoulder, and no one was behind her. And finally, many times, when it was very late at night or very early morning, One could hear footsteps throughout the house, followed by a conversation that always turned into an argument, and then was followed by the soft crying of a woman. The basement of the mansion appears to have been used by either slaves or prisoners, and there's a rumor that there's a cave entrance hidden somewhere in the basement that leads down to the Missouri River, a distance of about 1.5 miles. I never found it. When I called the pastor once in the middle of the night and asked him to come over and experience some of the things going on, the icy room, a darkened doorway, and the sound of a screaming large cat, he told me no way. Do you think I'm nuts? I'll come over first thing in the morning. He never showed up, and I moved. The place is still standing, but I haven't been back. Hello, I live in Newton, North Carolina, and I'm addicted to this site. My story happened about 5 years ago. Me and my sister Melissa lived next door to one another at the time. The house that she lived in had been vacant for about 16 years. The previous owner was, according to the neighbors, a very mean old lady who had been sent to live in a nursing home and refused to allow her home to be sold. It stayed that way until her death. As soon as she died, her children put the house up for sale, and my sister bought it. At first, it was just little things that happened. Melissa and my nephew, he was 3 at the time, were sitting in the living room with no TV on, and he asked her who was there because he heard people talking on the stairs. They were alone in the house at the time. The stairs were a hot spot in the house. When she was pregnant with my niece, she fell or was pushed down 3 times. Her family had went on vacation for the week, so I was left to take care of the animals. Well, 3 days into their vacation, I went over to feed and water, and I heard a horrible commotion upstairs. It sounded like the house was falling apart, so I freaked out and left and didn't return. When they got home from vacation, I told them what happened, and my brother-in-law went to check, and in their bedroom, which was once the previous owner's, and my sister's entire closet, was dumped out in the middle of the bedroom floor. Everything. My sister even remembers a very vivid encounter she once had when she was all alone. She walked upstairs and then walked back downstairs. There was an old rocking chair that she previously purchased and put into the living room after it was discovered that it was an antique. For whatever reason, she couldn't take her eyes off of it, ended up buying it, and it's a really old rocking chair. As she made her way towards the living room, from the distance, she could see a figure that was sitting in the rocking chair. The rocking chair was slowly moving back and forth, continuously without stop. The outline was light enough to make out, and it looked like a shadow, a gray mist, but it was definitely a figure that she could spot. She turned on the light, and it was like it was gone in an instant. Her eyes were not playing tricks on her. She literally saw something, and the rocking chair was still slowly moving back and forth. It eventually stopped, and that's when she heard a loud crash coming from upstairs. It completely startled her. She begrudgingly went upstairs to investigate, and as she went into the bathroom, she noticed that the mirror completely broke by itself. No logical explanation, just the mirror broken. Even though she was terrified, she ended up going to sleep anyway after she cleaned up the mess in the bathroom. But she couldn't even get to sleep. Mainly because her cat Smokey kept staring at the bathroom in the dark. Nothing but moans and groans. It was something completely uncharacteristic for him to do, as he never actually acted out in any way, shape, or form. But this night was particularly creepy for her, and the cat as well. Once, my sister was sleeping in one of the bedrooms, and woke up to an old woman walking across her bedroom floor to the window. She described her, and my mother went to the library to pull old obituaries and showed the picture to my sister. She immediately broke down in tears because she was looking at the woman she had seen in her room. She immediately started packing and sold the home. The new owners now have similar things going on. Their daughter was pushed down the stairs, and their son has seen a man in one of the bedrooms on numerous occasions. And then he came home one day to find their cat dead at the foot of the stairs. My mom had about 3 years of on and off visitations. She would wake up around 11 at night with a start to see different shapes of grayish white fog, which every time she would think it was smoke and her house was on fire. Sometimes the fog was in a blue arc by her dresser. Sometimes the whole room was filled up with this misty fog. Other times it was 3 big ovals by her TV. And even sometimes, she had a big oval on all 3 sides of her bed. The one that really scared her was when she woke up to see the fog by the foot of her bed. Then it flew over her with such a force and went through a wall above her headboard. Mom even walked through the misty fog one night because, again, she thought her house was on fire and she jumped up to get her robe. I asked her if it was cold when she went through it, and she said that it wasn't, and it didn't smell either. She did see one apparition of a boy of about 18 years old. He was standing next to her bed with his head down. Mom said he was grayish looking, and she did not talk to him, but she felt an awful sadness emanating from him. Shortly after that, we had somebody come and clear the house. The woman who cleared the house said that since Mom volunteered at a hospital, she was bringing all sorts of spirits and ghosts back home with her. They sort of attached themselves to her. After that, Mom said the house felt very empty. It's been 2 years since her house has been cleared, and so far, so good. I think we also brought stuff in, because when we were kids, we used to play with the Ouija board in the 1960s. Now I know just how dangerous it is to use one of them, unless you really know what you're doing. But in the 1960s, you really didn't hear anything about the dangers of Ouija boards. It was just plain fun. When the person who cleared Mom's home found a ghost of a man under the stairs in the workroom, it kinda explained why my dad and my sister always felt like they were being poked in their backs by an unseen finger. And us kids always had to go into the laundry room to get pop out of a fridge for supper. We would get the pop and run upstairs as fast as we could. All 3 of us kids did the same thing. We couldn't wait to get out of that room. I really think that spirit hung around since we dug him up in the 60s with the Ouija board. He's gone now though, and hopefully at peace. A few years back, I was in a car outside Worcestershire State Hospital in Worcestershire, Massachusetts. The building was all boarded up, and I had a vision. This was the first time this happened to me, and it scared the wits out of me. In reading your website terminology, I think it was a residual haunting. I heard blood-curdling screams and saw a man in a striped nightshirt, like the nightgown type shirts worn in the 1800s, and wearing a derby hat. He had dark hair and a mustache. He was levitating near the ceiling of a hallway. It seemed to happen quickly, but the screaming was heart-wrenching. After we left, I was quite shaken. Sometime after, I discovered a website called opacity.us. A photographer posts photos of haunted abandoned mental health hospitals and other old abandoned buildings. He has pictures of Worcestershire State Hospital, including the boarded up building. I came across a picture of the hallway that I saw in my vision. What do you make of this? Was it a residual haunting? I've always experienced spirits or ghost type experiences, usually a friendly or mischievous spirit. I've also felt or connected with loved ones. Another odd experience involved myself and my 3 children. I woke up to one of my children screaming. I got up to check on him, and it appeared he had screamed in his sleep. I went back to bed, and when I did, I saw this creature that looked like one of the gremlins from the movie of the same name. It ran through the living room where my bed was and through the front door. A few years later, I mentioned this to a friend. My children said that they remember that night and also experienced this. While we talked about the experience, my younger son drew a picture of the exact same thing we all saw. I was floored, as I had no idea that they had all seen this. I originally chalked it up to being half asleep, and perhaps I had imagined it. I just wanted to share this with you. In 1957, my family moved to an old farmhouse in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. I was 7 years old at the time, and as I went upstairs to my new bedroom with an armload of things, a terrible wave of fear swept over me when I reached the top of the stairs. From then on, I disliked that small area at the top of the stairs where it met the hallway. Unhappily, there was no way to avoid it. I had to walk through it to get into my bedroom. Other than that, nothing else happened that I know of until 1966. From my bed, I could see it out into the hallway to that small area on top of the stairs that had always frightened me. One night, towards the end of August, I woke up very, very slowly, only to realize that there was a terrible stench in the bedroom. It was like a mix of rotten garlic, human waste, and rotting flesh. Then I noticed the room was icy cold. Remember, it was August, usually the hottest time of the year in New Jersey. I was lying on my side, facing the doorway, and when I opened my eyes, I saw that the bedroom door was wide open, and a figure stood in the doorway, very close to the spot that had always spooked me. Since no lights were on, all I could make out was the silhouette of a tall, dark figure that seemed to be wearing some kind of long robe with a hood. What truly petrified me was seeing this creature's eyes. They glowed red and stared straight at me. But before I could scream, somehow the knowledge came to me from somewhere, my guardian angel, that if I acknowledged this creature's existence, I would be haunted for the rest of my life. So I pretended to be asleep, which was not easy. And after a while, I felt the cold room become warm again, the dreadful smell disappear, and the figure fade away. We moved out in 1967, and the house was torn down in 1972. I, for one, was not the least bit sorry to see it go. As a child living in our old cotton mill house, raised by my grandmother, great aunt, and her daughter, my cousin, I had many frightening paranormal experiences. I will elaborate on some of them as time goes on, but this story is a recap of many of the things I've experienced living in that house as a young child. I heard the classic footsteps, sounds of papers being crumbled, sounds of books falling when nothing was out of place. Everybody in the family, including myself, heard our names called. Once, I woke up and heard a soft, echoey female voice say deep magic. By way of explanation, deep magic was a facial moisturizer. I once woke up to see a tiny pinpoint of light in my room, which expanded until the entire room was bright as day, and then faded quickly back to darkness. Once I crawled under my grandmother's bed while everybody was outside, something I was not allowed to do, and heard a gruff voice beside my ear say one word, gray. I had then, and still have no idea what that could have meant, but I got the heck out of there from under that bed, and never went back under there again. I had an encounter, a long conversation in the house with a strange unknown elderly woman who called herself Granny Grunt. I saw a little black imp, the shadow of a skeleton, and a handless arm which came up from between the bars of my iron bedspread, and saw blood drip from the ceiling. When I was about 4, I saw a shadowy figure that at the time I thought was the Easter Bunny walk through the living room and disappear into the wall. I now suspect there might have been some sort of gateway in my cousin's room, because much of the activity seems to come from or disappear in that direction. One night, I had gone to bed early and had a dream that a being, who looked what UFOologists nowadays call an alien gray, was trying to force a full-sized apple down my throat. I awoke, gasping for breath, crying and choking, with that feeling still lingering in my throat of something big being forced down it. My grandmother had an old rocking chair with a woven cane bottom, which creaked loudly whenever you would sit down in it or get up. When my great aunt broke her hip and later died of cancer, for 2 nights in a row, I heard something sit down in that chair, squirm around a little bit, and then get up. I once heard the sound of the chair rocking in the night. Additionally, while my great aunt was in the hospital dying of cancer, I was awakened 3 nights in a row by something banging on the front door. Of course, nobody was there, but my great aunt died 3 days later. Later on, when I was in my 20s, still living in that house, I awoke to see a short woman with her hair in a bun and a white apron over an old-fashioned dress standing by my bed, who quickly vanished. I had many experiences of being in that half-awake and unable to move state, while hearing voices talking and people moving around in the house. Once, while I was in that state, I felt and heard something leap quickly into the bed beside me and lie there, growling menacingly. It vanished, of course, when I was able to fully wake up. I finally got married when I was 28 and moved away. After my cousin passed away, I inherited the house and my husband and I moved back into it. Strangely enough, I never heard or saw anything in those days we lived there together. The house was totally quiet and peaceful. My wife and I lived in Ringgold, Georgia, and have lived there for 25 years in the log home that we built ourselves, with a lot of help from friends and family. This was about 1983. About 3 or 4 years after we moved into our log home, some strange things began to happen. We would be watching TV when all of a sudden, the TV would go off, and when we found the problem, it was unplugged from the back of the TV. You have to turn the plug on the power cord to unplug the TV, and it was lying on the floor behind the TV. After this happened, we started to hear Indian music and some very low volume chanting in the bedroom when my wife and I would be sleeping. I would see the outline of a body on the wall, like a shadow moving, and it looked as if it was a stereotypical Native American. There was a moment where I went into the bathroom. In the mirror, I saw the presence of some dark face behind me. At times it would get very chilly in the house, even when it was warm outside, but only in one bedroom. We have a big wall clock hanging on the great room wall, and has 3 chimes hanging down from it for the doorbells. When you push the doorbell button, the chime plays a short tune. At times, for no reason at all, the chimes would start to move and ring like someone had pushed the doorbell button, but there would be no one there. Our commodes would flush, and there would not be anyone out there to flush them. We have found human bones in Indian pottery, arrowheads, and lead bullets. We do know that a Civil War battle was fought on our land, and we checked with a university in Alabama. They told us that this was an area that had a Cherokee Indian village back in the 1700s to 1800s. We reburied the bones in the pottery shards, and the strange happenings have not been as frequent as they were. We still live here and intend to stay, and the strange happenings have not been a threat or harmed anyone in any way. This is an account of events experienced by a close friend of mine. I've changed the names to protect the identities of the people involved. These events took place in Manchester, England. I met Charlotte some 2.5 years ago when we both signed up for a course of ice skating lessons. We got on well from the start and stayed in touch afterwards. Charlotte's father had started to suffer from dementia, and her mother was taking care of him at home. Unfortunately, her mother suffered a stroke in November 2008 and was unable to return home. Therefore, it fell on Charlotte to look after her father. Sadly, Charlotte's father died in his sleep in February 2010. This was a big shock as, although 89 years of age, he was very sprightly and in good health. As you can imagine, Charlotte was devastated. One of Charlotte's sisters came up from down south to stay with her in the days afterwards, and while they were arranging the funeral, they both slept in their father's bed. A couple of days after he died, Charlotte had a very vivid dream. In it, she saw her father as a young man in rolled up shirt sleeves and a tank top. He was running down a hill, and hot on his heels was a dog, like they were having a race. She said her father looked very happy and full of life. She has never experienced anything like this before and felt it was her father's way of showing her where he was now. I asked her if she recognized the dog. She said her father used to talk about a dog he had when he was young, but she had never seen a picture of it. It was obviously a very profound experience because it eased her grief, in that she'd felt he had gone to a better place. It is now March 2010. I saw Charlotte over the weekend, and she told me what else had been happening. Charlotte, her sister, and her brother-in-law had been in their father's house clearing it out and decorating. Charlotte was in one of the bedrooms and came across an organ her father bought her when she was 16. She plays the piano. Anyway, she sat down and started playing it. The moment she did this, the phone started ringing. Bear in mind, the phone was disconnected some weeks ago. Her sister answered it, but there was no one there. While the three of them were upstairs in separate areas, Charlotte's brother-in-law asked who was making a drink. Her sister replied that they were all busy and that he should make his own drink. Her brother-in-law said that was not what he meant and asked who was boiling the kettle. When Charlotte's sister went downstairs, the kettle had just boiled and switched itself off. No one had put it onto a boil. A day or so later, Charlotte began playing the organ, and once again, as soon as she did, the phone rang, just like before, still disconnected, of course. Charlotte said that one night they were sat around talking about their father, and the lights in the room started flickering. This has never happened before. As soon as they stopped talking, the flickering stopped. I told Charlotte that experiences like this are fairly common, and it's her father letting her know that he is still around. The last time I saw her, she was in pieces. After these experiences, although still very upset, she seems very much calmer and accepting. It is wonderful when things like this happen. If only it could be that way for everyone. Hello. I wrote to you a while ago about the house I grew up in, but I had something happen to me back in 2005 that I could never explain. My husband and I were going through the immigration process back in 2005, and while our case was being reviewed by the INS, my husband had to stay in Mexico. This was a very stressful time, and we were facing a lot of uncertainties. So we packed up and moved to his family's house down in Samoa, Mishashoan. At the time, my oldest son was only 2 years old, and my mom had driven down with us to help with the INS appointments and to help us get settled into our new home. Well, so when we finally arrived to my husband's family home, we got unpacked and settled in to await our verdict. We would hear from the INS 6 months later. The house is basically 2 homes together. The building is L-shaped. It has the original house, and then you have to go outside into the courtyard to access the second house. This area had a bathroom and a store, and a supply room for the store, and above this was our apartment. This area had not anyone stay in it for maybe 10 years. This area was like a duplex attached by a door through the living rooms, so we took the left side and closed up the right side. Now, the side we took had an unusual feature. It had a huge bedroom that was divided by a wall and had an open doorway, so it was 2 bedrooms in one. We slept in one bedroom, and my mom slept on the other side. Now, this is a huge home, especially by Mexico standards, but we only shared it with 2 other people, my brother and sister-in-law, because the other family members moved about 10 years before. Nothing about this home seemed scary or creepy, but I did learn that between the 2 houses, 2 of my husband's toddler sisters were buried. I didn't know this until months later, so a few days after we arrived, we were cleaning and unpacking. My husband was down in the store covering for his brother, and my mom and I were upstairs cleaning the bedroom. She got tired and decided to go out on the balcony and sit. She took my son with her so I could continue cleaning. Well, I decided to sit down on the bed, and I was faced towards the window looking out. Well, I could see the door leading to the living room out of the corner of my eye. It was halfway open. While I was sitting there, the door opened up, and someone walked into the little bedroom. I heard the door move across the carpet, and I saw out of the corner of my eye someone in a white shirt. I figured it was my mom and thought nothing of it, but then wondered where my son was, and I started to worry why she had left him on the balcony alone. So I called out, and no one answered. I got up and walked across the room and into the little bedroom. I was certain someone would be there, because I had seen someone go in there. Well, I was completely surprised when I walked in there, and no one was in the room. This really startled me. So I walked out into the balcony, and there was my mom and son. I asked if she had went into the room, and Mom just looked at me and said no. And no one but us and my husband were there that day. Another time, I was walking up our stairs to our apartment, and I had a vision flash in front of my face that completely terrified me. I still don't know what it was or why it happened, but it was at night, and I looked to my right at the wall, and there was this horrible face like a gargoyle, just for a second, and then it was gone. The only place I felt really uncomfortable at was the downstairs storage area. I would run past the place. It had a weird feeling to it. Nothing ever happened around there other than that feeling. The other times involved my son. During this time, he developed an imaginary friend. He would call it the baby, or baby sometimes. He would be in the hallway of the kitchen playing and say, "Oh, come see the babies." Or he would be talking, and I asked him who he was talking to, and he would say the babies. I didn't think anything of it until my husband told me about his sisters. Then I felt some kind of uncomfortable with it. One day, we were sitting in the living room, and he comes in crying and tells me that the babies are hiding under the bed. Well, I didn't want to look under the bed, but I did anyways, and of course, there wasn't anything there, but it still made the hair on the back of my neck rise up. The only other thing was one day, my husband and I were sitting on the couch and my son was playing on the rug, and we were just talking, and my son looks over into the corner and says, "Look at that man with the cowboy hat on." Well, we didn't see anything, so we just said, "Oh, is there?" And he continues playing with his truck, and we keep talking. Well, about 10 minutes later, my son looks up and says, "Oh, he's gone." I don't know. We had left 6 months later, and were able to come back to the US, and have just experienced all these stories that have occurred. It was weird, to say the least. Later, I was talking to my sister-in-law, a different one, who had grown up there, and I told her about her experiences, and she got really defensive and didn't want to talk about it anymore. So who knows? Thanks for letting me share. I had recently moved from our old apartment. We were visited there by an unknown presence. A couple of years ago, I'd won some haunted dolls I had bidded on. One was a doll owned by a murdered teenager. The obituary article about her murder was included with the doll. This is the one that I think may have brought on much of the phenomena. My sister heard knocking on my bedroom door from the inside. We live in the same apartment. I didn't tell her that I had the haunted dolls until she told me that. Gave more credibility to it that way. I tried to debunk it by saying that I may have knocked on the door while I slept, but she said no. She heard me up, getting ready for work, getting my clothes on out of the drawers. I didn't hear it from the inside though. It happened one more time the next morning, but she asked the spirit to leave, and then it stopped. But other things started to happen. Our music box mysteriously came to life with a full wind, even though it was wound all the way down. It wasn't played for over a year. Then again 2 hours later, again at full music without being wound. Kept playing for several minutes. Also, our kitchen faucet moved from the right to the left overnight. It is hard to move it by hand. If that weren't enough, we had to unplug out of the power strip, and neither her or I unplugged it. It isn't easy to unplug. It was kept plugged in for the pump for the inflatable bed, which had a leak in it and had to be pumped up every couple of hours, so we never unplugged it. Our visitor made sure to make itself known. I remember one night I had so much trouble sleeping. I'm an insomniac, so I often wake up many times during the night. I went to fetch myself a snack, so I got up. The living room leads to the kitchen, so I have to walk through there to get to the kitchen. As I'm walking through the living room, I hear a monstrous laughter erupt, a deep voice saying "ha." It creeped me out for a second. Then I brushed it off and proceeded to the kitchen. I'm now sitting down at the kitchen table and can see the living room from where I'm sitting. The only light I had on was the kitchen, but it was dim enough that I was able to see a dark shadow move from one end of the room to the other. It wasn't my sister, because she was knocked out from rest, so I'm going back to my bedroom. As I'm heading past the living room, there was a window, and the curtains were moving by themselves. There was no wind or open windows, and no AC unit on. Nothing that could have made the window curtains do this. A second after this, I feel a pain on my arm, and female laughter, once again this time. I check to see if my sister is up, but she is still asleep. I dismiss it, and say it's just me and my imagination, so finally get tired enough to sleep when I'm laying down and staring at the ceiling. That's when I see it. A face that looks like a witch, much like the witch from The Wizard of Oz. It appears only for a few seconds, but it really made me paranoid. For some reason, I was able to sleep. How I did so, I can't even say, but I did. When I awoke in the morning, I looked back at my arm, and there was a red imprint of a hand there, as if someone tried to twist my arm. I know it sounds crazy, but I wasn't too afraid, even after all that. I investigate places now and then for people, and I'm very much used to activity. My meter readings some nights were very high in some areas that are usually in the green area on the meter. Many times, I would ask for a sign that it was there, and then it would spike into the red zone. I sort of missed that activity after moving out, but perhaps someday it will return in the new place I moved into. I wanted to share a story with you about something that happened to somebody I knew when I was a young man in Minnesota that always sends chills down my spine. When I was about 12 years old, which would have been 1977, my brother Royce was working in a town named Worthington, Minnesota, about 30 miles from my hometown of Jackson, Minnesota. He worked at a lumber yard called UBC and had a friend that worked at a local grain elevator. The silos for grain elevators in that part of the country rise hundreds of feet into the air and have the capacity to store tons and tons of grain, whether that be corn or soybeans, whatever the silo is being used for at that time. Occasionally, the employees of the elevator climb a ladder on the outside of the silos and get into the silo via an access door at the very top in order to inspect the grain inside, making sure it's not too wet, rotting, or whatever. Inside the access door, there is a catwalk that circles around the entire circumference of the silo. My brother's friend climbed the outside ladder, opened the access door, and lowered himself onto the catwalk that circled the inside of the silo. After walking halfway around the silo on the catwalk, my brother's friend, I don't even recall his name any longer, observed what he thought was an excessive amount of moisture on the surface of the corn, which was what the silo was being used for at the time. So, being an industrious young man, he jumped over the catwalk rail and walked out onto the surface of the corn to roughly the middle of the silo to take a closer look. After inspecting the corn, he decided to just continue his journey across the surface of the corn to get back to the catwalk on the other side of the silo. As the catwalk was a few feet higher than the level of the corn, he had to grab onto the catwalk rail and bounce to get his foot up to the catwalk platform and swing his leg over the rail. As he swung his foot over the rail, he heard a noise behind him. Balancing with one leg over the catwalk rail and one leg on the catwalk platform on the outside of the rail, he turned around to see what the noise was. Much to his horror, the corn that he had just walked across was falling straight down, hundreds of feet to the bottom of the silo, which was cement floor. It landed with a crash a few seconds later. Instead of walking on solid surface of corn, as he had assumed, he had actually walked across a crust of rotten corn that had formed on top of the silo when corn had previously stored in the silo. The remaining corn had been removed from the silo the previous week. He spent a few months sitting on the catwalk, staring down into the depths of the silo, and then silently got up, went out across the access door, made his way back down the ladder on the outside of the silo, and took the rest of the day off. Oh, and the creepiest part yet, when he was heading back to where he was going, he actually saw in the distance a farmer of some sort, but it definitely looked like an apparition. As he was getting closer and closer to the man who was standing there, almost as if he was lifelessly stoned out of his mind, he disappeared. His face looked so rugged, disfigured, and it looked like he was emanating pure evil. He later awoke in the evening in his own bed to a man choking him out in his sleep. He woke up immediately and the man was gone. The man, the same guy who we saw, the farmer in the fields. He was described as having the most bulgy red eyes he had ever seen in his life, in the face of evil. Something was going on there, and he couldn't quite place his finger on it, but it was definitely demonic of some sort. That farmer was very protective of the cornfields it seemed that he may have raised himself, although I'm not sure why he even appeared in the first place, in the field, or as a possible sleep paralysis or ghostly encounter at night. Nevertheless, it gave me nightmares for a long time. I've known about this Ghost Stories website for a long time, probably since the late 90s. I don't visit the site too often, probably 3 or 4 times a year, but when I visit it, I enjoy it. Anyway, I wanted to share a couple of stories that kind of dawned on me while reading the site today. While I was reading your site, I remembered some of the experience I had at Paris Island, specifically in the rifle range area. Well, when I searched on the internet for Paris Island haunting, I came across this story. This same event in regards to fire which happened to a friend of mine. He was so spooked that he woke me up early for fire watch duty because he couldn't take it. He saw a figure in the mirror in the bathroom. The difference between his story and the story from the link is that he saw the figure in the mirror, but to him, it looked as if he was in the bathroom. The bathrooms were in the large area we call the squad bay. The drill instructor's office was typically there. My friend had me go in the bathroom, but I didn't see anything. I took over his shift and worked mine. I recall hearing sounds like someone was moving in the bathroom. I checked a few times, but I didn't see anything. If I'm being honest, I was hoping that I would, which is why I didn't mind taking a double shift. My second story is an interesting one, because it was an experience we all witnessed. Again, this was in the same barracks where we stayed for the rifle range. We had all entered the barracks after lunch, and we were all standing in front of our foot lockers as our drill instructor, Sergeant Minix, was yelling at us over something. He was standing right at the door that we always used to enter and exit the barracks. We're on the second floor of the 3-floor unit. Well, while he was yelling, there were 3 distinct knocks on the door. It was the 3 knocks that all recruits had to do in order to approach the drill instructor at his office, or when a recruit has to enter another squad bay. By knocks, they were not traditional knocks on the door, but more like hand slaps against the door. As soon as the 3rd knock was heard, he flung the door open. Now, if someone was standing there, they would have had a door to the face. There was no one there, and there was absolutely no possibility that someone could have jumped out of the way or hid. They would have had to run up or down the stairs, or jump over the railing and taken a very high and nasty fall, and would have been obvious just hearing footsteps. Looked up and down the stairs and said, "Must have been a ghost." It was the time of day where all platoons would have returned to their barracks, so it wasn't some recruit falling behind or a drill instructor late. That just doesn't happen. Paris Island is very orderly in everything. Of all the ghost stories I've heard, I've never read or heard one where a room full of people experienced the same thing.
I read many of the stories on your site and decided to tell one of my own. This is the scariest and most unexplainable thing that has ever happened to me. First, I'll give a little background information. I grew up on a farm in rural South Georgia and spent a great deal of my free time fishing, hunting, and exploring. and always doing this by myself, since there weren't a lot of other kids around and I only had a younger sister. I never really experienced any fear of anything, other than being late for dinner, all the years I was growing up, and I can't recall any paranormal experiences other than the one I'm about to share with you. I had a best friend from school that I started hanging out with after we became old enough to drive and got our trucks, which are required for country boys. For the next 2 years, we did most of our hunting and fishing and troublemaking together. After we graduated from high school, we even went to the same local college and continued to hang out. My granddaddy owned a farm in the same county that we lived in, and I would go deer hunting on his land sometimes, but I had never taken my friend there with me. Behind my grandparents' house were several barns, then several large fields, then a large pond with a swampy area, then a large pasture that stretched from one side of their property to the other, property line to property line. This wooded area was immediately behind the pasture and also encompassed the entire back side of the property. The woods were also enclosed on the back and on each side with a 4-foot tall fence, since cows were allowed into the pasture and wooded area at times. You will soon see why all this detail is important. On the 3 sides of the wooded area were large open fields belonging to the neighbors, with each field belonging to a different neighbor. Take note that there are no more trees or woods close by. During the fall of our first year in college, I had scouted these woods and put up 2 deer stands, one on each side of the property on the property lines, but also very close to active deer trails and signs. These stands were no more than 100 yards apart and about 150 yards into the woods from the pasture. I decided one weekend to treat my friend to a little hunting paradise, although I had yet to see anything other than squirrels all season long. We went to the woods about 4 p.m., with it being dark by 6. I took him to his stand and then proceeded across the woods to mine. Just after the sun went down, I heard my friend whistle loudly, obviously trying to get my attention. I whistled back. He whistled again as though he didn't hear me. Again, I whistled back, even louder this time. There was no response. About 5 minutes passed, and then I heard him whistle again. But he was closer to me than he should have been, but still through the woods somewhere. I found this very strange, since we were supposed to sit in our stands until after dark, and then meet up in the pasture to walk back out to the house. He whistled again and was even closer, and I could tell that he was almost running, and he started calling out my name. He sounded panicked and was coming straight toward me, although there is no way he could know where the deer stand was, since he had never been there before, and I didn't respond to him until he called my name. I climbed down from the tree stand as he approached, and when I got on the ground, he ran up and said, "We gotta get out of here. Something big is after me." Instead of joining him in the rush, I stood there looking and listening. Sure enough, in a few seconds, it sounded like a bulldozer was coming through the woods, but without the engine. I could hear trees breaking and large bushes being shaken and trampled, and it was coming right at me, with the sound becoming deafening, as though it were right on top of us. I started running down the fence headed for the pasture, and realized that my friend had run ahead of me and stopped. When he saw me running, he took off running again. We ran as fast as we could through the woods, with the sound of massive destruction right on our heels. As we broke out into the pasture and got about 50 feet from the edge of the woods, the sound stopped. We continued to run until we were halfway across the pasture, and turned to look at each other as we ran, both realizing that either we were no longer being chased, or there was just nothing to be torn and crushed in the pasture. We both stopped and turned around, dropping to the ground and shouldering our rifles, aiming to kill whatever was behind us. To our amazement, there was nothing there. The daylight was almost gone, causing the woods to appear as nothing more than a black blob. I told my friend to get up and run for the pond while I guarded the rear. Then he would stop and guard the rear while I ran to him. After meeting up again at the pond, we both walked in silence back to my grandparents' house. We got into our separate trucks and drove to our parents' houses, not mentioning the event until many years later. We still remain close friends then and even today, but we still don't know what happened in the woods that night. I did return to those woods a week later by myself, but in the middle of the day. I walked over the entire wooded area, and never even saw one broken branch or bush. I walked in the fields around the wooded area, and saw no large or unusual footprints. My friend never returned to those woods with me, even though I returned many times day and night, and never again experienced any strange occurrences or sounds. I know there was nothing physical in the woods that night, but whatever it was, I obviously didn't want my friend there, and he got the point loud and clear.
My family and I took a trip to Tennessee in the summer of '08. We went all over the place, such as Jackson and Nashville. On our second to last day before we left to go home, my family decided to go to Franklin because we had picked up a brochure of haunted places in Tennessee, and so we went to humor me because I was interested in hauntings at the time. This city, not known to most people, is actually the site of the bloodiest battle of the Civil War, even worse than Gettysburg. There are two houses that were the main sites. One of them was the Carnton Plantation, which is the setting to my story. The plantation was creepy enough when we drove up to it, without even knowing the history. When I got out of the car, I looked up at the house and noted how beautiful it was. Then my attention was averted to the balcony on the second floor. There, standing on it, was a man. He was clearly dressed in a Civil War uniform, though I quite can't remember which color, and I could clearly see that he had a beard covering his jawline. He stood there with his arms behind him, as if he was gazing out, overlooking troops. Of course, at the time, not knowing any of the history, I thought it was just the tour guide taking a break out on the balcony. I even hoped he was going to be my family's guide. Later, once we were on the tour, I noticed that none of the employees were dressed like 19th century citizens. Of course, then we got the history of the place, and I understood why this place was considered haunted. When the battle itself was both going on, and when it was over, injured soldiers were treated inside of the house. So many, in fact, that there are stains of blood inside of the house that will not come out of the floor. Many soldiers obviously died inside of the house. When we continued our tour upstairs, we entered a room with a door to the balcony. This is where I learned that no one was allowed out on the balcony. This confused me since I'd seen that man out there. When the guide took the group into the room across the hall and began talking, I couldn't pay attention. The closet in the other room kept grabbing my attention because it had a piece of black cloth in it. Finally, I tried to keep myself focused, and it was going well until a gentleman in the group got bored and decided to go out into the hall. I watched him leave, thinking that it was very rude and should come back. For some reason, when he left, I noted that the sun was in a position that didn't cast a shadow of the man's head on the hallway wall. Once again, I turned my attention back to the guide, but the man in the hallway began to wander in the hall, and that distracted me. When I turned to watch the man, there was suddenly a very clear and defined silhouette of a man's head and shoulders with a bearded face that traveled across the wall, then just disappeared. It startled me at first. Then I got excited because I thought I must have seen a ghost. Then I thought, no, I have to be practical about this because that man is out in the hallway. Once the tour guide was done talking, I went outside into the hallway way. The first thing I noticed was that any shadow from the tourists on the wall wasn't that dark or defined. Then I noticed that the way the sun was facing caused the shadows to be cast on a completely different wall. The silhouette I saw couldn't have been from anyone on the tour. Then I noticed that there was an upstairs where I thought maybe an employee could be working. That theory was completely dismissed when it appeared no one was up there. There wasn't any logical explanations for the silhouette. It wasn't until my family returned home a few days later that I decided to research what I had seen. After discovering that there was a frequent spirit there that was called the General, I made the connection. The details from past eyewitness accounts were identical to mine. He stands out on the porch, has a Civil War uniform on, and has a beard on his face. I was, and still am convinced, that I saw the general on that day. This took place shortly after I turned 16. My dad was working up in Oregon and Washington, but was based out of Rainier. I went up to live with him, I guess, just to do something different. I was used to being around the city type of atmosphere, and it wasn't too long before I grew bored. Not that the Oregon country girls in that area didn't stir my blood. It's just that they mainly wanted to waste their time getting high or drunk, tipping cows, or shooting the passing ships going down the Columbia River, which I don't mind. I just miss the city lights or something. Anywho, I'd been out partying with a friend and drove off the side of a mountain, another story which would take a while to go through, and I thought my dad was probably going to kill me anyway, without benefit of blindfold and a last smoke, so I decided to hitchhike back to Oklahoma. Needless to say, I lacked understanding of just how far I was from Oklahoma. My newfound compadre decided to go along, because he had gotten in recent trouble with his folks and wanted out of town too, so he took off. Somewhere between Portland and the Dells, on I-84, which was only a 2-lane at that spot. We were really tired and looking for a place to sleep. By this time, I'd found out that this hitchhiking thing wasn't for me, and it really should be called a lot of hiking and not enough hitching, or something similar. And what seemed weird was that out in the middle of nowhere, the fences were really well kept, and I didn't want to get cut up climbing one. No houses, no anything. It was simply just nice fences. Anyway, we found a rather peevish-looking fence about 3/4 of a mile before a bend in the road. The moon was out and actually lit up the area pretty well. There was about 3/4 of a mile behind us from the last turn in the road, and like I said, about the same in front of us before the next one. We were in a valley or whatever they're called that the road went through, and it was really a beautiful sight. Just as we were fixing to jump the fence, a car came around the bend from in front. Of course it was too far off to see us when it rounded the bend, but we didn't want it to see us climbing the fence when it came abreast of us, like the owners of the land are out cruising in the middle of the night. The sides of the road in that area sloped down at a very sharp right and were gravel, at least on our side of the road, so you didn't have to go far to be below the grade of the road and out of sight of passing motorists. It went down probably 15 feet though, well below the road. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that since. Just as we were sliding down the slope out of sight, I caught sight of something way down the road, just the side of the curve. The lights of the oncoming car caught it, just as it was making the curve. Whatever it was, went down the embankment on the opposite side of the road from us. I asked my friend if he saw it, and he said yes, he saw something. After the car passed, we peeked over the top of the road, and right when we started to climb back onto the roadway, because we decided we didn't want to sleep in that area anyway, we saw what appeared to be 2 guys pushing a motorbike climb up where we saw it go off before. This was still about 3/4 of a mile at least off, down the hill near the curve. We slid back down the slope, out of sight. I really don't know why. Then we kinda just looked at each other. A motorbike? We both looked at the incline behind us. If you pushed a motorbike off the side of the road down this embankment, you'd have a heck of a time stopping it before it went all the way down, and the river was on their side, and even a harder time getting back up. I couldn't imagine trying to get it back up to the road, assuming it didn't go into the river. We both peeked over the top, breathing really quiet and shallow, watching for another couple of minutes, when all of a sudden, it stood up. It wasn't 2 guys pushing a motorbike. It was something that had been on all fours and stood up, and it was huge. at least twice as tall as us, and by the way, we weren't midgets. I almost crapped myself. I started looking around, and the fence, by this time, was looking mighty small. Thinking really fast in that fight or flight mode, and the flight was definitely the way I was leaning towards, I realized that, thank God it had been his turn to carry the backpack, which would slow him down, and had the only food we had in it, and on top of that, I thought I could outrun him. Maybe it wouldn't want both of us. I looked at him, saw the panic in his eyes, and knew he was thinking along the same lines. I knew I couldn't run. I also knew that I had to sense us when it got directly across from us. I pulled out my little pocket knife. I knew that we're going to die, and all I could think of was, Lord, please let it be quick. I peeked over the top again, and it was almost even with us. I might have whimpered, silently of course, but I also noticed that the wind was blowing in my face from his direction. There might be hope. We ducked back down, and we could hear it almost stop right across from us for a moment or two, then start on up the road again. It was almost to the curve up the hill from us from the direction we had originally came from, when another car came around the bend downhill. I thought about jumping out in front of it and yelling for help, but if it didn't stop, then whatever that was would know that we were there. We waited, and it disappeared below the other side of the road, like before when the other car came. This time, it didn't come back up. I don't know how long we waited, but we finally climbed back up and continued down the hill and around the curve. We didn't say a word or breath, anything about a whisper, till we cleared that bend in the road and was a mile or two away. When we called the Dallas, we called our parents to come and get us. We'd had enough of the open road in Oregon. I don't know what that was, but I still think about it sometimes. I've had a few other things happen to me in my life, but that really scared me. My boyfriend and I saw the state park on our way from Arkansas to Illinois and thought we should check it out. We'd never heard of this place or even seen it before. We parked in the parking area and got out of the car to explore the woods. Naturally, I had to use the restroom, so I went to the bathroom, and once I got to the toilet, I had a terrible feeling of being watched, and I truly felt like someone was in the bathroom with me, but obviously, I was the only one. The feeling of this presence was so unbearing and evil that I ran out of the bathroom the second I finished with my pants down. Once I got out of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I started down the path. Within 30 seconds of walking, and still within 30 feet of the bathroom, my boyfriend and I heard a loud footstep, crunching the leaves. In fact, it was multiple footsteps. My boyfriend thought it was a bear or something, because of the heftiness of the steps, so he was searching and searching for a bear, or anything, but he couldn't find a thing. I didn't mention the bathroom to him, but after not too long, I insisted we continue. I know there is something terribly evil in that bathroom. For a while, nothing else odd occurred, and we continued on the path which goes down to level ground, with a large lake on one side. But soon after we got to this level ground area, the sun started settling, and that's when things got uneasy again. We both started to hear something large walking in the leaves again. Sean, my boyfriend, really wanted to see what it was, and at this point, I felt like we were really in danger, and that something else, unnatural, was there. So we barely started to move farther into the woods when Sean told me he saw a shadow or something farther in. Then, I was done. I told him we had to go, and I cannot be here any longer. So, I ran like hell back to the car, and Sean was close behind me. Once we got to the car, I was at the passenger door, ready for him to unlock it. And of course, He tells me that he hears that thing we've been hearing in the sparsely wooded area, directly in front of the parking lot, which is to the very right near the parking lot, and that he has to see what it is. So, I had him throw me the keys, and I got in the car. He got in within a minute, and I asked him if he saw anything, and he said he just saw that a dark shadow moved behind a tree, but nothing else. Needless to say, we booked it off that mountain, and it really seemed like a car was trying to chase us down the mountain. But we may have just been super spooked from the woods experience we just had. But I will note, we were driving at about 65 miles an hour, and the speed limit was way less. I forget now what it was specifically, but I want to say between 30 and 40 max. Plus, it was a mountain road, and very windy, and frankly, difficult to traverse at 65. Also, during the time I was taking pictures, the whole time we were in the woods, nature shots, that was actually the entire reason we were there in the first place, and the pictures were neat. The day ones didn't have orbs, but the night ones all did, and I thought maybe it was from the lake reflection or something. But I took a picture out of the car window, at the moon, right after we got in the car, and in that photo, there's the moon and like 30 orbs. It's amazing to me. I mean, I've never taken any orb photo ever before, and I took another photo of the moon out my window about 30 minutes after we left the mountain, and only the moon. I did some research to find anything on the area. It seems it was established in an old Indian burial ground, but few findings on much else, and I never found anything on cars chasing you out of this place. Be careful. During the day, the bathroom is really the worst part, and seemingly off the trail, but I just wouldn't go at night. And also, Sean didn't seem to have the feelings as intensely as I did, so if you're the right person, the feeling might not be too overwhelming. I was thinking about my dog last night, as he was put away a few years ago, and the immediate remembrance of a very weird experience me and my dog had in my home, in Tallahassee. This home, prior to any construction behind us, was all wooded landscape and ran into Lake Jackson. Within this wooded area were several Indian burial mounds. One day, shortly after I moved there for a new job, I took my dog for a walk, unleashed, back in the woods. I saw those mounds, but really did not know that they were Indian burial mounds. My dog and I both walked over these mounds just being adventurers. When I returned from our walk, my neighbor asked me jokingly if I let my dog run loose back there, and my response was yes. He then stated that I would see a black bird perched somewhere soon in a tree close by, and that this bird would be watching me. I laughingly asked why, and he said that if we walked over those mounds, we would have possibly wakened the spirits, and that the bird was their watchful eye on me. Well, of course I thought this man was crazy, but he was actually a very nice and intelligent man, as I learned later. So only about 2 days later, I returned home from work, and I recall thinking about the black bird bed he told me. So I peeked around the left side of the home to look into the wooded area, and lo and behold, there was a blackbird perched on a tree, staring at me. He would not take his eyes off either. Needless to say, that was creepy. So that very night, I was in my office, and my dog was usually laying in the living room by the fireplace. As I was doing my work in the office, my office chair was budged about 2 to 3 inches forward, with a force that felt like someone actually pushed the chair. I instinctively reached by, looking over my right side, expecting to see my dog. No dog, nothing. So I quickly went into the living room, only to see my dog laying down facing the hallway entrance, which is where my office resided, as well as 2 other bedrooms. And he had his head between his paws, staring and growling at something in the hallway. Talk about getting freaked out. So I grabbed my dog by his collar and tried to lead him down into the hallway, and he resisted every attempt. He was scared, obviously, and he definitely saw or sensed something. I did not see anything at all. As I walked into each room through that hallway, I did not see or sense anything. Then I walked into the bathroom and the master bedroom to find that my candle, which was lit, went out. So that night, I kept all lights on. The following day I came home and looked again for that weird bird. He was not there. So I took my dog outside to do his thing, but then noticed he was limping. Then he fell to his side with pain in the backyard. As I made the observation, I noticed that in his groin area, he had a large tumor-like bulge coming from this area. I immediately took him to the veterinarian, and I recall she had no explanation for it, but prescribed medication to reduce the swelling. Within 2 weeks or so, the swelling went away. Looking back at that, I really feel that the spirit, or whatever it was, made that happen, as my dog was still young and very healthy. After that week of weird occurrences, I never had anything further happen. I never told my neighbor what had happened, as I did not want to look silly or have rumors flying around. But for sure, I can tell you that I know in my own gut that what that neighbor told me came to life. Dogs can definitely sense or see these spirits, as we cannot apparently. Between the bird, the bump on my chair, my dog growling and acting scared, and the bulge in his groin area, all made sense that something was in that house. Never walked in those woods again. I no longer reside there either. This is a ghost, entity, evil demon, spirit, and whatever else was haunting our home, I can tell you. I will never forget what happened as long as I breathe air. We moved into this big house when I was 15. It had been empty for about 10 years. It had old, creaky wood floors and a ton of doors. Everywhere you turned in the house, there was a door. Don't ask, I still can't figure it out. It was a doctor's house. In the very back of the house is where he saw his patients. Yes, some died in the house in his office. Both my grandparents also died there. The very first thought we had activity, about 3 a.m. in the morning, there was someone banging on our front door. My grandfather would get up and no one would be there. This happened all the time. We'd drop our car keys in the glass bowl right when we walked in, and they would be in a different part of the house. Things were always showing up all over the house. It likes to play tricks all the time. So many things happened, I can hardly recall them. All but this one I will never forget in my life. I would love to forget it, but it just won't go away. I was 20 years old and just had a baby. I had my daughter in a bassinet beside my bed. I fell asleep watching Michael Jordan play basketball in the Olympics. My bed had a tall headboard that sat up against my bedroom window. I also had floor-to-ceiling curtains, very heavy curtains. The windows were shut. The curtains were shut too. I was sleeping on my back as I fell asleep to the TV. The TV was still on and the baby was fast asleep. All of a sudden, I felt a strong man's hand covering my whole face. He was trying to suffocate me. I was in panic mode. His grip on my face and nose was so tight that I couldn't breathe or scream. I was looking up at the ceiling thinking I'm gonna die, right there, right now. It seemed like an eternity, and I was losing my breath. Then, the phone beside my bed rang. It stopped. I jumped so far out of the bed across the room and looked back thinking I was fighting off an intruder, and no one was there. I looked out the window. Nothing. I looked in the mirror, and I had a bright red handprint on my face. It was evil. It was an evil something. I was praying out loud for whatever it was to get the hell out of my house and leave me alone. I've never been that terrified in my life. Never. I looked out the window and it was pitch black. I got the feeling like something was out there laughing at me or mocking me. The baby never woke up. It was her father on the phone. I told him what happened, but he thought it was a dream. I know from the start it was as real as I'm sitting here telling you today. Not long after that, my grandmother and grandfather died in the house on 2 separate occasions. I was left in this huge house all alone with my 2 children. They were 1 and just months old. The house was always freezing, no matter how high the heat was on. I would hear talking that I could never make out. Footsteps up and down the hallway, pinching, grabbing. The lights never worked. I changed the bulbs all the time. When I did the laundry where the old doctor's office used to be, I could feel a breath on my neck. I could see shadows of people out of the corner of my eye. It was a living nightmare. The energy was so thick and heavy, even on the brightest day. I was scared to death to be there alone and go home after work alone. I would just sit up with the TV on until I could fall asleep and pray to God that I didn't have to go to pee in the night. I was so scared to get up. The day I moved from that house was the happiest day of my life. I could have stayed there forever in that big house, but I wanted out. I still to this day, 19 years later, have vivid dreams of what happened. All the things I heard and all the things I saw. I've only told a few people this story. I've seen and felt both good and evil from a very, very young age. My nanny told me I had the gift of seeing and hearing spirits, like I was a light to them. I've had so many experiences I can't count. Most are very bad, but I have a couple that are good. I'm terrified of the afterlife. I pray that God carries me to heaven. If you don't believe, I'm telling you, there are things you can't see, but they can hurt you and make you so depressed you want to die. They can touch you, hurt you, and mock you, and laugh in your face. I know. Here's my story. It will be interesting to see what everyone else thinks of all this. I was at a friend's house listening to music tonight, Saturday, April 12th. He's a drinker, so he was feeling pretty good. He was at the computer with his back to me. I was on the couch directly in front of the TV, which was off. The only light on was right above the computer desk. To my right was the entryway, which was dark, pitch black actually, but I could see the reflection of the room in the TV. He was playing "Oh Death" from "Brother Where Art Thou." Song itself gave me the creeps, when suddenly I looked into the TV and saw a solid black figure of a tall man start to step out of the darkness of the entryway and into the living room. I didn't see anything like clothing or facial features, just tall and solid black. My friend at the same time swiveled his desk chair and pointed towards the entryway where he saw the figure. The figure stepped back into the dark as quickly as it appeared, as though it didn't want him to see it. I looked at him and said, "Did you see that too?" To which he replied, "See what?" He was only being animated during the song, but for sure didn't see anything. I've experienced several things at this house. He has not though, and it upsets him. But what I experienced that evening was the most eerie and frightening thing for sure. I know it wasn't one of his friends, or someone goofing off. It isn't easy to walk into his house, through the front door, and not be heard. The floor is tile. We walked over and turned on the light, and we both looked. There was no one there. I just went home. I couldn't stay there, and I begged him to come with me, but he wouldn't. A few days later when we talked, I asked him if he had ever had any seances or similar things in the house. He had first said no because it was his grandma's house and he moved in about a year after she had passed. But then he paused, and then he said, well, remember when we cleaned out the attic? There was a Ouija board up there. Well, no, I didn't remember, and I told him to get his house cleansed, but he was just laughing at me. I've never been back to his house since that night. About 2 weeks later, he got an unintentional EVP, which is very eerie also. He has a voice-activated recorder and was recording a couple of programs off the computer for a friend at work. He turned off the computer and the TV isn't hooked up anyways, but when he woke up, there were 3 recordings instead of 2 on the recorder. I know he's pretty up on computers, but he didn't make this EVP himself. Actually, it scared him, and he said he wasn't going to listen to it anymore. Even though I'm not sure whether I do in fact believe in ghosts and the supernatural, I must be the Ghost Stories world's biggest fan and relentless reader, and have been a patron of your site for many, many years, at least a decade now. Like I said, not being totally sure whether I do actually believe in ghosts, I've never had a story of my own contribute to a website. However, over the past months, possibly years, certain things have happened in our current rented home. Occurrences in this house that made me think twice, maybe even 3 times about what I actually do and don't believe in. My husband Craig and I have been living in our rented home here in Melbourne, Australia for almost 4 years now. We rent privately and know very little about the house and its history, apart from the fact that we are private renters and the rent has always been almost ridiculously cheap. The house isn't that old, however. It would only be about 15 or 20 years old. We do know, however, that several of the last tenants that lived here, families with children, by the look of the wall drawings in the study and backyard, moved out fairly quick after moving in, which has always puzzled me, as the house isn't in that bad a shape. The neighborhood is okay, and the rent, like I said, has always been ridiculously cheap. Any questionable incident that has happened in this house has either taken place in the lounge room or the nursery. My daughter is now 3 months short of turning 3. I remember one time when my daughter was tiny. She would have been 6 months old at the time. We'd put her to bed in her cot in her room. She's always been a fire alarm screamer, and on this particular day, after screaming for about 10 minutes, she quite suddenly stopped dead. Assuming that she had just fallen asleep, I walked outside into the backyard about 10 minutes later to feed the dog. I looked through her window subtly to make sure that all was calm in her room, when I noticed a very strange thing. My daughter did not look close to sleeping at all. She was in fact staring intently at the ceiling. I watched her eyes move from left to right and so forth, as if she was watching something very closely, but there was nothing there. Not thinking all that much of it, I went back inside and continued on with whatever I was doing, thinking that she was just boring herself off to sleep. A few weeks later, something very similar happened to this again, except this time, it was in the lounge room. Heidi was sitting with me on the couch. The family dog was also in the room, sitting by my feet, as Heidi all of a sudden started staring at the ceiling again, with much the same intensity as before in her room. This time, the dog joined in and was making much the same eye and head movements as Heidi was, as if they were both watching something on the ceiling move from side to side. The dog's hair then stood on the back of its neck, and he started growling, which frightened me, as he is one of the friendliest dogs in the world and wouldn't hurt a fly. Then, being a bit of a wimp, he got up and snuck into the next room and didn't come back for about a half an hour. This sort of thing has happened about 3 or 4 times since then, but nothing besides this has ever happened either. No apparitions or noises or banging. I've sometimes had the feeling, though, that we are not alone here. Nothing like this ever happens when my husband is at home, only when I am alone or with Heidi. A couple of days ago, it happened again. Heidi started off by staring at the ceiling, and then her gaze diverted to her toy basket in the corner of the room. She looked at me, smiled, looked back at the toy basket, pointed, and yelled baby. The word baby doesn't necessarily mean baby to Heidi. She calls newborns babies, as well as toddlers up to about her own age. I asked her where, Heidi. Where is the baby? There, she persisted. There, baby. I shrugged and looked away again and hoped to dear God that she would stop pointing and looking at that darn toy basket. She did, thankfully, after only about a minute or so this time. What do you honestly think about this? Fluke? Or something more than just imaginative child playfulness? This website has mentioned dark, powerful energies such as imps, and I noticed the creator of this website has seen what could be called imps. Imps are described as devil spirits, who are demons, and small in stature. I've had many experiences throughout my life like the one the web creator had growing up. I don't like talking about them so much, and do my best to keep it dormant, but I did read their story, and I've had an experience with a small black figure that sounds like one of the imps described in that story. Me, my daughter, and my wife all used to sleep in the same bed till our little girl was 1.5 years old. Around the time my daughter was that age, I remember staying up till close to 1 or 2 a.m. watching a long movie. When I was finished, I went to the room and turned on the bathroom light to brush my teeth. Our room was well lit from the bathroom. Since around the age of 3, I've had dealings with spirits as well. So, when I was about halfway through my brushing, I pretty much knew from that feeling I had that something was happening. I looked in the room where my daughter and wife were sleeping, and called from behind my daughter in a fetal position was a small black figure. It looked human, but it moved, behaved, and felt like it was something else. It looked towards me, got on all fours, and scurried across the bed lightning fast. I kinda jumped back, but it disappeared when it hit the floor. The strange thing was, after I got into bed, my daughter, eyes closed, still asleep, did the exact same thing the figure did before I went to bed. Only my daughter stopped with her still sleeping face right in mine, then laid back down and was normal again. Some other things started happening after that, but I don't know if they're related. I hope my story helps you figure out what these things are. My story begins about 3 years ago. I was 27, and me and my husband were expecting our first child. We had been living with his mother, but since I had become pregnant, we needed a place of our own. My parents owned 2 houses, one in which they lived in, and the other right behind theirs. My oldest brother and wife and children used to live there, but he bought the house right next door to my parents. Always wanted to stay close to our family. We're very close. Now that the house behind my parents was unoccupied, my mother asked me to move in. My husband and I gladly accepted. We would have more room and a place of our own. Well, the very next day we moved in, I was about 41 weeks pregnant and needed to go to the hospital to be induced for labor. We had a healthy baby boy. After our stay in the hospital, we returned to our new home. About 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I started hearing a noise in the middle of the night, coming from the closet in our bedroom. My husband worked a graveyard shift most nights at the time, so I was alone at night with our son a lot. The noise was that of the closet door opening. I had put a long rectangular mirror on the closet door, those that are about 1 foot wide and 4 feet long. It had 2 hooks that went over the top of the door, so as to hang the mirror. So every time you opened it, it would screech very loudly, since the metal hooks rubbed against the door frame. Well, like I said, about 4 to 6 weeks after we moved in, I heard this very loud screech at about 2:30 to 3 a.m. I woke up and realized it was the closet door opening. It opened about 4 inches. We had 2 chinchillas that slept on the floor at the end of the bed, and I just rationalized it to one of them opening the door with their paw. But I know that would have to take some effort, since the metal hooks over the top of the door made it hard to open and would make the door get stuck. I didn't really get scared. I just looked, then went back to sleep. About 2 weeks later, again, me asleep, alone, middle of the night. Then the screeching sound of the closet door opening. I woke up, and this time, sat up and looked at the closet door. What just happened? I checked on my baby in his bassinet next to my bed, and he was fast asleep. I looked at the chinchillas. They were awakened too, and looking at the closet door, but had not moved. So again, I felt no fright, and went back to sleep. Again, a few weeks later, my husband had a day off, so he was home that night, and again, about 2 or 3 a.m., the screeching noise of this closet door being pushed open from the inside. My husband wakes up and just stares at the door. Now he saw firsthand what I had told him about. The last time this happened was some weeks after that. Again, I was alone at night. I heard the screeching sound of the door opening, only it sounded like it opened a little bit wider than just 4 inches this time. I sat up and looked at the door. The chihuahuas were staring at the closet door as well. This time, they stood up. Then the closet door started opening a little bit further still. That set the chihuahuas off. One was barking at the closet door like there was no tomorrow, and the other ran under the bed crying and howling. Their reaction is what scared me the most. My heart was racing. I put my head under the covers. The closet door didn't open further, but it took me forever to get back to sleep. After that night, I was scared of the closet. I told my husband, and he put a lock on the door. I closed it and locked it every night. I didn't open it again. Only one thing happened after that. About a year later, the closet door became increasingly harder to close. It would get stuck, and I would really have to push to close it completely. One Sunday night, about 7:30 p.m. this time, I again was home alone. My husband was working, and my son was with my parents in the house in front of ours. I was watching some TV, and I didn't like to leave the closet door open anymore. So I walked over to the closet door to try and close it completely. I was really pushing, and I started banging on the door with my fist to try and close it. It was almost closed. Then, while I was banging with my fist, right on the other side of the door there was a loud bang, as if someone hit it with their fist. It was right on the spot I was hitting it. I could feel the vibration against me. I stepped away from the closet door. I tried to stay calm. I'll try to sit down and watch some TV, I told myself. I sat down, but could not keep my eyes off the closet door. After about 30 seconds, I decided I couldn't stay in the house any longer. I left my parents' house in front of mine and left the TV on. Why did that scare me so much? I was fine when the closet door would open in the middle of the night. Was it because I was so sleep deprived from having an infant son that it was so easy for me to go back to sleep? The fact that I heard the banging on either side of the closet unnerved me so much. Thinking back, I remembered when I was 14 and my brother first moved in the very same house with my then 4-month pregnant sister-in-law and her 4-month-old daughter from a previous marriage. I remember shortly after they moved in, her telling me she thought the house was haunted. I asked why, and she told me that at night, she would see the closet doorknob rattle and turn. Oh, it's just her imagination, I told her. Even at 14, I would rationalize everything. I guess it wasn't her imagination after all. I later asked my niece, now 21, if she ever saw anything. She told me she did, which I later write about. This is something completely different to my experience, and I think it had something to do with her and not the house. She also used to tell me that the closet door used to open in front of my brother until he confronted it. Then it stopped. Thank you for taking the time to read my story. I live about 20 minutes from an old covered bridge in Mableton, Georgia. This is one of the places I've been to in the surrounding area and where I had the most happen. In 2004, we went on a last-minute hunt to the bridge. I know you're supposed to be better prepared, but I kept most of my things in the car at all times, just in case. We of course had heard the local legends and wanted to see for ourselves, so we headed down after about midnight. Even then, the traffic on the road was just heavy enough that we were unable to try the chocolate thing with the car, so we parked up the road a ways away at the Comet Trail parking lot. We walked down and took our flashlights with us. On either side of the bridge are orange streetlights, so the bridge is lit up all the way through. One in the group brought her cousin, and I didn't realize at first that he had been drinking, or he would have stayed behind. He got up in one of the bridge's windows and peed into the creek below. After yelling at him to stop, I realized I could no longer see the lights on either side of the bridge. Our flashlights also stopped working, all of them. After the temperature dropped and it became dark the way it did, I told others it was time to leave. We then saw the streetlights turn on for a second, and then in the distance, at the other end of the bridge, 2 kids dressed in formal attire, standing and hand-holding. Had to be about 30 seconds, but we saw it. We froze, then started back to the car. As we walked out of the bridge, we heard what sounded like little kids laughing, and they actually touched and poked at our backs as we hurried as fast as we could back up the hill. One of our group reported hearing a voice in his ear telling him to run. I have to say it was unsettling, and though I haven't been back to the bridge yet, it hasn't stopped me from going to other places. I've heard voices and gotten pics, and even had things happen at other sites. This one was one of the best ones, because I don't get physically touched by them often. I also believe nothing would have happened if he had not upset the spirits the way he did. I'm very much more careful about who I bring with now. Only one town over from our home stands one of the largest and most ornate railway stations in our state. The owners worked over 20 years bringing it back from neglect in a time gone by, as their second love is antiques. They have decorated it with period pieces throughout, now opened it as an outstanding restaurant. My husband and I often bring friends there to enjoy not only the wonderful food, but for the pleasure of watching them jump as the Amtrak fly by, only feet from the window. There is a very small organ that has been placed on a wall, not far from where we often sit. Several meals ago, our waitress entertained us by telling some people have commented there is a ghost attached to this instrument. One said she saw a very small, frail old lady standing by it, saying, "This isn't right," indicating dismay, as to how our organ came to be sitting in an eatery. The waitress went on to say they never liked to work alone when closing up, as there's so many unexplained noises. We enjoyed a meal there today, and as always, our conversation turned into the many thousands of people now gone that pass through these massive arched doors. Out of nowhere, I smelled a very strong odor of ivory soap. Mind you, we are eating fish, no one is passing by, and the other tables haven't changed their patrons. I say nothing, but a moment later, my husband smells it and says how weird it is. Such an uncommon smell today. It lasted for about 3 minutes. There was no explaining the smell. As we finish, we wander through the hall looking at various rail-related antiques and move on to the outside. There's an Amtrak train on the track, but it is going slow. Strange, as they usually are speeding enough for an onlooker to feel their wind as they pass, heading for Boston. It comes to a complete stop at the station. A man in uniform gets out and looks at the front and then under. Turning to us, he says he thought he saw someone laying on the track. He walks about, making a full inspection. Then he gets in and then starts going. We see the riders in their seats, but as we watch, he stops again, just down the track, and repeats the inspection again. Strange day. This place should be investigated. This is my second entry and story. This takes place in Rusk, Texas in the 70s. This story comes from an acquaintance of mine, who is really more of a good friend of mine, of my good friends. Mike and Katie were married and had 2 children. One was a 9-year-old boy, and the other was a 5-year-old girl. They moved into a house that had a shotgun-style layout. In other words, you entered into the living room, and there was a straight hallway all the way to the back door, with all of the rooms off of this one main hallway. Mike and Katie took the first door on the right as their bedroom, while giving the children the last door on the left to their bedroom. One night, not long after the move, Mike and his wife were sound asleep when they were awakened by screams of mommy and daddy, and turned on the nightstand lamp to find both their children wide awake and terrified. The children claimed to have seen a man with a hat on and a beard peering into their window. Mike immediately got his gun and ran around the back, where he found an empty field and no sign of anyone having been there. At first, they were under the impression that this man had a ladder because the back of the house stood on a steep grade down, and no one could be peering into one of the back windows without a ladder. But the occurrence repeated itself, and finally, Mommy asked the kids to describe exactly what they had seen. Their stories were both told at different sessions and matched completely. What had woken the children was a strange light out the window and someone walking up and down on what sounded like wood boards. They said this man leaned over and looked down into the window, and he had a shotgun in his hands. The couple moved the children to another room, and Mike did some laborious digging into the history and county files in the house. Through newspapers and files, plus some additional info from some of the older townspeople, Mike learned that this house had once been at another location, and when it was moved, it was turned around so that what had been the front of the house was now the back of the house. He also learned that the man who had died at the house had been arrested and died in prison for shooting his wife and her lover in their bed with a shotgun. I've sent in one other story about my mother's house in Illinois, but I have 2 more stories to share. I was raised by my grandparents. Their house has its share of odd occurrences. Knocking sounds from within the walls, an apparition of my great-grandmother, and eerie feelings down the long hallway to the bedrooms. One night, I was around 9 in 1989. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. My bed was facing the doorway, and I could see into my grandparents' bedroom across the hall. The hall is only about 4 feet wide. The only light visible came from a small night light in the outlet at the center of the hall. As I was tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep, I looked out into the hallway and saw a young woman with curly hair, her body glowing faintly. She carried a candle in her cupped hands. She walked slowly and paused for a second and turned to look into my grandparents' room. Being the nervous child I was, I quickly pulled the covers over my head and ignored it, eventually falling asleep. Years passed, and I never saw another apparition. When I was 16, 1996, I was still living there. I grew up in that house, 13 years total, and had moved across the hall, having switched rooms with my grandparents. I decided I would try an experiment. I found a dress similar to the one I saw the apparition wearing, so I decided I would put it on and sort of relive that experience. I have very curly hair, and it was the same length as the apparitions. I put on the dress, grabbed a short white candle, turned off the hall light, lit the candle, and took the path that I had witnessed the apparition take. I took the same route, made the slow walk, paused at my old bedroom door, looked in, and walked into what was now my bedroom. Was what I saw a ghost, or merely a glimpse into my future? Was I seeing myself on some other intersecting point of time? I'm still trying to figure that one out. Next story. This occurred in 1997, while I was at a Native American ceremony in the woods in Nebraska. We had been out in the woods for about a week, living in our tents and teepees, ceremonies going on throughout that time. I'd heard the stories of spirits who lived in the trees, and being as curious as I am about the supernatural, I was nervous and excited to see what might be out there. For the first few days, things were normal, and I went about my business working in the cook shack, making large quantities of food for the huge number of people there. One evening, after dinner, I was sitting at a table with the aider, talking about the name he had just given me, Star Woman, for my love of looking at the stars for hours on end, when my right hand suddenly went ice cold. My mother was sitting to my left, and I said, "Wow, my hand just went freezing cold." There was no wind, and it was July in Nebraska, pretty hot, even after the sun went down. She said, "Oh, don't worry, that's just the spirit touching you." I can't recall the name for them, so I'll just say spirit. I think it was Wayne Guy, but I'm not sure. Okay, no big deal. Our tent was set up along the perimeter of the tree line, with an outhouse about 50 feet to the right. On several occasions, while walking to the outhouse, I noticed black human forms in the trees. When I'd shine my flashlight on them, they were gone. I attributed this to my imagination. A few days later, a friend who had brought along for the trip was sitting in my tent with me, talking about the day. I was on the left side, leaning back on my arms, with my lantern flashlight next to my left hand, about 12 inches away. It was the kind where you could pull up the body of the flashlight to reveal a lantern. We were talking, and we noticed the light shifting in the tent. There were no other lights, aside from a bonfire on the side of the camp at about 300 feet. I looked at my flashlight, and it was standing on its edge. All we could do was sit and watch it. It stood on its edge for about 2 minutes. Then we decided to leave the tent for a while, because we were a bit freaked out. The flashlight had a rounded head, not a square one. My hand did cause the tent floor to dent in slightly, but my flashlight was nowhere near my hand or the dent I made in the floor. The light was literally standing on one rounded edge. When I mentioned it to my mom the next day, she quipped, "They were playing with you. They must like you." I wasn't really scared. just a bit nervous, considering we were out in the wilderness with no lights. I was intrigued more than anything, considering the nature of the ceremony we were attending. I'm certain the spirits were focused by our activity. I hope to return to that spot in the future. This occurred in Miami, Florida in 1980 when I was 15. I still don't know if this was a paranormal experience, but it was unsettling nevertheless. I was babysitting for the next door neighbors one evening. Their daughter was down for bed, and I was in the family room watching TV. They had a small anchor biter type dog, and it went to the double sliding glass doors that led out into the rear patio and pool area, like it wanted to go to the bathroom. All of the homes in this area had a screened-in patio pool enclosure, and when you open the sliding glass door to step out into the patio, immediately to your left was a screen door that led into the backyard. Unlike most of the homes in my neighborhood though, the backyard was surrounded by a chain-link fence. So I go and open the sliding glass door, which was completely covered by trays for privacy, to let the dog out. The dog steps out, and I immediately hear the crunching of grass in the yard to my left, as though someone is walking in the backyard. Startled, I look to my left, and there is what appears to be a man, adult size, reaching out as if to open the screen door. I immediately slammed the glass sliding door shut, scared out of my wits. I stood frozen in fear in the living room. Silence. After a few minutes, I cautiously peered through the curtain onto the patio. No one there, just a dog sniffing around. I let the dog in, and he did not appear agitated at the least. I never thought much about it after that, until years later. If there was someone there, why didn't the dog bark? If it was supernatural, animals are known to get agitated, yet nothing. My imagination? Definitely not. Nothing like that ever occurred again in subsequent babysitting for that neighbor. When I was young, my grandmother owned a very old rustic country summer home in a small village about 3 hours away from a large city where I grew up. There was nothing particularly threatening about the outside of the house. To a casual onlooker, it just looked like an old quaint house, much like the majority of the houses in the village. During summer break from school, my parents would send me there, since my grandmother always took her vacations there, far away from the busy life in the big city where we all lived. Though I miss my parents a lot, and didn't get along well with my grandmother, I still, for the most part, enjoyed the large garden with its old apple trees, a berry orchard, and a large vegetable garden. The inside of the house had a very different feel to it. First of all, it was definitely very old and somewhat musty, because it went unused for a large portion of the year. In one of the bedrooms where the wallpapers was peeling, you could see several layers of different color wallpaper, which makes me think that the house was owned by many people before my grandmother, though she had for many, many years. Though it had a sink, it did not have a toilet or a shower. Instead, there was an outhouse outside and an outside shower for summer use. There was one room in the house, which was added sometime after the original house was built. It was a slightly newer, open space with many windows, painted in a pleasant pastel color. It was located at the very back of the house. For some reason, my grandmother insisted that this particular room is where I would stay. If you were to simply look at it, you would find absolutely nothing threatening about this room. However, for some reason, I was terrified of staying there. My parents always remarked that unlike the other children, I was scared of nothing. I always slept with the lights off, never had any incidents where I was scared to be alone, and never had any childlike fears such as a monster in the closet, etc. So, my parents found it highly unusual that being 8 or 9 years old, I was absolutely terrified of this room. I would beg my grandmother to let me sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, but she always told me that I was being silly and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the room. Yet at night, with the lights off, I couldn't help but hear unusual creaking sounds, knockings, and what sounded like footsteps after my grandmother had gone to bed. Having never been scared of anything, I would pull the blanket almost all the way over myself, except for my eyes, out of which I could see faint black shadows moving along the corners of the room. I tried so hard to convince myself that I was just imagining things, but the extreme uneasy feeling never let up. I felt like something in the room could physically hurt me if it chose to. I told my parents and kept asking my grandmother about the room, but my questions were sidestepped, and I was always told that I'm just imagining things. And maybe it's because the room is sort of isolated from the rest of the house, and that makes me nervous. And of course, I got the usual explanation of it's just the house settling, etc. Since the house had no hot water, they couldn't blame the water heater. Things would go on like this every summer I was there. On a few occasions when I was allowed to sleep in the bedroom in the main part of the house, I felt much more at ease and was able to fall asleep much easier. In the other room, the uneasy feeling would keep me awake for hours, which was highly unusual for me since I never had trouble sleeping anywhere else. Yet, though significantly weaker, the effects of that negative energy permeated the entire house. To wash up before bed, we would heat water in the kitchen and put it in a basin. On numerous occasions, when I was washing my face or giving myself a sponge bath, since the only shower was outside, I had very strong feelings of being watched, to the point where I would do what I needed to do as fast as possible and would turn to look behind me, expecting someone to be there. One particular occasion I remember very clearly. It was broad daylight, and my grandmother went to the local market to buy food, while leaving me at the house by myself. I was about to go outside to the garden when I heard a loud female voice clearly calling my name from the living room. Utterly confused since I was supposed to be the only one in the house, I went to investigate. My grandmother was still out, and I confirmed that I was alone. Then I heard the same voice again, calling out to me urgently from another room. I was really freaked out and almost ran out of the house, but made myself go and see if anyone was there. I saw no one. When my grandmother got back from the market, I told her what happened, and she told me many people imagine someone calling their name when they are home by themselves. Even then, I thought it was an odd explanation, since I never had an occurrence like that before. And actually, I haven't had an occurrence like that in the nearly 20 years since then. Sadly, since I was still a child, I never found out the history of the house before my grandmother finally sold it after she was too old to maintain it. I don't envy whoever owns it now, though. Okay, one of my first experiences with ghosts was when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I was in Texas at my grandmother's house with my brother and cousin. We were sleeping in the living room, and I heard kids playing in the background. Then I heard a man call my name. I thought everyone else was up, and my grandma was waking me up. I stood up and opened my eyes, and there was no one there. It was also silent. I thought it was a dream, but then I heard kids again, and a man's voice started to call my name again. I now knew that this wasn't a dream. I ran to my grandparents' room, and told them there was a man calling my name and that there were kids playing. My grandma said I was having a nightmare and to go back to sleep. I got into bed with them and went to sleep. About an hour later, my cousin came into the room saying that a man wouldn't stop calling his name. My grandma thought it was maybe a coincidence and told us to go to sleep. Nothing ever happened to my brother. A few weeks later, we got a call from them telling us that they were moving. My grandpa had gotten up about 1 a.m. to let the dog outside, and when he turned around, all of the dog's squeaky toys started squeaking, and there was a woman standing right in front of him, and it wasn't my grandma. They found a house and started moving as quickly as possible. We came down to help them. We lived in Oklahoma at the time, and my grandma told us that there was a family that lived in the house, and the dad and kids all died in the house fire. We never found out who the woman was, though. Thank you for letting me submit my story to you. This is one of the scariest, but I have lots of them. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to feel and see spirits that no one else could. It took me many years to discover what this ability was, and that I wasn't alone. I don't remember my very first ghostly experience very well, but my mother does. She told me the story many times. I was 3 years old, and we were visiting my grandmother at her home in East Boston. I walked into the back bedroom, my grandmother's room, and then back into the dining room and asked my grandmother about the man in our room. She asked me to describe him, so I did. She turned to my mother and quietly said, "She has a gift." She handed me a photo of her and my deceased grandfather and asked me if that was the man. I said yes, but he was skinnier now. My grandfather died of a brain aneurysm, a complication from a bout of meningitis in 1952, 34 years before my birth year. 1 year later, I was 4. We moved into a new home. Directly behind the house was the cemetery. We lived in that house for the next 14 years. There was a very heavy, eerie feeling that surrounded the stairs. Something watched you from the base of the stairs while you were in the living room, or at the top of the stairs. Every so often, there was footsteps and the sounds of someone falling down them. When you went to investigate, nothing was there. The basement was the worst place. It felt like something like a voice grip was squeezing your chest. I could never go down there. I was apparently the only one that felt it. My sister told me after she moved into her room down there that she never quite felt alone, and she'd get this odd headache, then smell something really awful. My dad made sure everything was perfectly safe before she moved everything down. There was no explainable reason for her experiences. I've had experiences outside the house as well, in cemeteries, in other people's homes. Recently, I began to investigate haunted places in New England with my friends. Since moving into my current residence in 2005, though, I haven't had any experiences at my home. We lived in a small farmhouse with a huge backyard, and beyond the fence, an even larger pasture. I was 11 years old when we lived there, and we, the kids, would always explore the backyard, especially at night, and play hide and seek all of the time. One night, in this big backyard, I was alone and looking out at the pasture, when suddenly, I felt as though I was being watched, and I turned my head to look at the house, when I saw a transparent man looking at me, and then he disappeared a few seconds later. My uncle had died when I was 4, so I assumed it was him watching over me, and ventured into the house and went to sleep. A few minutes went by with no strange happenings when I went over to a friend's house and spent the night with her. We had a little bit of a slumber party and ended up sleeping in the living room when she woke me up at about 3 a.m. in the morning, apparently scared out of her mind, and told me she had woken up to go to the bathroom. That made her hair stand on end. Then saw a shadowy tall figure of a man with a pressed suit on, no hands or feet, and some kind of burlap bag over his head with a rope tied twice around his neck. So naturally, I thought she was kidding around, trying to scare me. So I got up and ventured into the direction she was pointing, when I felt this strange sensation, and boom, like magic, he was there. I ran back and told her that I had too seen it, and she ran into her parents' room and got them out of bed, and naturally, they told us there were no such things as ghosts, and told us to go back to sleep. We lay in the living room a long time, just watching this thing pace back and forth, and waiting for dawn so we could finally get some sleep. And about 5 in the morning, the visitor disappeared, and we soon fell asleep. Never in a million years, if someone would have told me this would be the beginning of a 19-year-old haunting, would I have believed them. But that is exactly what happened. Not just to me, but to my friend also. It seemed that this ghost visited us every night at the same time for almost 2 years at first, just pacing the halls, then turning things off and on, changing TV channels and radio stations, swinging things in the walls, just little annoying things that at our age would scare the crap out of you. One of the scariest nights I can remember was one night at my house. We were sitting on the bed eating ice cream when we both got that spooky feeling and fell silent, and we smelled something burning for a second, and then we heard the most guttural scary movie growl I've ever heard in my life. We threw our bowls and ran into the living room, where I felt the need to spoil the beans to my parents. Of course, they told me we were crazy and that our imaginations were great. A few months later, I was still insisting to them that something evil was in the home, and they kept telling me the same thing and began asking me if I needed help like counseling or something, but I kept fighting with them about it. By this point, even my brothers thought I was insane. A few months later, my parents decided to move because I stuck to my story, and they were hoping that if they got me away from my friend, that my imagination wouldn't work overtime. We moved about 65 miles from that town to another farmhouse that was even older than the last one. The same thing was happening, only instead of pacing back and forth, the figure began to float to my bedside, lean its head to the side, and make noises like it wanted something from me. This was a nightly ordeal for a few months, and then it began to start touching me. I could never see its hands, but I could feel the icy cold prickle sensation that came with it, working its way up my bed, to my legs, up my body, and even surrounding my head. Most nights, I was too afraid to move and afraid to cry out, so I laid in my bed, silently weeping. This went on for quite some time too. Then it began to lay in the bed beside me and touch me off and on all night, as though it was testing me to see if I was scared. And trust me, I was terrified. But when 5 a.m. rolled around, proof he would vanish. After a few months of this, in a ton of lost sleep, I finally got the nerve up to throw a pillow at him and yell at him. You know, things like, "What do you want from me?" And he began to put his head to the side, even more, and grunt, as if he was replying, "What?" Remember, the figure always had a pressed-on pinstripe suit, and some kind of burlap bag over his head, with a rope that showed to be strung around his neck at least 2 times. So, I never saw a face or even heard him speak, anything other than the grunts it was doing that night. But shortly after my temper tantrum, it left. Finally, a few nights of peaceful sleep, until I was awakened by heavy footsteps in the foyer, going through the kitchen, which was not like him at all, and then the burnt smell again, and I was so afraid that I would hear the growl again, that I remember thinking, my parents would surely find me dead in the morning from a heart attack. To make a long story shorter, here's a list of things that happened. After that night, I never saw the burlap ghost again, but strange things and sounds and figures would keep me up all night. It was like an open portal in my bedroom. I would wake up scratched up, heavy breathing in my ears, pressure on my chest, racing black silvery balls across the ceiling, red eyes racing through my room and disappearing, laughter, waking with my arms bruised as if someone had grabbed me, something cold that I always assumed to be a hand, because I felt something like a huge ring hit the bottom of my foot, grabbed me by the ankle, and almost slung me out of bed. A Bible was slung across the room and landed on my bed, as I had taken to the habit of filling my room with religious items. In one night, so much activity in my room that my younger brother was awakened and came in only to turn white and started screaming. And to this day, he will not tell me what he saw. So on to the future. I turned 18, still struggling with this haunting, or whatever you call it, and joined the military, and it still followed me. Even being stationed in Iceland, it was still up to no good, and my best friend, who was also my roommate, would say things like something is not right, and it was doing all of its little tricks again, like turning things on and off. But she seemed fascinated with it, so I told her the entire story, and she didn't seem to mind. She had just wondered what I had done to have this happen to me. Finally, a few years of peace without one thing happening. I'm now 24 and live with my boyfriend in our 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and nothing. Another year of peace when he tells me one morning that he felt like he was being choked in the middle of the night, and he has some bruises on his arm. I say nothing because I don't want him to think I am crazy, but it keeps happening, and then I wake up, look at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. again, and something is breathing heavy in my ear. I got up and went into our guest bedroom, and nothing, so I fall asleep for what seems like a few hours. But when I wake up, it is only 40 past 3, so I attempt to get up, and I can't move. Something is strangling me and hitting me all over. I struggle to get up, but I can't move. I can't even scream. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes and proved the struggle is over. This time, the attack is so severe that I consider calling a team of specialists out to see what it is, but I never did. Shortly after that, my boyfriend and I split up, and I moved to Oklahoma to be with my family, and nothing has happened since. Once in a while, I get a strange sensation, but I don't think about it twice and just keep doing what I'm doing. And it has now been about 2 years since anything out of the ordinary happened. There are many more things that happened during this trying period of my life, but for me to write it on here would take a year at least. For those of you who read this and think I'm crazy, I can only say that maybe someday my little brother will tell me what he saw. My fiance had just died in our townhouse. This was in 2002. He had offed himself in the head. I went back later because I couldn't go back there for a while after he had died. Anyway, I went back, and I kept feeling a hand brush across my forehead. One night, I was in bed and was about to fall asleep when something grabbed my foot and was pulling it downward. I freaked out. I was the only one in the house. Then, I had a friend come over because I was afraid to be alone because of these things happening. My friend was downstairs and I was upstairs, coming out of the bathroom, and a dark floating figure floated right by me. It almost ran into me and would have had I not stepped back. It telepathically told me it was not here for me and that I had gotten what it wanted, and also will not look directly at me. I somehow felt like I was being protected by God, and the thing was actually afraid of me. I didn't feel scared. Later on in the month, I took a bunch of pictures of the townhouse because I wanted to remember the good times where my fiance had lived and been very happy together at one time. I was planning on moving because the memory of his death was just too much for me, and I always had this creepy feeling there since he had died. After I got the pictures developed, there were 120 photos in all of several different rolls of film of different things, and then the one that I had taken pictures of, the inside of the townhome. Out of all these photos, I had taken 3 of the exact place where he had died, and only those 3 photos were what appeared to be flames right in the place where he had passed. It almost looked like the portal to hell. Seriously. To this day, I cannot explain those pictures. They were taken with a very expensive camera. No other photos I had developed before or after that had ever had those flames in them like that. Just the 3 that were the exact location of his body when he died. My name is Malin, and I've just turned 21. I live in Sweden. In my parents' house, I've experienced some strange things that I really can't explain. My sister and I have always felt that there is a presence other than us. My parents don't believe in that kind of thing and have always told us that it's just our imagination. One of the first things I remember is that my father had gotten this stuffed animal that looked like E.T. He got it from his students as a present. I must have been about 4 years old and had recently seen the movie with my sister, and for some reason, I thought that E.T. was the most scary thing I've ever seen, so I didn't like this doll at all. In our basement, there are a lot of different rooms. In one of them, we had a huge box filled with stuffed animals. Every time I went down there, I took the E.T. doll and put it in the bottom of the box, under all the other stuffed animals. But the next time I went down there, the E.T. doll was lying on top of the others again. This happened repeatedly, every time I went down there. It didn't matter if I waited 2 days or 2 minutes. I of course asked my sister and my parents about it, but they swore that they had nothing to do with it. Of course it could be so that they lied to me every time I asked them, but I find that hard to believe. Anyway, I solved the problem a couple years later by giving the ET doll to one of the guys in my class. I constantly heard, and still hear, cracks and other sounds in their house, footsteps, and sometimes voices. They've always been there, and I guess I got used to it, but it took a few years before the next big thing happened. I was 15, maybe 16, and had moved down to the bedroom downstairs. I didn't like sleeping downstairs, but it was either that or a tiny room upstairs. One day, I was sitting in my bed, writing in my diary, when I heard a knock on my door. I was surprised because I was alone in the house and hadn't heard either the car nor the door open. I said, "Come in," but when no one entered, I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there. I thought it was strange, but went back to my diary. I had hardly any time to pick up my pen before I heard another knock. This happened a couple of times and really scared me, so I locked the door and crawled under the covers. Then I heard scratching outside and froze, just to hear meow, one of my cats. At first I thought it was my cat who had caused the knocking, but I've never met a cat that can actually knock that hard. Another time I was in the bathroom upstairs. I just finished washing my hands and was outside the bathroom when I remembered that I left my watch on the shelf in front of the mirror. I turned to go get it and took a step into the room when a bottle of lotion literally flew off the windowsill and landed in front of my feet. The window was closed and there was no wind to speak of outside. If the bottle had fallen off the windowsill because it was placed unstable, it would have fallen right down in the cat's litter box, but instead, it flew almost 13 feet. I calmly went out of there, closed the door, and got into my room and locked the door. I've also seen a boy in the basement, a teenager. He's not transparent at all. He looks as real as you and me. I've only gotten short glimpses of him, but I know he has brown hair and a green shirt. For some reason, I most often see him around Christmas and other holidays. I wonder why. Even though some of these things scare me, I've never felt threatened, so I guess whomever or whatever is present in my parents' house doesn't want to harm us. I'm one to be afraid of the dark, but there are feelings I get. Feelings that tell me to get out. Almost a communication with my location. The basement has been home to incidents experienced by me and my slightly older sister. My experience is weird. I went downstairs to retrieve something for my mom when I was near the stairs, an opaque dark shade of gray temporarily blinded me. Whilst running up the stairs and wiping my eyes, I swore I heard something. My sister heard something too. She was on the downstairs computer once. It had basic features. She swore she heard something whisper something close to her name. My sister sprinted upstairs as well. Finally, my parents' room. I come in on rare occasions, like when the light and TV is on, or when my mom or dad are watching a good movie. My room is on the other end of the hall. I need to pass my parents' room. When I pass their room, I see strange things at the end of the bed. I see dark, almost impish figures. Once, I could have sworn I've seen red eyes. Now, for the sound, it is very creepy, yet inconclusive. I have no idea what the sound actually is. Once, when the family and I were in the living room, I heard a broom sweep in the back of the house. Weird part, there was no broom in the back of the house. Plus, just today, on 3/20/2008, I heard something in my room exhale. I know it wasn't me. That had freaked me out. The feeling. I think I may actually have been touched too. Once, when I was 8 or 9, I was watching a show on urban legends. I felt something run something gently down my back. It was around 10 or 11, but I got up anyway, and I went to the living room where I found my mom. I told her what happened, but she just said it was just a curtain. I lived in a home in North Salt Lake City that my children and myself had many experiences over the years that we never could explain other than the supernatural. My husband, myself, and 2 children lived in this house for over 12 years. There's a family that now lives in the house, and I do not want them to cause any problems by giving them out the address of the house. I will say that the house is located on 5th North. My children attended Jackson Elementary School when they were young and graduated from West High School. My daughter was sleeping and thought she heard her name being called. and when she opened her eyes, there was a man with a beard sitting in a rocking chair, holding a hat in his lap. My daughter's bed was hung from the ceiling with chains, and her bed was 4 feet from the floor. My daughter said the man turned his head towards her and grinned at her. She also said that her rocking chair was even with her bed and was 4 feet off the floor. She told me she pulled the covers over her head, and when she peeked out over the covers, he was gone. My son told me of a man with a beard and a top hat sat on the end of the bed. My son heard his name called, and when he even looked in the direction of the speaker, the man sitting on his bed, the man grinned at him. My son pulled the covers over his head, and when he looked out, the man was gone. I was alone in the house for a few days, and on 2 different nights, I was awoken to the sound of music, violin, and tinky sounding piano. The lights were on in the kitchen and the front room. As I entered the kitchen from my bedroom, the music stopped and the lights dimmed, and as I entered the front room, the lights dimmed, and I found myself standing in the middle of the front room in the dark. I heard footsteps in the stairwell, and when I got to the bottom of the stairs, the lights were on upstairs. I started walking up the stairs, and with each step, the light got dimmer, and about at the 5th step, it was now dark upstairs. I could write about many other things that happened at this house. We never felt anything evil with our experiences, and it was always our own fear that scared us. I believe the house I grew up in was haunted. My family all makes jokes about how it was just all my imagination. There were several different occurrences throughout my childhood, nothing on a regular basis, but frequent enough for me to believe that something paranormal was going on there. I lived in this house from birth until 18 years old. I am now much older, and I still believe what I saw and felt was real and inexplainable. As a child, I always woke up in the night to get a drink of water or a snack even sometimes. I wasn't overweight, but it was a running joke in my house that I always had to get up to get something to eat at night. On several of these occasions, I would walk out of my bedroom down the short hall and into the living room where we had one of those old TVs that when you turned them off, the colors would dance for a short while and then go out. My parents were early to bed, early to rise, so I know the TV couldn't just shut off, but I would go out and there would be a human face made from those colors that actually would just swim around when it was shut off. I watched the TV during the day and it shut off, and always watched to see what the colors did, but they never made the face during the day, only at night after the TV had been off for hours. The second occurrence that freaked me out completely was on one night. I was standing at the refrigerator, which was on the same wall as the doorway that led down to a small landing, which is where the back door was, and the stairs to the basement were. I always felt watched downstairs and couldn't stand going down there at night, even with all the lights on. I could do it fine during the day, but at night it freaked me out. Anyway, the night I'm speaking of, I turned my head to the doorway. The only illumination was the light from the refrigerator, and there was a fully formed person peering around the corner from the side that would have been coming up the stairs. The horrible thing about it was that at first I thought it was my stepdad, but then I got a look at his face a little closer, and it was his face, but almost evil looking. I swear it had red eyes, but that could have been a misinterpretation of what I saw. I ran back down to see where all the bedrooms were, and I peeked in my parents' room, and he was still in bed. I've never found an explanation of why it could have been his likeness, but I know It was definitely scary. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend Luke and I were at our friend's house. He lived about a half an hour away from us in a small beachside suburb called Two Rocks. To get there from our house, you have to travel down a road called Wanero Road. It's a very long winding road and has no streetlights. Lining the side of the road are white gum trees. These stretch on for a few kilometers. A lot of people have crashed their cars on this road. Most end up as fatal crashes. There are quite a few crosses, especially in the white gum area. Anyway, it was about 1 in the morning when we decided to head back home, as we were both really tired after a long day. We turned, as usual, onto Wanero Road, and were chatting to each other about what to do the next day, when we reached a high-end death toll area. Luke always slowed down near here, because there's so many windy sharp turns that you have to be careful. As we were driving, I looked out of the window, and to my absolute astonishment, there was an old man walking down the road with a bag in his hand. I pointed this out to Luke, but he just thought it was some weirdo who had one too many to drink. About a minute later, Luke slammed on his brakes and we skidded around, doing a 180-degree turn. We had both just seen the same man, carrying the bag, run out into the road waving his arms. We sat dead silent watching where he had come from, but nothing was there, just the trees and the butte. Not far away from where we had stopped, there was a white cross where an old man had flipped his four-wheel drive and died instantly. On another occasion near the same spot, I saw a young girl, about 17, wearing blue jeans and standing next to a white gum tree. Luke didn't see her, but I can remember that she looked sad, almost lost. There have been a lot of claims from a lot of different people about the white gums on Wanero Road, mainly about figures darting out trying to make their vehicles come off the road, or of an old man walking along carrying a bag. We don't travel down that road anymore. They've built up a new road that's more convenient for us. A few other things have happened to me in the past 18 months. I just bought a new kitten not too long ago, and she is always very alert when she is in my bedroom. Usually, she will cuddle up and purr, or go to sleep, but in my bedroom, she can't settle down. A few weeks after we got her, Luke was working a night shift, and I was home alone in bed, because I'm not fond of being on my own in a dark house. I decided that my kitten would stay with me in my room until Luke got home. At about 11 p.m., I just finished watching a movie on the TV and grabbed the kitten and headed to bed to read a book. I was a few pages in when Lottie, my kitten, started trying to hide underneath my arm. At first I thought she was just getting comfortable, but that's when I noticed she was hiding. She then started to walk up onto me, looking up at the ceiling. Her pupils were huge, and her ears were back, and her tail was wagging angrily. I tried to settle her, but she started to follow something along the roof with her eyes. I looked up, but couldn't see anything, so went back to reading, although I was very uneasy. Lottie kept following this invisible thing for about a half an hour. Then she eventually went to sleep under my blanket. From then on, when I'm alone in my room, I always feel uneasy, like I'm being watched. Okay, this isn't the first supernatural type thing that I think I may have experienced, but it is the only one that I know for sure was real. My best friend moved here to Kentucky when I was in kindergarten from Chicago, and moved next door to me when I was about 10. After that, me and her were always together, and always spending the night with each other. Loved her parents to death. That particular night, she had spent the night with me, and it happened to be her other best friend's b-day the next day. Well, maybe about 2 o'clock that day, we went over to her house to ask her dad if we could walk down there, as it was just down the road. Her mom was at work, by the way. I waited outside when the door slammed open and she was screaming, "There's something wrong with my dad." I went in and he just looked like he was sleeping. He had his arms crossed and everything. I'm glad he went peacefully. He was pale, and I touched his arm to wake him up, and he was cold. At that point, I knew he was gone. We ran to my paps, and he came over and called an ambulance. The rest is all just heartache and pain, like that comes with any death. I felt like it was important to tell you all that, because it really is relevant to the rest of the story. Or at least, in my opinion, it has some correlation. Okay, now on to the creepiest moments. I was spending the night with that same friend, and I asked where the mouthwash was, and this was probably about 3 or so months later. She said her dad had some in his dresser, so I went into his room. I stood there as she looked, and suddenly, we heard this rhythmic knocking all down the side of her house. It was really fast and complicated. We freaked out and ran to her room. I think he didn't want her going through his stuff. Well, that's all that happened for a very long time. The last experience, her dog is chained up in their fenced-in yard, and it was in heat, and my male dog got in her yard and no one was home. So I rushed over there. They really didn't need any more puppies, and opened her gate to get my dog that somehow got in there. And I heard his voice again, very meanly shout, "Hey!" So I freaked out and ran again. The main thing I'm wondering about is that knocking. It's really odd. I think about it sometimes, but I mean it shouldn't bother me anymore. But it does. If you have any ideas as to what this is, please speak up. I live in a small residential neighborhood in western Kentucky. My family has resided in our home for 37 years. We're the first home to ever be built on this property, as the same with several other homes in the area. Since day one upon moving into the house, we have been plagued with numerous experiences that, quite frankly, can't be explained. They are loud banging noises that echo from between the halls, strange odors, ranging from the distinct smell of death to a light scent of lilies and roses, strange shapes of a blackish gray smoke clinging to the baseboards, voices that echo through the entire house, ranging from the intensity of a deafening shriek to the softest of whispers. Shadow people walk the house day and night. Strange bluish-green bars of light extend from room to room, balls of light that chase each other around the ceiling. Full-body apparitions, plain as you and I. Things disappearing, sometimes returning in different parts of the home, sometimes never reappearing. Cold breaths in your ear, an unmistakable touch that chills you to the bone. Several homes in our neighborhood have also stated similar events. Several of the people that have admitted strange occurrences in their homes have been very religious, God-fearing people, with no reason to lie about their situations. Something is happening here. Upon researching our area, it was discovered that back in the early 1700s, this area was an old Indian burial ground. In the mid-1800s, it was decided to put in a real cemetery. The old graves were destroyed, and the remains were disposed of. A new cemetery was started in its place. However, in the 1960s, it was decided to move the cemetery once again due to flooding issues, and a new subdivision was to be put in its place. Being a contractor for our city, my father was offered a reasonable deal on one of the first homes to be put on the land, an offer too good to turn down. Our house was finished on June 14th, 1972. We moved in on June 21st, 1972. It wasn't until recently that my father told us children that he worked for the crew who removed the graveyard. Some of the graves are so damaged by water erosion that they could not be moved, so they were left, and the homes were built on top of them. Even as recently as 10 years ago, less than 5 miles from my home, a family was putting in a swimming pool. While excavating the backyard, several Indian bones were unearthed. The family sold the home and moved. Mysteriously, when several homeowners started asking for copies of our area's records, the records suddenly vanished without a trace. Here are 2 instances in which I experienced ghostly activity. They're not very long stories, but I think they're very interesting. So here goes. I really don't know if you keep up with your website, but if you do, back in 2004, a couple of buddies and I went to Thompson Creek Trail. We started down the trail. My friend and I were at the front of the group. We had flashlights, and we were flashing them at all the really dark areas of the trail. We had passed an old-looking house to our right at the beginning of the trail. Shortly after, there was a curve in the trail, and in the bend of the curve, there was a tree. It was really dark at the trunk of the tree, so I was kind of scared, and I shined my light on it. The image that had projected from my flashlight was of a very tall man and was standing very close to the tree, and a shadow was cast onto the tree trunk. It is a fact that no one was in front of me. My friend had also seen the huge shadow of a man. I've been to a lot of places on your website, and this was the only one where I'd actually seen something, and it scared the living crap out of me. On to my next paranormal experience. For me, I've always believed in the paranormal, though I've never had any experiences of my own until very recently, including the one I just told you about. I met a new friend at school, and he told me his house had spirits in it. He and his family had all something happen to them, i.e., seeing figures, hearing voices, unusual odors, and poltergeists. They even hired a priest to bless the house, and also a psychic. I never thought I would have something happen to me, but me and my mates were watching a movie in his room, and suddenly out of the corner of my eye, I swore to God that I saw a shadowy figure in his mirror, and when I turned my head, it kind of stepped out of view. I thought this was weird, because usually I can tell if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but this time it just seemed different. Another experience I had was when I was on the computer alone, and my friend was downstairs. While I was on the computer, I thought I was hearing many voices, like the background noises you hear in a restaurant. I could hear very faintly. Now, because of these experiences, I don't like being alone in this house. What I want to do next is to actually try to do ghost hunting in this house. So there you have it, my 2 experiences. I hope you thought they were interesting, because they scared and terrified me. I just moved back from Long Beach, California, from Vancouver, Washington. A longtime friend named Alan offered me one of his bedrooms, in which I could stay until I got back on my feet. That night, I felt something sitting on my chest. I remember being too afraid to open my eyes. Whatever it was, it did not move. Then, I opened them and witnessed a flow of whitish-looking vapor protruding out of my chest. It went up above the bed towards the ceiling in shape of stretched-out rings. It looked similar to smoke from a cigarette. It just hovered over the bed in circles and then began to stretch and exit towards the kitchen, which was next door. I did not dare tell Alan about this experience because he is such a skeptic. I can predict his very words. Ernie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. You must have dreamed it. He says there's no such thing as spirits or even a god. The very next morning I told Jim, one of the tenants, what I experienced. I just had to get it out of my system. Will someone please hear me out? He had told me that a man named Ron had been staying in that very room, and that, when he discovered that he had some type of incurable hepatitis, he hung himself from the refrigerator door in the kitchen. That really didn't make any sense to me, but he explained that Ron had somehow did this by tying his belt around his neck and then somehow sliding on the floor. According to Jim, Ron received a letter from UCLA about a month later, stating that he was to come to UCLA immediately because they now had a treatment for his type of hepatitis. If he'd only waited one more month, Jim told me that he believed Ron had tried to inherit my body when I was sleeping, as in, tried to possess me. This incident, however, never happened again. I do recall one time waking up at 1 a.m. in that house and hearing a repetitious sound coming from the garage. I looked out the window because the garage had a window, but it was dark. The next day Al was in the garage and I asked him what he was doing in the garage at 1 a.m. He said, "I wasn't in here. Why do you ask?" I told him what I had heard, a repetitious sound from the night before. Then, something made me focus on a small machine that sat on a shelf. I asked Al what it was. He told me that his previous tenant named Ron used to do laboratory work, and that the machine was for polishing rocks. There was still rocks in it. It had a handle that turned. When I turned it, I heard the same sound that I had heard in the morning. I told Al, but he said he must have been mistaken. No one was in the garage last night. It was locked at night, and only I have a key. I said no more. After my brother had died in his home, my family gave it to me to live in. It was an older mobile home. One day, while on my PC, which faced the same wall that my door was on, in fact, my desk was next to the door. My desk is huge, and a bigger desktop than most kitchen tables are. So sitting at my desk, I could see part of the hallway while reading, typing, or whatever on my PC. One day, I just happened to look up at the door, and there came a figure of a man. I could only see his shadow on the emergency door and wall outside my bedroom. He was either bald or had some very short hair. I just sat there and stared for what seemed like several minutes, waiting for him to either come into my room or say something. It finally turned and seemed to go into the bathroom, which was on the other side of the wall, or went in the wall, towards the kitchen and living room area. They're both open, with no wall dividing them. I was there alone, except for my dog Chewy, who is very large, over 160 pounds. I got up to check it out, because from what I saw as a shadow, it didn't look like anyone I knew. I walked by the bathroom peering in, and he wasn't there, so I kept going. When I got into the kitchen, I saw Chewy on the couch, looking out the window at the kids, who had just gotten off of the school bus and were walking home. He would have barked, even if he had known whoever the shadow was. He never made a sound. There was no one there, not even in my son's bedroom. I checked everywhere. If he had gone outside, I would have heard the door open and close. The only time my brother ever had short hair was when he was in the Marines. The only other person who had no hair or short hair was my father before he had died. The chemo and radiation treatments for cancer had done that, and both were dead for about 4 years, both dying about 4 months apart. So far, this has been my only encounter with a shadow person or ghost. I never really knew they could or would show up like this. This past year, my daughter who works in a nursing home was telling me they have seen shadow people there too. They seem to be only showing up in this one hall section. I believe she said it was where the patients who weren't doing so well stayed. One patient even complained about being there in that hall. He said they kept bothering him and wouldn't leave him alone. When they moved him to another hall, he quit complaining. He did eventually die several months later. I did see this happen on Ghost Hunters too, where they saw a man's shadow like a figure on a locker. They've mentioned shadow people a few times on there too. Now, I suppose you're wondering if I were scared. For some odd reason, I wasn't at all. I just wish I knew who it was. I know dogs have a sixth sense too, and I still wonder why my dog didn't seem to know he was there. Chewie had never met my brother or my father. Even if he knew them, he would have barked at being excited someone came to visit. Hello. I want to submit 2 amazing experiences that I witnessed that involved children. Many people believe paranormal experiences by children are hard to explain away because they do not know about the supernatural and have no reason to lie or embellish their stories. The first one involved a friend's son who was about 4 at the time. My hubby had surgery at a very old Catholic hospital, which dated back more than 100 years, and he had been placed in a private room with a private bathroom to recover. We were in the part of the hospital that dated back to the 1940s. My friend and her son dropped by to check up on my hubby. He was sleeping off the amnesia, and me, my friend and her son, were sitting in chairs next to the bed. I was chatting with my friend, and her son was looking across the room into the bathroom, and he started smiling, and he waved. We thought he was waving at my hubby, and his mom told him that Mr. Rob was sleeping and could not see him wave. What he said next stunned us. He said, "Mommy, I'm not waving at him. I'm waving at the lady in the bathroom." The bathroom was empty. She told him no one was in the bathroom, and then he said, "Yes, there is," and again looked over in the direction of the bathroom and smiled and waved again and said, "Her name is Karen." We were both creeped out because he really looked like he was seeing someone, and considering that we were in an old hospital, there's no telling how many people died there. The second one involved my son. When he was about 3.5 years old, he started seeing the babies, as he called them. It started one night when I tucked him into bed. As I started to walk out, he began to giggle and wave at the ceiling. I asked him what he was doing, and he said there were babies, and he pointed to the ceiling. I asked what they were doing, and he said they waved and smiled at him and made funny faces or played peekaboo with him at night. He didn't seem at all scared. In fact, he enjoyed it. I chalked it up to imaginary friends. However, over the course of time, it became more real for him and for me. Many nights, he woke me up because he was laughing so loudly and even talking to the babies. He told me once that he never got scared at night because when he felt scared, the babies came to help him go to sleep. In fact, he never cried at night and never came to my room at night asking to sleep with me. Those of you with children this age know this is amazing. He would sometimes insist that I lie down and watch the babies, and he would make me wave and say hello to them. I would indulge him and do it, but again, I really thought they were imaginary. These visits continued for about a year, and finally one night, I wanted to push for more information, so I laid down with him and brought up the subject of the babies, and I asked him how many were there. His answer made me both very happy and sad. He said, "There are 4, and they said they know you, Mommy." The reason this was so shocking was that what my son did not know, of course, was that I'd suffered 4 miscarriages before we adopted him. I was happy that the babies had come to let us know they were okay and happy, and that they liked their adopted little brother so much, and took care of him by comforting him when he was scared at night. Sad, too, because I could not see what they looked like, but I believe one day I will meet them. My son continued to see the babies for about another 6 months, and then one day, he told me as he was getting into bed that the babies were finished. I asked what he meant, and he explained they were finished because he was a big boy and he could go to sleep by himself now. He has never even spoken of them again. When I was about 15 years old, my dad became the manager of a pub. I won't say the exact pub, as he does not run it anymore. The pub is located near Sheffield in England and is on a county road. The pub is converted from a farmhouse and barn. To get to the pub, you come off the country road and follow a small track only about a half a mile until you reach the car park. The first night we stayed there, we all slept in rooms as the pub was also a small hotel with about 6 rooms spread over 2 floors. The first night, I stayed in room number 3. When we started to go to bed, the family dog wanted to come into my room, and I laid on the carpet and would not move, even when my dad was shouting at it to leave. The dog did eventually leave to go and sleep in the corridor, but soon after my dad closed his door, I opened mine again to let the dog in. Now, this dog is a Rottweiler with a head as big as a boulder, but the poor thing could not get any closer to me and really did not want to be on its own. I should mention that my parents divorced, and at the time, I only saw my dad on the weekends, so the next time I went to stay there, I stayed in room number 4, just to set the scene. If you come out of room number 4, to the right is an emergency exit with a push bar to open the door, which leads to the fire escape stairs, and to the left leads to a staircase, which leads to my dad's room and a spare room that was not being used at the time for little more than storage. Eventually around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off but kept the lights on. My dad started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dogs in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. I was not comfortable at all in the room. I did not want to turn the lights out, and I tried to keep watching TV. Eventually, around 3 a.m.-ish, I turned the TV off, but kept the lights on. My dad had started leaving the dog in the pub area downstairs, and blocked the door leading up to the bedrooms. I think he didn't want the dog in the bedrooms, as he wanted to start letting guests stay in the rooms. Anyway, the dog was going crazy, barking non-stop. I was far too scared to go down and see what was up. I then started hearing the emergency exit bar on the door outside my room rattle, as if someone was trying to open it, but they were not pushing hard enough to open it. Then, I heard footsteps really loudly running down the stairs from my dad's room, and I saw shadows pass under the door of my room. I felt relieved. I thought my dad had come down to go and see what the dog was barking at. The next day, I asked my dad what the dog was barking at last night when he went down, and what he said sent shivers down my spine. He said he had no idea. He had never heard the dog and never went downstairs at all during the night. After some research, I found out that a woman many years ago had slipped down those stairs and fell down them, breaking her neck, and she died instantly. There was one instance when my dad's partner, her son, and I came home, and the pub was in darkness. This actually frequently happened as well. The lights would go out all by themselves, and my dad, who previously was an electrical engineer and more than capable of rewiring a house on his own, could not figure out why. Anyway, we come home. I can't remember why the pub was closed, but it was. We just had a quick scan around to check no one had broken in. Don't forget, the pub is in complete darkness. There's no lights. And right at the back of the small restaurant area, we could see a man sat at one of the tables, just staring at us. He was just solid black. Other things started to get lighter. The flowers on the table, for example, and the chairs, but this figure remained solid. We panicked and ran upstairs and stayed in one of the rooms till the lights came back on. It was not a burglar. The next morning, we checked everything, and everything was still in its place, and all the doors locked. The kitchen area of the pub was a big room, which was the old barn, and that was the worst room of the house. You could constantly feel like someone was watching you and walking past you. Whoever was watching felt angry, as if they were annoyed because you were there. No one wanted to be in this room alone. My dad had a few waitresses and bar staff leave because they felt very uncomfortable working in there. Again, after a bit of research, we found out that the farmer who lived in the farm hung himself in the barn, which is now the kitchen, and to be honest, I don't think he left. Objects would constantly go missing, spoons would turn up again bent out of shape, and get this, the whole kitchen was cold. Even when we had cookers on, we still had to wear jumpers in there. My stepbrother and a family friend were staying in room number 7, the storage room I mentioned earlier. During the night, one of them, Neil, thought that the other, Jim, had gotten up and was leaning over him as if to check he was okay. And to make it a bit more confusing, Jim had thought that Neil had gotten up during the night and leaned over him. They both said that they were half asleep, but through their haze, could see a figure standing above them looking down. A few other things happened, such as a football came rolling down the length of the pub to where me and my stepbrother were sitting. It literally then stepped on the spot, about a foot away from us. No one else was in the house. The back door to the pub was locked at night, but every morning we would find it open, but the lock was still in the locked position. The actual bar that locks into the socket was still sticking out. There is no way it would have opened. The lock was new and undamaged, but this kept happening. This happened about a month before my dad moved out. Anyway, my dad eventually gave the pub up. His partner didn't want to stay there. The dog was never the same. It became a very tame dog, but it did start to get a little better after my dad moved out. Okay, so I've always fancied myself as to be a little in tune with the paranormal. I had an experience this weekend which sort of confirmed this, as my daughter was with me and experienced the same thing at the same time, so I know I was not imagining this. A little history first. My grandfather's sister passed away at the age of 93. She still lived in the house that was purchased by their father, my great-grandfather, in 1903. It is on the historical registry in our town, a very old, beautiful home, which has been in the family since then. She was born and raised in this house, married and lived in this house, until the time of her death, about a week ago. Her father was killed in a train accident, and her mother also lived in the home until she died. After the memorial service, my daughter and I went over to the house to get the food ready for family, which was coming over after the funeral. We were alone when we walked into the house, and I immediately got a feeling of a presence with us. My hair stood up on my arms, and I really felt like somebody was in the room with us. My daughter looked at me and asked if I felt that. I said that I did, and confirmed it when we both stopped talking and closed our eyes. You could really feel it. We got really spooked, and I told my daughter that if it was someone with us, it was indeed family, and that they would not hurt us. About that time, an overwhelming scent of lilac perfume permeated the air. It was the weirdest thing. My daughter smelled it, as did I, and we just looked at each other in disbelief. It lasted for about a minute or so, and then dissipated. At this point, I was totally freaked out. I called my aunt in Texas and told her what happened. She told me that was most definitely my great-grandmother, as she wore that type of perfume and was indeed a real lady who had tea on the porch every day at 2. It was about 2 when we entered the house. She also said it would make sense to her that she contacted me, as I was the oldest female heir to the family name. I know now that there are things that cannot be explained, but this has really gotten me shaken up. It just makes me wonder what she was wanting to tell me. A side note is that her son has recently mortgaged the family to pay his mother's hospital bills, and they could possibly lose the house. Do you think maybe she was trying to contact me for this reason? Guess I will never know. This happened to me while I was living north of Great Barrington, Massachusetts, somewhere between 1966 and 1969. We had moved there from the Midwest when my dad changed jobs. We were living in a very old house close to an ancient cemetery. The house was 3 floors, not including the basement, enormous, and once had a vandrel all the way around it. The attic was huge, dark and mysterious, all floored with rough floorboard. It had a tiny window near the chimney and a trapdoor in the ceiling leading out to the roof. My parents forbade me and my siblings from going up there and never told us why. My bedroom faced south, the front of the house. It was the only occupied room in that upstairs wing. At that age, I was between 12 or 14 years old. The old house gave me a galloping case of the creeps. Even on the brightest days, parts of the house could be dim and drafty. Winters are very cold and dark there. At that time, the house was heated with forced hot water that came up from the basement furnace. As the steaming hot water traveled its way all over the house, through copper pipes and baseboard radiators, the noise was phenomenal. There were only 4 thermostats for the entire house, so at the far end of any hallway, there would be a sharp cracking, banging noise as the cold pipes and surrounding woodwork expanded with the inflow of heat. In the middle of a cold, dark, windy night in January, the sound could wake you out of a sound sleep, heart pounding and hair on end, as it echoed all over the dark house and up the staircase. Their church down the street had an ancient clock tower that struck every hour, adding to the strangeness. Sometimes, I would awaken with the start in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was watching me as I slept. it would be a long time before I could go back to sleep. It was on one of these nights that I had a dream about a little girl, standing at the foot of my bed, watching me as I slept. I say dream because to this day, I'm not sure if I was awake or asleep, having fallen asleep before this happened. She looked to be only about 8 years old and had long, shoulder-length dark hair that was braided, plaited, and tied with ribbons in a hairstyle I had never seen before. She was wearing what looked to be a pale pink dress, so formal that it looked like some sort of party dress. It was pulled up at each side with large satin bows at her hips and all kinds of fancy laces, buttons, ribbons, and what looked like little puffy sleeves at the shoulders that went down to her wrists. The skirt stood far out, full on either side of her, and went past her knees. It looked as though she was wearing lacy pantaloons, white stockings, and old-fashioned little shoes, like slippers. She held her hands folded, cupped over the other, on her waist. The overall effect would have been very beautiful for a little girl, but what struck me were her eyes. They were large, dark, and looked like she had circles under them. She was so thin, and her face didn't look at all healthy. I could see her cheekbones. She was not smiling. She was very serious and sad. She just stood there, watching me. I was too afraid to say anything. Then she slowly bowed and made a slow, graceful curtsy. It was a beautiful gesture, like something a ballerina would do. She slowly stood erect again, slowly walked to the closed door, turned its knob, and went silently out into the hallway outside my bedroom, closing the door behind her. That's all I can remember. Long after this, I was outside the house, almost directly below my bedroom window, where that massive veranda had once been. There were low-growing coniferous bushes of some kind. I was exploring around when I tripped and turned my ankle. I sat on the ground where I fell, rubbing my ankle and trying to find the rock I tripped over so I could dig it out and get rid of it. The rock was large. As I dug away at it with a stick and kept digging deeper, the rock kept going down and stopped about 8 inches under the earth. I dug all around it and realized it was a tombstone, about 18 inches long by about 10 inches across and maybe 3 inches thick. I was able to lift it up and check both sides of it. The surfaces were blank and laying face down under about 4 inches of soil. I left it alone. My parents said they didn't know anything about the tombstone, so I decided I wouldn't tell them about the little girl in my dream either. It was about this time I decided to try and figure out why they didn't want us up in the attic. I went up there when no one was around to try and see what I could find. There was absolutely nothing up there from what I could see by the dimness of the one bare light bulb that switched on with the pull chain just within my reach. I'd also brought a flashlight so I can see into all the corners. Nothing was there. I was about to leave when I noticed something sticking up out of the insulation material that had been put there decades ago for the ceiling of the floor below. I dusted the layers of debris off of it and, stifling a coughing fit, looked closely at what was in my dirty hand. It had once been a hat box covered in rich yellow silk. The remains of a crushed hat and what I now realized was a Victorian style was still inside. It had been richly covered in the same shade of yellow, almost golden silk flowers. It was designed to fit a little girl. I went farther into the corner and found nothing else, but my foot scraped the heavy dust and uncovered something lying flat on the wooden floorboard. It was a round metal circle, with more round metal rings inside of it, increasingly smaller diameter to the very center, which was open. It was an open space, about 10 inches across. There must have been more than a dozen of these graduated metal rings, each separately covered in what had once been white cloth and sewn with 4 long pieces of heavy cloth tape from the outer ring to the smallest ring in a large X. I had no idea what it was. I put both things, the crushed hat and the hat box, and the strange ring thing, back where I found them. Sometime after that discovery, my parents were at an antique store in Great Barrington to look at furniture. While they were occupied, I went to a lady who worked there and described to her what I had found in the attic beside the hat. She said the strange ring thing was a set of hoops for a little girl's hoop skirt, and they were common in the mid-1800s. They would have been the era in which the house I was living in was built, I thought. So, something happened to a poor, sick, lonely little girl living in the house back then. No one would tell me about it, and I never learned anything more than what I mentioned here. But she had visited me late one night, in my dream, and evidently didn't want to be forgotten. We moved back to the Midwest in the summer of 1969, and never came back to Massachusetts. It's been 17 years, but it still happens to this day. It happened on a summer night on the back road connecting Mount Clair to West Milford, known to the locals as Alfie Hill. The area had very few houses at the time, and one house stood out, a brand new gorgeous home right at the crest of the dirt road. The man who lived there built it for his wife, and they had a daughter who was, I believe, around 8 years old at the time. I remember traveling the road, more of a cowpath really, and watching the home being constructed. Once it was finished, it always looked so pristine and happy. But one night, I was coming through this patch, black stretch of land, and saw the mother and daughter in the middle of the road, both in what looked like nightgowns in a mud puddle. I could see them standing there as I approached, and the moon seemed to shine on them alone. When I got to them, they disappeared in front of me. I wasn't alone in the car, so I asked did anyone else just see that, and everyone just sat there, too scared to answer. By the light of day, early, I was crossing back across the hill and saw 6, maybe 7 police cruisers and an ambulance. Crime scene tape everywhere, and one covered figure in the grass by the house, and several officers crouched by the road, beside where the mud puddle was the night before. Apparently the man had long suffered from depression and killed his wife and daughter before running to the house and killing himself. The officers said that they speculated he had committed the act the night prior to them being discovered. Still, on summer nights, you can see the girl and her mom looking down into the middle of the puddle in their nightgowns. My husband Steve, brother, and myself were staying in a condo at Sunrise Village in Killington, Virginia, to go skiing. It was in April of this year, and there was a special on the Fox News channel entitled, "Does the Devil Really Exist?" or something of that nature. It must have really affected me, as I later dreamt that my husband and I were before the devil, and he was going to decide which one of our souls to claim. I was making an argument to spare Steve and take me instead. I remember waking up as someone was grabbing my left calf and tugging on it. I looked around and saw my husband was just coming into the bedroom from the bathroom, and he saw my distress as I was waking up and shouting for him to turn on the light as I was waving my hand around me to see if I could detect any cold spots. I enthusiastically read all I can on the paranormal. I vividly recall the hand, fingers and thumb wrapped around my left calf. It was a warm hand, and no, without a doubt, it wasn't my husband's. He was in the bathroom, or my sleeping brother on the living room couch. I was sleeping, tucked in with the sheets and blankets tucked under the mattress. I think whatever it was trying to wake me up from a horrible dream. Perhaps my father, who passed away 5 years ago prior. Don't know. What I do know is that my husband believes it was a dream, and he won't accept any other explanation. This infuriates me to no end. I know it was real. Thanks for listening, and keep up the good work on your website. It's great. I've got another experience I thought you might find interesting. In October of 2006, I got orders to move from Arlington Air Force Base, Alaska, to Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. My ex-wife and I decided to drive because we didn't want to get to the next station and not have a car. We spent the weekend with her relatives in Wasilla, then made the drive to Haines Junction and stayed the night. We really didn't sleep well that night. The room was rather uncomfortable. So we left at like 500 and began the trip to Canada. We took the Alcan, Alaska-Canada highway and pushed into the Yukon Territory, stopped and had a rather awful lunch, but my daughter, who was a year old, needed to get out of the car for a while. We pulled into White House around 1800 and decided to stop for the night. We chose the Best Western Hotel, mostly due to the military giving us a list of which hotels were best for us to stay in, and that was one. As we were checking in, I noticed a rather cold spot by a cartoony statue of a Canadian Mountie. Mind you, this was October, and things were getting cooler, but not that cold. I believe we had a room on the 6th floor and let my ex-wife and my daughter get settled while I brought in the things we needed for the night. While I was making the trips to the car and back to the room, I learned that this Best Western was once a saloon and brothel. I'd mentioned the cold spot to my ex-wife, and she had stated that when she had made the trip to Alaska in 2002, this was 2 years before our marriage, and I did not know her before 2003, that she had stayed on the 4th floor and experienced similar cold spots and orbs. Well, we decided to have dinner, then turn in. We had been in the car for over 12 hours, and we sorely needed a seat after the awful night before. My ex-wife said she had forgotten something in the car, and for me to get it, as she was going to give our daughter a bath and put her to bed. I went out from the restaurant and the hotel, and as I was walking in the entrance to the hotel, I kept feeling cold spots in various places. I also felt like someone had brushed up against me, and like a hand on my shoulder. Of course, no one else was around except the front desk clerk. It got stranger as I came back in after getting what it was. I have since forgotten, and got on the elevator again. I got this feeling like I was being watched, or something was there with me. Now, I was the only one in the elevator, but for some reason, it stopped on the 4th floor, and when the doors opened, an odor of tobacco filled the area. This is a non-smoking hotel, and what can be best described as a wet dog smell filtered through the hallway. When I finally got back to the 6th floor, these cold spots seemed more spread out than before, and I swear I saw some floating orbs in the window overlooking Whitehorse. By this time, it was around 1930 to 2000 at night. Of course, when I looked again, nothing was there. I also heard something that sounded like someone banging pots and pans. Obviously, there was no one there, and you weren't allowed to bring such things into the hotel. I got back to her room and told my ex-wife about it, and she said she had a similar experience in 2002, without the pots and pans banging noise. We slept the rest of the night without any further disturbances and decided to head out at 6:30 while I was loading the car. It was still kind of dark outside. I swear, I saw what looked like a prospector from the latter part of the 1890s. Of course, when I looked up, he was gone. When I went back into the lobby near that cartoony Canadian Mountie statue, the cold spot really intensified, and when I got to the area where the elevator was, I saw someone out the window, and I thought nothing of it. But once I got closer to the elevator, I noticed that the person was wearing Victorian-era clothing. He passed by the window and disappeared. Again, I told my ex-wife, and she by now was picking up on animal spirits as she called them, and she was telling me it was time to get moving. But she noticed the intense cold spot by the statue as well, and like our trip to Rika's Roadhouse in Alaska back in '04, she was quick to get out of the hotel with our daughter and get to the car, while I checked out and brought the bags out. Again, I felt something brush against me, and something touched my shoulder. However, this time, the hand felt cold and clammy almost. Of course, I turn around and no one is there, just that cartoony Mountie statue. We get out of there okay, without any further strangeness, save for a feeling of sorrow. Then, of course, I found out it was a saloon and brothel from the Alaskan Canadian gold rush of 1898, which could explain several things, but it was the first time I actually feared spirits and ghosts, and that was because of my daughter, who was a year old at the time. Again, my ex-wife and I would talk about this till our divorce. It was probably the first time I've ever felt animal spirits. This is a personal experience that happened to me 2 years ago in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in the Navy and had just got off the swing shift on base, leaving at approximately 11:45 p.m. from the base. The base I was at is on an old plantation's land, but I never thought anything of it. The part where I worked at was on the water of the nearby river, and the road back passed along the river for about a half mile before turning inland. Fog had a tendency to build up on the river in the fall and winter months, and the fog had rolled across the road on this particular night. As I was driving along the road coming back from work, I saw a man running on the side of the road. This was nothing special on a military base. People run all the time to keep up physical condition, but this was almost at midnight, which I found strange, and he was wearing nothing reflective at all, seemingly wearing all dark clothing. As my car came up on him, he immediately darted out in front of the car at a speed I'd never seen before. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I expected to hear and feel a massive thud as I hit this poor fellow, but as the car passed through him, he vanished without a trace. I got out of the car, brights on, searching with my flashlight for a person anywhere around my car, but I was the only one as far as I could see on this road. It scared the living daylights out of me, to the point at which I started searching inside of the car to ensure I did not have a hitchhiker with me now. After getting into the car, I drove as fast as I could, with interior lights on in the car, to the nearest well-lit area, locked the doors, left the lights on, and called my father to relate the incident. After some 20 minutes of consoling me, I finally got my wits about me to drive home. However, it did not end here. From this night on, something was different about my apartment. There was a presence in that place that I haven't felt the months before the incident. I began to review sitting in the living room alone altogether because of feeling like someone was watching me. Out of the corner of my eye, I would see the bathroom light on, clear as day, but when I looked over, it would be off again. It would feel like someone would sit down next to me on the couch, but I was the only one in the apartment. Finally, one weekend my father came out to visit. Growing up with numerous ghostly and at sometimes demonic experiences, most of which he never talks about, he has become highly sensitive to the paranormal. The first day he arrived, he used the key I left him to get in while I was at work. When I got home, having said nothing of my experiences in the apartment to him, the first thing he asked me was if I ever got the feeling someone was in the kitchen area, peeking over the half wall at the television. I froze in my tracks at this. Over the course of his week-long visit, he said he also thought he saw the bathroom light turning itself on and off, and felt someone else sit down on the couch next to him, as well as seeing a shadow of a man mainly around the kitchen area, who would periodically lean over the half wall like he was looking at what was on the television. But he said he never saw or felt anything or anyone in the bedrooms. I now had a reason for my seemingly unfounded paranoia of being in the living room alone. I continued living with this feeling from the night of the incident, driving home through the following few months until I received orders to leave Charleston, and have not felt the presence of the running man since then. When I was little, about 5 or 6, we lived in a big house which was originally 2 cottages, later joined together. Although myself and my sister were young at the time and had no personal experiences, my parents told us stories about what happened there when we moved house some years later. As well as the familiar cold spots, creaks and groans, some other stuff went on too. One day, my mom was in the downstairs bathroom when she heard a man's cough coming from outside the door. Thinking it was my dad going into the study room, which was opposite the bathroom, she thought nothing of it. When she came out of the bathroom, however, the study was empty and no one was outside. She went back to the kitchen and found my dad where she'd left him, sitting at the table. She asked him if he had come out the bathroom and coughed. He hadn't moved the whole time. Another time, my mom, my dad, and one of their friends were sitting at the kitchen table when they all heard a massive crash come directly from upstairs where my bedroom was. My mom described it as the sound of a wardrobe falling over or a full-grown male adult being thrown to the floor. They rushed upstairs to find me fast asleep and nothing out of place in my room. We even had the fireplace in my room checked in case a stone had fallen down the chimney. Nothing was found and there was no explanation. Everyone in the house was accounted for. One night my parents were in bed when they heard the sound of a woman gently humming and singing. The sound came from the end of the corridor and continued downstairs, then eventually stopped. Again, this could not be explained. Myself and my sister were asleep, and even if we did get up, we certainly would have walked down the corridor singing. My second story is based in my grandmother's house, a manor house which is around 200 years old. My grandmother has a story which even to this day she swears was true. She was walking upstairs when in front of her she saw a pair of women's shoes on the step above. She looked up to see a skirt, blouse, and before she could see the woman's face, she vanished. My dad's family all grew up in the house, and my uncle mentioned that from his bedroom, he used to hear the sound of gravel crunching outside, like someone walking towards the house. On several occasions, he even recounts seeing 2 big black dogs sitting by his bed. Although I like the house, I always get that feeling of being watched whenever I go over. If I'm sat in the kitchen, I always want to look into the parlor, which is next in the kitchen, with the door always open so you can see in. And I always feel like someone's sitting in there. Even to this day, I refuse to go upstairs by myself. As well as seeing a key moving in a locked door from the inside when no one was in there, myself and my sister had a weird experience. We were sat outside. The garden is kind of placed on a hill, very sloped, that you could reach by climbing some steps. From where we were sitting, we could just see into my grandmother's bedroom. She had gone out shopping and had left her 2 dogs on our bed. We were just watching them, talking, when suddenly, one of the dogs started barking at the corner of the room at something we couldn't see. She, the dog, then jumped onto the bed and started barking directly at us. Then, at the exact same time, we both saw a white mist, sort of in the form of a hand, move gently over the dog's head. He then stopped barking. My sister and I both looked at each other in surprise. We'd both seen it, but could not understand it. It was daylight, but not sunny, quite cloudyless. There was no reflections on the glass or anything like that, because there was nothing to reflect, no trees or anything behind us, and we quite clearly seen the mist from the inside of the window. While serving at RAF, Midland Hall, with USAF, 1993-1994, I lived with a roommate from Santa Rosa named Greg. Santa Rosa is located in New Mexico. We both originally lived in the dorms on base, but got special permission from our first sergeants to move off base together. This was due to the fact that we did not drink alcohol, and drunken parties were a constant among our roommates, and in the dorms, in general, 24 hours daily as airmen worked 3 shifts. We were both practical-minded Air Force aircraft mechanics with serious responsibilities, and not given to flights of fancy, and had no previous interest or experience in the paranormal or occult. I simultaneously dated an Englishman I would later marry named Bill. The cottage only had a coal fireplace for heating. Greg did all he could to keep the coal stoked, but the house never warmed, and coal always died out quickly, despite large piles of coal Greg stoked well often. The phone rang at various hours day and night, with a loud, hissing static. There was a faint, but unmistakable sound of someone whispering loudly through the static, but the words were always unintelligible. Calls to the operator to discover where the calls came from were answered that we had not received any phone calls at all during these events as far as the phone company was concerned. The calls simply came from nowhere. Greg worked a night shift, I worked days. Every night, I heard heavy footsteps come up the stairs to the bedroom landing, 4 square feet, and back downstairs after varying lengths of pause. When I was home at night, these heavy footsteps occasionally went into Greg's room. When he was at home, he heard the steps enter my room a few times. 500-year-old stairs creaked very loudly beneath thin carpet when no known humans were using them. The human footsteps could be heard anywhere in the cottage. These phantom footsteps were much, much louder and projected a foreboding emotion to the roommate at home when they occurred. The rocking chair in the living room near the fireplace rocked off of its own accord on a regular basis. Once, Greg and I were simultaneously TDY, or assigned temporary duty, to separate bases for a few months. We locked the cottage down tight as a drum. A friend agreed to check the place from time to time, but as all doors and windows remained locked, he never went inside. I returned before Greg did. Every object in the kitchen that could be moved, such as cutlery, dishes, pots and pans, bread bins, knickknacks, whatever, were taken by someone and all dumped in the middle of the living room floor. Nothing was missing. It was simply transported to the middle of the living room and unceremoniously dumped there. At other times I was TDY, and Greg experienced occurrences more often and more intensely for him when I was gone. However, his worst experience happened unbeknownst to me while I was deep inside the cottage. One night, as Greg went out to his car to go on duty, he saw what are sometimes called a shadow figure, but in much more detail. Greg was not bothered by the unmistakable occurrences in the cottage until he met this thing. It was blacker than black, the outline of a large adult male, about 6.5 feet tall, be his estimation. No facial or other features, except glowing eyes that looked at Greg in such an evil way. Greg said he was scared to death. He claimed without hearing a sound that this thing was unmistakably evil and had ill intentions, to say the least. Greg got in his car, a true British yellow Mini, and sped away as soon as he could. There is a broken down shed directly behind the house in the backyard. Both Greg and I looked into it from time to time, but refused to enter until one day we agreed to go in together. We both experienced an unexplainable strong sense of being watched from up close, though no one else was on the property. The sensation, we both agreed at the time, was an evil one. We both thought we heard heavy breathing, but neither one of us wanted to jump to the conclusion and appeared to the other one to be easily duped by what we couldn't explain. There's a storage area on the side of the house that cannot be accessed from inside the house, only by the door outside the storage area, attached to the side of the cottage. Greg and I both hardly dared to look inside after our first time inspecting the property. There were no electrical lights in the room. There was junk and building materials scattered around, as if someone dumped everything from the ceiling, and materials changed positions from time to time. Occasionally, the taps, faucets in the bathrooms upstairs turned on and off on its own accord, yet both hot and cold tap levers were always in the off position. Every unexplained occurrence was of an extremely strongly sensed nature. It always got our attention, except for the static phone calls and the chair rocking itself. Most activity took place when there was only one roommate in the cottage. Neither Greg nor I had ever experienced anything paranormal before. At least, he had not anything to this degree. Of the photos taken inside and outside the cottage, there is nothing remarkable. No orbs, light streaks, vortices, apparitions, etc. The Englishman I was dating and later married was a complete skeptic, but strongly disliked being in this cottage. He would only state, something is wrong with this house, something is strange about it. For his degree of skepticism, that was quite a statement in itself. When a man with a young teenage girl moved into the other side of this duplex cottage, Greg and I decided to warn her, without giving anything specific away about the occurrences, so we weren't planting suggestions in her mind, knowing teenagers are very impressionable. We simply welcomed her, made chit-chat, then told her when she was alone if she was ever uncomfortable or frightened, telling us she was in her bedroom alone when she audibly heard a voice call out for her. She had no history of hallucinations, swore she did not mistake it for a conversation she heard through the walls, which would not have occurred for that night Greg was on duty at the base, and that the voice was male, not matching Greg or myself. Shortly after this, I moved in with my fiance in a nearby town, largely to get away from the occurrences, and soon lost touch with Greg entirely. The paranormal occurrences in the cottage were constant, in one form or another, and experienced intensely. It carried a heavy pull of fear or, at times, dread or terror everywhere in that cottage that never ever left. Never anything that could be called benign or benevolent. In the summer of 1996, I bought a large home in a nice, older neighborhood. My fiancée lived with her parents at the time she was still in college, and I was living with my parents since I'd just gotten out of the army. We were really looking forward to getting married and having our own private place. The first night in the house felt very strange to me, but I chalked it up to being a newlywed in a new home. As time went by, the strange feelings did not abate as they thought it would. I felt more and more apprehensive, especially when I was in the house alone. The house made very strange noises when I was there by myself that it didn't make while Sandy was home with me. Also, I asked Sandy if she heard any strange noises when she was there alone, and she said she didn't. I tried to ignore the noises in apprehension, but it was getting harder and harder from the upstairs. There were just the two of us in the house, and the bedrooms upstairs were only used for storage. The footsteps seemed to pace back and forth in the upstairs hallway. Sandy claimed she never heard any of the sounds and was calling me paranoid and crazy. At first, the footsteps were confined to the upstairs, but eventually they came downstairs and into our bedroom. Whatever was making the footstep noise would come up to my side of our bed and stand there for several minutes before walking straight out of her room. I heard other strange noises in the house, like the sound of an animal growling and scratching noises in the walls. Someone or something knocked on our front door one morning at 3 a.m. so loud that I thought the door was going to come off the hinges. Of course, Sandy never heard anything and accused me of trying to scare her. I began to see small, black humanoid figures darting in and out of the corner of my vision. They would shoot behind furniture or duck into some rooms when I tried to lay my eyes directly on them. I saw them during the night and day, and began to see them more often and often. I would often get this odd feeling that someone was behind me, and if I quickly turned around, I could see one or more of those things run away. One day, when I turned around to try and see the little black things, I saw a large, black thing at the other end of the hallway. It was about 6 feet tall, and though I could not make out any features, I could tell that it was a human shape under a cloak, and it did not run away. It just stood there for several seconds to let me get a good look at it, and then it slowly disappeared. I saw that apparition several more times over the next few months, always standing some distance away and just looking at me. I was really getting scared, and it came to the point that I did not want to go home at night. The experiences were taking a huge toll on our marriage. Sandy would blame me for scaring her with reports of things that were not happening in her mind, just to cause trouble in our marriage. She would not begin to convince that I was truly scared and that something was really happening, even if she did not experience it. We stayed married for a total of 30 months before she moved out of the house and filed for divorce. But here's where the story gets even stranger. The day she moved out of the house, the frequency and intensity of the experiences began to diminish. That night, the footsteps did not come downstairs like they always had in the past. I saw the large black apparition only one time after she moved out, and that time it was translucent, as opposed to being completely opaque as it had been before. It also did not stick around as before. Once I saw it, it vanished. 4 months after she was gone, all the activity ceased. The house was quiet and still, and I no longer felt that apprehension I wrote about earlier. I've since remarried, and we live in the same house with our children. I thought that the experiences might return once I brought my new wife into the home, but they didn't. If they had, I would have sold the place. It had to be something associated with Sandy. Maybe she was into the occult or something. I spent plenty of nights with her in her parents' home when they were away, before we were married, and never experienced anything like what happened in the house. Perhaps it was the combination of her and the house that was the problem, but I hope not. If it were, then that means the same thing could happen again, and I don't want my family subjected to that. I'm writing to tell you my story. I was reading Dave's story, and it's so close to the experience that I had that it actually gave me chills. My first paranormal experience happened to me when I was 4 years old. All the experts say that things that happen to someone before the age of 5 is very hard to remember. The funny thing is that I can remember my experience like it was yesterday. My mother, sister, who's 3 years younger than me, and myself. I remember being asleep in my bed and waking up very suddenly. I looked at the doorway and I saw this full-bodied figure. The only thing is that it was completely white. I'm not talking like white, like a white wall. I'm talking white like energy. This figure to me was a child. The reason I believe this is actually because of its height. I mean, it did not have a face or anything like that. It walked towards me and got on my bed. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head because I was so scared, but I actually felt it on the bed. At that point, I ran screaming and crying into my mom's room. Her boyfriend got up and walked me back to bed to show me there was nothing to be scared of. When we got there, it was gone. Now let's fast forward to the age of 17. By this time in my life, my mom had gotten married, not the same guy from when I was 4, and they had bought a house. It was a tri-level with a full finished basement and a sub-basement. From day one, something felt very odd in the house, almost like a very heavy, unwelcome feeling. The sub-basement was probably the strangest. When you would walk in there, you could see spray paint all over the walls. I know that's not strange, but when you stood in the center of the room, you could see that the spray paint was actually covering up what looked like writing on the walls, and it was also on the floor, so that was kinda creepy. We had 2 dogs that both refused to go into my room and constantly would either stare at the wall and bark, or would stand at the stairs and bark up to the 2nd floor or down the stairs to the basement. The longer I lived in the house, the more I began to feel almost alone. It was like I was becoming isolated mentally from everything. In my room, it would constantly feel as though I was being watched. I would hear loud bangs and things sounding like they were hitting the floor, but nothing would be around. All the motion sensor lights around the outside of the house would turn on all at once for no reason. I mean, I actually began to think I was going crazy. Finally, I broke down and told my stepdad everything that had been going on. He looked at me very seriously. I remember thinking, oh crap, he thinks I'm nuts. He began to tell me about how one night After I'd gotten home from work, he worked second shift and didn't get home till around 1 a.m. We were sitting on the computer playing a game. At the time, our computer was in the front room, and you could see right up to the stairs and onto the landing where the bedrooms were. He said he saw a man walk out of my room. The man he saw was a taller man in a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt. At first, he thought it was me because he only saw the man out of the corner of his eye. But then he asked how I was doing and looked up and realized the man wasn't me. The man turned and walked back into my room. My stepdad ran up the stairs and opened my door, and I was the only one in there, and I was asleep in a pair of boxers. After my stepdad told me this, I was convinced something was going on. One weekend, while my parents were out of town, I invited 2 of my friends over so we could try to catch stuff on film. Of course, we got absolutely nothing. That is, until we tried to go to sleep. We had all decided to sleep in the basement because there was more room there. We turned off the lights and started to go to sleep. My one friend, Chris, was already asleep, and myself and Dave were talking. All of a sudden, the light to the sub-basement turned on, and we could see what looked like a shadow under the door. You could actually hear what sounded like the work boots walking up the wooden stairs. We woke up Chris, and we all stood at the door. We really thought someone had broken into the house. We opened up the door, prepared to beat the crap out of someone, and there was no one there. We walked downstairs and looked around. We checked the windows and everything. The windows were shut and looked like no one was there. There are a lot of things that happened, but it would be like writing a novel to tell them all. I just thought it was kind of creepy how similar my story is to Dave's. This experience happened when I was in my late 20s, back around late 1994 or early 95. I was laying in bed asleep. I felt something touch my face, and I woke up. I was face to face with a smiling old man. He crawled backwards out of my bed and stood there smiling at me. He looked like he was Caucasian descent, in his 80s at least. He had a glowing light all around him. He looked like he was at peace while staring at me. I have no idea who this was. Furthermore, I don't know why I wasn't afraid of him. He definitely looked scary to me, and I had roommates at the time. I don't know why I didn't go running down the hallway to get someone. I just stayed in bed and stared at him. Again, I wasn't afraid at all. It was almost peaceful. He faded away, and I looked at the clock in front of me. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. I stayed up a little while, and then went back to sleep. How do you talk about something like this? I didn't tell any of my roommates when it happened. I was fearful because I thought I would be outed as a crazy person. I did call my best friend, and thankfully she seemed to believe me. I gave her my rocking chair, and she wanted to make sure the spirit was not standing next to it. So yes, I think she believed me. I've thought about it a lot over the years, trying to figure out who this could have been. I told my grandmother. She's Catholic and thinks it was an angel. I've never met my father, and I have no pictures of him, so I don't know what he looked like. But perhaps, maybe this could have been my father? My mother is Spanish and French, and supposedly, my father was of Caucasian descent like the spirit of the old man. So again, maybe it was the father or grandfather that I never met. Who knows? Since then, I've now had a husband and children. I mentioned it once to my husband. He looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm not allowed to talk about it again. Anyway, thank you for reading my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the best I can do to tell you guys. These are two experiences that happened to me about 5 years ago. Here's the first story. My house is 6 years old and has never been lived in by anyone else. This started about 2 months ago. I'm laying in my bed alone, with the door to the hall and the door to the bathroom open. I swear I see the door open a little bit and then go back to where it was. I then see black figures with little or no shape appear in the doorway. Then whoosh, they are gone. I also saw what looked like people I knew, who will stick their heads in the door and then turn and leave. Last night I was asleep when I felt something nudge me 2 times. I woke up to see this black form standing beside me. It stood there for about 2 seconds, then vanished out the door. The most interesting aspect of this all is that these figures have no legs. They are just a black oval shape with no faces or arms. Just a black form. Last night was the first time it really scared me. I felt like it was the Grim Reaper asking me to follow him. Now on to my next experience, which was even spookier, I might add. I was working in a gym at a hotel in Moodsburn near Glasgow. One night, I was getting ready to leave for the night. The route I had to take was down a dark corridor to the main door. This was a walk I had made many times before, and had never any problems. But this night, as I was going along, I felt like I was being watched. As I got to the end of the corridor, I turned to close the door when I saw what looked like a white shape running towards me. Needless to say, I closed and locked the door very quickly and sprinted to the bus stop outside the hotel. The next night, I was working again and decided to see what could have caused it. I went through every possibility I could have think of, from car headlights to interior lights, but nothing recreated what I had seen. About 2 days later, I was looking through the old accident book when I found an entry from 3 years before. A man was running on the treadmill and died of a heart attack whilst using it. What was interesting was, it was the same date and time of when I saw this incident myself, of the running man. This happened to a friend and I back in the mid-1960s, when we were 12 or 13 years of age each, and we were camping with our church group, and while we had some free time, Alan and me as in Mark, decided to do exploring on our own, so we set off towards the perimeter of the park, where we found a fence that we could easily squeeze through, surrounding the park property. And bordering some large open cow pasture land was a grove of trees right smack in the middle of it. We set off across the pasture land towards the grove of trees, and much to our delight, for it was a hot day, we found a meandering stream in the grove of trees that was about 6 feet deep and about 6 feet wide, and it wandered all throughout the grove. But to our dismay, Alan and I realized that we were wearing blue jean pants and a t-shirt, and had not brought along our swimsuits, since we were not planning on going swimming until later, when the springs in the park was less crowded, so we had nothing to wear to go swimming at that time. But Alan convinced me that there was nobody around to see us, and we could go swimming like they used to do in the old days, by going swimming in the nude, or skinny dipping, and nobody could tell we had nothing on. Once we were in the water, and not wanting to be labeled a coward or chicken by my friend, I quickly got undressed and we dove into the cool water. We swam around in the water for about 15 minutes when we were startled to see a young boy about our age, dressed in some dusty old-fashioned looking overalls and barefoot, staring at Alan and me from the bushes. And even though he probably saw we were both skinny dipping by our clothes hanging from the bushes, neither Alan or me felt embarrassed about it. After all of us were boys, and Alan got bold, but staying in the water, Alan said hi to him. The boy came out of the bushes, but didn't get near the banks, and he just stared at Alan and me for a solid 20 seconds. All we could think to do was ask him if he wanted to go swimming with us, but at this point, I don't think we realized it was a ghost at the moment. We just always thought it was a kid that always hung around this area and just wanted to play because we were playing around. But then, it was like he had simply vanished again. Alan and I did not wear glasses, and our vision was perfect. And we were looking straight at the boy as we climbed out of the stream. And like I said, the boy just disappeared before our very eyes. Just kind of blinked out of sight. And Alan and I quickly got into our jeans and looked around for him, but he was nowhere to be found in the bushes. And if he wanted to play with us, why did he disappear? And if he had left the grove of trees, which he didn't, we would have seen him in the open pasture land. And afterwards, we talked about our experience between us, but Alan and I didn't tell anyone of this, knowing that no one would ever believe us. Alan and I both wondered if the boy might have fallen into the stream from the crumbling banks and drowned in that stream many years ago. And as the kids our age wouldn't be caught dead wearing old-fashioned looking overalls, when all the kids we knew were wearing the latest looking fashions, was it even remotely possible that perhaps Alan and me saw a ghost that day? One who was lonely and just wanted to play. I worked at a place called Dowling as a janitor for a year. My shift was overnight, and for 3 months, I worked that shift alone. I never saw a purple orb, but I did spend a lot of time outside. What I can tell you is that after the creepiness of being in a big building all alone wears off, there are still sounds and such that can't be explained by me. Every week, if not every night, doors would open and close by themselves. Me and the others would go chasing these noises, thinking there was someone in the building, but of course, there was no one there, or I wouldn't be writing to you. And the security company wouldn't call to say an external alarm went off, so there couldn't have been anyone there. Sometimes we'd be in the library, and we'd hear one of the counselor's doors open and close. The library was the same room, but divided by office walls from the counselor area. Sometimes the classroom doors would as well. At times, I'd be in the gym and would chase the sound of footsteps. The place does make a lot of building noises. It's difficult to report on anything I heard in the auditorium, the creepiest place in the school, because the roof and heating systems would collaborate with the big empty space to make many mysterious noises that could be too easy to explain away. Plus, the auditorium was creepy because it was always dark until I would clean it, and there were so many access areas, such as backstage or the lighting area above the stage and the several doors, that would really just make me paranoid. Having said all that, I did sometimes get transfixed on the idea that an emaciated naked woman was watching me. I only got that feeling in or around that particular room. It makes no sense to me, but I did avoid it. The band room was also a little creepy. I would sometimes take my lunch there so I could listen to the radio, and the doors within would make noises like they were opening and shutting. there was one definitive time that I also couldn't explain. I went into the library and locked the door behind me because I was hearing so many noises around that door that night. Then, I climbed over the wall to the counselor's area and unlocked that door so I could rush through it when I heard the noise. Sure enough, the library door tried to open because I heard the deadbolt hit the door frame. So I ran to the hall and listened for footsteps, but there were none. I ran to look down both north and south halls along the library, but there was nobody, and there was nowhere to hide. I didn't think someone could have gotten away like that, not in that manner anyway, without making enough noise for me to hear it. A similar thing happened one night when all 3 of the overnight janitors were in there. We heard the noises in the counselor's area, so I climbed the wall while the other guys went to the doors, but nobody was there. I want to assure you of 2 things, even though these aren't really the most impressive tales. First, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm open enough to the idea, I guess, but anytime I heard a noise, I would go looking for somebody because I assumed it was an intruder. There were times we had intruders, and times people who had rights to the building were found. However, there were so many times that we were sure there were noises, and so little chance for whoever was making them to escape, and we still found nothing, that I thought you might be interested to hear the story of Dowling from someone who was there for a long time. The building stopped creeping me out by itself about a week after I was working there alone. I heard voices and chased them, but the air unit, the building setting, and other normal noises stopped giving me the jitters by the time they became normal for me. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I saw the purple orb listed on the website after a night of chasing these noises, so I decided to write this to you, albeit 2 years after the fact. Last thing I want to say, there are 2 creepy stories about the place from a source that I'm not sure I trust, but I'll tell you anyway. One time, this guy saw people in robes walking into the woods west of the building. Another time, a girl was taken advantage of in the auditorium. A funny, unbelievable, but true story from the overnight shift. Ninjas attacked the school one night and put one of the soccer goals in the atrium. The kids did this for their overnight prank. They seriously climbed onto the roof of the school with 2 of the school's regulation-sized soccer goals and dumped them into the atrium. I chased off a bunch of kids when they were trying to get on the roof a 3rd time. They were all dressed like ninjas. My name is Carly, and I used to live in a 100-year-old house on the Eastern Shore in Maryland. This house was on a street with about 10 other houses, all closely related in shape and size, except my friend's. She's my best friend, and the man who had built all the houses in our street lived in hers. They have never had any bad experiences in theirs, up until now. My friend's older sister came back for Thanksgiving, and she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a form of a giant man. The man closely resembled Andre the Giant, even though she thought it was her boyfriend. When she looked next to her, he was sleeping. She really didn't think too much more about it until the next day, where the rest of the family shared that they had been hearing and seeing things too. My house was only a few years younger than hers. My parents bought it at an auction because the whole thing had to be gutted and renewed. As my dad was working on it, he was putting in new windows one day and saw a man. He was crouched down with his face right up against the wall, looking at the window he had just put in. The man saw my dad get up and disappeared. I've had my own experiences too. Like, we used to hear someone running up and down the halls at night. My room was right at the end, and my bed looked out the door. When the person got to the end, you could hear them turn around and run back. That wasn't too bad though. I also remember going into my room and saw a crowd of people. They were all dark figures with the outline of a trench coat that were so long you couldn't see their feet. They slowly faded away, and I didn't go back in the room for weeks. I would stay in the other guest's bedroom. I had a great aunt, and she was a psychic. I loved her. We had the strongest bond you could ever have with anyone. She died of cancer, and it was terribly hard on me. I ended up with some things of hers, like her tarot cards, but most importantly, her angel cards. I'd just gotten these, and I was up in my room playing with them when I pulled up one card that had a picture of a lady on it. This lady looked exactly like my aunt, and she was surrounded by animals. My aunt had a basement full of bunnies, birds, fish. She had 5 cats and 5 dogs. The message on the card said, "A message from your loved one. I'm fine. Very happy now. Don't worry about me, and don't forget about me, but don't let me overtake your life." Then it said goodbye, and I love you on it too. After I read that, I teared up and ran downstairs. I showed my mom, and she couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe it either, so I got scared and told my mom to take the cards out of my room, just in case. My mom put it on her dresser. They were there for about a week or 2, and then they disappeared. My mom never moved them, and neither did anybody else. No one had touched them, and they had just vanished. I'm for sure that was her final message to me. Maybe not forever, but just so I wouldn't worry. It was her proper goodbye. The week before Thanksgiving, my son and I were emptying out a house that was to be torn down and this new one brought in. We were standing by my pickup truck, which we were loading, and he happened to look at a bright light in the sky and said, "Hey, look at that. Is it a plane?" I looked up, and there were no flashing lights, just looked like a wide set of headlights, no other colored lights. I thought at first it was a plane, but no sound for as low as it seemed. It came over slow and headed east, and I thought it would disappear, like over the trees, like the planes that come over do. But instead, it went up, and did so very quickly, until it was a speck that disappeared. I still wonder what it was. Was it a paranormal entity, like an orb or some sort? Or maybe something different, like even a UFO? It's hard to say. But back in 1990, my husband and I were talking outside and happened to look at the edge of our 40 acres. There, just above the trees, was a long cigar-shaped object that covered the entire line of the 40-acre parcel. It had flashing lights and looked like windows were along the side of it. It was reported in the newspaper, as a lot of people saw it that same night. It made no sound at all. My son passed away in August of 2008, and I've had my grandson say that he sees him in my bathroom. I find that strange. Last week he came to me and his mother and said that there was a man in my bathroom and he needed to put his clothes on. When I found my son, he was naked. My grandson didn't see him that way, the way he passed away. He has told me many times that there are ghosts in my house. We have heard doors open and close, and sometimes the floors creaking. Like last fall, I'd gone in my bathroom to turn off the lights the kids left on. I called out to him, thinking that maybe someone was still in the bathroom. Finally, I said loudly and impatiently, "Who is in here?" I heard a voice distinctly said, "I am," very quietly and clear. I didn't recognize the voice and thought one of the kids were playing a joke on me. but no one was near the bathroom, which is just off my master bedroom. It didn't scare me. There are other strange things that happen in my house. We hear little kids outside talking. Most of the time, it is indirect, and you can't make out what they say, and other times, something comes in clear. We just think the land is haunted. For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something. But the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors, which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels, and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief, because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen, and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close, things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with a congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of her immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window of my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here." My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over. My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts. This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Two Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Two Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tewing in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure. But yet it was real, as you and I. Wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging in a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there will be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "Heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods and Mooring Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river, his body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, You could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie, thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive, drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to this school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof Until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the 1st floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, 1st floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, 2nd floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs, when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the 2nd season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened, and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There's something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Pond Trail Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawl space had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub, and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot, and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawl space. Each crawl space is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into the apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system is right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them. One night, in October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other two about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heave some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually as Steve said, "Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started the finish. "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish, and says, "For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes and had to walk through the kitchen and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. I have many stories to share with you, but I'm going to start at the beginning. I grew up in Lawrence Harbor, New Jersey. From the time I was a very young child, I knew that something was not right in our house. Our house was the last house in a dead-end street that faced the marsh. In the winter, you could see Highway 35. The surrounding woods were equally as disturbing. I was the only girl in our neighborhood. All my friends were guys. They were like brothers to me. I was a tough kid, and I did not scare easily. However, being alone in our house and going to sleep at night frightened me to death. My father died when I was a baby, and it was just my mother, brother, and myself. There was quite a difference in age between my brother and I. For years, I kept my experiences to myself because I thought it was my imagination, and I also thought that if I told my mother and brother, that they would think I was crazy too. It took me a long time to realize that I wasn't crazy. It was not my imagination, and the hard part was that I was a gifted child whose family could not relate to me on that particular level. These are my experiences while I lived there. My mother and father bought the house in 1962, and I was born in 1963. We owned the house right up until 2005. To this day, the events are burned into my memory. From the time I was about 5 years old, there hardly was a time that the house was at peace. I would lay awake in bed at night and watch orbs dance across the walls and ceiling. Then, I could feel someone sit on the corner of my bed. It was not a faint feeling either. In retrospect, as an adult, you could actually see the corner of the bed being pressed down. My heart would pound in my chest so loudly that I couldn't hear anyone else, and I could feel every hair stand up on my entire body. I would pull the covers and pillows over me in such a way that only my eyes and nose would stick out, even in the summer with no air conditioning. Shadows were commonplace everywhere in the house. You could smell flowers in the middle of the winter as well. Then, just as I would start to fall asleep, I would be jolted awake because something pulled the covers of me so violently that they were on the floor at the foot of the bed. That would send me screaming out of my room to my mother. There wasn't a time that you didn't feel as though you were being watched, or that you didn't feel that something was following you from room to room. If you came home and put your car keys down, turn your back for 2 seconds, they were gone, and then after searching the entire house, they would suddenly reappear where you originally put them in the first place, and you were the only one home the entire time. When I was in high school, I would come home and shower because I played sports. I always locked the bathroom door. Every time I would pull the curtain back when I was finished, the door would be wide open. Once again, no one was home, and our interior doors had no keys. Until now, I've been very vague with you about my experiences, but now I will tell you in detail my most frightening experience. I was engaged to Mitch. We were just both out of high school. My mom was out, and so was my brother. Mitch and I decided to go to my house, watch TV, and eat some pizza. From the time we entered the house, I could feel that something was really wrong, really out of sync. The air seemed electrically charged. It was as though us being there had interrupted some unseen gathering. I ignored it, even though I was goose flesh from head to toe. Even with all the lights on, my mother's house always seemed dark. Mitch was sitting in the room watching television, and I went into the kitchen to heat some frozen pizza. We were having a conversation as I did so. My back was to the living room as we were talking, and I was placing the pizza on the baking sheet. I heard what I thought was Mitch leave the living room and walk into the kitchen. I became aware that he was standing directly behind me as I was still talking. I turned around to ask him something, but to my shock, it was not Mitch standing there. I felt all the blood drain from my face. My knees went to jello, and I gasped and screamed at the same time. Standing face to face with me was a huge black solid apparition. I could make out a head and shoulders, but the rest became more see-through as it went towards the knees and feet area. It felt like slow motion. I think that when I turned around and screamed, I scared it as much as it scared me. As I stood there screaming, the black figure literally whooshed through the kitchen wall. Mitch ran into the kitchen. I was shaking and white as a ghost. It took me a while to collect myself. I shut the oven off, and we left and went to the local pizza place, where I told them what happened. We didn't spend much time at my mother's house after that. This is just one story out of countless stories that I'll be glad to share with you. I'm now 46 years old. My entire life has been one foot in this world and the other in the spirit world. Years ago, I'd contacted Sylvia Brown, who told me that my mother's house had many spirits in it, but two stood out. There's the ghost of a baby and its mother. She also said that I was a medium and a psychic, and she was right. This is what I now do. I'm no longer afraid. It gives me pleasure to be able to connect with grieving spirits with their departed loved ones. I consider this wonderful gift that I will not trade for anything. Thank you for listening. All of my life I had reoccurring experiences of the paranormal, starting at age 7, as far as I can remember, when my father died. I used to believe the experiences were dreams or imagination until recently. I was telling my fiancé of my experiences, voices, mists, noises, marks in my body, being touched, shirt tugged on, hair pulled, etc. His suggestion was that maybe I am a sensitive. So, I started thinking about this possibility and decided to explore it further. My fiance and I previously tried going to paranormal meetings, which would go on ghost hunts. There was one in particular that appealed to me, and we signed up. The building the group was going to was in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, at an old building that was previously the Elka Club, built in 1914. This information was given to us by the leader of the hunt. When we arrived, we went into a room to get the speech about which rooms to be careful of. They would be marked by the yellow tape. Nothing else was told to us about the history of this building. But as I stood there, a name entered my mind, and it kept repeating itself. Sarah, 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 over and over again. Well, as the group entered the basement, we divided into small groups of 2 or 3. My fiance and I were in a small room, in the back, and I felt nothing, so we decided to head out into the main part of the basement. And just as we stepped out of the room, a man that was on tour with us, who has been there before, said, "Sarah, if you are here with us, give us a sign." I was flabbergasted. I looked at my fiance and explained the utter shock on my face, and we continued in to other parts of the area. I had entered a room just of the entrance of the basement and instantly was bombarded with intense sadness, so much so that I got tears in my eyes. I informed the group leader, and they took pictures around me, but by this time, I already knew that what they were searching for in the building wasn't correct. I knew that what I was feeling was the past, and the child Sarah intended on proving just that to me. She, in what I would call it, attached herself to me. She started flashing images in my mind about what the building was before the Elks had been built there. It was her home. It was a beautiful Victorian with a large porch, parlors, a library, you name it, she showed me. She told me that she was sad because of the remodeling that was about to happen in the building. She got her point across by telling me certain rooms did not belong. I also picked up a persistent man in a room on the first floor. I was flashed an image of a podium and people sitting and listening intently to this man. In the ballroom, I was given images of people dancing, only black shadows of such. And at last, the 3rd floor, I approached the end of the main hall and was shoved by something not seen. I took a moment and continued on into a grand circular room with benches attached to the circular walls, and had the feeling of being watched. And I kept saying, "This feels like judge and jury." It was like you were being persecuted, watched, and the spirits were getting angry. So I wanted to step out of the room for a moment, and I took a step forward towards the door and received a sharp blow to my middle back on the left-hand side. I went out of the room and was telling the group about the incident and decided to give it another try. And as I entered, I again got another blow to the right side of my back. At that point, I wanted out of there for good, so the group agreed to leave the 3rd floor. And as I entered the hallway again, I got pushed in the same spot as the first time, which happened to be in front of a very large window. The interesting part was, I said before, I knew nothing of the place, but when we were leaving, I told the owner all the stuff Sarah had told me. I told her of the man in the room that in my mind, I'd seen the podium. I told of getting pushed and hit in the back, Well, she surprised me. Not only, but many in the group as well. Come to find out that this is where Sarah's home was. The rooms I was seeing were the rooms in her home. The man at the podium would have been the black preacher that occupied that room after the Elk Club closed down. That night, I came home exhausted. I fell asleep and dreamt of Sarah. In the dream, she told me her last name, so I searched for her on the internet. I then found something more shocking. Not only did I find her, the year she was born, but I also found the names of her parents. Well, I'd spoken with someone that has been to the club and knows things about it, but they never knew her parents' names, which happened to be the same names I came across. And as far as the room on the 3rd floor, the owner informed me that this room was the judging room for the Elk members, and where they would hold their remembrances to the dead brothers. The interesting thing was, the women were not allowed in this room, and there was also an EVP that picked up stating, "You are being judged." So needless to say, I'm no longer doubting my ability, and I'm more open to my experiences, which have been many since that night. I live in a place called New Eton in England that has a lot of old history going back hundreds of years. It's also where George Eliot, the writer, was brought up. Well, because it is old, people around here say that there are quite a few haunted places to go to, including Arbury Hall, where she was brought up, and another place nearby called Adsley Castle that is supposed to be haunted by the young lady Jane Grey. You know, the one that was queen for only 11 days, and then got beheaded by the King of England. Well, anyway, here's my story. It must have been about 2.5 years ago now, when me and my friend couldn't get to sleep late at night, so we thought about having a late night jog into the country, towards the ruins of Adsley Castle. As we started jogging towards Adsley Castle, at about 1:30 in the morning, I started to feel somewhat scared at the thought of going towards the macabre ruins. Even in daylight hours, it looks eerie and oppressive, and with the 600-year-old church next to it, can you blame me for feeling nervous at the time? So, as we were jogging down these narrow country roads, I was starting to think back to the other times when I've been to the castle in the daytime, and the overpowering sadness of the place, and the cold spots too. Should I go back? I thought. But no, me and my buddy carried on towards the lake nearby, and then towards the old run-down empty village. We started to hear a faint hard tapping sound, like metal hitting metal, coming from somewhere in the village, or the church near the castle. Now, due to the situation, we started to feel somewhat scared and apprehensive about approaching anywhere near the village, let alone the castle, so we walked towards the phone box nearby, and played around on the phone for a while, until we felt more confident. Now, you must remember that this place is in the middle of the country, and there is nobody that lives nearby. It was just me and my friend, in the greenery of the fields, the darkness of the woods, and the closeness of the ruined castle, church, and village. Anyway, there we were, having a bit of fun on the phone, when all of a sudden, we felt as if somebody was watching us. At the same time, it got very cold in the phone booth. Me and my friend Simon looked out of the plain glass booth all around us, but could see nothing at all, but the feeling was still there. But me and my friend just laughed it off, and said it was all in our minds. So we started to play around on the phone again, until all of a sudden, we heard footsteps walking towards us, getting louder, as if somebody was wearing heavy leather boots, but nobody was there. The footsteps got louder and louder, until they went past the phone booth and on, until they stopped. Now, we were absolutely petrified and scared beyond belief. There was still nobody there. Now the footsteps were coming back again, and doing the same thing all over again. Plus, the sound of the footsteps was getting louder, no doubt about it. By the time we had the courage to run out of the booth and sprint all the way back home, it must have gone past us at least 4 times, and it was getting much louder too. However, just before the last time we heard the stomping, I could have sworn from the distance I saw a man in shining armor, but he looked very transparent and blurry, like it seemed like this person was slowly fading away, but you could see him just enough to make out it was a person, almost like a failing projector. It didn't last very long, and I asked my friend if he saw it, but he said no. This story is all true, and I can still remember every detail of that night, like it was only yesterday. When I was between 3 and 4 years old, I shared a home with my mom and dad. There were many nights where I would wake up screaming until my mom or dad would come into my room to calm me down. They were sure that it was my Spider-Man poster on the wall across from my bed that scared me. Maybe they were right. However, one night I will never forget. I was put to bed on the bottom bunk of my bunk bed. It was a hot night, so I leaned up against the wall for comfort because it was cool to the touch. As I was going to sleep, I slid my right hand and arm down between the wall and bed in order to get even closer to the wall. No sooner was my arm and hand dangling beneath the bed than something grabbed it and pulled very hard. I leapt up, freeing my hand and screaming bloody murder. My dad came into the room and eventually calmed me, convincing me that I'd imagined it all. Nothing else occurred that night. And the next day, when I persisted, my dad said it must have been a cat or a bug hitting my hand. I assure you, I knew the difference, even then. Nothing else occurred in this house to me that I can recall. Years later, I was asking my mom about it to see if she recalled the incident. She did, and told me something she never had. She said one night, late, she had gotten up to go to the bathroom. She was pregnant with my sister, and having to go several times each night. She walked through the dining room in the darkness towards the bathroom. She said she saw something whitish and misty hovering over the dining room table. She immediately turned and hurried back to bed, scared to death, with the hair on her neck standing straight up. Years later, my friend Kevin was visiting here where I live now, and he brought this new guy along that I'd recently met. We hung out, and later that evening, we went to take him home. To my surprise, he lived in the same house that I used to, where all the strange things had happened. When we pulled into the drive, I asked him if there was anything weird that ever happened there, not telling him that I once lived there and what had happened. He asked me why I wanted to know that, and I told him that I used to live there and thought something strange had happened once. He then bluntly tells me that the house has a ghost and how it opens their back door at night after they shut and locked it. I then shared my tale and was very happy because then I didn't feel so crazy. This was my first encounter with the paranormal, but not the last, and certainly not the most frightening. I'll try to send those later, if you'd like. When I was a young kid, around about the age of 8, me and my family decided to go on holiday to a place called Matlock for 2 weeks. We arrived at this old farmhouse that was built in about the 17th century and looking the worse for wear. Anyway, on about the second night we were there, we started to hear scratching sounds and furniture moving downstairs, but we just ignored it at first and tried to go to sleep. But on the third night, we couldn't ignore it, because the floorboards upstairs started to vibrate, and the whole farmhouse was literally shaking. It was more worse for me and my brother, because we had to sleep on the floor, and we could hear strange mumbling sounds coming from downstairs, and the horse in the field next to the farmhouse was making really weird sounds too. The next morning, my dad put it down to bad plumbing, even though my brother and me were getting nervous. Halfway through the day, I was starting to get bored, so I decided to read a few books from the bookcase in the living room. So I sat down at the table next to the bookcase that faced a window and started reading for a while. I remember at the time reading a book called The Iron Man. All of a sudden, I can remember seeing something standing in front of the window. So I looked up suddenly, and right in front of me was a young, pale-looking lady smiling at me. She was wearing white Victorian clothes and a straw-looking hat with flowers in it. I remember sitting there, just looking at this lady for what seemed like ages, even though it must have been only a few seconds. So, thinking it was somebody from my mom or dad, I shouted for them to come downstairs. As I turned to confront my dad to tell him this lady wanted him, she had vanished. So my dad went outside and looked all around the field and at the end of the field towards the bog area, but there was no sign of her, even though we were in the middle of nowhere. Now, I think my dad was starting to get quite spooked as well, because now he kept asking me over and over again, and that I wasn't lying about the woman I had seen. I remember on the fourth and last night, hearing all sorts of weird and distorted sounds coming from everywhere around the room where we were sleeping, next to my mother and father's bed. I can also remember my dad kept telling me it was a nearby highway that was causing the vibrations to the house, and there was nothing to be scared about. Funny, considering the nearest highway was about 10 miles away. When we woke up the next morning, my dad was starting to pack all our stuff away, ready for going back home. When I asked him why we were going back home so early, he just said that it was because he thought the place was haunted, and he wasn't going to spend another night there. When I talk to my dad these days about that holiday, and about him leaving early because it was haunted, he just laughs and says don't be stupid. But me and my brother know the truth. This is just one of the many weird experiences that have happened to me over the years, and I'll be posting some very more soon to this great website. Thank you. I grew up in a very old house in Mason, Michigan. From the time I could remember on, weird things would happen there. I used to hear footsteps all the time. If I was downstairs, I would hear footsteps upstairs. I always slept upstairs in one of the two rooms. When I slept in the small bedroom, I would hear what sounded like phonographic music, laughter, and glasses breaking. My wind-up music boxes would play by themselves, and I often heard a low male voice say my name. Mine and my parents' pillows would sometimes breathe. Downstairs, we had a sliding glass door leading into a back room, and my parents, visitors, and myself would see a silhouette of a tall man bent over working or walking around. It got so aggravating that we put a curtain up so we wouldn't see it every time we walked by. Sometimes, when we opened the curtain, we would see his face pressed up against the glass. We found out through research that a family had lived there, and the man, John P., had his blacksmith shop at the house. We believe that was the room where he was found dead there by a troop of Boy Scouts. His wife Ida was a socialite and died a very long death upstairs. There was also a woman named Tessa Ann that lived there during that time, and we do not know what happened to her, but we know she had a son named Donald. When my son was a baby, I would often hear a woman's voice in his room talking to him softly, and he would be staring up like there was someone else. One time, I'd come out of the bathroom, upstairs, and saw a woman in a long black dress with sandy brown hair standing in the doorway to the big bedroom. Ida? I saw her and tried to go the other way, but instead, I walked towards her and put my hand out, and she disappeared. It was like I was in a trance or something. Our friends and myself were always nervous about going upstairs for anything, and one time, when my son was very small, I was at the top of the stairs and felt a push. I don't remember the fall, but when I opened my eyes, I was on my back, headfirst down the stairs, and had the baby in my arms still. I have to wonder if something didn't push me and something else flipped me around to save my baby. May have been a reflex. I really don't know. I would have an ashtray in my bedroom and would often go in there to find cigarette butts lined up in a neat row on the bed when no one was even there to do it. My friends would leave their keys on the table, and they wouldn't be there when they go to leave. We'd search the house, and later find them where they had been left, even though we already looked there. I had several occurrences of someone knocking on my door, and, as I didn't have a knob or anything on it, it would swing open. I'd hear a couple soft knocks. It would open a little, and I'd close it. Then, as soon as I'd lay it back down, I'd hear louder knocks, and it would swing open farther, and this would progress until the door would slam open and hit the wall. We had a lot more than that happen there, but I don't want to get into everything because that would take too long. We did notice that things would get really bad when there was tension between my mother and myself. However, when everything was calmed down, then all was okay. Weird things happen to us everywhere we go, even though we live apart now, and I have to wonder if we don't just attract that sort of thing, give it energy, or something. But I've never had any weirder stuff happen than what happened in the Mason house. I've been raised with the belief that's supernatural. My family has had a long line of being able to see and hear ghosts, and I never really believed I had the ability until I was 10 years old. My mother and we had went down to Kentucky to visit some family that lives there. My mother is from there. We had spent most of the night talking, and finally went to bed. Nothing happened throughout the night, but when I woke up in the morning, I saw a sight that I couldn't believe. I want to believe that this was only sleep paralysis, but I truly feel as though this was a ghost. I woke up and rolled over on my back with my eyes still closed. When I opened my eyes, I saw an elderly woman floating above me. She was wearing a white dress and had long flowing hair. I remember she was smiling at me. Well, being 10 years old, I was terrified, so I screamed for my mother. I told her about the woman that floated through the wall and then disappeared. My mother came in the room and felt the cold, but missed a woman. From this point on in my life, I felt and seen ghosts. I'm guessing that this woman was my great-grandmother. The only reason I believe that it is her is because I am named after her, and my mother said that when I was a toddler, I would talk to her. Now, I know this sounds hard to believe, but my mother said that I would say these things that only her and my great-grandmother knew, so I have no choice but to believe this. Thanks for reading, and if this doesn't give you nightmares, I don't know what will. I've been living with a spirit for just over 2 years. I'm an assistant superintendent on a part-time basis, an executive assistant for a recycle company, also a mother and wife. I guess I'm just telling you this so that you know that I'm not someone who has nothing better to do with my time. It all started when a 7th floor resident, who I'll call Bobby, jumped off his balcony and killed himself just over 2 years ago. My sister and I, who also worked here, had to clean up the mess, later finding out that this is supposed to be done by the fire department. His family left a lot of furniture in his apartment. Usually, we give the leftover stuff to the Salvation Army or to a needy tenant. In this case, my sister had just gotten separated from her husband and was in need of a bed. You might think this is kind of morbid. I know I do. She took the bed from the former tenant's apartment for herself to use. In the months that followed, a lot of strange things happened at her place and mine. She lived just down the hall from me. Doors would open and close for no apparent reason. Lights would go on and off. The toilet would flush. I would wake up in the morning to find the kitchen cabinet doors open, and on 2 occasions, the shower turned on. So it sounded like your basic haunting. Last November, my sister moved back to her home country, 3,000 miles over the ocean. A few weeks before she moved, things got worse. Not in the sense that it was dangerous, just that it happened more often. One night, I was down at her apartment with my 2-year-old son. My son was standing in the doorway that led to the living room. He was looking down the hall, as if watching someone walk towards him. It was like he turned around when the person walked past him looking up, suggesting it was an adult. We made a joke of it. I told my son to say hi to the nice man. He turned around and looked in the corner right by the front door and say in his little voice, "Hi." This really freaked me out, so I left. Later that night, I went back without my son. My 8-year-old niece was just leaving to go to her friend's apartment down the hall. As she left, I called out to her to close the door. She did not hear me, and the door stayed open a couple of inches. I was sitting on the couch doing a crossword puzzle and decided to finish my puzzle before going to close the door. 10 minutes later, my sister was in her room getting dressed. She was in the shower. She called me to go and talk to her while she did her hair. I walked to the front door to close it, but it was already closed. This is not unusual. Sometimes this happens. But what I cannot explain is the door was also locked. There is no explanation for this. My sister was in the shower. My niece did not hear me to call her, nor does she have a key or the knowledge to lock the door. It really spooked me. I told my sister, and she also got spooked. She told me she had been hearing noises that did not seem to be coming from anywhere. My sister and I chatted for a couple of hours until my niece came home. I asked her if she locked the door, and she looked at me and said, "Yeah, sure," with my finger, being 8 with a smart mouth. I left about an hour later to go home. At this time, it was approximately 10 p.m. My niece was sleeping on the couch, and my sister was going to finish some painting in the dining area, then go to bed. I'd been home for about 20 minutes when my sister calls me crying. She said that there was someone in her bedroom jumping on the bed. I told her to go and look. She took the phone with her and approached her bedroom. The noise stopped just as she got to the bathroom. When she turned to walk away, the noise started again. She put the phone on speaker so I could hear too. It really sounded like someone jumping on the bed. My sister, trying to make a joke of it, yelled, "Go away, Bobby. Go and spook someone else." 2 minutes later, I heard a noise in my hallway. I was sitting at my computer and looked down the hallway towards the kitchen, and there was Bobby standing just inside my front door. He had on a brown leather jacket and blue jeans.
the clothes he was wearing when he died. I was really shocked. I told my sister what I saw and tried to pretend that I was not scared. I said to him, "It's okay, Bobby. You can go now." And then he was gone. My sister was laughing hysterically on the other end of the phone. I tried to calm her down by talking to her, but it did not work. I was kind of glad that she was freaking out, because it did not give me time to freak out myself. I went to my sister and sat with her until the sun came up. Neither of us slept that night. Later that day, we took the bed out to the dumpster at the back of the building, and since my sister only had a few days left in Canada, she slept on an air mattress. That seemed to solve the problem for her, but Bobby has never left my apartment. I do not feel threatened by this presence, but uncomfortable, and my cat is constantly having freak attacks, and my son talks of the man. The stories I'm about to tell you actually happened to a cousin of mine at his college campus. One night, this one guy was lounging around in his dorm while his roommates were out. He was relaxing and reading on his bottom bunk bed when he heard scratchy noises in his room. Wondering what it was, he looked around and didn't see anything unusual. He went on reading again. A few minutes later, the sound started coming around again, just a bit louder. He proceeded to look out his window, where he noticed tree branches hitting the windowsill. Thinking this was it, he went back on reading. The noises stopped just for a few seconds. Then, all of a sudden, the noise came back, and this time, it sounded very close by. He checked out the top bunk and saw a ghostly image of a lady in very antique-looking clothes ran out of his dorm and never came back to live there since. One night, some student decided to have a party on campus. A group of students were on their way to a party when they ran into this girl. She looked like a regular student there, but nobody has seen her before. Anyways, the group tried to get her attention to ask her to the party, but she didn't seem to hear them. They called to her again, but she just kept right on walking. So one of the guys decided to walk up to her. The rest of the group had gone into the building. As she approached the girl, he noticed she was smiling at him. He looked down and saw her face was facing him, but the rest of her body faced the other direction. He screamed and ran back to his friends. The group ran back out and tried to look for the girl, but she was nowhere to be found. When I was little, I used to be able to see spirits. I was never scared of them though. I remember one spirit in particular. Her name was Mimi. Mimi always showed up at nighttime when I was supposed to be asleep. I had a habit of very bad nightmares of people dying, especially my parents. One night, I woke up sweating and in tears when I thought I saw someone standing in my doorway. At first I just saw a mist. That then turned into an old lady. I was able to see through her. At the moment I didn't realize it, but it was Mimi who came back to check up on me, and she had her little dog with her. I watched as she came near my bed. When she was standing right next to me, petting her dog, I felt calmness come over me, and I felt so safe with her there. As she sat down on the corner of my bed, she told me not to fear, that my parents were sound asleep, safe, and sound in their bed. I remember how I still couldn't calm down right away. I was still crying when she put her dog up on my bed with me. At the time, I used to call the dog Pinky, since you could see the pink of her skin under her white fur. I watched Mimi as she went into the hallway and then faded away. I
heard from Mimi almost every single night since then, until my 10th or 11th birthday. I'd been playing games with my cousins when we decided to have a race to see who would get outside the fastest. They let me have a head start since it was my birthday. As I headed up the stairs, I heard them right behind me. All the grown-ups were right outside at the time. I ran through the kitchen and went to hit the door handle to go outside, but I missed it. Instead of opening the door, I went through the glass back door. Glass was everywhere. I had cuts all over the place and was bleeding. I ended up passing out, but before I even lost consciousness, I thought I saw a figure of Mimi. It was weird, but then I passed out. Then, when I regained consciousness, I was sitting in a hospital bed, and my family and friends were all around me. They were so concerned, and I was just wondering about what happened to Mimi. I screamed out Mimi, and they were so confused, like they didn't know what I was talking about. I tried to tell them in detail, but they just waved me off and dismissed me like it was stupid or something. They told me ghosts definitely don't exist, and that I was just seeing things because of my injury, but I had told them about the bed incident of me being in my room, and they still waved me off like I was nuts. So that's where the story ends. Nothing really came of it, and after that, I never saw Mimi again. I honestly don't know what she represents. Maybe she's a guardian angel. Maybe she appeared in my dreams and I was just imagining it all. Whatever it was definitely a special incident, and I'll never ever forget it.
This is a true story. No one believes me, but I know what I saw, and the following is an accurate accounting of that one summer night. In the summer of 1973, my baby was around 18 months old. We lived in an older wood-framed house in the South Texas coastal area. We had lived there since early 1972. We didn't have central air conditioning, and the only room that had an air conditioner was the den. At night, we, my husband, 2 daughters and myself, slept in the den. My husband and I slept on a full-size mattress on the floor. My daughters each had a foam cushion for a bed, which also was on the floor. There were 2 doors to the den. One door led to the outside, the other led to the hallway and the front part of our house. Both doors were solid. There were 2 sliding windows with lined curtains. At night, with the lights out, doors closed, and drapes pulled, the den was as dark as a cave. So dark, in fact, that you could not see your hand in front of your face. On this particularly hot, humid South Texas night, I woke up to the sound of my youngest daughter crying. I rolled off my mattress and crawled on hands and knees towards her foam pad to comfort her. Before I reached her pad, I saw her in the middle of the room. As I crawled towards her, she rolled away from me. It wasn't until I reached her sleeping pad that she stopped rolling away and sat up. At the same moment that she sat up, I touched her. She was asleep on her pad. What I had thought was her rolling away from me had disappeared. This is my story, and I'm 100% sticking to it. Remember when I said the room at night was as dark as a cave? I decided what I saw was energy. I mean, it had to be. Why else could I see it? As far as I could find out, there were no deaths of a very young child. I really thought I'd seen a ghost. When I laid back down, my heart was pounding. There is no way I could have dreamed it. I've explained what happened to myself in the following manner. My baby was only around 18 months old. She wasn't old enough to know how to control her mind, and therefore, part of her mind, the part that older humans shut off, was able to send energy out in what could be called an out-of-body experience. I know this sounds crazy. If you have a better explanation, I would love to hear it. I know I saw something that I thought was my baby. I know when I touched my baby and disturbed her sleep, what I saw disappeared. I know I did not dream this. Last March, my husband, myself, our 2 daughters, 13 and 17, and toddler son, moved into a beautiful 3-bedroom condo. We were so excited to have gotten such a huge place for such a good price. Looking back, I'm so glad we rented and opted out of buying it. Event 1. My 3-year-old son was afraid to enter the kitchen. He told us there was a man or thing under the kitchen table. Never saw him look so frightened. Event number 2. I was in my walk-in closet, kneeling on the ground, arranging shoes, when I felt something hit my back. I thought my toddler had run into me. I turned to see what was wrong, and no one was there. Very creepy feeling. Event number 3. My oldest daughter tells me that she has been seeing a black shape moving in the darkness of her room in the middle of the night and sounds in the closet. She says she just ignores it and it goes away. I'm scared for her. My husband either doesn't sense anything creepy or won't admit to it. But in event number 4, my oldest hears something scathing at her window. She opens the curtains and sees a huge crow hovering at her window, scratching on the window. 2 nights later, my 14-year-old daughter runs into my room because the bird is at her window. A few nights later, I hear scratching at my bedroom window. I feel watched. I don't get up to check. I've noticed a presence near the long dark hallway. I find myself anxious to get past that area of the house. I feel a sickly evil presence, like something that enjoys seeing us suffer. During the 3 months we lived there, we had the worst of luck. I lost my job. Our car got towed away, then broke down for good. Our PG skyrocketed from a normal bill of $75 a month to $600. We never used more electricity. We became sickly and irritable. We couldn't afford to stay. We couldn't afford to move. So we packed up and moved into my mother's house. As the days passed, our luck changed for the better, and the black cloud of despair lifted. We look back now and feel that whatever is in that house drains everything good and is evil. I researched the history of the tenants and found no one lasts long living there, and bad luck has happened to all who live there. That's as far as I will go. I'm afraid to look any further. I don't want to know. While I've never actually seen a ghost, something very strange occurred a few years ago that I cannot even explain. My then 4-year-old daughter, Savannah, was on the 3rd floor playing on the computer and printing pictures. I had gone upstairs to call her down for lunch, and she started calling her father to show him her artwork. "Daddy, Daddy," she called. I had to remind her that Daddy was working and not at home, as was the norm, but she insisted he was here. After a few rounds of, "Honey, listen, he's at work," she asked me, "Then who is that man?" My daughter was not prone to imaginary friends, and I asked her, "What man?" Savannah replied, "Who was that man at the bottom of the stairs?" Again, I protested that there was not a man, but she insisted. I asked her, "What was the man doing?" She replied, "I was watching him, and he was watching the bathroom." When I asked her what happened to the man, because I certainly didn't see him, she replied, "He disappeared." At that point, I was thoroughly spooked, but I let the issue drop. She had no idea of ghosts and wasn't afraid of the dark. The last thing I certainly didn't want to do is put any ideas into her head. Nothing more was said.
But a few days later, out of the blue, my daughter asked, "Mommy, what happens if the man comes back?" I told her she should come call me if she saw him again, because he doesn't belong here. Fortunately, she never saw him after that. About 6 months later, my 5-year-old niece slept over and told me the next day about a nightmare she had. She had a dream that she saw a young man in my daughter's doorway. When I asked her what happened to the man, her reply was the same. He disappeared. She had a dream that she saw a young man in my daughter's doorway. When I asked her what happened to the man, her reply was the same. He disappeared. If this is a ghost, he's a very quiet ghost, because nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But I believe the children. If they say they saw something, then they saw something. Something I can't explain. A few years back, my stepmother was dating a man other than my father. This man had a friend that needed them to house it while they went on vacation for a couple of days. The family that lived in the house consisted of 2 parents and a 6-year-old daughter. All the bedrooms and bathrooms were upstairs, and the kitchen, living room, and the den were downstairs. When my mother walked into the house, she immediately had an overwhelming urge to leave the house. She felt uneasy and uncomfortable. She was sick at the time, so she thought that her feelings might have been off. Her boyfriend decided to run her a bath. When he came back down, his face was flushed. She asked him what was wrong, and he replied, "Nothing at all, darling. You go get in your bath." So she went up and took her bath. The whole time she was upstairs, she couldn't help but feel like something was with her. When she was done, she walked downstairs and sat with her boyfriend. She told him how she was feeling and said that she wasn't sure if she was able to spend the night. When he heard this, he replied to her, "Honey, when I went upstairs to run your bath, as I closed the bathroom door, which if you open the door, it blocked the bathroom doorway. After getting you a towel, there was a deep black shadow lingering in your daughter's bedroom doorway, which was across the bathroom doorway. It didn't have a specific shape, but it had specific red eyes that glowed ever so bright. All I could say was, 'You don't scare me. The power of the Lord protects me.' Over and over I said this. After about the 6th time of saying this, it turned into the girl's bedroom and lurched across the floor into the closet. The door was shut. My mom was so scared that she left the house immediately. Later she got upset because he let her go upstairs after what he had seen. This is a pretty long one. I was around 9 years old when this happened. When my brother was born, we turned our garage into a toy room for him. It has a pull-out pouch in it, so when I had friends over, we would sleep there. I had a friend over one day, and we were watching TV in the garage while laying in the pull-out couch. We were getting so tired, so I turned off the TV. I closed my eyes again, but felt a weird chill pass over my body. I opened my eyes and looked back at the TV. I saw a lady sitting on top of it. She had brown hair pulled back into a really fancy bun and a really nice pink dress on. She just sat there looking at me for a while. Then she disappeared. At the moment, I was extremely tired, so I didn't think much of it. But then in the morning I woke up and remembered what happened. My friend thought it was a dream, but I know it wasn't. I have another experience with the same lady. I had a different friend over this time, and this was when we were older, so we didn't sleep in the garage anymore. I still have a fridge in there though. So my friend and I went in there to get a soda from the fridge at about 9 at night. We opened the door, and there was the same lady sitting on the same TV. My friend and I both saw her so I know it wasn't a dream. We flipped the light on and looked back at the TV. She was gone. After this, I got kinda scared. My friend and I got soda and got the hell out of there. After that, I didn't see the lady for a while. But then about a year later, I was sick with a fever and a sore throat, and I was in my parents' bed, just laying there. They have a TV hanging from the wall. My parents were out at a dinner for my aunt's birthday, so I was home alone with my brother, who my parents had put to bed before they left. It must have been around 9:30 this time. I was just drifting off to sleep when I, for some strange reason, looked at the TV. I saw the same lady sitting on the corner of it. I was pretty delirious from the fever, so I ignored her and went to sleep. I woke up the next morning and was in my own bed. My parents had put me there when they got home. I remembered what happened and told my parents. Of course, they didn't believe me. They said I was sick and that it was my imagination. After this, I realized that it all happened at night when I was in a dark room and by a TV. The only witness I have is my friend, who is still scared of my garage at night. My house is haunted. The only thing that might relate to it is that my grandma died in my house, but she doesn't look like her, and it doesn't explain why I always see her at night and by a TV. I'm just glad that the ghost isn't violent. When I was about 4 or 5, my mom's husband moved us to Pueblo, Colorado. We moved into what I guess was an apartment building, but to me, it looked like a giant house. I think it was really old. My memory of what the outside of the house looked like is kind of blurry. It seemed like it was 2 or 3 stories, with a Victorian kind of build. At the same time, it looked Adobe style too, like the walls were made out of clay. Our apartment was in the lower right corner, if you were facing the house. We had a 1-level apartment and part of the basement down below. You could tell whoever owned the place tried making the basement into a room. It was completely concrete, but they had carpeted part of it and painted the concrete walls white. The other half of the room was the laundry area. On the side of the room that was carpeted, there was a giant hole in the wall. It was perfectly square and purposely put there. It ran the entire length of the wall, except for one side that ended at the stairway. It was about 3 feet off the ground, and I'm guessing maybe a foot from the ceiling. To this day, I have no idea what the purpose of that hole could have been. The moment I saw that hole, which was when the realtor lady was showing us the apartment, I was scared to death of that hole. I didn't know why. I just hated it. It was so dark inside that you couldn't tell where it ended. As it turned out, this basement room ended up being my room because it had the most space for all my toys and belongings. I hated it there. Every night I was frightened stiff. I would just lay there and try not to make the slightest move until I fell asleep. It was like I didn't want to get anyone's attention, even though I was the only one in the room. I'm not sure how long we lived in the house, but I would guess about a year. Nothing happened for the first few months, and I was starting to relax more in my room, though I still never stepped foot anywhere near that hole. I remember watching my mom hang clothes up to dry in front of that hole, and thinking how brave she must be. And then one night, when I was sleeping, I felt someone pull my hair. It wasn't just a little couple hairs getting caught under my head either. It was like someone grabbed a good lock and yanked it on very fast and very hard. It hurt quite a bit, and it jerked me awake. I automatically looked up towards the hole in the wall, and I saw from the back what appeared to be a very tall, very wide man. He was wearing a big black coat that looked old-fashioned. I'm not a fashion or history expert, but I would guess it was 40s style. This is kinda silly, but when I look back at the image of him I still have in my head, his coat kinda reminded me of Dick Tracy's style. That's the only example I can think of. He walked very slow and swayed from side to side, and as he did so, he walked straight into that hole. I immediately ran upstairs for my mom, but she worked graveyards at Dunkin' Donuts and wasn't home. It was just her jerk husband, and I didn't like him. So I went to lay on the couch in the living room, but before I got there, I got this feeling that I should stay away from the couch and the living room in general. So instead, I went and laid on the floor in front of my mom's bedroom door. I think I might have dozed off, I'm not sure, but eventually, I got really cold. I decided to be brave and sit on the very edge of the couch, closest to the kitchen, which is where I was. My mom's bedroom was on the opposite side of the kitchen, across from the living room. The couch had a blanket on it that I wanted to cover up with. As soon as I sat on the edge of the couch, the man appeared again. He walked through the door, literally right through it, and was moving slowly towards me. He wore the big black coat and had a long, bushy dark brown beard that covered almost all of his face. The hair on his head was shaggy and dark brown as well, and he may have been wearing some kind of cap. He had his arms stretched out and was pointing at me. He was either moaning or I just couldn't understand what he was saying, but it seemed more like he was trying to make words, but simply couldn't. I slowly tried to grab the blanket off the couch, but it seemed like he started moving quicker when I did this, so I left the blanket there and ran to my mom's room. I laid down again on the floor in front of my mom's bedroom door, and eventually I fell asleep because the next thing I knew, my mom had come home. I told my mom everything that had happened. Unfortunately, when I described the man, I compared the way he looked like to Chewbacca from the Star Wars movies. It was because he was so hairy. As a child, that was the only way I knew how to best describe him. Of course, my mom dismissed me immediately and told me I just had bad dreams because of that movie. It seems like more happened in the house, but I don't remember anything else. I kind of think I might have blocked some things out because it scared me so much. As I said, we didn't live there long anyway, so my mother and I never spoke about the house until I was 12. I started telling my mom all kinds of memories I had from when I was very young, and I ended up telling her what happened that night with greater detail. She said that she remembered that night too, and that she had believed me, but didn't want to scare me any more than I already was, so she said it was nightmares. She said that quite a few strange things happened to her also, and that she had tried to tell her husband, but he didn't believe her.
I need to start with a rather lame beginning by saying that, of course, I've never done something like this before. I've never had a paranormal experience before this, or seen ghosts throughout my entire life, believed in ghosts before. My fiancé and I bought a small house in a small suburb outside of St. Louis 4 months before our wedding. Since my parents are very religious and don't live near us, we decided not to tell them that we moved in together. We figured we wouldn't start an argument with them, since we were getting married soon anyway. My sister Liz lived near us and knew that we were living together. She would come over to the house when we were fixing it up and tease me by saying stuff like, "You were going to hell for lying to our parents and living in sin." She was always joking, and I would tell her to stop being mean to me. One afternoon, she and I were at the house together, and my fiancé, Dave, was out buying supplies to paint our living room the next day. Of course, Liz was still teasing me, and I was laughing about it. She soon said she had to leave, but would be back the next morning to help us paint the living room. When she left, I was in the living room, getting everything ready to paint the next day, and I saw something written on the wall in pencil. I went over to look at it, and it said, "You are a sinner." The pencil was lying on the floor, next to the wall. I figured it was my sister's idea for a joke, since we were going to paint, and it would be covered up. I decided to respond to her, and wrote under it in pencil, "You're not being funny." I was laughing to myself about it and went on putting tape around the bottom of the wall. After I was done, I went back to the wall with the writing and saw what I had written was gone. I was so shocked that I stood there for a minute, not moving at all. Nothing, I mean nothing, had ever happened to me like this. I was trying to rationalize it in my mind, with little success, when I noticed the pencil was gone too. I found it on the kitchen counter, 20 feet away. I called my sister on her cell phone and asked her if she had written it. She said she didn't know what I was talking about. Now, my sister and I are very close in age, and I know when she is trying to pull something over on me. My fiance came home soon after that, and I told him what happened. He didn't quite believe me, but could tell that I was really shaken by the whole experience. That night, when we went to bed, my fiance got up in the night to use the bathroom. The next morning, he told me that I forgot to turn the living room light off when we went to bed, and I know that I had turned it off. The next morning, my sister came to help us paint, and I told her the weird things that had happened. She believed me a little more than my fiance, but they were both highly skeptical. While we were painting the living room, I was very edgy. My sister was still making jokes, but I didn't think they were quite as funny this time. When we took a break for lunch, we put our brushes and rollers in the pans on the living room floor and went out for lunch. When we came back, all of the brushes and rollers that we had been using were lying on the kitchen table. The paint on them ruined the table, and my fiance and sister and I became believers in ghosts. We were all pretty scared and didn't want to be in the house anymore. A friend of ours from high school recently graduated from seminary and was a priest. I decided to call him, but he was busy and couldn't take our call right away. None of us wanted to continue painting, but my fiance convinced us to stay by saying that with the three of us there, it wouldn't be too scary. Nothing else happened the rest of the day. My sister stayed the night with us because we didn't want to be scared of our new home. She slept with me in the bed, and Dave slept on the floor. That night, we heard movement in the living room, so the three of us, looking ridiculous, held hands and crept to the living room. Dave turned on the light. Liz and I screamed, and there was absolutely nothing there. It was empty, except for a ladder we had used, and it had been moved to the other side of the room. We went back to the bedroom and debated whether to spend the rest of the night there or go to my sister's apartment. We decided to stay. None of us slept well, but we didn't hear anything else. The next day, my sister and I decided to meet my neighbors. We didn't want them to think we were insane by telling them we had a ghost, but we wanted to find out who had lived in the house before us. A woman across the street told us that an older woman lived there and mentioned that she was really religious and kept religious knickknacks all over the house, but she died in the house 5 years ago. Since then, there have been some renters, but no one had bought the place since her death until us. We decided that she was the one haunting us. My friend, the priest, finally called me back, and I told him what was happening. He agreed to come over and bless the house and give us some kind of comfort. When he got there, he told us that he felt like something was different about the house, but he didn't think she was trying to do us harm. He blessed the house, and the rest of the day went without incident. That night, I had a dream that an old woman was in our living room crying and saying that she didn't want her house to belong to people who weren't married. I remember trying to argue with her, telling her we were getting married soon. Then, all of a sudden, she vanished. I don't know if I was actually arguing with the woman who had lived there, or if I was feeling guilty for lying to my parents. I woke up, and I realized I was crying. I think that the woman must have loved the house and didn't want to leave, but realized she had to. I feel bad that I made her leave, but since the dream, we have not had a single occurrence. I sincerely hope she doesn't come back. I may be a coward. I don't like sharing a house with a ghost. I'm in the military, stationed in Okinawa. Japan. My wife, child, and I live in an apartment complex on base. The housing is built over a large battle site, which took place during the war. My wife is very sensitive to ghosts and apparitions. They have followed her since she was a child in Texas. Well, she and I were sitting in the living room, watching TV one night, when a figure walked out from the hall, stopped and turned back towards the hallway, and disappeared. This was my first time ever seeing a ghost. On several occasions, a bright ball of white light has been seen moving throughout the house, especially in my son's room. It seems to like him a lot. It also turns his toys on whenever it feels like it, which is quite often. The most unbelievable night of my life was experienced recently while my wife and I were sleeping. I awoke to a shadowy figure standing next to the bed. I was uncovered at the time, and the figure seemed to be reaching for me. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. This happened 3 times that night. On the 3rd time, I just laid still and watched the figure grab for me, reach the covers, and pull them back over me. It seems that this ghost is very friendly and means no harm in any way. It has always been prone to my wife. It frequently calls her name or watches her do the dishes. She tells me at least one new story a week about something strange in the house or things being moved. I was not a believer in ghosts anyway, but now it seems impossible not to be. Thanks for reading. I didn't think much of all I experienced in my mother's house until some years later, and when I think of it now, I can look back and realize that some really disturbing things went on there when I was living there. First, I would like to shed some light on the history of the house. The house was built sometime in the 1920s, maybe a little bit before that. It was owned by a very prominent family in town at the time, the Hazeltons, who owned a jewelry store downtown. Their daughter, Frida, was somewhat of a recluse who never married, and for what I know, never left home. I found some letters and photos along with period clothing, which the letters were from Frida's travels. Although she never married, being wealthy, she traveled to Rome, Greece, and other places. From what I know, she died suddenly and violently one day. In my mother's house, there is a big wooden staircase which curved very sharply. Frida evidently tripped on the stairs and fell to the bottom step, breaking her neck. There was one occasion when I was little, I don't remember how old, that I remember sitting at the top of the stairs and feeling a pushing sensation on my back, and I fell down the stairs and landed on the bottom step. I was unhurt, but I still get cold chills thinking about the eerie similarities. I always felt a weird feeling going up and down the stairs, so much so that many times my sister would have to carry me up them at night, and I would close my eyes the whole entire way. It always felt like someone was behind us. Things fell off of bookshelves sometimes. You could just feel a presence there sometimes, watching you. Nothing really violent happened, other than the stair episode. My sister said that once, she looked out into the narrow hallway, across it to my brother's room, and his whole doorway was covered with what looked like a white, cloudy web-like substance. Also, one night, my sister awoke from sleep to find 3 cloud-like forms standing at the end of the bed. This kind of thing continued to happen until I left home. I never saw any forms or persons myself, but I'm convinced that Frida was still clinging to her home and resented us living there, somewhat. It all started when I was 11 years old, living with my mother, sister, and stepdad in the house I lived in from birth. It was an old council estate, established in the early 1900s, about 5-minute walk away from a coal mining site that was destroyed around 1920 with a blast from inside, killing hundreds trapped inside. This is what I used as an excuse to explain many of the weird occurrences around the town. Anyway, back to the story. When I was 11, in the early hours of one Saturday morning, I woke to see a small boy, a couple of years younger than me, stood at the side of my bed and staring down at me. I say staring, even though he had no eyes, just black hollows. He seemed to be on the chubby side and wearing a gray outfit. Thinking it was my nephew, as it was common for him to stay over at the weekends, that just startled me. I grabbed my pillow and swung at him, only he wasn't there anymore, and my nephew was asleep on the blow-up bed at the foot. I then looked down the corridor to the bathroom and saw a man peering around the door, thinking someone had come through the front door. As it was left open to relieve the smell of paint, I ran to confront the man, only no one was there. Thanks for reading, and I hope you understood my story. Hi, my name is Mark. I'm 17 years old, and I've been interested in ghosts since I was around 7. My friend, whose name is James, bought this old nursing house when he moved to England a few years back from Canada. I've spent many nights at this house, and it is a very big and also very old house. He has a lot of old pictures and stuff, and it's kind of freaky when you're walking around at night. One night, I stayed at his house. His mom and dad were not there. They had gone away for the weekend. That's why I was staying, because he doesn't like staying with his sister and her friends. So I came over, and we were just mucking about, listening to music. We were upstairs in his room, and we heard a really big thud. We just looked at each other and waved it by, not taking any notice. And then, a little while later, his sister and her friend came running in, really shook up, like they were mumbling and practically crying. They were about 3 years younger than us, and we asked them what the matter was. They said that they had seen a woman upstairs. They have 3 floors. We're on the 2nd. Thinking this, we thought that someone had broken into the house, so we decided to go upstairs and have a look around. When we got upstairs, the immediate feeling that we felt was that there was a strange smell and an eerie atmosphere, and me being interested in ghosts and all, I thought to myself that there's some signs. It got a little colder, too cold. We went into the rooms upstairs, and we searched the upstairs very well, and we found nothing. We went back downstairs and told his sister that we didn't see anyone. They were adamant they did, and they stayed downstairs with us that night because they were scared. That all happened around 10 o'clock. A little further into the night, me and James were still awake, and we sometimes go onto his roof at night. It's like a flat roof on the top of his house, and we sit up there. We were sitting up there, just chatting, and we heard another thud. At this point, I got really freaked out because I saw a shadow in the window below, and we were upstairs. James went really quiet, and we got down into a little slope to get back in through the window. That's when we saw a middle-aged woman standing at the closet, folding sheets. We froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. We didn't know this woman, and I don't think she saw us, but she walked around the corner of the hallway and disappeared. At this point, we got in through the window, went downstairs, turned on just about every little light along the way, and stayed up all night. It's the most frightening thing I've ever experienced. My father passed away in September of 2001. He had been suffering from severe emphysema for about 5 years. We were all torn up over him dying. We were all at the cemetery for the graveside service. As soon as the service was over, everyone heard this loud clop, clop, clop sound, and the sound over something dragging on the ground. I turned to see what was the commotion. There was a man wearing golf shoes. They have metal cleats on them, carrying his golf bag and dragging another larger bag on the ground. This was in the middle of a cemetery. There was no golf course anywhere nearby. It was such a strange sight. My husband came up to me and said that it's a sign from your dad. believes there's always a sign at a funeral. My dad loved to play golf. When he got really sick, he couldn't play anymore. He would only play on his PC. I think he was letting everyone know he was okay now. I have already quite a few experiences with ghosts and things of that kind. I strongly believe in ghosts, so I believe that all of my experiences are 100% true. When I was around 5 years old, we lived in Bangkok, Thailand. We had a great big apartment, but my room always gave me the spooks. I'll never play by myself in it, and if I ever wanted to do something in there, I'll drag my mom in there with me. One of our friends was very spiritual and was sort of a medium, so my mother asked her to come into our house and tell us maybe what the problem was, as she too, my mom, was a little frightened herself. The moment our friend stepped in, she said she could sense something, but it wasn't going to do any harm to us. All we had to do was tell it to go to the light. Well, I was too young to do it. My brothers and dad couldn't sense it, and my mom was too scared, so we didn't do anything. Then one day, by chance, I was getting something from my room, and I could feel something. So, I looked up, and there in front of me, I saw the back of a lady. She was wearing a pink dress and, as crazy as it sounds, green skin. Her hand was placed on the light switch. Then all of a sudden, she just walked out and completely disappeared. I ran to my mom, but she was busy talking to a friend, so she didn't hear what I said. After this event, the feelings weren't as strong, although they still remained. Around 6 months later, we moved to Bahrain, in the Middle East, and when we were there, I was drawing this picture of the family. I showed it to my parents, and I pointed out all the family members. Then they came to this lady, and they say, "Who's that, Sarah?" To which I replied, "Oh, that's the lady who lived in my bedroom." That was quite scary. Also, when I lived in the UAE, the Middle East, the ghost who lived there would play games with me. It would hide a pen, which was positively there, or close the curtains when I had just opened them. When my uncle visited us, he actually saw a small boy at the end of his bed, although I never saw anything. I've had various experiences where I can sense something there. Take the time I was at my mother's friend's house, and I needed to go to the bathroom. I was about 8 or 9 years old, so off I went. I could not for whatever reason go do my business, so I ended up not going, as I kept getting that feeling that someone was watching me. Later that evening, we were talking about paranormal experiences, and the lady mentioned that the spirit of some family member of hers lived in the house with them. So, those are basically my stories, and there are probably many more to come. Who knows? Maybe I'm partially a sort of medium. I like to think so anyway. When I was 14, my family moved to Seattle, where my father was to do some teaching. We rented a beautiful old house. From the time we moved in, I was uncomfortable. I would turn quickly to think I saw someone move, just out of sight. I was placed in a downstairs room, which seemed to have the largest amount of activity. And each night, my dog would awake, barking at what seemed to be nothing, and my cat would become very alert. I eventually moved myself upstairs, into my baby brother's room, and he was sleeping with my parents. One day, while my father was away on business, my mother and I heard what sounded like a large box drop. We all looked around the house and found nothing to have made the noise. Because I was so scared, I asked to spend the night with my mother. I was to sleep that night in my brother's bed, and my brother would sleep with my mom. My mother and I were facing each other, me with my back to the closet. We said goodnight and turned out the light. A moment later, my mother bolted upright. Startled, I said, "What is it?" She told me to be quiet and reached into the nightstand for some mace. I turned to see what she was looking at. Out from the closet came light, as though someone had switched on a light. There was no light in the closet. We looked through the closet and through the house for 2 hours and found nothing. I remember my mom saying, "Don't worry, it's just a ghost. It won't hurt you." She was right. It never did, but I continued to feel uncomfortable and see what I think was a woman until we finally moved from the house. In another incident, in 1990, my grandfather was in a retirement home. He had several strokes and could no longer talk. His hearing was always bad, but had gotten to the point that he could no longer hear. He had recently come down with shingles and was not doing well. That night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I clearly hear my grandfather talking to me. He told me he loved me and then said goodbye. The following morning, I got a call saying he was dead. I already knew. There was another incident that has haunted me to this day. My husband, 2 kids, and myself took a trip to Alaska last summer. We made it to the border of Canada somewhere around 8 in the evening. We were told that the nearest town was a place called Hope, about 30 miles up the road. When we got to the town, we found that there was no place to stay. It seems it was a national holiday. A kind woman at a local hotel phoned the next town up the road to see about vacancies. She reserved a room for us, and off we went. We reached the Yale Hotel around 10 o'clock and checked into our room. I turned on the TV for the kids, and they watched the Family Channel until we were ready for bed. We turned out the lights and went to sleep. Sometime later, the TV awakened me. It had turned on by itself. What was showing appeared to be a sitcom. What was being said was far from funny. It seemed as though the voice was dubbed. What was said did not even match the mouth movements. It was a man smiling and talking to his wife in a kitchen. What I heard was a man with a rough voice, screaming. My husband had woke up with me and asked why I had turned on the television. When I told him I didn't, he asked that I turn it off. I accidentally switched channels, and when I turned the knob back, the show was gone. It was called Just Snow. It's funny, it didn't really dawn on me until the following day how very strange it was. I've never before or since had a television turn on to what was the Family Channel and have it spew profanities at me, but I guess we all have firsts. In my last and final instance, my family and I moved into our house last October. My husband and I had been looking for houses for some time. When we found this house, we loved it from the start. It was a good warm feel, and it really was the best house we could ever have. Shortly after having moved in, my husband and I compared notes and admitted that we were both having strange feelings. Creepy was the word we agreed on. We were both finding the closet in our children's room open. The door would stay closed sometimes, and other times you return to find it ajar or fully opened. My husband shared with me that he was outside doing some digging on the French drain. He had set down a piece of chalk he had found. He turned around to pick it up, and it was gone. On another occasion, my family and I were sitting on the couch. My husband asked me to smell my son's hair, and it smelled intensely of perfume. Being that neither my husband nor myself wear any fragrance, we began looking around for something that may be carrying the scent. To refresh this memory, he sniffed my son's hair again and asked me to do the same. The smell was completely gone. The oddness seemed to subside for months. Then, this year, around the same time, it seems to have started again. The closet door is again not staying closed. We are having trouble finding things again. The other night, I felt a cold breeze coming across my face as though the windows were open, but they were closed. I go up to find the back door unlocked, knowing that I had locked it the night before. A few nights ago, when I closed my eyes, I heard someone saying to me it's all right. After looking up the site and looking at the pictures, I decided to try my hand at photographing the potential presence. I went into the bedroom that has the closet door that doesn't close. I said out loud, though I'm not comfortable with the idea of having a presence in my home, I think I could deal with it better if I knew whether or not you exist, and since I have children, and they would be able to see you if you exist. I feel I need to be aware of that fact. So, I'm going to take pictures of the house, and if you are comfortable having me take your picture, you can get in front of the camera. If you're not comfortable, I can respect that. I'm guessing you're a good entity, because my cat seems to like you. Note, my cat is very insistent on spending time in this room. I must say, I felt a little silly talking to the air, but it seemed the right thing to do. So, I took pictures of the house. I frankly was hoping that nothing would be found, and that I would find my imagination had run away with itself. When I got the pictures back, I found that the photos taken in the bedroom and in the closet have what I understood to be a vortex. Needless to say, I'm pretty spooked. I'm planning on finding out the history of the house to see if I can figure out who our roommate is. Also, I'm hoping to contact some people that are knowledgeable on the subject of ghosts. If this entity needs my assistance, I hope to help. If it just wants to hang out with us, that's fine too. And if it's bad news, I need to know. I'm hoping that my initial feeling of my house is correct, and that what I believe is a ghost is of the non-threatening variety. I just keep telling myself that. The ghost has been very polite for the last year, and those that should be able to sense the presence seem not to mind it. The cats and my two children, whose room the ghost seems to live and spend time in. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad that you were able to read my story. I grew up in a small town in central New Hampshire. When I was 18, one of my friends took me to a grave, which is located on the side of a road. The grave lies off the road, about 10 feet. The grave is that of a young boy named Miles Tyler, who died in 1811. He then told me about some of the experiences he had. I was a little skeptical of the stories. He had said that sometimes you will hear leaves and branches moving, and there is no wind. Also, branches will crack and break. He had also mentioned that if you left food out, it would end up unwrapped and partially or completely eaten, even unopened cans of soda. The next day, I was over to a friend's house and told him of the story, and he also admitted of hearing this and being true. So, we planned a trip up there with a group of friends. One of these people was a girl who was into the ghost and spirit thing at that time. She was into the Ouija board and seance stuff. We arrived there about 11 at night, so this way we wouldn't have any traffic or intrusions by passerbys. The girl and her friends started to try and communicate with the boy who was buried at the grave, while the rest of us watched intensely. There was one person there who was mocking the whole thing, and definitely was a complete non-believer and had no respect for the dead whatsoever. They had made contact with the boy within 2 or 3 minutes of trying. The spirits they were talking to was getting aggravated at the person who had been mocking him. I at that time didn't know what to believe. I just kept watching, my eyes glued on the ever-moving oracle. Soon, we all heard the leaves and limbs rustling in the woods around the grave. We all started to get nervous, while the person who had been mocking this whole event picked up his own pace. This just made things go completely out of control. Now, we could definitely hear the branches breaking, and it started to rain. Suddenly, the guy who had been mocking this whole event was staring at the headstone in complete fear. That's when we all noticed that it had moved. It had tilted to the left at least 2 to 3 inches. That's when we all decided to leave. Me and 2 of my friends jumped in my truck to leave. It wouldn't start. I tried for what seemed like forever, still scared out of my mind. I jumped out of the truck and told my friend to get in the driver's seat. I got out and started pushing the truck down the road. Within 50 feet, the truck started and the rain stopped. So did the wind. We left and never looked back. I haven't been back since. We all stayed up until daylight, and I dropped them off and went home. We were all shaking up by this, and we didn't even talk about that after. That morning, I told my mom what had happened. Funny thing is that she did not say that she didn't believe me, but just chose to say, "I hope you have learned your lesson and don't go back." I'm sorry for the lack of names, but didn't want to involve anyone without their permission. I now live out of state and have lost track of most of them. One summer, when I was about 11 or 12 years old, my parents, my little sister, two of my older sisters, and myself moved into this old gray house in northern Indiana. It had a cement sidewalk that went around to the back of the house, and at the back of the door, there was a date and two footprints and a handprint. The date was about 1812, if I remember correctly. It has been at least 10 years since this has happened. Anyway, right before we moved in, my two older sisters wanted to stay the night at the house, so they did. They felt real uneasy after being there for a while. They sat on the floor, back to back, wishing they hadn't done this. All of a sudden, they heard a loud banging noise coming from the basement. They called the police from the neighbor's house. After the police checked everything out and found nothing, they left. Once again, my sisters, still scared out of their minds, sat on the floor. They heard it again. So once again, they called the police. They showed up and stuck around a while to see if maybe they could hear it. About 15 minutes or so later, they heard it. One of the police officers told them that it was just an old furnace in the basement making noises. My sisters had a good laugh and finally drifted off to sleep. When we finally moved in and settled down, I wanted to really check the place out. In my room there was a walk-in closet, about 12 feet in length, and on the left side inside the door was a smaller door that we assumed led to the attic. I felt very odd every time I had to go to the closet. One night, my little sister decided that she was going to sleep in my bed with me. Of course, being the brave sister I was, I picked up my little book of ghost stories and began to read a story entitled Phone Calls from a Ghost. All of a sudden, the light in the hallway began to flicker. It was the light we were using to read the book by. We got scared, and I threw the book out my bedroom door. We laid there talking, wondering what caused that to happen, when we began to hear music and lots of voices coming from the attic. I could hear a child running around and laughing also, but my sister says she didn't hear that. We decided to go downstairs and sleep in her room that night. A few weeks go by, and one of my older sisters bought a Ouija board. My mom didn't like the idea of it being in her house because her mother always told her that they were of the devil, but being a little curious herself, we all sat down and watched as my mother and older sister began to play the game. The spirit in the board said his name was Ghoul. I'm not sure how it would be pronounced, but I remember how it was spelled. We asked it some silly questions, and then my mom asked it a more serious question about if one of us was going to die, when, and how. The board told her something. She wouldn't tell us. Then she got really mad at the spirit and began calling it names. The little device that you put your hands on began moving around the board really fast in a figure-8 pattern no one was touching. Then it flew off the board and sailed across the front room into the dining room. My mom told my sister to get out of her house and never mention anything about what had happened. But she didn't take it out. She just put it in the closet in my room. One night, me and my little sister decided that we were going to be gypsies. So, we got our crystal ball, which was nothing more than an electric candle with a blue bulb, and sat in the playroom and turned off all the lights. My mom was the only one home, and she was downstairs. We sat next to the candle and began chanting, "Oh spirits, if you are here, give us a sign. We want to know who you really are and why you're here." Over and over we chanted. Just then, I felt this cold chill. The windows were closed and it was midsummer. The bulb in the candle flashed and then went out, and I heard someone whisper, "I'm here." It sounded like a child's voice. Then, the hall light flashed twice and then stayed on for about 5 or 10 seconds and went out. My sister and I ran down the stairs, across the dining room, and into the front room to where my mother was sitting, reading a book. We asked her if she flashed the lights just now, and she said no. See, my mom can't walk very well. She can't run or walk fast either, so she wouldn't have been able to get to the stairwell, flash the lights, and get back to her seat in time before we made it down the stairs. She didn't even notice the lights flash. Needless to say, we didn't go back upstairs. The next weekend, I stayed with my friend Robin. I didn't see anything about what was going on in our house. My mom and little sister were home alone. During the night, my sister woke up because she heard a woman scream. She ran to my mom's room and woke her up and told her. Mom called the police. They showed up, checked everything out. Nothing. After my mom got her calmed down and they both fell asleep, my sister heard the screaming again. So, once again, Mom called the police. They still didn't find anything. I wanted to find out why all this crazy stuff was happening, so I began to ask around. A few of the neighborhood kids got together and helped me find out. Of course, they thought my sister and I were crazy. Then my friend Erin talked to a lady at the library. She told Erin what happened, and then Erin came home to my home to tell me. We were standing outside the house, on the side where my room is below the window, in my walk-in closet. She told me that there was a mom, dad, and child who lived here a long time ago. One evening after school, the little boy was up in his room, which was the same room I had at the time. The mom was standing in the hallway, talking to him, when the dad came home. He was drunk and told him to come down. She looked at the boy and told him not to come down. He could hear his mom and dad yelling, and then all of a sudden, he heard his mom scream, and she just kept screaming. He ran down the stairs and into the kitchen. There was blood everywhere, and his dad was still stabbing her in the chest and stomach. He turned to the boy, and he said, "You're next." He ran up the stairs and locked himself in the attic. The dad took the mother's body and went down to the basement. In the basement, there was a little cubby hole in the wall. Inside that hole was another hole. He put her in the second cubby hole and went after the boy. He kicked the attic door open, and when he found the boy, he began stabbing him, little at a time, just enough to make him bleed a little bit. The neighbor heard the boy's screams and called the police. The dad took the boy, still screaming, and went down to the basement and climbed into the second little cubby hole and finished killing the boy. He then took his own life. After Erin finished telling me the story, I looked up at my window, and it was like I was looking at a family photo. I could see the mom, dad, and boy looking down at me. She was wearing a whitish sweater. The dad was wearing overalls and a plaid shirt, and the boy was wearing a pair of overalls and a plain t-shirt. They looked happy. Then I looked at Erin, who didn't seem to notice them, and then I looked back, and they were gone. After everyone went home, and I could sit and tell my mom about it, who didn't believe me anyway, I began putting things together. The child's voice in the attic, the woman screaming, the banging in the basement. I know it could have been of the furnace. It was the middle of summer, and there wasn't a need for a furnace to be on, so it wasn't in use. I still had the visits from the family, but nothing as bad or as horrible as what they went through when they were alive. I want to start off by saying that this is a great site, and I love reading about everyone's ghostly experiences, even though I must admit I have a hard time believing them all. There's some stories that you can just tell that the person writing it is a kid with an overactive imagination. I only say this because even though I am a believer, I am a college educational rational individual, and I can also be the biggest skeptic you've ever met, which brings me to this incident that occurred while I was still in college. I just want to stress to everyone that's as skeptical as I am, that even though this experience sounds extremely unbelievable, that this is true and it really did happen. I know that this is long, but bear with me. I want to make sure I didn't leave anything out. This experience happened one late night in October in 1994. I was a junior in college at the time and had very little free time to do anything because besides class, I also worked part-time and was very active in my fraternity. Every year, we would have a big Halloween party at one of our fraternity brothers' houses, and just have a completely wild, chaotic night, but nothing can compare to what we all experienced that night. I got to the party shortly after it started, got a beer, and noticed people coming out of the basement. I asked one of the people what was going on down there, and they told me that my friend Jeff had brought his Ouija board to the party and was down there, acting stupid. Apparently, these people didn't know Jeff very well. He took the Ouija very seriously. If anything, he was addicted to it. He constantly used it and kept people in close contact with a spirit named Jack that he contacted through the board. I'd come to learn that Jack wasn't the most pleasant spirit and was a pretty mean individual who had died in prison, but for some reason, Jeff liked conversing with him. I then proceeded down the stairs to see what was going on. There was about 10 people down in the basement. By the way, this was not a finished basement. This was the spooky concrete floors and dust everywhere basement. Jeff and a girl I knew named Lynn were using the board and talking to Jeff. Lynn began getting tired of it. She was just trying to have a good time, and she thought that Jeff was taking the whole thing way too seriously. Before she could get up to go back upstairs, a girl we knew named Dana came down the stairs. As soon as Dana came down into the basement, the board went absolutely nuts, moving around at a frenzied pace. Jeff said that this wasn't like Jack and asked the board what was wrong. The board spelled out that it wasn't Jack, and it just kept spelling Dana's name over and over. Jeff asked the board if the spirit knew Dana, and it said yes. At this point, everyone's kind of looking around confused and everything, and Dana was just looking at the board all weird. Jeff then asked the board what its name was, as it spelled out the name Michael, and that he was 6 years old when he died. This is when Dana went ballistic. She just started crying uncontrollably and shouting, but we couldn't understand her because she was crying so much. She then ran upstairs and out the back door. A couple of us followed her to try and find out what was going on and to try and calm her down. We went outside and saw Dana crying on another girl's shoulder. This other girl looked both pissed off and scared to death at the same time. We asked her what was wrong and started yelling at us. How could you dare pull a mean trick like that? You should feel awful for doing this to her. We were clueless. We asked her what she was talking about, and then she told us that Dana had a younger brother named Michael that drowned when he was 6 years old. A chill immediately went down my spine. Once Dana calmed down a little bit, she told us that she'd been trying to contact Michael over the years, but was never able to. She then offered to buy Jeff's Ouija board from him so he could keep in touch with her brother. At this time, Jack came back, and it was like he and Michael were fighting over control of the board. Jack then told Jeff that if he burned the board that night before midnight, that his soul would be set free and he would be at peace. Jeff immediately wanted to set the board on fire because he said he developed some sort of relationship with Jack and wanted his soul to be at peace. Let's just say Dana didn't like that idea a bit, so they both got into huge arguments and the party became totally chaotic. By this time, everyone at the party, only about 50 people, knew what was going on, and everyone started fighting and yelling, split down the middle, either on Jeff's side or Dana's. Eventually, Jeff snuck outside with a can of lighter fluid and set the board on fire, with Dana standing over it and crying her eyes out. As you can guess, no one was really in the mood to party after that, and everyone ended up either staying at the house the party was at or left for home to get their head back together. After that night, not one person I know that was at this party ever talked about that night again, not even once. I don't know how to explain what happened, but all I know is that there's no way that this was some sort of trick or joke that Jeff and Dana could have played on us. Being the skeptic that I am, to this day, I tried to find out just how they could have pulled this over on us. Dana was just a friend of a friend of a friend that not very many of us knew that well, and that night at the party, none of us knew that she had a brother. Just that one friend of hers at a party that yelled at us knew anything about it. And then there's Jeff. He just takes the occult way too seriously, but would never use it as a basis for a joke. And if it was a trick, he's not the type to let it go. He'd make sure he knew it in our face about how much he scared us and what a great joke it was every chance he got. That's just how he is. To this day, anytime I tell anyone about this, when I get to the part that the spirit was her brother, I get a chill all over my body. Words simply can't describe what it is like being that night and what happened, but I'll never forget about it. I can remember it was just like it was yesterday. If anyone wants to write me about this or anything, feel free to.
At long last, the 14 hours of flying non-stop from Singapore to London was over. Max managed to get the key to his hotel room. The thought of having 2 days off in London overcame the trauma he endured during the 16 hours of duty time. The flight was packed with demanding passengers, and it was hard coping with his senior crew. After having a shower, Max took a train from Gloucestershire Station and left for Piccadilly Station, the nearest tube station to London Chinatown. Max's favorite duck rice was in a restaurant in Chinatown. He would never fail to visit Chinatown for his favorite dish. The restaurant was crowded with diners from all over the world. It was noisy too. There was only one small table available, and the waiter ushered Max to that table. Chinese tea was served, and before Max could sip his tea, an old haggard-looking lady of European descent sheepishly asked Max whether she could share the table. Max gestured her to only the left seat. She took a bow and thanked Max. The old lady and Max had placed their dinner order, and it took a long time before their dinner was served. While waiting for their meals, Max and the old lady did not speak to each other, except for the occasional smile they exchanged with each other. After dinner, the old lady was pleasantly surprised when Max paid for her meal. She insisted on paying Max, but Max politely declined to accept. During the time when they were waiting for their dinner to arrive, Max noticed that the old lady was dressed in old tattered clothing. The dress was old and patched up, but it looked clean. She had an old, worn-out handbag. Max took pity on the old lady and decided to pay for her £5 dinner, which was nothing more than a plate of fried rice. After all, Max told himself that the allowances he earned on his London flight was more than $1,000. That night, Max was woken up from his sleep by some noises which sounded like someone talking to him. He looked up, and in the dim room light, could see an old lady seated across from his bed in a chair, smiling at him. Max noticed it was the same old lady who had shared his table at Chinatown. At this point, Max could feel the goosebumps all over his body. He was scared stiff, but the old lady lifted up her hands, smiled, and vanished into the thin air. Max could not sleep and remained so until dawn. Back at Singapore a week later, Max found out that his wife was pregnant. They had always wanted a baby, but Max's wife could not conceive. They have been married for a couple of years, and the knowledge that his wife was pregnant was indeed good news. The following news his wife was pregnant, Max also won a big sum of money by betting on lotteries. Indeed, Max and his wife suspected the old lady whom Max met in London must have given them good luck. "3 years ago, I used to study in France, and I worked part-time at a restaurant in winter. This is a very old restaurant and an expensive one. My job was to clean the whole restaurant before it was noon. So every day early in the morning, around 5 a.m., I used to start my job, and it would take around 2 hours to complete. I like to share the strange experiences I had in this place. In the morning, when I'd start work, it was always dark. Every day the first thing I did when I entered the place was to lock the door from the inside. After this, I turned off the alarm systems and then would turn on the heating systems. Each and every window was kept closed in the building. The restaurant opened at noon, so all the other employees started work after 11 a.m. I mention this to prove that there was no possibility of someone else entering the place from outside playing a role in my experiences. While working there most of the time, I got the feeling I wasn't alone. I remember many instances where I suddenly turned back because I would feel as if someone was behind me, a feeling of thin air brushing me. Most often, I got confused, but never got scared, maybe because I didn't have much time to think about it. When I worked upstairs, the building is 2 stories. Sometimes I heard footsteps coming from downstairs, or heard someone running up or down the staircases, and at those times, I come to the ground floor to see if my boss or the chef had come. Only 3 of us had a key, but strangely enough, not even once they were present. The next thing I did when it happened was run towards the main door and see if it was locked properly, and it was always locked. Those times, I just eased my mind, telling myself maybe I didn't hear anything. Since no one ever told me about the building's haunted history, I never wanted to believe there were paranormal presences. Other than this, sometimes I heard doorknobs turning. At times, strange sounds from the kitchen were heard, but whenever I checked, nothing was there. This building had some particular locations where it got so cold even though the heating systems were on. When you are at those places, you tend to get the feeling someone or something is always there, and it never moves from there. One of the creepiest places was the huge cellar in the basement. I had to visit the basement often to refill wine. The cellar and the basement were unusually cold. I often felt humming kinds of sounds from the cellar. It is hard to explain how, since these sounds were not heard, but felt. I worked in that place for 3 months, and in all those 3 months, I had noticed lots of strange things happening. My instincts were saying to me all the time that there were entities in that place which never belonged to our world or dimension. Regardless of that, I dismissed this instinct every time. I also need to say, I never ever experienced something which threatened me. If I saw something as a threat, maybe I would have quit my job. Now, sometimes I think that what I did back then by rejecting or neglecting the presence of paranormal entities, I saved myself from lots of unwanted haunting, which might have disrupted my lifestyle. I strongly believe that the fact I never showed any weakness was the main reason I was not harmed or threatened. After 3 months of work, I found a better job which suited my education, so I decided to leave my job. Something happened on the last day of my work which changed my whole attitude towards that building. It was a conversation with a barmaid who was working there for more than a year. The last day, I was waiting for my boss outside the restaurant to get my last pay and bid goodbye. It was almost 11:30 a.m., and one of the barmaids, Sophia, was already there. Since I had the key, I opened the restaurant door for her, and she went in. While I was outside, within 15 minutes, she came back running outside, and I could see she had a pale and panicked face. She sat next to me, and I could see from her looks she was terrified. She lit a cigarette and started smoking. I asked her what was wrong. She replied to me, "It's as usual. The things inside scared me." I was confused hearing this and asked her what she meant. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said, "Don't you know? Ghosts," and said she heard the usual footsteps and voices. She also said she felt as if someone touched her shoulder from behind. At this point, I noticed she was sweating like hell. I remind you it was winter and freezing even with thick jackets on. Once I saw this, I knew for sure she was damn serious about it. I tried to calm her down and told her that I too had experienced these things, but I never took it seriously and that I never accepted the ghostly presence inside. She said I was lucky I wasn't harmed. She was also shocked to hear that I usually start work as early as 5 a.m. In fact, even my boss didn't know I start work that early. I had to finish work before noon, and they thought I started work at 10 or 11 a.m. If someone had known the timetable I used for my conveniences, I'm sure they would have never allowed me. According to Sophia, throughout its history, the building was notorious for haunting. It was believed ghosts belonged to various centuries were present in that place, and also some other entities as well. People believe the presence of alcohol, food, and other luxuries were the reasons for this building being a hotspot for haunting. The building had always been a restaurant, a hotel, or a bar in its lifetime. Some people would flood to this place to have fun, and it seems the souls of those who never saw lights still visit this building. There were also some ghosts who were trapped inside the building for unknown reasons. Most of these employees and guests, when being alone, have felt the presence of these ghosts. This includes voices, touches, and moving shadows. Sophia also mentioned that a murder or a suicide had taken place in the basement long ago. She wasn't sure about it, but said the basement had the strongest sightings. Some employees were working inside the basement and had seen moving shadows and strange whispers in their ear. Unlike the voices heard, these whispers were very clear. After my conversation with her, I really felt terrified, but also lucky to not have been threatened by ghosts. Now, Sophia was only 18 and was one of the fun-loving people in that restaurant who loved playing small jokes, so it was possible that she was trying to fool me. So that afternoon when I met another employee, Adela, who's a friend and was someone respectable in her 60s, I told her about my conversation with Sophia, and this old lady friend confirmed everything Sophia said. She also yelled at me for working so early alone in that building. She said the ghosts were very violent sometimes, and she mentioned an incident. One day when Adela, my boss, and another employee were having their last drink for the day, almost around midnight, suddenly they heard huge bangs and very loud noises from the kitchen. She said it sounded like someone was screaming out of anger. They were all scared because the whole place was locked from the inside, and there weren't others present in the restaurant but these three. Then after around 5 minutes, once everything had calmed, the three of them together with some people from a neighboring hotel had gone to the kitchen to see what had happened. She said the food trolley kept in the kitchen had banged the door for the rear entrance of the restaurant, which was through the kitchen. In the rear, there was a small garden, followed by a huge wall. The door was locked. It had occurred to them that something had been banging the trolley against the door. What frightened them was the kitchen knives, which were very sharp, were seen scattered around the kitchen as if someone had thrown them all over the place. Had some employee been present at the kitchen when this happened, then most probably he would have died or severely gotten injured. After this incident, my boss had brought a priest and purified the place, and things have calmed down a bit for some time. Then everything had started up again. Luckily, the kitchen haunting had never repeated. The year was 1980, and I was 14 years old. My parents and two younger sisters were living in Saudi Arabia, where my father was stationed as part of a phone system upgrade project for the kingdom. The school for expatriates, Americans, British, Canadians, and others from all over the world, only went up to grade 9 in Saudi Arabia, and so for the grade 10 school year, I was sent back to Canada to live with my grandmother in a small Ontario town, not far from Ottawa. My grandmother lived alone, my grandfather having died long before I was born. She was very religious and very involved with her church community, along with her regular Sunday attendance. My family didn't practice any religion and never went to church, so it took some time getting used to on my part being away from my family for the first time, living in a small rural town and living in a religious household. Further complicating things, I inadvertently crossed the school bully early on in the school year and found myself a pariah at the local high school where I was the new kid. To be exact, I had a hard time adjusting to this environment, and as a result, I stopped going to school. This upset my grandmother deeply, and she sent me to go see a doctor who prescribed me some kind of antidepressant. I just threw the entire bottle out the window. Drug me was not the solution. I would take my bike and go to the library or find a park on a nice fall day and read books. At night, I would stay up and watch late night TV like The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. The apartment was on the second floor of a house by the railroad tracks on the north edge of town. It was old and musty, and the floorboards and steps up creaked. There was only one entrance to the place, and if anyone came in, I would be able to see them coming up the stairs and pass by the living room where I watched TV. One night in November, I heard my grandmother sobbing from her room, which was down the hall. I knew I was the reason for her distress because I had stopped going to school and she didn't know how to deal with me. Then I heard her talking. At first I thought she was talking to herself, as this was 1980 and there were no cell phones and she did not have a phone in her room. The only phone was in the hall and she wasn't in the hall. Then a man's voice responded to her. "Don't worry, Anna," he said. Chills ran up my spine, and I froze in my chair. The voice was deep and clear, and in the house, and yet I had been in the living room all evening, and no one had come into the house. I heard her sobbing some more, and one more time the voice spoke. "Everything will be all right." I remained in that chair until dawn. I'll never know if that was my imagination, my grandmother speaking in a different voice to herself, or perhaps, as I imagined at the time, it was the voice of my grandfather's spirit comforting my grandmother. Whatever the case, I've never forgotten that moment, nor the feeling of creepy dread that crawled up my spine, as something from the other world seemed to pass into this one for the moment.
This happened to a friend of mine. She went to visit her mother's grave at the cemetery, and as she was leaving, she noticed the burial service was in progress. She saw a little boy of about 12 sitting by himself on a stone bench a small distance away watching the service, and she decided to join him. She described him as a very normal, happy young boy, dressed in a navy blue suit. The boy then started pointing out the people at the service, saying things like, "That's my mom, and there's my Uncle Ned." My friend assumed he was just at a family member's funeral, and was told to sit on the bench, as it might be too much for young children and nothing more. Then, the young boy stood up and said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me. Bye," and proceeded to the burial service. A little teary-eyed, she watched him walk down the small grassy hill when she lost sight of him. As she was leaving, she bumped into the funeral director who took care of her own mother's service. After chatting a while, the family that she had just seen were walking from the service. "How sad," she commented to him. "Very sad," he replied. "They lost a child to cancer." It was then my friend noticed that there were no children in the group, just adults. "Was he a little boy?" my friend asked. "Yes," said the funeral director. "He was only 12. She continued to watch as the members of the service walked by to see if she could find the boy she had just talked with, but again, saw no children. She is convinced the polite young happy man she spoke with was the ghost of the 12-year-old boy who was being laid to rest. But what stayed with her the most was the concerned look on his young face when he said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me." Thanks for reading. I know this is a creepy one, but I know you'd appreciate reading this. I recently attended the funeral interment of my uncle, but first, I need to tell you about his father, my grandfather. Granddad was known as Mr. Bees around the city of San Francisco from the 1940s on. Dozens of people not known to the family came to his funeral because he had rescued them from a swarm trying to move into their house or in their house. Granddad died driving his pickup with a load of beehives on board, and the responders had to call in another beekeeper before they could get his body out of the crashed truck. Fast forward to July of 2009. Mr. B's son's casket is being lowered into the ground. 15 feet away, the white-gloved pallbearers have lined up in front of a large cypress tree. 30 feet across the lawn is the headstone of my grandparents. As taps is being played, I look over, and there's a mini swarm of bees harassing the pallbearers. Afterwards, the trees check for a hive, but the gathering of bees is over. That's all. Thanks. P.S. On July 27, 2009, I sent you an account of how a swarm of bees attended the funeral of my uncle, son of a famous bee man. On April 7, 2010, my mother, the bees man's daughter, died. The next afternoon, when I got out of my car at her house for the first time since her death, I heard that big buzz. Looking around, I saw the swarm just passing over the house. They didn't stay. The swarm at my uncle's funeral also moved on, but those are the only 2 swarms I've seen in my life. Go figure. Hi there. I'm a regular to this site. I love the stories. I heard the story from my grandmother before she died. It is true, I tell you, and I will tell you the way I heard it. Here it is. My grandmother and grandfather bought a house in 1942. It was a beautiful 2-story home and was about 60 years old at the time they purchased it. They have been only married 4 months and were very happy to finally have a house of their own. Before they lived with my grandfather's parents. When you walked in the front door, you have 2 big parlor rooms on your right and left and a nice-sized basement. My grandfather absolutely loved her new home and nothing could ever make her leave it. After they moved all of their furniture into it and got everything situated, they went to bed. About 3 a.m. in the morning, she was awoken by the sound of children running around in one of the parlors. She got up to see what was going on, and she did not see a thing, so she shrugged it off and went back to bed. The next morning, she was outside planting flowers, so was my grandfather, when a woman from down the street approached my grandmother and introduced herself. They talked for about an hour or so about the neighborhood and the town. The neighbor woman was about to excuse herself when she said quietly, "Do you know the history of your home?" My grandmother said no and was interested in finding out. The neighbor started telling her about the old funeral home that used to be ran here. My grandmother was startled to hear of this. Nevertheless, after the neighbor left, she went inside and looked around. She finally realized why the 2 parlors were so big. They were showing rooms for the deceased. This frightened her. My grandfather came in from the yard and sat down in the kitchen to have a nice cold cup of lemonade. As he sat and drank, he felt 2 small hands on his lower back. He turned around and no one was there. He immediately got up from his chair and ran to my grandmother. She was still in the parlor walking around and thinking. He said, "June, I felt 2 small hands on my lower back." She told him that the night before she heard the sound of children playing. Then she began to tell him about what the neighbor woman said about their home. He said, "Oh, Jane, I do not believe that. That is silly talk." Later that night after dinner, they were sitting in one of the parlors listening to the radio, when out of the corner of my grandmother's eyes, she saw a woman kneeling at the wall. My grandmother was speechless and very frightened about what she saw. So frightened it was like she was frozen. My grandfather looked over at her and said, "Honey, are you okay? What's wrong?" She mumbled, "Do you see the woman kneeling? Do you see her?" He said, "No, hon, I do not even see her." He started to get a little uneasy about his wife saying this. He said, "Jane, I think you need to lie down." So he took a hold of her hand and walked her upstairs to their room. She laid down and fell asleep almost instantly. My grandfather watched over her until he knew she was asleep. He walked down the stairs and into the parlor where the radio was on. He sat down and listened to the news broadcast. After about an hour, he became tired, so he thought he would go on to bed. He got up and turned off the radio and walked to the stairs. As he came out of the parlor, he was stopped by what he thought was the sound of a strong howling wind coming from out of the kitchen. The next thing he saw frightened him beyond belief. A pine ghostly casket with a woman inside rolled through the hallway and stopped in front of him. He let out a scream of terror that awoke my grandmother, which went to go see him. She saw him standing there in absolute shock. She called out to him in a panic, "George, what is wrong?" All he could say was, "I want out of this house. I want out." So they packed their things and went to stay with family about 10 miles away in the next town. They arrived at the family's house and told them about what had occurred. They looked puzzled and agreed to let them stay the night. The next day, my grandmother and grandfather and their family went back to their ghostly home. They picked up their things and moved out that very day. Sorry about the length, and sorry about the layout of the story. I bid you this the way I heard it. Hello, my name is Tana. I have a story that may or may not be ghost related, but it's strange, and to me and my family, it's something we will always laugh about. In October of 2001, my great-grandma died at the age of 94, peacefully, of natural causes. We all miss her greatly. At the funeral, I was in the separate section for all of us who were descended directly from her. There were a lot of us. Anyhow, This section had its own private bathroom, which had paper-thin walls and was the size of a coat closet. The service was rather boring and strange to me because of all the weird little Catholic chanting and such. The man conducting the funeral also had a very strange accent and kept making gross throat-clearing noises. Then the guy announced that my great-grandma loved to sing and dance, and that they would play her favorite song. The song started and it was opera style and in Italian. My great-grandma was born in Italy and moved to the US with her family at the age of 4. I guess I thought the music was a bit silly, and so did my cousins, because they all turned to look at me and my sister with smirks on their faces. This I did not think was really that funny, but just then, a balled up tissue that was on my lap rolled off of me and down to the floor where it rolled to a stop. This was so out of place that I instantly burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter in the middle of the funeral. I couldn't stop laughing, so with my hand over my mouth, I ran to the bathroom, a mere 5 feet away. I had to stay in the bathroom for the duration of my great-grandma's favorite song, which lasted about 5 to 7 minutes. The whole time I couldn't stop laughing, no matter how hard I tried. The only 2 seconds in place was my muffled laughter and a woman singing Italian opera. After the song ended, I was able to compose myself and leave the bathroom. I couldn't look at anyone because I was so embarrassed, and I was afraid that I would start laughing again if I looked into their questioning eyes. I just kept my head down and my eyes closed for the duration of the service. Now you probably think that I am the kind of person who just laughs like an idiot all the time. I assure you I am not. That was the first time I've ever laughed out of nowhere, or especially at a funeral. I haven't done it since. It could have just been that I was stressed out and upset about her death, or maybe that is how I cope with death. I really don't know for sure. I've come to believe that my great-grandma wanted to lighten the funeral up a bit by causing me to laugh, or that hearing her favorite song made her want to laugh with happiness, which I picked up on. There's no proof of this, but it made me feel so good to believe it. The whole situation was very strange and left me feeling funny but overall happy. This is long, so please bear with me. My grandfather passed away on Mother's Day of this year. He was 89. He had lived with my folks for the last year of his life and was a very stubborn man. One way of his to show control or whatever was to go to the bathroom in inappropriate places. Anyway, after his funeral, my family was sitting around the table talking. My 7-year-old daughter wanted to hear a scary story, so my dad came up with one about something scratching at a window, a cat. I leaned over to my mom and said that if he really wanted to scare her, he would have said it was great-grandpa at the window instead of a cat. Bad taste. Very bad taste. So everyone goes to sleep, and I'm the first to wake up in the morning. My 5-year-old son is sleeping out in the living room on a sleeping bag. There's a huge wet spot on it, and I thought he did it, but his jammies weren't wet. Odd, I thought. So all day I air dried the sleeping bag, and that night it was dry with a stain. I folded it, with the intention of taking it to a laundromat, and put it on the floor of my grandfather's bedroom and went into the living room to tell my husband goodnight. I went back to the bedroom and there was another big wet spot on the sleeping bag. I made myself take a deep breath. I looked up on the ceiling to make sure there wasn't a leak. None. I fairly calmly called for my husband to come down to the bedroom. He was rattled also, and then my folks came in to see what we were up to. We all sniffed it. What a funny picture that is. And it smelled like urine. They have no pets. My mom thought it was strange, but my dad had a lot of encounters of this sort of thing. He thought it was funny and said I should have made fun of Grandpa the night before. My lesson? Don't speak ill of the dead. Now I'm eternally scared because I keep thinking about the scene in Salem's Lot when the boy is floating outside the window and I picture my grandfather instead. Oh, about a month before he died, both my parents said they saw him walking down the hall with another man. They both sat there for a moment, then went in to check in on him. He was taking a nap. I'll post some of the things about my dad's experiences if anyone is interested, though I posted a few of those a few years back. Take care. Thanks for reading. I have another weird story about my experiences that I'd like to share. I was going to add it last time, but there wasn't enough room. It also happened to my mom. Maybe she is some kind of ghost magnet? It's the sort of thing you might need to read in a book, and it's not exactly paranormal. It's still pretty strange though. Once again, I cannot think that my mom would make up a story like this. It's so unusual to be made up. Okay, I'll get on with the story. One day, when I was small, in primary 1, first grade, kindergarten, I don't know what you Americans would call it, my mom was alone in the house during the day, doing the dishes in the kitchen. We have no front garden, and our kitchen window looks directly onto the street. She suddenly saw coming down the street the most bizarre sight she had ever seen. A funeral procession marching down our street, a funeral car driving slowly, and a man dressed in black, wearing a top hat, walking in front of the car. When he got level with the kitchen window, he turned and smiled to her, tipping his hat slightly as if to say good morning. The procession continued down the street until it was out of sight. My mom's first thought was of panic. I'm going to die, she thought. This is a premonition. By the time I'd got home from school, she had stopped worrying and tried to forget about it. It doesn't seem very strange to see what my mom saw. Funerals happen every day. This one was weird for 3 reasons. Our street is in a maze of other streets. It is far from the main road, and driving down it is not a good shortcut, so why on earth would a funeral procession go down it? Why on earth would anyone, even someone who lived in our neighborhood, choose to take their last journey down my road? It's not old or very pretty. Nothing important has ever happened here. Even in broad daylight, it really is hard to see into our kitchen. It really is dark, which is why my mom was surprised that the man could see her. She couldn't understand why she was the only one he smiled at. There must have been other people in their houses. So there you go. Was it a ghostly possession from the past, a premonition from the future, or a real one of someone who really likes our neighborhood? Beats me. Well, this story actually happened to my younger brother a few years ago. I'm from New Zealand, from a town or suburb called Torbay, which is on the North Shore, which is basically North Auckland. This story I'm including is true, as it wasn't just him witnessing it, but a few of his friends as well, and they all claim they saw the same thing. I can't remember the exact date it happened, but it was during summer. It was a hot, humid day, and my brother and friend were so bored they went outside to play hacky sack. One of my brother's friends lives on a dead-end street, so they decided to play in the middle of the dead end, as it was just past midnight, and there were no cars around. Anyway, they were having a great game, when suddenly, they heard a roar of a motorcycle and felt a cold chill. They all stopped playing and looked to the top of the street. The sound of the motorcycle became louder, and suddenly, coming down the street at a fairly low speed, came a huge-ass black Harley. The biker was wearing full black leathers and a black helmet, and they couldn't make out his face. As the bike slowly came down the hill, going about 5 to 10k an hour, each streetlight he passed fluttered, then died out completely. My brother and friends were scared stiff and couldn't move. Each streetlight blinked out as the biker came down the street towards them, then circled around them in complete darkness and slowly went back up the street. As he passed each streetlight, it would suddenly sputter back into life, each light blinking on again as the biker passed it. Then as he disappeared, my brother and his friends were left there freaking out at what they had just seen. Naturally, they all made a beeline for my brother's friend's house, and I don't think any of them got much sleep that night. So as far as I know, it is a true story told to me by my brother and backed up by his friends, who I've known for ages, and it's not something they will lie about. Pretty spooky, hey? Maybe Death has decided to keep up with the times and has himself a Harley now. Thank you for reading. Hey, I'm sending a few stories hoping one will make it. Let's put it this way. My house, the property around it, and my family's houses are haunted. When my sister was in the 6th grade, she had a huge sleepover. 5 of her friends came. They stayed up all night and ended up somehow on the roof of her playhouse. Well, her birthday is on the doorstep of fall, so scarecrows were up in the fields near our house. I never understood why. No one ever grew crops around us. They looked at one scarecrow, could have cared less, and turned around. 5 minutes later, they look, and it's closer. Now they don't know what to think, but they figure it's just their imaginations. But it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. They finally lose it and run back into the house. When I was 9, 1 year later, me and my friend were walking around on Halloween night. We see someone standing on the road. No big deal. We were the kind of kids who sword fought with sticks, so we wanted to see who it was.
Big mistake. We get there, and it's a scarecrow, so I ran my sword through it. Well, I run off because my mom called me. When my friend ran to follow me, he started screaming Bloody Mary, which is weird because I'm the Catholic one. He runs ahead of me and beats me home. When I found out what happened, he swore, and still does, that the scarecrow spoke to him. I can remember a time when I came over for the night. We were having a great time until everyone but me went back to the house. I was just watching TV, minding my own business, when I took a glance outside and saw the scarecrow mysteriously close to the fence. The scarecrow was mostly up in the center of a field from the house. A few minutes later, I took another look, and it was back up about a mile away from the fence. Later, when my cousin came into the room, we both looked out, and the scarecrow was roughly 20 yards to the left than earlier. Thanks for reading. I know this might not be the most practical story, considering that scarecrows as spirits don't even make sense, but believe me, this was a true, authentic experience, and I'll never forget the way I felt when I saw this thing. I know paranormal stories are easy to debunk, but hear me out, because these experiences were authentic. I'm thinking that this could be a shape-shifting ghost of some sort. Has anyone ever heard of a demon transforming into a scarecrow apparition? As a kid, I always had great fears of scarecrows. If so, I'm sure this demon was playing games with us to frighten us. Thank you for reading once again, and I appreciate your readership.
One of the haunted places I've experienced is Route 24, between Jacksonville, North Carolina and Swansboro, North Carolina. On Christmas Day of 1997, my buddy, Roger, and I were driving back to our motel room in Jacksonville after spending Christmas Day with his parents in Swansboro. It was 10 p.m., and Route 26 had light traffic. As we approached the area around Hubbard, we both heard the sound of a two-stroke engine coming up from behind us. We assumed it was a motorcycle. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw no headlight for a cycle behind me. The buzz of the two-stroke engine became louder and louder and seemed to be overhead. We both looked and saw nothing. Soon the buzz seemed to be on top of the cab of the truck, causing it to vibrate fiercely. We were both sure something was going to crash down on the cab of the truck. The roar of the mystery engine was deafening. Suddenly, the sound seemed to pass in front of the truck and vanish. We saw nothing at all. The sound was from outside the truck and not inside the truck or from the engine area. Another strange encounter on Route 26 in the vicinity of Hubbard happened in July of 1998. Roger and I were up for a visit to his parents' house and were returning to our motel room in Jacksonville at about 7 p.m. I noticed that the flat road seemed to be going downward, like descending a hill. The oncoming cars appeared to be going uphill. I thought that maybe I was seeing things, but Roger said he noticed the same phenomenon. We traveled the road other times and never had this happen again. Could Route 24 be a haunted highway? I don't know. It was Christmas time just before my 18th birthday. Me and a couple friends decided it would be a laugh to do the Ouija board. It all started off okay. We were pushing the glass around to freak each other out. A few hours later, we stopped playing, but the glass didn't. It kept moving. We were all in shock. I ended up tipping the board just to stop it. From that day on, I've seen this face in the wall. It is not human. It looks pure evil. I can only describe it as a beast, like it has moved from wall to window to mirror and keeps threatening me. It chants and screams at me. It told me its name, but I refuse to say it or even write it down. As I've read, if you take notice of it, it gets stronger, and I don't want to invite it in. I no longer have any mirrors in the house, but it has started visiting my dreams. I am alone in a room when it appears and tells me that I am its meal. It will have me and won't rest until it has gotten me. I'm 25 now, so this has been going on for a while. I'm scared it will go after my children, as my oldest won't sleep in her room and is too scared to tell me why. I've always had an obsession with the strange and paranormal, and also a fear with some. I had a miscarriage on Christmas 2011, lost a baby girl. A year later, I found out I was pregnant again. I remember one night, I had a dream. A little girl with brown hair and glowing green eyes came to me. I was floating above my body, watching her play with my hair. She looked no older than 6. She then whispered in my ear, "I'm ready to be born, Mommy." Then she looked up at myself floating.
Then I woke up. This past July 5th, I gave birth to a baby girl. At birth, she had bright green eyes. Then, they went yellow and looked like a cat. She is almost 2 weeks old, and her eyes are black, and the white part is dark gray and gets darker every day. She does not laugh or cry or anything. In fact, she's actually a good baby. She sleeps 7+ hours at the time. She is developing very fast. Doctor says she sees very well out of her eyes. It's just strange. I don't fear her. I just think it's weird how her eyes did that. Thank you for reading my short story, and I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not one of those whose beliefs are for or against the paranormal. During the time of the event I will tell you about, I was your normal freshman in college in Oklahoma. Anyway, myself and 3 other fraternity brothers were looking for a house to rent in Ada, Oklahoma, when we found this great house not far from the college, but still pretty isolated. It was a 2-story brick house with 4 large bedrooms. It had been empty for several years, which should have been our first clue that something is wrong. But we were young, and cash is cash. We asked the retailer if there was something wrong with the property, and why was the rent so cheap in College Town, but got no straight answer. Regardless, we took the deal and moved in. I and Skip took the rooms upstairs while Randy and Alvin moved downstairs. Nothing much happened at first. Nothing that we took as remarkable. For one thing, the front door, made of heavy wood and very difficult to open or close, would sometimes just stand open for a moment, then close. We would laugh it off, even though one of our roommates worked as a carpenter and would examine the door and say that it was not possible to do that on its own. After one of these incidents, he went over to the door and tried to open it and had a difficult time opening it like always. He looked it over very close, as it said he had warped with time and would always be hard to open and close without planing the ends off. Soon after, some other things began to occur. All of us, at one time or another, had seen a small ball of light go from the bottom of the stairs to the second floor. Still, we thought this was odd, but not something to be concerned about. Being in college, we figured it was a reflection from one source light causing this, and that was kinda cool. This is when things started to get very strange. One night, we were all in the living room watching a football game on TV when a loud noise started coming from the wall, separating the living room from the kitchen. It was a banging noise, like someone was hitting the wall. The strikes were so strong that our flat crest hanging on that wall was bouncing off of the wall. We all got up and ran to the kitchen, figuring we would find someone playing a trick on us, but when we got there, found no one. The banging continued for only a few minutes, then stopped. Alvin, the carpenter, said it was from some pipes in the wall causing it, and we had better all tell the landlord. The next day we called them and we were told that there were no pipes in the walls. This still was nothing more than a strange event to us, but we did start to compare notes about things that happened in the house. One thing was that in my room upstairs, you could not keep the window closed. These were old wooden windows, hard to open or close. My window was open about 1 inch the day I moved in, and with great effort, I closed it, only to find the next morning it would be back open to the same place. This got a bit uncomfortable because it was winter. Each night, I would close the window, and the next morning, it would be open. I got very angry with my roommates about this and asked them to stay out of my room, but they each denied opening the windows or even being in my room. Finally, I figured the window was warping during the night. That is why it opens, so I put a cut-off broom handle wedged at the top. The next morning, the window was open again, and the broom handle was sitting propped up near the door, 12 feet away. It gave me chills, but decided just to leave it be. As I told my story, my upstairs roommate reminded me about his room. Although exactly the same as mine, no matter how many lights or stronger watt bulbs we put in there, it would never lose the darkness. Not enough to be able to see, but not enough to read. Our other roommates told me some other stories, but you get the gist. As things progressed, we noticed some other changes in the house. For one thing, some girls would not even go into our house. Now I know what you're thinking. No, we were popular and had girlfriends and such, plus had some great parties. Yet, some girls would not even go into the house. As soon as they got to the door, they said they just could not go in. A couple even broke into tears at the thought of entering the house. When asked why, they could not give any answers. All they could say was that they were not going to the house ever. This is getting a bit longer than I expected, so I guess I'll cut to the chase. Have not thought about this in 30 years, and it's still going to give me the creeps. Anyway, things were happening, and Alvin and Randy were ready to move out. Randy's girlfriend was one of those that could not come into the house. It was Christmas time, and our house was pretty dressed up for a bunch of guys. Big tree with too much decorations, and the Xmas presents would be taken home to our families in a few days under the tree. Nothing remarkable happened this night. As a matter of fact, it was particularly quiet. We had all went to bed about 2 a.m., and nothing woke us till morning, when I heard Randy yelling from downstairs. It was about 7 a.m. We thought maybe the house was on fire or worse, but when we got downstairs, the look on his face was scary. There, in the middle of our large living room, was our tree with all the tinsel and trimming stripped off of it. All the presents, all the furniture, all the dishware, every stitch of clothing we all owned, everything piled in a heap that reached the ceiling. 16 feet of ceiling, I might add. In the haste to get downstairs, none of us had noticed that everything in our rooms had been removed as we slept. After a few minutes of just staring at the sight in our living room, we checked the house from top to bottom. Everything we had brought into the house was there. Everything. This was it for a couple of the guys. We all said it was a trick another frat had played on us, or some of our friends that had heard some of the stories that had started to get around about our house. Still, Alvin was done. He moved his stuff out that day, and the rest of us said we would do the same when we got back from Xmas break. That night, my girlfriend and I was lying on the couch that faced the stairs. She was one of the girls that was not afraid to come over, when suddenly, the door did its trick by opening and closing, but this time, it was followed by the dim light darting up the stairs. I could feel her body tense, and she was trembling, and I told her not to be scared. She is highly aware of what goes on in this house, and this was no different. But she let out a scream that I'll never forget. She pointed to the top of the stairs, where steps joined with the ceiling, and there, in plain sight, was a face looking straight at us. No body, no expression, just a face between the top rug, stair, and ceiling. No one could have contorted themselves to a point to get into that position, but there it was. I remember my muscles were tense so much, I had a black bruise for weeks. Just as soon as we both got a good look at it, it moved from sight upstairs. No, it did not vanish. I've never wanted to run more in my life, but being a young man at the time, I grabbed a baseball bat and ran upstairs ready to kill someone. I tore the house apart looking everywhere to find no one. Jane was still in tears, about to have a complete breakdown. I grabbed all my clothing and everything I knew I could live without and left. I knew I would not go back there again. Not sure I would want anyone to believe me or not. I guess if I had a choice, I would choose not. Never had any experiences like that before or after, and I guess it just does not matter. I just thought you might get a kick out of the story by someone with no reason to tell it. Also, postscript to the house, they were never able to sell or rent it. It was finally torn down, and now is just an empty lot. The follow-up to Alan's true ghost story is this. Several years ago, our frat had a reunion, and I and a couple of the guys from the story were having a few when Skip brought up the house. We had never talked about it afterwards, as if it never happened. Way too proud to admit we were scared, you know? Funny how difficult the conversation was. Maybe not difficult, but guarded. Anyway, after a few more drinks, we opened up a bit, and Alvin told a few events that he never revealed before. Said he thought we'd think him nuts. He said that one night, he was in bed asleep. This guy sleeps like a rock, when suddenly, he woke up. Did not know why, but he felt like something was in the room with him. He said he was so scared he could not move. By the way, this guy was not afraid of anything. Big, strong, and never told a lie in his life. His room was just off the living room closest to the front door and stairs. He noticed his bedroom door was open, and from his room, he could also see the front door was wide open. He figured that was what woke him up. One of us had come in late from a party and had left the door open. He said he got up and went to the door and yelled, "Who the hell left the door open?" To this day, I think he spoke the truth when he heard a voice that seemed to be right behind him say we did. He said he spun around there and there was no one there. As a matter of fact, he checked the rest of the house and we were all asleep. You'll remember Alvin was the first one to say he was leaving, but he never said why until that day at the reunion 20 years later. I've always believed in ghosts, and if anyone says I'm crazy, well, that's just their opinion. It's nothing I've ever seen, mostly just feelings. I think if I actually saw a ghost, I just might pass out cold. My son passed away 2 years ago, and I get visits from him once in a while. Not the cold sensations most people feel with a ghost, but a warm, pleasant sensation of being very loved and safe. He's my guardian angel, and he proved it to me just last night. My fiance and I had gone to his aunt's house in Warren, Pennsylvania, which is 70 miles from where I live, which is near Erie, Pennsylvania. It was snowing pretty badly by the time we left Warren, and the roads were awful. No visibility, slippery, and drifting snow made for a very unsafe experience. Every time we thought we lost the road, another vehicle would come along and show us the way. I just knew it was my baby protecting me. I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. By who? I have no clue, but it is an old house, and I'm in the process of investigating its past. I used to work 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. and would sleep till 2:30 p.m. when my fiance would come home from work and wake me up. My bedroom is upstairs, and to get to it, I have to walk through the other bedroom. I would keep the other bedroom's door shut to keep my cats out so I could sleep in peace. One day, I heard the bedroom door open and footsteps walk through the other room to the side of my bed. I thought it was my fiance coming in to wake me up, but when I turned over, no one was there. The clock read only noon, so it was way too early for him to come home. Needless to say, I got the shivers and was awake for the rest of the day. This has happened several times. I also see things out of the corner of my eye, like movement or someone standing there, but when I turn to look, of course, no one is there. Sometimes, I go to check on my cat to see if it was them, but they're usually asleep downstairs, and these things always happen upstairs. I refuse to go into the basement because I get really bad vibes down there. Don't know why, but I won't mess with it. Same with my attic. This is a duplex house, and a couple of months ago, the neighbors moved out. Lately, I've been hearing someone going up and down the steps, but when I go to check if maybe the landlord or new neighbors are over there, the place is totally empty. What do you think? Is it my imagination, or am I haunted? I was living with my grandmother and mom and 2 sisters while we were looking for a new house in a different state. I was in the 4th grade when this happened. It was snowing outside, and the school bell rang as I left the building and headed towards the bike racks. I got a very sickening feeling in my stomach, and immediately, I knew that something bad was going to happen. As I rode my bike out into the middle of nowhere and on the long dirt road that led out to my grandmother's house, the feeling got worse. I was really freaked out by the time I got to her house, and I discovered that I was at the house alone. I had a million things running through my mind as I entered the house. The main thing that was running through my mind was, when will Grandma get home? I picked up the telephone and called my grandma in her store. She said that she would not be home until the 2 hours after the store was closed, which would be around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. My mom and baby sis were with her, and they had to wait to go home with her. My uncle and other sis were spending the night at the friend's house. My grandpa at the time was at his job, and he wouldn't be arriving home until 8:30 that evening. So I asked my grandma if my friend Nikki could come over. She said it was okay, so I hung up and called her. She told me that she could, but I would have to meet her halfway down the paved road that goes all the way through the little town my grandma lives in. So I left. It was still snowing when I met up with her. She said, "I don't feel right. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Do you feel that way too?" And I said, "Yes, I'm really scared." We rode up the long dirt road to my grandma's. As we pulled into the driveway, the snow got thicker. We propped our bikes against the tree next to the doorway to my grandma's doorway. We went into the garage and gave my uncle's dog Blondie a doggy treat. When we came out, we shut the garage door behind us. My grandma's garage door is temperamental and it will come up again, so we stood there freezing cold waiting for 5 minutes to see if it was going to go up again. After 5 minutes, we went inside because it wasn't going to go up again. We put in that movie Grumpy Old Men to get that ill feeling of danger to go away. At the funniest part in the movie,
I got this sudden funny feeling, which isn't unusual for me, so I asked my friend what flavor of Crystal Light she wanted. I went into the kitchen and got out the lime flavor and started making it. By this point in time, I'd forgotten all about the sick feeling. All of a sudden, the sick feeling rushed over so fast, I almost threw it up all over. I shook it off to the point where I could stand it and continued to make the drink. My friend cried out, "Oh my God, what was that?" She startled me by using that kind of language. I turned to her and said, "What?" She replied, "I don't know, but it was running very fast and it was really tall." I said, "Don't try to scare me, you know how I'm feeling." And she said to me, "I'm not trying to scare you." We kind of brushed it off, and for about 5 minutes, everything was fine. Then I got another whoosh over the feeling over me. She squealed and said more like a shrill whisper, "What the hell is that?" I turned and looked at her and turned my head back to my drink and looked up at the window in front of me just in time to see a rather tall man running by the window. I said, "Holy God, what was that?" I immediately dropped to the floor in fear of whatever it was that was running around would see me. I told her to drop on all fours. She did as I said, and I crawled over to her and picked up the phone and called my grandma at the store. She said that she would send someone over to check on us. Shaking uncontrollably, I hung up the phone. Almost 2 seconds after I hung up, a loud bang was heard coming from the door. I, terrified, crawled over to the door to see what it was. The figure was banging on the door with the handle part of a hatchet axe. The blinds were bouncing wildly around from the harsh banging. I told my friend to start crawling up to my uncle's stairs that led up to his room. I crawled over to the door to see the face of the guy so I could give a description later. I saw the face and crawled frantically to the stairs. Nikki was crawling up the stairs between bounces to the blinds so the guy couldn't see us. As soon as we got into my uncle's room, we turned on the light in his closet and went inside it and locked the closet door behind us. As soon as we were in the closet, we hugged each other and shook. We could still hear the banging on the door. Then I noticed that I was still clutching to the phone. It rang. I answered it. It was her grandpa calling her to check on us. I told him what was happening. He said he would be right over. We waited for about 2 more minutes, and the banging had subsided. All of a sudden, we heard our names being called. We were still terrified to come out, but we did anyway. As soon as we did leave the house, her grandpa surrounded us with hugs. We told him what happened, and I didn't think he believed us. The funny thing is, the snow had stopped falling, and there were no footprints in the freshly fallen snow. 8 to 10 different dents in the door that weren't there before, and the garage door was open. I truly believe it was death coming after us. I was going to get my friend. It had just snowed. I got towards the end of the street and saw very faint footprints on the new snow. I looked at the footprints I had just made and looked in front of me. The mysterious footprints looked like mine. My friend was running towards me. I greeted her, and we turned the corner of the street and began walking. She was making skidded footprints in her boots. I told her what I saw on the way. She looked forward and saw skidded footprints just like hers. Mine were heading away from my house and hers towards it. My friend got a dreadful feeling that we weren't supposed to be there. We started walking faster away from the footprints. We saw more ahead, and we started to investigate it. She then realized it said IMVW. Then she saw something pointing to the yard ahead of us, so she went over there to see what the footprints wanted. I stayed and saw my own footprint. I screamed and told her to come over here. She came over, and she was freaking out too. "I never walked here at all," I said, half crying. She said she saw something on the grass which looked like a young girl's body. Then we both turned and saw a barefoot print in the snow. Just one. I don't believe in ghosts, but I started crying and running like never before. My friend said, "Leave us alone. You are not welcome here. We can't help you, VW. Now leave." When we were finally safe, my heart and my friend's heart was beating like never before, and as I sit here typing this, I still can't breathe as easily. I only have one ghost story in my life, but I still think about it often. About 12 years ago, I lived in Westland, Michigan, where I was born and lived until I was 32. Westland is as boring a suburb as you can imagine, and my encounter was about the only thing interesting to relate from my neighborhood. I was driving home late one night in late December. Anyone who spent a winter in Michigan can tell you that it gets very, very cold, and the night in question was one of the coldest I remember. It was hard to even breathe when you were out there in the bitter wind. It was probably just after midnight, and I'd just spent a few hours with one of my college friends, working on a graphic design project that was due shortly after our return from a short holiday break. I was only a block away from my house, and was driving very carefully because the streets were icy and narrow. Any swerve would cause me to collide with the cars parked along the residential street. All of a sudden, I became aware of a flash of white in my peripheral vision, off to my right. I looked very quickly, and saw a girl in white running down the sidewalk, a flowing white nightdress trailing behind her. She was pale and had long black hair, which also blew wildly in the harsh wind. She was obviously not dressed for a Michigan December, and I remember distinctly noting that she was barefoot. She had a red ribbon tying her hair at her neck in a loose ponytail. I still remember that there was a strange quality to the vision, as if I was seeing an old memory. There was some strange otherness to it that I can only attempt to describe. She seemed to move at a slightly slower speed than normal, but not quite as slow as you may describe as slow motion. Also, I've no recollection of any sound at all during that brief moment, not even the sound around me, like the car engine or the wind gusting. I looked back and saw her again, her pace now leaving her almost behind me. I had turned my head to spot her. Again, I couldn't look for long without risking an accident, so I slowed the car down and tried to spot her a third time. She was gone. I did not see any doors closing on any of the nearby houses or any persons in the immediate vicinity. I stopped the car near the corner and, after pondering for a few seconds, got out to investigate. I went to the area where I'd seen her. It had been snowing pretty steadily since sunset, and the sidewalks were covered with about 3 inches of fresh snow. There was absolutely no tracks, either on the sidewalk or on the lawns nearby. I stood there for a minute and then walked around the perimeter in a circle covering about 40 feet. This was definitely the spot I had seen her, but there was no tracks but my own. In the weeks and months after this first happened, I tried to write the experience off as a trick of my mind, but I've never had any visions since, and I've now accepted that this was a ghost. I didn't know the people on the street and never investigated who this girl might have been, but thank you for reading. My story starts in 1969. I was 5 years old. My brother and I shared a bedroom. Our twin beds were arranged side by side with the foot of the beds facing our door, which entered into the upstairs hallway. If you were in a room facing the doorway, to the right of the door hung a picture of a map of the world. If you were laying in our beds, to your right would have been our closet door. This was a walk-in closet. I'm describing the layout so you can get a sense of how this all seemed to happen. Anyway, my bed was the one nearest to the closet door. The first time I saw the man in the barrel, it was around 3 a.m. It was a summer night in Iowa, not too hot and not too cool. I awoke and saw something that has haunted me to this day. I'm now 32 years old. To describe this figure will take some work. The figure looked very much like a troll. He appeared to be approximately 2 to 3 feet tall. He seemed to be either wearing a barrel or standing inside it. His feet were exposed outside the bottom of the barrel, and he was wearing shoes much like that of an elf. The toes of the shoes were curled at the end. At the top of the barrel, straps were connected and hung over his shoulders. He had very sharp and long fingernails, dirty hands and arms, jagged sharp teeth, a very long dirty beard, and wore a hat that, now as I reflect back, looked like something from a Rumpelstiltskin fairy tale. The hat had a round brim and a long pointed top. His eyes were eerie and piercing, a gray color with pupils shaped like a cat's, but as black as the devil's. This troll figure appeared at approximately the same time on each of his visits to haunt me and was always floating in front of the map of the world. He was pointing his finger at me, floating up and down very slowly. He was laughing, but no noise was heard. I can remember quickly covering my head with my sheets during this first encounter. It was my hope that when I uncovered my head, he would be gone and I would be dreaming. When I removed the sheets from my head, he was indeed gone. However, for about a period of a year, from night to night, this man would return and I would go through the same routine of covering my head. Usually, when I saw him, he would be in front of that map. On other occasions, he would be to my right, in front of our closet door. Always, he was laughing and pointing at me, never really talking or explaining why he was tormenting me. no noise was ever made. During many nights, just before I was fully awake, I knew he was there. I didn't even have to look to know. I could feel his presence. Several times, I would wake up my brother, yelling and asking my brother if he could see him. My brother, older than me, would tell me to go back to sleep as I was just imagining him. To this day, my brother can describe in as clear as detail as I can how this man looked. The reason he can is because in the middle of the night, while I was looking at this man, I would describe him to my brother to convince him the ghost was there. I had told my parents about seeing this man and asked them to remove the map of the world from the wall, as I felt it might have something to do with seeing him. They took down the map, but the man kept coming back. I asked them to move me into what was our guest room. They agreed to my wishes, but things only got worse. In that room, there was also a walk-in closet. If you can picture a clothes bar that was hung with U-shaped wall mounts, the clothes bar rested in those mounts connected to the wall. One night, a loud crash came from my closet. I ran to my parents' room without investigating first. I woke them, and they went to my room's closet. When they opened the door, everything was lying on the floor. The shelves that held my games and toys, and the clothing bar and all my clothes. How this all came crashing down, nobody knows, but I have a strong suspicion it was the man I'd been seeing. For several nights from that day forward, he would return to laugh at me and haunt me. Although I haven't had many visits from him since, we have moved from the house in Iowa. I can still remember the chills he gave me. I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic-sounding breathing that grew louder and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went on to my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week, I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move, and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still. It was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, but now that I've experienced it and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dufresne was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend a night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same. The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do, and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it. My stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings. The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with him. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god, sometimes it's fun though. When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of, and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding. It is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me, and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with the demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him, although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sisters, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it with the doors locked. On one occasion, I awoke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in the house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move, but we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway, I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening, and there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it, quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched in intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing a young woman late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War, many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved. I've posted to this website before and have something else I would like to share. It was 1986, and I was 18 years old when this occurred. My sister and I were on our way home from a Bruce Springsteen concert, and I'd fallen asleep in the car. I had a very vivid dream that my boyfriend at the time was involved in a car accident. So vivid, as a matter of fact, that I dreamt that there were 4 people in the car. Him and his friend Sean, and 2 girls that I did not know. I woke up and said out loud, "Bobby's been in an accident." I didn't get the impression that it was fatal, but that they were hurt. My sister said that it was just a dream, and to not be upset, but I knew in my heart that it wasn't. When I got home, it was pretty late, probably about 1:30 a.m. I went into my bedroom to get changed, all the while resisting the urge to call Bobby and confirm what I already knew. I felt that if it was indeed just a dream, it was too late to call though. As I was wrestling with this, my phone rang, and it was Bobby telling me that he and Sean had been in a car accident. That in and of itself was strange, but he had also been cheating on me, and there were 2 girls in the car with them. No one was hurt too badly, just as I had thought, but there were injuries. Just thought I'd share. Thanks for listening. Hi. My story is very personal, as it was not a haunted house I lived in as a child, but a visit from my deceased granddad. Just to outline why I believe it came to me was that I was raised by both him and my grandmother in England from 9 days old till 10 years old. For all intents and purposes, they were my parents. I was 14 in 1976, and my granddad had been slowly going downhill from his battle with sclerosis of the liver. He had been in a hospital for a couple of months, and we knew he wouldn't be spending that Xmas with us. He died at 3:58 a.m. on October 7th, 1976, with my grandmother by his bedside. She had all the monitors, IVs, tubes, pumps, and everything else that was keeping him alive removed, so that he may die with dignity in a side room, privately, without the impersonal ambience of intensive care. I was devastated about this loss, and automatically went into a crying fit. This went on for about 2 weeks. I didn't eat, sleep much, stayed out of school, and in general became very ill and depressed. I vaguely recall the funeral, but was very overcome with emotion. I was a 14-year-old girl who had lost the most important man in my life, and it was killing me. One day, I recall getting up to go to the bathroom and hearing my mom telling my dad that they should take me to a psychiatrist due to my emotional state. I went back to bed and cried, telling my granddad that I wish he was here, eventually crying myself to sleep. Now, Most nights before going to bed, my dad would check up on me, and in the half asleep, half awake state, I was aware of his visits. This particular night, I was turning over, but found that I was stuck on my bed, on my right side, and totally unable to move. It was that dead weight type of feeling one gets with a tingling sensation, like when your leg falls asleep, but this had no sensation, just weight. I was scared, and this caused me to look across directly at my bedroom door. In the doorway, dimly lit by my nightlight, I saw the dark gray, not black figure of a heavy-set man outlined, but yet I could see through it, kind of. The left arm was outstretched towards me, but I dare not to move. After what now seems roughly 30 seconds to a minute, the shape disappeared, and I felt a sense of calm. I was hungry and fixed a cheese and pickle sandwich for myself. I went back to bed, but oddly enough, this incident didn't bother me really. I woke up the next day, showered, dressed, put a little makeup on to hide the bug eyes I had, and went downstairs. My mom was washing dishes, and my dad was reading the paper, and they both commented on my presence, and more so, state of apparent well-being. I knew, I guess, deep down, that it was my granddad who had visited me, but although I had no proof or words to back it up from granddad, I still wanted to test my feeling. I asked my dad if he had come in my room, and he said no. He said, "We didn't hear any noises, crying, etc., so we thought we would let you sleep in peace." I said, well, in that case, it was granddad who came to see me. With that remark, my mom threw the dish towel into the sink and said, "That's it, we're taking her to a doctor." Fortunately, my dad stepped in and suggested they hear me out. He believed me, or at least looking back, pacified me, as it obviously made me feel better, so we went along with my visit from granddad's story. My mom didn't believe me, but it didn't matter. I believed it. This isn't the end, although I only had one visit. Granddad did appear to my grandmother. Ironically, when I called her up to tell her, she went very quiet and said that the very same night, he came to her too. She said she couldn't sleep and went to his study to sort papers, approximately 4 a.m., roughly the same hour he had died. I don't know what time my visit occurred. She said she felt someone was behind her. She was sitting at his desk, crying, when she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. She said she brushed it off sharply as it scared her, and she turned around. Nothing was there, but she said she felt something. She said she stopped crying and felt better. These were only the 2 incidents. No one else had a visit from Granddad, but we both know, Gran and I, that he came to visit us for comfort. We loved him more than anything, and he reciprocated us. My mom fell out with my grandparents, so the closeness was not between them. We both were hit the hardest, and he knew it. He came to let us know to go on, I feel, without the suffering that we were both enduring since his death. My grandmother lived until 1995, ironically, dying on her 83rd birthday. My grandmother promised me that if she could, she would visit me after she died. She didn't. I lit 2 white candles in our apartment. After I had packed it all up and sat there in silence, awaiting her visit, nothing happened, but I know she's okay. She was buried, as per her wish, with her granddad, and they finally were together again. That made me happy. They had been married and in love since 1932, school sweethearts, survived wars and hard times, and now eternally peaceful. Love is very powerful, and although it's hit and miss amongst those whom I tell this to in regards to belief, I know it happened and why. I've seen 2 of these things. They're called green orbs. I've known people who have seen them, and I've seen videos of them on TV that people have filmed and say that they are ghosts. First time, I was at my grandparents' house, which they seem to think is haunted. They joke about it because they are very religious and have trouble incorporating their beliefs with their senses. I was going to bed and was having to share a bed with my grandfather, who was already long since asleep. I crawled into bed and laid there for a while, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Eventually, my eyes focused on the brightest object in the room, what appeared to be a reflection. I stared at it for maybe 15 minutes before a realization hit me. It was the brightest thing in the room. I considered maybe there's something outside brighter that it's shining off of, but my grandparents live in the sticks and have only one light outside, and it's quite some ways from the house. I had originally thought that it was a reflection from the brass hinges on a door. After deducing that the light was of its own source, I investigated. I got out of bed and walked up to it. The closer I got, the more apparent it became that this was not a mere reflection. It didn't move much. It hovered there, like a green rip in space and time, waiting. I experimented a little by turning on the light. It stayed there for a split second, after the light came on and then disappeared. I wasn't able to go back to sleep for a while. Second time I actually saw one, I was at my in-laws, lying in bed with my wife. It was near the ceiling above our heads. I woke my wife up and asked her if she saw it. She said she did, then went back to sleep. I watched it until it disappeared. After it was gone, I woke her back up and asked her if she could still see it. She said that she could not and went back to sleep. In between those times, I was at a known haunted house, unknown to us, but known to the occupants. We were staying the night, and while some of us were in the kitchen, two of my friends burst out of their rooms asking for flashlights or candles. They refused to go to sleep without them. They told us of an object we originally thought was a glow-in-the-dark mini frisbee, only it didn't move like a frisbee. I don't know what these things are, but I would very much like to study them. I was around 10 or 11 years old, growing up in Georgia when this started to take place. I lived with my parents, two brothers and two sisters, in a rather nice ranch-style brick home. My father had built this home when I was around 4 or 5 years old, and no one had ever passed away in it. My two brothers were 5 and 6 years older than I. One sister was 7 years older, and the other sister was around 1 or 2 years old when this happened. This all started very suddenly. Me and my two brothers slept in one room, in custom-made bunk beds that my father had built into the room. They were built in an upside-down L shape, with the main bunks on the right and a single bed coming off the main bunks from the head of the beds going towards the left. My oldest brother slept in the single bed, my other brother slept in the bottom bunk, and I slept on the top bunk. There were 2 windows over the single bed that my oldest brother slept in, and during the summer, these were kept open so that the attic fan will pull cool air in. Sorry for so much detail. It helps one to understand the rest of the story. One night we had gone to bed, and around 2 or 3 in the morning, my oldest brother was jarred awake by a tremendous pounding on the other side of the brick wall, where he slept, outside. He woke both of us up very quietly, and we listened as the pounding went across the wall, as if someone was walking the length of the house and back, pounding on the brick wall as they went. Now, this wasn't like someone was pounding with their fists or even kicking the house. We probably couldn't have even heard someone who was hitting the wall with their fists or feet. No. This sounded as someone had a 15 or 20 pound rock or something very heavy and solid, and was pounding the wall with it as they walked back and forth, with the impacts coming approximately 1 to 2 seconds apart. After some very frightening few minutes had passed, my older brother slipped into our father and mother's room and awakened our father, telling him about what was going on. My father, not pleased with being awake at this hour, didn't really believe him at first, but quietly made his way to our room and where the pounding was still going on. As this was summer, he looked out the open window through the screen, but couldn't see anyone. He then proceeded to collect his 20-gauge pump shotgun and slipped out the door on the opposite side of the house from the pounding to try to sneak up on whoever was doing it. As Daddy turned the corner of the house with the shotgun at the ready, the pounding suddenly stopped. Daddy had a flashlight, of course, and there was nothing to hide behind for at least 30 to 40 feet, where a cornfield started. He searched around for a bit, but couldn't find anything and came back in. As soon as he came in the house, the pounding started again. He went out immediately. Whenever he turned the corner, it stopped again. This was repeated several times, always with the same results. These happenings then continued for the next 2 to 3 months, almost every night. My father did not find anything or anyone that could account for it. There were also no marks or any kind of evidence to show where the pounding was being done on the bricks. One night my brother that slept underneath me
was having a dream about playing basketball in a tournament at school when the pounding started. As the pounding was going up and down the wall, he was dreaming that he had missed a shot and that the coach had called him to the sideline. He dreamed that the coach was mad at him, and while asleep, he was moaning and making some kind of noise. My oldest brother, who slept under the windows, was trying to listen to the pounding to figure out where it was at during that time, and when my other brother started moaning, he reached over and grabbed him by the hair of the head and started pulling his hair to try to shut him up. At this time in the dream, my other brother was dreaming that the coach had grabbed his hair and was pulling it for him, missing the shot. We had always laughed about this happening. Anyway, my father never did catch anyone or anything pounding on the wall, and we still wonder to this day what it could have been. If anyone out there has had anything similar happening with pounding on the walls and moving back and forth, I would appreciate hearing from them. This is really weird because it happened about 2 days ago. My house doesn't have any history of weird stuff or hauntings. That's what made it strange. I lived in this house for about 6 years now. I'm 17, and I've yet not experienced anything like this. It's not really a haunting, but I thought it was really weird. It was about 1 a.m., and I was in my room on the internet. Both my parents were asleep, and nobody else was in the house, other than me. My parents were in their room, which is all the way across the house. The living room, the kitchen, the family room, and a small hallway separate my room from theirs. The only lights that were on were the lights in my room, because I was on the computer. As I was looking through the website, I heard my name whispered in my ear, so I stopped and looked around to see who had whispered, but saw nobody. So then, I tried to get chills and decided to go to bed. So I turned off the computer, and this was now about 1:20 a.m. As I was getting ready to go to bed, the phone started to ring, so I turned on the lights of the hallway to go to the living room. As I went to go see who it was in my caller ID, it read unavailable, so then I picked up the phone. When I picked up the phone, I said hello, but nobody answered. Again, I said hello, but again, nobody answered. I started to get pissed, but I tried to listen to see if I could hear anything. What I heard gave me chills. As I started to listen, I heard whispering that sounded like mumbling. I couldn't make out what was being said. It was like someone or something wanted to tell me something, but couldn't. It was really freaky, so I hung up the phone and I just sat on the couch, looking around for anything unusual. When I finally got up to go back to my room, I got the worst feeling that somebody or something was watching me. As I got to my room, I went straight to sleep. The next morning felt like if nothing had happened. This is the house of many tenants. The house is well over 200 years old and has many tenants over the years. I was 18 when we first moved in. It was a 4-bedroom house with high ceilings, an attic, and basement. My parents and nephew had the 2 downstairs bedrooms, which left me to the upstairs rooms. The first night we moved in, my friend and I were setting up the upstairs rooms as my bedroom. As we were standing in the hall by the bathroom, a little boy ran out of the other bedroom, ran down the hall towards us, peeked out around the corner, and ran into the bathroom. We went into the bathroom and saw that no one was there. Let me explain. This couldn't have been my nephew because he wasn't even in there at the time, and there was no other small boys in the house. Also, sometimes, I've seen a man who dressed in what I can only call colonial, walked up the stairs and walk into the attic. The weird thing is, I've never seen him walk up the old wooden stairs. Sometimes you could hear someone moving boxes and stuff around in the attic, as if they were looking for something. All the people who had stayed in the house in the span of 6 years that had lived there would never sleep upstairs by themselves, and many reported the feeling as if someone was going to push them down the staircase as they stood at the top of the staircase. On more than one occasion, you could hear a woman crying, the toilet flushing, and doors slamming. My older sister stayed with us for a short while. During her stay, she had the shower doors cave in on her, pinning her to the wall, and a fan cord lightly wrapped around her neck during her sleep, in which she had found the following morning. Foul smells and shadows were a constant reminder of the ghost's presences. I was glad when we moved from the house because I found it very unnerving and somewhat frightening. I don't think I've ever had a sound night's sleep. In 1996, my boyfriend Daniel was living in an old New Zealand city called Dunedin. This city has a lot of old houses and a lot of history. He lived with his previous girlfriend in one of a pair of old terrace flats, which were cold and didn't get much sun during the day, but it was cheap, an important consideration when you're a poor student. It was the couple's flatmates that first noticed something strange. She has to be something of an amateur mystic, reading auras and such like, and she claimed to sense more presence in the house. But the really scary stuff didn't start until Daniel went away for a couple of weeks and the two girls were in the house by themselves. They noticed the cats were frequently taking fright and chasing something, which the girls could not see. It got worse, and once the presence pushed one of the girls down the stairs from behind. Finally, as Daniel's girlfriend lay in bed one night, she felt something get into bed with her, a cold presence which touched her thigh. While Daniel was still away, the two girls had the place exorcised and the incident stopped, but not for long. Shortly after Daniel's return, the strange occurrences started again, the cats freaking out and other weirdnesses. The flatmate moved out, leaving Daniel and his girlfriend to deal with it alone. In an attempt to exorcise the ghost a second time, the couple burned incense around the house, especially near a certain doorway which seemed to be central to the occurrences. But as the two watched the circling smoke, they noticed it cut off, just disappeared into nowhere, a few inches away from the wall, as if the smoke were traveling through some kind of invisible doorway. In the end, they moved out, unable to handle the atmosphere of the house any longer. I don't know who moved in afterwards, nor what became of the ghost.
This happened while I was visiting the city of Guadalajara. When I was about 11, I'd gone on vacation with my grandparents. They didn't have a phone installed at their house because it was only a vacation home, not where they lived. So, one morning, my grandmother and I left to the phone central, where you can pay to make long-distance phone calls. Anyway, while we were waiting, an old lady approached us and began conversing with my grandmother. She would put her hands on mine and my grandmother's, and we both would pull our hands from underneath hers because she was so cold. She also had a very beautiful necklace with the Virgin of Guadalupe on the side. The image itself looked so real, like if it could move. Well, she was asking us to go to a church not far from our house to donate some food for a church carnival to raise money to repair a huge hole that had taken part of the main aisle. So, we agreed, and she asked us to ask for her by name. The old woman had also told my grandmother exactly what to prepare. So, when the day came that we had to go, we set off to the church, and once we arrived, we asked the priest for this woman. The priest went silent for a moment, and then said in a very low voice, "She is no longer with us." I didn't understand until he asked us to go into the office where he could explain. This old woman had promised many years before to take a certain food to the carnival. She fell ill and never was able to attend because she had passed away. Interestingly enough, the priest had also stated that we were not the first one this had happened to. Interesting story, and I'm glad you guys were able to read it. Thanks for your time. I've always believed in ghosts, and now I live in a 100-year-old haunted building. I moved in with my boyfriend a year and a half ago in July. The night I moved in, I had an experience that was a bit unnerving in the light of day. I received a call from a friend that evening, and she asked if I could take her kids to the airport in the morning. I said sure I will, and set my alarm to go off at 5 a.m. so I could go get her and get to the airport on time for her. Well, my alarm went off, but I was so tired from the move, I forgot why I was going off and fell back to sleep. An hour later, I felt the bed shaking as if someone were trying to get me up. I remember thinking what now, and then fell back to sleep, only to be woken up 20 minutes later by the phone ringing. My friend said she would get a ride from her sister. After the call, I looked over to the kitchen and saw a gray figure in the door that seemed to shake its head at me. I immediately knew he was what tried to wake me up, so I could keep my promise to my friend. He seemed to have the best intentions, and I didn't see him again after that. He seemed very friendly. We then moved down to the second floor, and I soon found out we have a ghost here too. This one likes to pace up and down a short hallway between the door and the living room. He also paces along the southwest wall of the living room sometimes. I get the impression that he's a man in a brown pinstripe suit and bowler hat and has a mustache and deep-set eyes. He stands about my height, around 5'8". When we first moved in, he would pace the hallway, coming further and further out into the living room and bedroom. It's a studio apartment. He seemed highly agitated. My boyfriend saw him more than me, and a few times he would arrive home from work and the top dead bolt would be locked. We never used that lock, as it is very difficult to open with the key from the outside. My boyfriend works graveyard at a 24-hour store, and I am alone here at night for 4 nights a week. One night, I noticed that it was coming further and further out into the living room, and he was giving off vibes that were not friendly. I've had enough of this now, and looked at the hallway and said, listen, the year is 2001, not 1903 or whatever year you think it is. Times have changed, and it's okay for people to live together without being married, so lay off of it. I felt a feeling of surprise from the hallway, and have not had a problem from him since. I related this to the apartment manager, with whom we had become good friends with, and she said that she had seen him too, and I was right in my impressions of what he looks like, as that is who she had seen in our place when her son lived in the studio. She has also seen him in the hallway outside her apartment door. She said that there are several ghosts in the building, and she is not surprised to hear stories about them, as she has also had experiences with them when she first moved into the building before she was manager. It's an interesting place to say the least. The incidents that you're about to read happened to me when I was a college student several years ago. We had inherited an old apartment from my grandfather, and 2 years after his death, our family moved in. The fact is that it was okay in the beginning. Weird things started to happen soon after my dad transferred to another town, and my parents left both me and my sister in the apartment. During the day, we could hear noises coming from the ceiling, and we wondered what the neighbors upstairs were up to. We didn't give much thought to that until we started hearing them in the middle of the night. It sounded as someone was dragging chairs and tables around the apartment. We knew our neighbors upstairs. They were an old couple and had one son who occasionally paid them a visit. One night, the noise went so wild that we decided to run upstairs to complain about it. I rang the bell several times and banged at the door. No one answered it. Apparently, there was nobody home. This situation went on for months, and we finally talked to our neighbors. The old lady was baffled and claimed she would never do such a thing. That was crazy. Anyone who came to our home would hear the noises. One morning, my maid was working in the kitchen when she heard someone open the living room door and walk along the hallway. She was scared to death, but she never thought it could be a ghost. She quickly took out a knife and searched the whole apartment for a burglar. Again, there was no one there. It was not uncommon to sense someone watching us or in the room, just a presence. Once, I was writing a paper and I clearly felt someone behind me. As I turned around, I saw nobody. My sister was so afraid to stay alone in the apartment that she would wait for me downstairs. The most frightening thing was to come. We were sleeping in our bedrooms when we heard bangings inside my closet. They were so loud that I woke up and jumped out of my bed immediately, thinking the shelves inside had tumbled. When we opened the door, we saw nothing. The closet was in the corner of the room, and we didn't have neighbors next door. It couldn't have come from outside the apartment either. The noises were so real that we didn't doubt that they were there. When we sensed someone around us, we didn't wonder if they were ghosts because the whole thing was so real. The ghost idea only dawned on us on some time later after the incidents. We're not ghost freaks. Well, after that last incident, I grabbed my mattress and slept in my sister's room. On the next day, I went to a church and brought some holy water with me, which I sprinkled all over the place. Things calmed down for a while. A year later, we moved out, and we heard that the family who had bought it moved out 1 year later. Hi, my name is Lisa. About 3 years ago, I was in a rehab for about 2 months. It was up in Lafayette Hills, Pennsylvania. The place was an old 1800s huge mansion where the owner's daughter Eugenia was mentally ill. Back then, they did not know the things they do now, of course, and her wealthy father donated the house and its land to the people in the profession after his daughter hung herself in the main foyer from the grand staircase. The name of the rehab is Eugenia House, and it was, in every way, still her house. The house itself is now used as offices and meeting rooms, some of them original. In fact, most of the house is still original, except the actual rehab, which was built off of the house. Anyway, being very into the paranormal, I was extremely interested in the history and to know firsthand if it was in fact haunted. Every time I could, I went in there, listened to the people who had worked there for years, and believed these stories. Some of them would not go in there after dark. Now, I was determined to know. One evening after dinner, me and my friend Brian sneaked off to investigate. It was totally empty. As we walked up the main staircase, I was hit with this very cold air all around me. I was really scared, but went up anyway. As we got to the top, we went right into one of the offices. We walked in a little further, and I was so uneasy. As I turned to look at Brian, we both heard shuffling, like books moving around on one of the desks. Then it sounded like a large book fell very hard to the floor. As we turned to run out of the room, I was disoriented and did not know where to go, so I followed Brian. As we fled towards the main staircase, these very big double wooden doors at the top of the stairs that in my whole time there were never closed, and they were so big and heavy, don't know if I could close them without help, slammed shut right behind us. The stairs were very long. As we got to the bottom, we stopped and looked up, and as we did, the cold air hit us very hard, like a winter wind. It felt like it swirled around us on purpose, investigating us. It made us just stand there, in awe almost. Then, after a few minutes that felt like forever, we fled out the door. We told the believers in the group, who were amazed, and I'll never forget that. After that, I did not go back in at night, but in the courtyard where we all smoked, you could look into the front windows. One night, shortly after that, I was telling one of the counselors of my tale and peering in the window at the same time. As I spoke, one of the big overhead outside lights would flicker, only when I mentioned Eugenia's name. At this point, the counselor was extremely convinced and started to tell me a few stories of his own that he never shared with anyone until me, for fear of the staff would think he was being foolish, but neither of us were. Hello, my name is Rob, and a few years ago, I lived in St. John's, Michigan. While I was there, strange things would happen, all centered around the very old school called Paranormal. I think there was more than one ghost involved in these hauntings, and they weren't benign. It all started with hearing strange music near these old mobile units. It all came from a small group of them, and I could always hear it after school, and everyone else could too. No one was there at the time, not even the janitor. So one day, my friend and I decided to investigate. When we looked inside one mobile unit, we saw a black cat with glowing red eyes. We ran and never looked back. About a year later, the school demolished and a new one was built. Whatever was haunting this school didn't like having its home destroyed. Oh yeah, did I mention the entire school used to hear a train whistle, and no train has run in the town for 100 years. There are no trains within 20 miles of the town. When we were first at Gateway North, the new school, we thought we could get rid of the ghost, but we didn't. At first, all it was sightings of black cats around the premises of the school, but then more harmful things began to happen. One morning I woke up to deep scratches on my arm. It was like a cat had scathed my arm. Then, on a swing at school, a kid fell while in mid-swing. The kid was pushed. She didn't slip. 10 witnesses saw her fall, and it wasn't an accident. No kid pushed her. She sprained her arm. 2 weeks later, another kid under the same circumstances broke his arm. 4 more kids were pushed from the same swing, under the same circumstances. Balls were swerving to hit kids on the playground. I left the next year. I haven't been in contact with my friends since. I don't know if it's continuing. I hope not. When my family moved to a little town in 1980, we rented one of the old CP rail homes. Things went good for the first 6 months. Then my brother and I started noticing things. The TV would change to channels that we never got. Items would disappear. Furniture would move, and if we touched it to put it back, the cellar door would start opening when it was nailed shut. Finally, my brother and I went to the cellar to figure out what was down there. Nothing was down there but dirt and shelves. After that, we started to hear laughing coming from the room on the second floor of the house. His rocking chair would rock when the TV was on, or we had music on. Then one night, when our parents were gone visiting relatives, we heard the cellar door open. Never paid too much attention to this, cause this was normal. We were in the living room playing cards, when both of us got the feeling that we were being watched. We turned to look out the living room window, and all we saw was 2 little red eyes staring at us. We both ran out to look. All we found was footprints in the snow leading to the cellar window. After our parents got back, we showed them the footprints, and the next day, we started moving. It wasn't until about 2 years after that we were told by our mom that she knew something wasn't right about the house, but she heard voices too in the night, but never told us, thinking we'd get too scared. No wonder the kids at school looked at us funny when we told them where we lived, and they would never come over. The house that I grew up in Redondo Beach, California, my mom and I both believe was haunted. It was a little cottage and very old, although I don't know the history of the house or the property. We moved in when I was 8 years old. I know that the lady that lived there before us had died. I don't know if she died in the house. My mom always said no. I guess that living in a house like that has always seemed normal to me. My mom said that I used to come out of my room because I would hear someone calling me and thought that it was her. We figured that she was with us for a while. I know that my mom used to get the creeps in there and would get me up and make me sleep in her room. I mostly remember things being weird when I was a teenager and older. I thought that one night we were watching TV. My mom was in the kitchen making dinner, and something like Entertainment Tonight had come on, and suddenly, there was someone else there with us. I knew exactly where they were sitting in the house, the chair by the kitchen door. I knew that whatever the next segment was, they wanted to see it, although for the life of me, I can't remember what it was about. I felt like it was a man, but I couldn't see him. I just could feel him. He was very non-threatening, and he wasn't a stranger. His presence felt like an old friend, someone that I knew, like my mom's boyfriend's presence, but he's still alive. But it's the only way I can explain it. I told my mom when she came back into the living room that there was someone there and not to sit in that chair. She couldn't see or feel him, but she believed me. After the segment that he wanted to see was over, he was gone just as quick as he came. My mom and I used to both feel someone sitting on our beds at night. We could feel the mattress dip down with their weight. We think that this may have been our grandpa checking in on us. One time, it was a real cold night. Come to think of it, it was always kind of cold in that house. I just thought it was drafty. Anyway, I was home alone. My mom was in Illinois, helping my grandmother. I'd been about 10 minutes in bed and hadn't fallen asleep yet. I had my head covered because I was so cold. It really freaked me out, even though it wasn't unusual. Then, whoever it was pulled the blanket away from my face. I didn't move an inch. They finally left. Like I said, most of my experiences are non-threatening. Most were non-threatening. One night, a music box on the top of a shelf, it hadn't been played in a long time, a year or more, suddenly played about 7 or 8 notes, then quit. Then my floor-to-ceiling lamp crashed over, for no reason at all. Needless to say, I finished out the night in my mom's bed with her. There were things that happened in that house, so many more. Just weird things, things missing, the piano playing on its own one time, you know what I mean. Now, I'm married and I live in San Diego County. My husband and I have a nice apartment. We are not alone here either. Both he and I have seen a tall gray man. just real quick, out of the corner of our eyes and at different times. He seems to be nice and rather helpful. Our second year here, we made the mistake of putting our Christmas tree too close to the video cabinet. It was a big artificial and heavy tree. It took both of us to move it around. Instead of moving it again, we just fought with the tree to get to our movies. It seemed easier that way. A few weeks later, I started realizing that the tree had moved. It was about 2 feet from where I had put it. I kept looking at it, and I could see where someone tall had reached into the trunk of the tree and possibly moved it. I asked my husband if he had moved the tree, and he said he hadn't. He could see the hole in the branches too. I'm sure that he didn't move the tree himself, because like I said, it's a very large and heavy tree, and by then, it was completely decorated, lights and all. My husband is a late night person. He likes to stay on the computer, playing games. One night he saw someone come out of the guest bathroom and brush up against a chair and make my purse swing. No one was here except us, and I was in bed asleep. Every so often, there are weird smells too that remind me of my grandma's house. She died about 5 years ago. Someone has taken to sitting on my bed again, and not my husband, because I looked and there was no one there, at night sometimes. A few weeks ago, a music box played while my husband and I were playing badminton in our room. Not the same music box as before, but like before, this one hadn't been played in about a year. The music box is up on a shelf and hasn't been messed with any at all. It could have been my great aunt Mill that just died in August. She likes music boxes. Thanks for listening again, and I hope you enjoy. Hello, my name is Victoria. I believe I can give you a whole lot of stories of ghostly experiences with me that seem particular in a sense. First of all, I've lived in haunted houses since I was around 4. The first memory I have is when my family and I lived in a 3-story mansion built in 1901. There were sightings of 3 ghosts there. One in particular liked to joke around. He was the old brother of a lady named Miss Eberly. One time my parents decided to separate my sister and I from rooms, while I slept in the old man's room, and when I awoke the next morning, tacks had been spread all over the floor, and I stepped on them. The room was very cold at night, and this wasn't the typical drafty cold. It was cold like someone was there. It was next to the attic, which always had mounds of swords coming out of it. That house was truly creepy. My second story comes from when I was 16. Recently, in the year my mom and my mom's boyfriend and family moved to a house on a farm. In the beginning, I became really sick and thought I was going to die. One night, something walked up my stairs as I was delirious, but I remember vividly and told me I was going to be okay. It sounded like my mom, but what happened was my mom was asleep. Nothing can explain the voice telling me I will be alright. Later that year, I was starting to be haunted by a figure of a man in black. He would stand in front of my door at night and look at me. Sometimes would walk to my bed. It was taking a big toll on me, and my friend didn't believe me. Unfortunately, my parents didn't believe me either, but at least my sister believed me because she felt the eerie feeling at night. We both would suffer constantly from nightmares of people dying, so one day I just said, "Whatever you are, please leave us alone and go to the light." For some reason it left us alone since then, but my family moved shortly after that. Thanks for hearing my stories.
When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I remember seeing a figure of a woman standing outside of my room. The living room was the next room from mine. I always thought it was just light coming from outside the windows in the living room. But when I went up to the light fixture and tried blocking the light with my hand, nothing would happen. The light would still be there. I wasn't scared, because I wasn't aware of ghosts when I was around that age. But as I got older, maybe around 9 or 10 years old, I sometimes would sleep in the living room, on the couch, because my room would get really hot in the summer. Well, as I would lie on the couch, getting ready to fall asleep, I would hear things in the kitchen, like the sound of someone placing a glass on the table. I would sometimes go to see if anyone was there, but nothing would be there. I still hear the sounds in the kitchen sometimes, and when I would be home alone, I would sometimes go into the basement and watch TV or exercise. As I would work out or watch TV, I would sometimes hear footsteps above me, seeing how the TV was right below my room. But what happened to me 2 months ago terrified me. I'm 17 years old now, and it was raining harshly in the middle of April, and I was working on an art project in the dining room, which was the room after the living room. I was home alone at that time. My mother was picking up my sister from work, and my father was working. As I was working on my art project on the table, the lights went out, and as soon as they went out, in front of me, I saw a woman sitting across from me. I couldn't see her clearly, but she seemed to be smiling. About a second later, the lights turned back on. I was so scared, I ran into the kitchen and stayed there until my mother and sister came back. When they finally returned, I told them about what I saw, and my sister kind of freaked out because she hates hearing about things like ghosts and other things related to that. My mother told me it was probably just my nerves, and I've been working too hard on my project. I believe what I saw was real. I don't know what this ghost lady is doing in my house, but she seems to bring attention to me only. This is just one account from over 40 experiences I've recorded in my ghost journal. It was a very unusual day in Chicago, only 4 days to the new year, and in the middle of winter. It was 63 degrees, yet the skies were dark, but there were tons of fluffy clouds. My friend Christine and I decided to enjoy this rare day and go walking around the park. We watched as the clouds seemed to spread across the sky and realized the storm was near. Somehow, the conversation switched to cemeteries. She told me of an old German cemetery that was near the park that she had gone to. They have a section of infant graves from the late 1800s to early 1900s. She knows the babies died in groups around the same times. After hearing this, I wanted to go see for myself. She told me where to go, and as I drove into the cemetery, I pointed to a corner and asked her if that was where they were. She said yes. I'd never been there before. I don't know how I knew. We parked on the road, got out, and looked around. Some of the graves were old and worn, the names and dates hardly visible. The baby section was so sad to see, and we figured there must have been a plague of some sort in the area. It was beginning to get dark, even though it was about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The cemetery closed at 5, so we wanted to hurry and see everything before they closed and before the storm came. We were walking through the cemetery when it felt like the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in a few minutes. I stopped in my tracks and noticed a familiar smell. The scent became stronger, and I realized it was roses. I asked my friend if she smelled anything. She said yes. I asked her what she smelled, and she said roses. I was bending down to smell the flowers on a grave, which were not roses. I wanted to figure out where the smell suddenly came from. Suddenly, my friend told me to look up, and in the distance was a flower girl. And you guessed it, she was holding onto roses. Both me and my friend were in disbelief. We couldn't even fathom what we were seeing, but yet here was this flower girl holding onto a rose, which had a strong perfume smell. Her attire was in a Victorian-style dress. She looked absolutely beautiful, but it was also really scary because it was in the middle of a cemetery and we were really spooked. Even though it felt like forever, she momentarily appeared and then she was gone, just like that. It must have been about 15 seconds, if that, but we both saw her, and we're not making this up. We're totally sane individuals who actually go out and try to see these things on purpose. I know that sounds crazy to some of you, but we get such thrills about ghost hunting. Anyway, we're not even done with the story yet, because right after, we heard the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my entire life. It was a scream
right after she disappeared, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. It sounded like a human trying to imitate a wolf, as in, a human howling, but in a wolf style. I know that sounds ridiculous, and maybe it could have been a real human being trying to play with us. However, we did not stick around long enough to find out, and we bolted all the way home. I guess the moral of the story is, yeah, you can be interested in ghosts and whatnot, but even if you are interested, be very wary, and just remember, ghosts can't hurt you. If that was real, I have no idea what to say, but if it was a human being, I guess you gotta stay clear of the cemeteries. I'll tell you what though, the roses, the girl, and the scream, they were all very real to us. We did not hesitate to leave, because we did not know what to expect if we stayed longer there. Just remember to be very careful. Ghosts are crazy, but humans can be just as crazy. This happened to my fiance about 37 years ago in Karn City, Texas. He was about 5 years old and was attending a church function with his grandparents at the St. Paul Lutheran Church there. He was running around with two of his slightly younger cousins, having a good time. This function was taking place outdoors. Now, there were actually two church buildings there. A new church had been built, and the older wooden structure was still standing close by and being used exclusively for storage. The church had been collecting clothing and had put it in the older building. Anyway, my fiancé and his cousins had been told to stay out of the churches, but being little kids and the adults having their attention taken up with visiting, the boys decided to explore the old church. They went into the older building and looked into the large room where the clothing was piled on 3 tables. My fiancé said the first thing he noticed was the clothing on one of the tables agitating violently, and he could see a lady, who just happened to be transparent, sorting through the clothes that were shaking. All that she remembers of her appearance is that she was a motherly or grandmotherly looking figure with a high-necked dress and her hair pulled back in a bun. She did not pay any attention to the 3 little boys, but they ran out of the room as fast as their feet could carry them. He says that he may have been the only one to see the lady. He thinks the other 2 boys just saw the clothing shaking on the table. My fiancé says that he believes that the only reason the clothes were shaking was because of the ghost. The windows were all closed, there were no fans, and of course, no central cooling system in this old building. And remember that the clothes on the other tables were lying still. They went to tell their grandmother about the situation. Naturally, they got chewed out for being where they weren't supposed to be, and were told that no one was in that building, but they remember it well. This story is one that may or may not scare you. It's more of a mystery to me and my friends. When I was young, me and my cousin were always together and trying to scare each other. It just so happens that there was an old house which my grandfather had built in the early 1900s, which we thought may be haunted. It should be mentioned that I am from a small town in Virginia, and in the early 1900s, it was a pretty isolated town from the rest of the state. My grandfather was a pastor of the local church. Being that the church was very big, and my grandfather's house was, he would have wakes and funerals in his den. The house was very big, and there was plenty of room for people to attend these funerals. Anyway, my cousin and I used to see things through the windows which we could not explain. The house had not been lived in many years, when we would see these unexplainable lights. They were blue in color, and they seemed to go from window to window when we were looking at them. We finally got the nerve to sneak into the house, which probably wasn't too smart. Anyway, we had to enter through the basement in order for my father not to see us trying to get inside. This was very scary because there was no electricity, and we had to try and make it through the dark and up the stairs to the entry of the den. We did this several times, and on some occasions, we heard and seen strange things, and sometimes we didn't. On one occasion we lived in the house, and we heard a tapping on the ceiling upstairs, as if someone was hitting it with a cane. This was very odd, because my father lived in the house as a child, and said his uncle lived with them, and he had a cane. When he needed something, he would tap on the floor for someone to come and help him. This scared the living daylights out of us, but my cousin was a little more courageous than I, and he persuaded me to go up the stairs. When we got there, he asked whatever it was that we were seeing and hearing to leave us alone in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. The sound stopped, and we left the house. My father was a little skeptical about the whole thing, but he felt that there may be some truth in it. He himself now saw a ghostly apparition which he can't explain. This is coming from a man who himself is now a preacher, and I don't think he doubts seeing this at all. I really feel that there is some connection to the noises and sightings with the funerals that were held in the house. There are other occurrences which have happened, but would take a while to tell them all. I've read in other experiences about blue lights being represented with the supernatural. This story may not be that scary to you, but to me and my cousin, we know that there is something paranormal about that house. Myself and a friend recently moved into a house in Belmont, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. The place is about 100 years old and retains much of the original woodwork, ceramic doorknobs, etc. I even found an old ceramic liquor and med bottle in there. It's a third-floor apartment with an old aluminum speaking tube to the second floor, which leads us to believe this may have been servants' quarters at one time. We never get anything but good vibes from the place, but a few things have happened which make me wonder, and I write asking your opinion. Firstly, the former tenant was an elderly alcoholic who, according to the landlord, used to heat only one room in the house, the dining room, with a space heater. She kept the whole place closed up, according to Miss Richardson, who also tells us the former tenants didn't die, but moved to a nursing home. We aren't sure if we believe her. Well, that room seems to have a door problem. Often when I return from work, all 3 doors to the room will be slammed shut, even the one which is tied open with a string. These are doors which don't close easily, being old and paint covered and wrapped a bit. While we hang out, sometimes doors slam. It happens in fits and starts. One week it happened every day, but it hasn't happened for a while. Granted, there is a breeze in that room, but the manner in which it happens strikes one as odd sometimes. Also, we have both seen a white figure in a long dress, and perhaps a veil, always in the hallway into our place, or in the doorway of the dining room. It is a peripheral vision thing, which leaves one looked at directly. I've seen it standing in the door several times, and I saw it seemingly walk down the hall once. It kind of bounced up and down like a person would were they walking. Mike tells me he usually sees it moving past the door, either coming into or exiting the apartment, and he has used the words wedding dress to describe its clothing. I didn't get that detailed a look, but I've definitely seen the shape. Visitors have seen a similar shape, but hesitate to call it a ghost. Lastly, and this is not so much an experience as a creepy coincidence, when first repainting the place, we decided to do the kitchen in blue and white. I proposed that we paint only the panels on the kitchen doors blue. We haven't done this yet, which both of us thought was a good idea. Later, when exploring the basement for the first time, I found an ancient door of the same style as our other doors, removed from the hinges, and brought downstairs years before. It seems to be the one door from our apartment, which has been taken off the hinges, the kitchen door, and the panels painted years ago, in cracked blue paint. Yesterday, my husband and I toured the Whaley House in San Diego. I think I may have been present to a supernatural occurrence of sorts, but I wanted to ask you about it. Initially, I started out on the first floor, not part of the tour, and I felt a markedly weird sensation in front of the dining area that I can only describe as having a sinking feeling that bordered on nausea. I felt fine walking around Old Town and coming into the house. I hung out in the dining room area for like 10 minutes thinking what I was feeling was so unusual, and it dissipated. I felt fine again, so I looked around the rest of the house and felt okay, until I came to the first upstairs bedroom, directly right of the stairs. I again felt that same feeling, and I stood there, just looking about the room, and that is when I think I saw something in one of the mirrors, the mirror closest to the hall. It looked as though thin white smoke was being reflected into the mirror, as though someone was standing next to the mirror with a lit cigarette. I can only describe what I saw as smoke, because it curled. I also smelled a very faint smell of cologne that reminded me of violet water. I made sure it was not me, since I was the only person in that area, and it wasn't. It seemed to blow in through the saddled wooden partition. I was a little weirded out, because I was in disbelief at what I thought to be witnessing, so I called to my husband downstairs to come up. I didn't want to cause a stir, because I was unsure what this was. I even saw the presence of a shadow behind my back, in the corner of my eye. I walked back to the area in front of the room, and looked back into the mirror to make sure that it wasn't a reflection of something outside, like a passing vehicle, but I no longer saw the smoke. I really didn't want to tell anyone about the incident, because I would have winded up scaring everybody, including myself. I've been thinking about it ever since, and been trying to find a logical explanation for it. I've always been very interested in the subjects of ghosts and the paranormal, but never thought I would have a direct experience with them. Although I'm currently part of a theater group that is renovating an old theater, and we definitely have some spectral energy in the place, but that's another story. This story is about the first time I had something strange happen to me. I'm originally from a small island off the coast of Italy. The community dates back to 700 BC, so you can imagine they have their fair share of ghost stories. I was 15 and staying at my aunt's house with my sister. Our grandmother had died 3 years before, and as part of our week-long stay, we went to visit her grave. The experience was unsettling to say the least, and I think I was most affected emotionally by the visit. Trying to remember a woman who I love very much now, reduced to nothing but a picture in writing on marble mausoleum. Although it was a very hot and humid summer day, the cemetery seemed to have an unsettling chill about it, and I couldn't wait to get out of there. However, anyone who is Italian or knows of Italian cemetery visits is that they are family events that take a long time. Feeling very sentimental and depressed and somewhat bored, I couldn't help but look around and read more grave sites. With each name and picture that I saw, I thought more about the people behind them, their lives, and who they have been. The atmosphere seemed more oppressive, and I started seeing flashes out of the corner of my eyes. Nothing definite, but it was almost as if something had passed in front of me very quickly, and the experience left me somewhat disturbed. We left not long after, much to my relief, but still with this heavy, depressed feeling. Later on that night, I had fallen into a deep sleep, but was awakened at 3 in the morning by a male and female voice arguing. I was very groggy, but I immediately thought the voices were strange, because they didn't sound like they were coming from anywhere, in particular at least. They sounded as if they were right in my ears. The room I shared with my sister was directly over a busy main street, and being a summer resort, there is always some activity going on. However, the street this night was totally quiet, with no one in sight. The voices continued to argue in Italian, and though I spoke it, I couldn't make out what they were saying. Also, the intensity of the voices didn't change as I moved around the room. They always seemed to be in my ears, and were continuing to grow in intensity. At this point, I thought it was my cousin and her husband who were arguing from their bedroom. They shared the room with their 2 small children, and I thought what could be so important to be arguing at this hour of night, and why weren't their children reacting? I decided to investigate. As I slowly opened the door, the voices suddenly stopped. Not a cutoff in conversation or a conclusion, but as if someone had switched off a radio. I walked to the room and found the whole family sound asleep. I returned to the room dumbfounded, but found the room was very cold. The day had been extremely hot, and the night had not let up, and I was just in the room a minute before. But I knew the temperature had gone down at least 10 degrees. It was then I felt the same heaviness that I had experienced at the cemetery, and a large chill moved right through me. Almost immediately, the room returned to its original temperature. During this whole experience, my sister was asleep next to me, and when I asked her about hearing anything during the night, she thought I was crazy. To this day, I'm not sure what I heard and felt that night. However, I spent many nights in that room over the years and never had a similar experience. Did I touch something or someone? And did they follow me back from the cemetery? I don't know. I moved into the neighborhood that I live in at the age of 12. I'm 20 now. Ever since I moved in here, I was told of the woods and the strange things that went on in it. Sounds of drums, voices, screams, etc. Needless to say, the woods is creepy, so creepy that I refuse to go there at night. Let me explain. The woods consist of two sections, the front and the back. It's the back part that scares the bejesus out of me. In '98, a girl was killed in the front part of the woods, where she was raped and left for dead in the cold next to the old tractor. A tractor that had been rotting there for at least 30 years. Well, since the girl was killed, there have been some violent storms that have taken their toll on the trees surrounding the area of the death. My friend and I would go to the spot every now and again, until that night. I had a girlfriend at the time that lived on the road across the woods, so to get to her house, you could take the short way, which was through the woods, past the spot where the girl was killed. I'd walk my girl home, and I was returning through the woods, when I felt a sudden cold draft. Now mind you, this is the end of summer, so there was no logical explanation to see my breath during this time of year. I then turned to look over at the tractor, and I felt an overwhelming sense of depression and sorrow that made me feel sick to my stomach. I started to walk towards the tractor, and I could have sworn I heard the crying of a girl's voice say, "Run away." At this point, I started to pick my feet up and walk a little faster, when I noticed a little girl standing from a distance behind the tractor. She didn't look to be more than 6 years old, and looked about as solid and real as anybody I'd ever seen. I froze in sheer terror, knowing that there would be no way that a 6-year-old girl would wander off into the woods unsupervised and by herself, especially knowing the history of these woods. As I got closer to the girl, she ran further away and behind some trees, where she ultimately disappeared. It was not long after that I hightailed my butt back to the house as fast as I could. The next day I told my friend about what happened, so from then on, he walked with me each time I dropped my girlfriend off, hoping to hear or see something. It never happened to me again, but months later, I was talking to a friend who still hung out in the woods, and he told me he was sitting on one of the fallen trees, and he heard a girl crying. He said it startled him, so he went to go and leave. Just as he got up, he heard a louder voice say why. He said he felt depressed, and ran the rest of the way out of the woods. The woods has had a lot of strange things happen to it, like fires that start and go out by themselves, houses adjacent to the woods that have their backyards vandalized, and the sounds of someone knocking on the back doors. Interestingly enough, I found out that there was a forgotten cemetery somewhere back in the woods that had been neglected for years. I don't know what kind of paranormal energies take place in these woods, but I don't want to discover more of it. My parents still live in the same house I grew up in with my older sister. My experiences with ghosts began at about age 8. One night, I'd just gotten into bed and was waiting for my dad to come tuck me in. The lights were still on, and the whole family were upstairs. I wasn't alone or anything. I was wearing a nightgown. Suddenly,
I felt two hands run quickly underneath my nightgown, up my legs, and over my body. I screamed bloody murder, and my parents came running in. I don't remember if they believed me, but I never slept in that room again. I traded rooms with my sister. Once she had begun sleeping in that room, she would tell us in the morning that someone would sit on the bed and say her name while they rubbed her head. But she never opened her eyes during these encounters. A few years later, I was getting my dad and I some ice cream in the kitchen. There was a new big bag of candy on the counter in front of me. Suddenly, it flew across the counter. I ran and told everyone. They believed me when they saw the candy on the other counter. Another time stayed home sick from school. I was lying in bed watching TV, and I kept hearing what sounded like marbles being dropped in the attic right above my bedroom. I was so scared, I called my mom, and she sent her friend over to stay with me. To this day, the TV in our kitchen turns on and off by itself. My aunt reported hearing music being played in her family room when everyone else was outside. Last weekend, my family gave me a bridal shower at my parents' house. When I got the pictures back, almost all of the pictures have orbs in them. I could not believe it. Whoever it is still there and still trying to be a part of us. It was my first time going to the Gettysburg War site. First, we visited their museum and looked at old clothing and war supplies. Then it was time for the tour of the battle site. It started off regularly, the guide showing us all the memorials and explaining this and that. Then it was time to get out of the car and look out over a field where a charge was made. It was a nice view stretching out before us, and behind us was a slope with a grove of trees to the right. While the guide talked, I noticed sounds of what seemed like a great number of people yelling and screaming down the slope, nearer in the grove of the trees. It was quiet at first, but it got louder, then quiet again. Even the tour guide stopped for a moment to question what those sounds were, and I even asked the guide if there was a reenactment going on down there. He just looked at me confused and said no. Perplexed, I asked if he had ever heard those sounds before while giving tours, and told us that this was the first time he had heard such distinct sounds that sounded like battle cries. There was even a moment where I was standing there, and I could have sworn I saw an extremely faded apparition run across the field for a second, then completely dissolve. Somehow I was the only one who saw this apparition. We then moved on, and as we walked back to the car, I asked my mom later about it. She thinks it was where the Confederate soldiers mustered up their courage by screaming war cries before they went to battle. I've been trying to find stories similar to mine ever since, but I've found none. My name is John, and I've been a Civil War reenactor for about 4 years now, attending living history events and reenactments throughout the mid-Atlantic states. I'd like to tell you about an experience that my reenacting group had at Antietam National Battlefield, Maryland. My company, Company G, 96 Pennsylvania Volunteers, annually has a living history event at this famed Civil War battlefield. It was here that in September of 1862, one day's casualties amounted to 23,000, more killed, wounded, or missing in one day than the casualties in America's previous wars combined. At one point during the battle, one American was injured with every second ticked by. I'd like to note that this was the ground upon which we were camping on. To continue my story, we traditionally take a walk into the battlefield to a small lane known as the Sunken Road. Here, Confederates hunkered down on a road that had been worn down by years of wagon travel, holding off wave after wave of heroic Union soldiers advancing upon them. Eventually, the Union forces swarmed over the Confederates' right flank and fired into the rebels from down the road, driving them off. This is where we annually took a midnight tour, hoping to catch a glimpse of energy left from 1862. Please note that even though the park closes around 10 p.m., the rangers often allow us reenactors to walk around. This is because if we found anyone defacing a monument or even shifting a pebble, that person will be praying for a ranger to come by and save him. So this night, about a dozen of us strolled down the sunken road and eventually came upon a monument located in about the center of the lane's length. We sat down along the banks of the road to relax and take in the atmosphere. About 20 minutes passed with silence and a few pictures taken here and there of us around the monument. Soon, 4 of us, myself included, chose to walk the remaining distance of the road to an observation tower, climb it, take a few snapshots, then head back. So we decided to walk down to the tower, ascend a few flights of stairs, and took a look around. Meanwhile, back at the monument, our captain decided that everyone had better get back to camp, so he sent 2 men to go retrieve us from the tower. No sooner had those 2 begun to walk down the road, when the remaining few men heard shoes and heel plates, horseshoe-like plates we wear on our leather shoes, on the gravel and earth down the road. First 2 pair, then 4 pair, then 6, and so on. Equipment could be heard rustling around on the body: knapsacks, canteens, cartridge boxes. If anyone knows what it sounds like to have men marching on a dirty road with full gear on, it's us. The sounds continually crescendoed until one man sat up, looked down the road, and stirred the other men to listen. Just as they began to sit up and peer into the darkness down the road, the sounds faded away just as quickly as they came in. Another man jumped up, went down the road and looked over the fences and banks, only to find weeds and small shrubs. He figured that if this was some sort of ghost regiment, it may have followed those 2 men who had begun to walk down the road to the tower to fetch us. I also had another story I experienced firsthand during a sleepless night in an old gun mill. We also used to have an annual event at Jacobsburg State Park, Pennsylvania. On the land is the Henry Homestead, including a mansion and a house whose basement was the gun mill. The house now is a museum to the Henrys, and the mill below it is open to see the machinery and processes of old-time gun making. The history of the homestead dates back to the Flintlocks. Our event took place very near the homestead, and since it was going to be extremely chilly that night, the caretakers were kind enough to allow us to sleep in the house that night. Little did I know about the death that occurred in the house long ago. A young girl had contracted a contagious disease, one of those terrible, yet common diseases of the old days. She had died, and since it was thought that her illness could be contracted even though she was dead, the viewing of her body was not a traditional one. Her body was placed on a large windowsill inside the house, of a window outlet that protruded onto the front porch. This way, the viewers could stay out on the front porch and peer in through the windows to see her on the windowsill. Of course, nowadays, ghost stories fill the house. So now it was time to go to bed. You could say, more like hit the hardwood floor. Of course, the lucky guy I am, I got a spot directly to the large window and the windowsill. I laid there half the night, listening to each hour tick away on the clock in the next room. Eventually, I had enough, so I moved to a spot further away from the sill. I laid there for some time, and then heard something. The noise was coming from, it sounded like the downstairs. The best description I can give is that it sounded like an older lady mourning, or crying, possibly over the recent death of her daughter. It was not the house settling or creaking, as it continued for what seemed like years. Okay, well, maybe a few minutes. My house also creaks a lot, and it sounded like nothing I had ever heard before. Scared out of my wits, I frantically tapped on the leg of my first sergeant, laying just a few feet away from me. He awoke, and I told him to listen. He heard the sound too, but not even wanting to ponder over it, he nervously said, "Wonder what that was," and quickly laid back down. The sound soon died off, no pun intended. Sleep was pretty much out of the question now, so I laid there another hour or so until I heard something else. This one is easy to describe. Imagine being outside, and two other people are far away from you having a conversation. You can make out murmurs in tones and voice, but not individual words, almost like being underwater and someone is talking above surface. That's what I heard, only it seemed to be between a lady and a child, probably a young boy. Again, the sounds came from below the floor in the basement. These didn't last as long, possibly because God answered my prayers for them to stop. That night, I heard every single hour chime by, and every minute crawl past, every second tick by on the clock. Needless to say, the next morning, I wasn't a happy camper. Hope you enjoyed my stories, and yes, they're true. I told them just as I know them. Have a good one. I was in an infantry company in Germany back in 1989 to 1991. We used what is called a Bradley fighting vehicle. It weighs about 51,000 pounds and looks like a tank. We were doing live fire exercises at night, and we finished about 2 a.m. I was driving a Bradley in a convoy of about 10 other Bradleys, returning to the motor pool. The drivers used a large night vision scopes to see by. It's like watching green TV, and the Bradley commanders use that one that attaches to their helmets. While driving, a commander is to stand on his seat so that half of his body is outside of the vehicle, so that he'll have a better view of the surroundings. At about 3 a.m., I saw a man standing by the dirt road we were traveling on. I figured he was one of the German range patrolmen, and that he was just waiting for us to pass. Right after the Bradley in front of me passed, this man walked right out into the dust of that Bradley. I hit the brakes to avoid hitting him. At the exact moment, my commander said watch out, but it was already too late. I knew I must have hit him. I didn't even see him come out on either side. My commander then asked me if I'd seen a man walk out in front of us too. I said yes, and then he said that he had too. But when he turned around to check for a body, there wasn't one anywhere on the road. This dirt road was about 50 feet across, and when we returned to the motor pool, we took a flashlight and checked the whole front end and found nothing. No blood, no piece of clothing. There was nothing. My name is Heather, and I live in Omaha, Nebraska. I've only seen a few ghosts or spirits in my life. Sometimes I do get the chills though, like someone or something is nearby. The first spirit I saw was when I was younger, about 13 years. My mother told me to go into our basement to get some candles, which wasn't unusual. We spent a lot of time in the basement, playing slot cars and electric trains, and my dad has a workshop down there for models. As I fetched the candles, I felt watched. I scampered back upstairs, startled and panicked, and told myself not to be so silly. I give Mom the candles. I don't remember why she needed them, and felt the nagging, watching feeling again. I opened the basement door, and a round, green-white light was bobbing slowly up the steps, I think about 3 to 4 feet off of the ground. I grabbed my jacket and ran outside to my grandma's house down the hill. I never saw it again, whatever it was, and everyone laughed at me for it, but I remember it clearly. It was green and glowing with a soft white light. Mom laughed and said it must have been a glow-in-the-dark Halloween candy bucket from the size and color, but she couldn't explain how it was floating. My house is quite old, about 80 years, and nothing like this has ever happened again. We're the third family living there, and nothing violent ever goes on. I still get the odd feeling, but it's never been strong enough to make me panic again. The second spirit I saw really floored me. I was 14 and was riding my bike around town, since it was a nice summer day, and I ended up on 2nd and 22 in Q, about 3 miles from my house. There's nothing there but cheap houses, and it's not a bad neighborhood, but it's not the richest in the world, but it's not a cheap, run-down area. Just relaxed, second-hand. Nothing violent ever happened there before. It's become a run-down area now, and there was no graveyard or ancient Indian burial ground or anything that I or anyone else knows of. I wanted to go to Dairy Queen on 24th and Q, and I was behind it. As I came to 22nd, I saw a flat field where I knew there should be houses. It was filled with what I can now describe as short, rectangular tombstones. I saw a woman standing there, dressed all in browns and earth tones. I couldn't even see her face or hands. She had a headscarf on, and her hands were held in front of her, covered by her sleeves. I think she had on brown shoes, but I don't really remember her having feet or not. I'm inclined to think not. I asked her what this was, but she didn't answer. I turned back to the graves, which had vanished and replaced with the things that should have been there. Streets, houses, sidewalks, trees. I turned back to the lady, and she was gone. I had a very chilly, uneasy feeling, and a few dead leaves fluttered by. I rode away, as fast as I could. I once saw a strange figure in the mirror, a girl my age, 13, but with dark brown hair, with thin bangs, and braids past the bottom of the mirror frame. She just startled me, but caused me no harm. The last one I saw left me breathless and thrilled. I was staring out the window to our front window when I thought I saw something in the clouds. It couldn't have been lightning because it wasn't fast enough. It resembled very slow lightning. It was white and long and crooked. I got up and tried to stare out by the light. It was at a bad angle, so I stood up and walked to the front door. As I peered out the glass, I saw a flash of lightning and a giant pair of silvery white eyes, rimmed with blue, which then vanished in a flush. The outside of the window was covered with condensation, like breath, which smelled really sweet, like milk. I wiped it away. I've come to the conclusion that the first 3 were just random encounters, but the last one was a kind spirit, one that was looking in on me. I haven't seen anything so clearly after age 15, but sometimes I see holes in my vision, weird things. After rubbing my eyes and refocusing, they're gone. And sometimes I can hear odd noises and voices no one else can. I don't think I'm psychic or anything, but I do think I'm a little more sensitive than the people around me. I know, you may not believe this, but it happened. It's true. Thank you.
The following ghost story is really my mother's story. She passed away in January of 2000, and I've been intending to tell it for some time. While we never did actually live at the Fort Bridger Historic Site, I did basically grow up there. We lived just across the street, and the site was my playground and home away from home. My parents, and later my sister and I, beginning about the age of 5, were involved for a great many years in their living history program. My whole family has always been aware of the various hauntings at the site, and pretty much accepted them, with one exception. One night, when I was about 11 or 12, Mom came home, wet up to her hips, and very frightened. She had been working late at the museum, and took the North Parade Ground path and North Bridge across the stream, basically the long way, on her way home, intending to check the officers' rows buildings on the way home. As she was crossing the bridge, she heard the splashing sounds in the stream and what sounded like a young child crying for help. She waded into the shallow stream, vainly in search of what she was certain was a little boy drowning. She was never able to get close to the sound, and without a flashlight, found it impossible to locate him. Unable to find the child, she ran back to the museum to get a flashlight and get the curator who lived in the back apartment. When they returned to the stream, there were no longer any sounds to be heard. For more than an hour, they searched up and down the stream, both on and off the site grounds, before giving up. At locations at both ends of the stream, there are fences in the water, which would have caught anything had there been anything to catch. Needless to say, Mom was very upset. For years after that, she refused to cross the grounds alone at night. One night, about 10 years later though, she found herself crossing the bridge alone again, and once more heard the splashing and yelling. Again, she searched the stream. This time she did it alone and had a flashlight. That's when she noticed the presence of a young child struggling to stay above the water. The child didn't look solid, was completely faded, and disappeared before she could get any closer. In 1995, I had graduated from college and was working my first job as an archaeologist for the Historic Association on the excavation of the original fur trading post as the de facto resident archaeologist. My partner and I found ourselves working all over the site, and were doing some research on the location and design of the post hospital, which is now gone. In going through microfilm copies of the post surgeon's records, we found a log and death certificate of an 8-year-old boy who had drowned in that section of the stream at night in the summer of 1873. As far as I know, Mom is the only one that ever heard his cries for help, almost exactly 100 years too late, as far as I can tell, though I'm not exactly certain of the dates on which Mom heard them. Hello, my name is Isabel. I have a few experience with spirits, Ouija boards, and unexplained happenings. This one experience happened while I was living on Bank Street in Ottawa. It was a co-op building, and it was my first apartment. It was an eerie looking building. A lot of people who didn't have much money lived there. I was on the 15th floor. It was apartment 1510. I didn't sleep there much, once I had found a girlfriend. I remember I would always sleep on the couch in the living room. I was always too afraid to go into the bedroom, and even while I was asleep on the couch, I would wake up feeling as though someone was watching me. Someone was hanging over me. I felt this presence almost every night, especially right beside the couch. You would be sitting there watching TV, or just relaxing, and you would feel as though someone was standing over you. I've had company tell me about it. I thought I was paranoid, or just scared of being alone in the apartment, but it wasn't just me. Right before my year lease ended, I had a friend move in with me for the last 2 months. Her mother was gifted. She was able to read tarot cards, leave her body, and visit other places, read the crystal ball. In many ways, she was psychic. She was also a strong believer in God. Natalie, the friend that I had move in with me, told me what she felt was a presence as well, the same things I felt. I remember when I was living alone, I would leave for work and come home at night. Everything that was around the tub would be inside of the tub. The shampoo bottles, soap, and stopper for the tub would be neatly placed in the center of the tub, still standing. I thought it might be my cats, but when it happened on more than one occasion, I started to get freaked out. I remember going to the bathroom, and Natalie was in the living room. I was talking to her, and there was a book on the side of the tub. There was no reason for it to fall because of the way that it was placed. It fell at my feet as though someone had knocked it over. There was a presence in that area, nowhere else. Another experience happened while my roommate and I were at work. Manon was very skeptical about all that went on in the apartment, and didn't believe anything that Natalie or I said. I gave her the keys to my apartment, and told her that we would meet at my apartment after Natalie and I finished work to have drinks. She was putting the beer in the fridge, and she said that she was worried about not getting a job offer that was available where she was working. She didn't even remember what I had told her about the apartment. She said she was putting away the beer when she heard something slide across the bathroom floor. It was an empty plastic container. She said she seen in there when she came in, but when she heard something slide across the floor, she remembered. She looked towards the bathroom, and there it was, still sliding by itself,
across the room. She was so freaked that when Natalie and I got back from work, Manon was standing outside my apartment door. She told me what happened, and she believed me. She couldn't leave because she left in such a hurry that she forgot her keys and my keys. She was too afraid to go back in the apartment alone. She waited for an hour or so for us to get back. Natalie and I were in the apartment one night. I only had one bed, and the couch was too small for her, so she slept in my bed. It was only temporary. I heard something in the room. I was half asleep and asked Natalie if she was changing into her PJs, because that's what it sounded like. You know, the sound of someone taking off their clothes? That kind of brushing sound? Well, that is what I heard, but I couldn't see a thing. And Natalie said no. She kicked me and said she was right beside me and never moved. She asked me if I heard something too. She said that she heard some sort of ticking sound right beside her, as though someone was tapping their fingers on the wall impatiently. We felt such a strong presence that we left the apartment at 3:30 and slept at our friend's house. We were so freaked out we couldn't stay. We asked the spirits to leave, but the more stern my voice was, the more angry the presence became. It made us so uncomfortable that we left. Natalie asked her mother to come and chase them away. There were 3 spirits in my apartment. 2 were black spirits, very evil, and one was of an old man who had died of a heart attack. He was a short old man. I saw him once. He was sneaking into the bedroom while I was watching TV. I was afraid of him because it was a ghost, but Natalie's mom said that he was a very friendly ghost and quite funny. She said that he protected us from the 2 evil ones. She chased him out too, but he found a way back in. Diane is Natalie's mother's name. She told us the spirits were gone, but we still felt a presence. She finally told us that the old man would not leave. She was blessing the room and putting holy water in the shape of a cross towards him, and he was mocking her. She found it funny and knew that he was not a bad spirit. I let him stay. I would say hello to him when I got in from work and asked him not to ever let me see him. I never really seen him, but I did see a short shadow walk in the hallway and sneak into the bedroom. I told Natalie, and her mother said that he was very short, and it probably was him that I saw. It was a scary experience, and I hope to God to never have any more. I've had many others while I was living on the farm, outside of Copistan. Had experiences with the Ouija with some old friends. So many creepy things that I wish never happened. It's crazy how spirits can just roam wherever they please. Kinda scary even in broad daylight, don't you think? Always a skeptic, I scoffed at those who actually believed that anyone could make contact with the deceased. Neither am I particularly religious by nature, although I can accept that our spirits are distinctly separate from our physical bodies. So when we die, demised, our spirits must move on somewhere. Heaven and hell seem as good as any other names for those locations, but never, so I thought, could those spirits return to Earth. Even with the passing of 3 years, I can still vividly recall every detail that soundly changed my opinion forever. It was the late winter, early spring of 1998. My wife, soon to be known as my ex-wife, owned a home in Seattle, Washington. This home was located in a newly constructed neighborhood in which all of the residences were young urban professional, first-time homeowners. We were no exception. Seattle is, and has been for a number of years, a rapidly developing city. Therefore, housing is difficult to come by. We were thrilled to purchase this place, even before construction began. We bought a plot of dirt on which a home was to be erected, just all of our neighbors did. For clarity's sake, the houses were not built upon any ancient Native American burial grounds, pioneer graveyards, or anything of the like. The neighborhood certainly wasn't haunted, nor was our house. There was no prior history of the area where the houses are now to attribute any negative or evil energy to, and, as I've stated, the houses themselves certainly had no history, as we were the first owners. We had owned our home since the spring of 1994 and had experienced nothing out of the ordinary during our occupancy. Nothing occurred to set us apart from any other home in our neighborhood. Nothing, that is, except a failing marriage. We had married too young and were still quite young. We had not taken the time to really get to know one another prior to our marriage, and had discovered too late that we didn't really like one another. Coupled with the pressures of long work hours and an effort to amass material belongings rapidly enough to stay ahead of our neighbors, and well, I think you can all see where this is headed. It had become increasingly obvious to me that our marriage would simply not endure. By the beginning of 1998, our relationship had deteriorated to nightly arguments and useless consoling sessions. We both wanted out, but we had not fully accepted the idea. One late winter evening, in a rare moment of truce, my wife, her sister, and I were just settling into the den to watch a video we had rented. The tension was finally beginning to settle in the air from the disagreement we had prior to her sister's arrival to the house that evening. My wife was seated at the end of the sofa, her sister in a chair next to her. I settled in from the far end of the sofa, near the patio door. I made a point to position myself as far away from my wife as possible, leaving a full empty center section on the sofa. As I was just about to push play on the VCR remote to begin the video, a strange dark feeling suddenly swept over me. My attention was immediately drawn to the patio door on my left. I sensed something. It demanded my acknowledgement. As I stared towards the door for a few mere seconds, I saw the heavy curtains rustle momentarily. Of course, the door was completely sealed airtight for the winter season. No breeze could even so much as seep through the economically sound weather stripping around that door. I knew that something was wrong. Moments later, I knew that something was terribly wrong. My estimate is that of 15 seconds passing since I first noticed the rustling of the curtains. Then suddenly, I felt and heard a swoosh of extremely cold hair around my face. It began from the area of the curtains and swept across my face from left to right. It stopped briefly in my right ear, and I heard a male voice distinctly whispering in my ear. The voice spoke rapidly, and I could not discern any words of the message. An instant later, I felt the presence move quickly away from my face and settle on the sofa in the empty space between my wife and I. I was stunned to say the least, and sat motionless for at least a minute or two. My rational mind was grasping, trying to determine what was happening to me. The presence was definitely not one of comfort, rather one of malevolence. As I sat in silence, mind racing, my wife calmly looked in my direction and stated, "Do you feel him?" As if her recognition made it all the more real, I jumped off of the sofa and took several quick steps away. As I shared what just happened to me with the others in the room, my wife's sister and I became increasingly agitated and anxious. All the while my wife remained calm, stating that she did indeed sense a male presence, but did not find it all that upsetting. Curiously, her sister did not sense anything. The room seemed to be as clear as I spoke, and as soon was void of anything other than the 3 humans occupying it. Several days passed, and once again, everything seemed ordinary. We returned to our usual of petty arguments, which sometimes culminated into my opting to sleep in the spare bedroom. On one occasion, I recall waking from a sound sleep at around 4 a.m. to find my wife on her knees near the bed in the spare room where I was sleeping. She was simply sitting there, hovering over me and staring directly into my face. Her eyes seemed to gloss over, and she had a very menacing look. When I spoke to her, breaking the silence, along with the glossy look in her eyes, she simply stood up and walked back into the master bedroom. I followed only to watch her return directly to bed in peaceful slumber. Several more days passed. Things really seemed to be coming to a head. We had canceled our previous 2 marriage counseling sessions, and I began to make plans to leave the home. I had already begun searching for an apartment. One of the last nights that we shared a bed, I recall my wife waking me in the middle of the night. She was visibly shaken. This was quite rare, as most of the strange occurrences that were happening seemed to favor her. On this night, she stated that she had woken to find a dark, menacing figure standing near the foot of our bed. She described the figure as a mid-40ish male, with black hair slicked back in 1950s fashion. He had dark eyes and a cold, chiseled face. She further described him as wearing a dark sweater and jeans, and noticed that his body seemed to end near mid-leg, giving him the appearance of floating a few feet above the floor. The man did not speak to her, but she had an overall feeling that he was there on my behalf, that he was somehow connected to me. Although he wasn't overly protective of me, she did get the impression that he meant to scare her and would harm her if he chose to do so. His entire demeanor, according to her, was extremely threatening. At last, the final days of our relationship approached. I was at the house one eve, packing some of my things for my planned move. My soon-to-be ex-wife was on the phone in the kitchen with a friend, undoubtedly expressing her low opinion of me. As I went upstairs to retrieve some clothing and other articles from the master bedroom, I felt quite uneasy. I even felt that I preferred to have my wife up there with me, rather than be alone. I simply tried to shrug off the feeling and return to the task at hand, telling myself that I would soon be away from the house of negativity. I returned to packing up my personal items. My back was positioned to the doorway of the bedroom, yet I sensed movement in the hallway just beyond the door. I turned slightly and glimpsed at something from the corner of my vision. I was convinced that I saw someone walk into the spare bedroom across the hall. I felt it must be my wife, and therefore called out to her. When I received no response, I went into the hallway and called out to her again. From where I was positioned in the hallway near the top of the stairs, I could hear my wife below me in the kitchen still engaged in her phone conversation. I turned and walked into the spare bedroom to investigate the shadow I had witnessed enter that room. As I stopped into the room, I knew instantly that I made a very bad decision. The room was freezing cold, and immediately upon my entry, I felt assaulted by an unfriendly presence. I looked around the room and could see absolutely no one or anything out of the ordinary, but I could definitely feel it. My attention was drawn to a crawlspace entrance in the far corner of the room. I stared at the door to the crawlspace for several seconds. Then my attention moved rapidly to the closet door. My eyes remained fixed in a straight line as they moved from the crawlspace to the closet. I felt as if I'd just witnessed something dart across the room without actually seeing it. I slowly walked to the closet door and opened it. Just as I had the door partially opened, I felt a blast of cold air, so cold that it seemed to take my breath. Then, I realized that in fact, my breath was being taken. I felt as if someone was literally sucking the air from my lungs. I could feel pressure on my chest and mid-back at once, as if being pushed by unseen hands from both the front and back. This feeling was extremely physical and not imaginative. I literally could not catch my breath. I finally gathered my wits and ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. I slept very uneasily for a mere 3 more nights in that house before I finally moved out forever. My wife and I separated and then divorced several months later. I have no real explanation of what happened in the final months that we owned that home, other than to say that the negativity that we shared between us seemed to attract other negative energy. I've lived in several locations since moving away from that home, and have never experienced anything like that since. I would caution anyone reading this to ensure that you keep your home a safe haven. I've since learned to treat any residence that I occupy with due respect. Even though I'm no great follower of spiritual beliefs, I do occasionally clear my home with affirmations and smudge sticks, just to be on the safe side, and never, I hope, will I again to be party to opening myself up unwillingly as a portal of negative energy. In early March last year, My husband and I had the most terrifying night of our lives. Avid campers, we had never been scared sleeping out in the middle of nowhere in our tent. We went to a campground called Weldon Springs in Illinois, about 45 miles from our home. We stayed at the backpacking area, which at that time of year is isolated except for a few deer and birds. I felt fear the minute we walked into our spot. We had camped in that spot several times before, with no weird occurrences. I felt like we were being watched. I tried to pass it off as dead trees and grass, and a lack of other people around. By evening, sitting around the fire, I was scared. Our friend came along to stay with us, had a sleeping bag with him, ready to camp. Oddly, he decided not to stay. When we got settled in our tent, hell broke loose. We laid there a minute, and I heard an odd stomping noise in the trail leading to our site. It got louder, like it was getting closer. I asked my husband after we discussed it ourselves, and he said he felt an evil presence there. Even though we were absolutely terrified, I told him to take a peek outside the tent, just so we could ease our minds about the situation and prevent our imagination from running wild. This was a terrible mistake. He told me when he looked out that he saw the ghost of a hunter with red eyes staring right at him, and then he floated off into the woods and then disappeared. It didn't last very long, but he could still tell that the man was wearing hunting gear from a different era. It definitely didn't look like the attire you would see today, according to him. He told me that the clothes that he wore looked a lot like the people in the Wild West would wear in the 19th century. My husband even said that it looked as if he didn't want to be seen, like he had the look of pure shock on his face. In a way, I wish I had seen it myself, but I know I wouldn't have been able to handle that. We know that there was something strange out there that night, and we'll never forget it. There's this camp that I know of. It's referred to as Camp Connecticut, and it's a rundown camp. It's called the Run Camp because of its deadly history, where a group of men were once gathered, said to be a cult, and eventually the town had exiled them and were forced to stay at this camp outside of town. When abandoned, the caretaker's daughter was found brutally murdered in the camp, and all members of the camp denied any knowledge or participation in the murder. Whenever I go back to the camp, I've always experienced unsettling events that could be tied to the events just described. Experiences included voices. For example, a young girl screaming, which we thought could have been the young murdered girl. We have seen figures pass among the trees while walking through the narrow paths along the woods. In pictures that I have seen, there are many orbs near the main gate and near the large sign within the camp. Examinations shown not to be a photo error or bad development. There was also this insane experience that my brother's best friend and his friends had. He happened to take a trip here, and while walking the main entrance pathway, he came across a man standing there in all white clothing. They called to him, and there was no response, so they turned to go the other way, and when they did, this presence in the white was standing right in front of them, with eyes that were completely black. As they turned and ran, it seemed as if the presence began to run after them. Anyway, as they got close to the main gate, they turned, and there was no one behind them at the time. They stopped again for a second, and turned back to look behind them again. They recall that about 5 apparitions, all in white, were standing right next to each other, and then they disappeared. It was as if they were letting them know that there were more of these ghosts. They then walked back to the car and drove away. This place is very freaky to even just look at the main gate. I get scared every time I go. I will send our photos as soon as I get my scanner up and running. Thank you. I've been tempted to write about what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this outside the house when I was a child, and my mother only told guests about her visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the home in 1974, when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night, after she had sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child, that my sister must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house, and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister and younger brother, when we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this, but my mom did, but I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under our hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that this was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all. My younger sister and I would also go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this at the time. I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and was safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents didn't lay any ground rules down for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night, watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her, should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was seeing things, or that I was just really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed to have seen on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I wasn't a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating, "The little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire." That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" and my grandmother said, clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke my mom up because we did not know what to do. My grandma ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on our porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up, and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some more done. I was scraping the walls, and had been doing so for about an hour, when I heard a funny noise that sounded like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly, I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I do not know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front steps and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would continue to hear things in that house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born in the early 1920s. Our house had been burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, had been converted to a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing, please don't think I'm nuts, but I've not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice is that whatever was in the house is not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. I have no idea why. This was also something I thought that was so weird. The little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman was only spotted downstairs once. A neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but had just called her that because it seemed right. Hi, I just thought I'd write to you guys to tell you what happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. I'm from northwest England, in a county called Cheshire. I was staying with my father in a small village called Wrenbury. He used to live in a large country house that has been around for many years. I think, but I'm not certain, that the house is in Victorian. I was staying for the weekend. The house does look spooky, but I never felt any kind of presence there until Sunday afternoon when my father popped out to the local store. He was only gone for about 15 minutes. It was about 9:30 p.m., and I decided that I needed the toilet. There was a downstairs toilet, but that was full of boxes and tools, so I had to go upstairs. I walked upstairs and went to the toilet. After flushing the loo, as the noise from the loo had gone, and I was washing my hands, I heard the sound of a baby crying and screaming. Sound was coming from a nearby bedroom. This scared me a lot because I knew there was nobody in the house, and it was not coming from the outside because the house is stuck in the middle of nowhere, just miles of farm fields around. I walked out of the toilet and headed towards the direction of the crying. As I opened the bedroom door, the sound flew past me, but no one was there. It was almost like the sound traveled through me. I was rooted to the spot with complete terror. I then turned to face the sound, which was now sounding like it was coming from one of the other bedrooms across the hall. I don't know why, but I headed to the other room. The crying baby was really, really loud, and I was sure that someone was hurting a baby. Looking back, maybe that's why I went to see. As I opened the door, I saw something I will never forget. There was a baby lying on the floor, but it didn't look right. Half of its body was stuck in the floor. I could see one of its legs pointing out, and a half of a face. It was wearing old-looking clothes. The sound of the baby was almost deafening, and it looked like someone was hurting it, but no one was there. This was all too much for me, and I ran downstairs and outside into the dark, and just waited for my father to return. I never told my dad anything. This is the first time I've ever told anyone. I thought I was going crazy, because I've never believed in ghosts before. My father no longer lives there now, but I did go back once when he was visiting an old friend that now lives there, but I never went up their stairs on my own again. Well, I just thought that maybe you would find that interesting. Nail me back if you wish. Hope you don't think I'm lying, because it was all very real to me. I'm 20 years old now, and I have access to the internet. I spend my time looking for other people who've had similar things happen to them. Thank you for reading. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen, and I was upstairs, when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure her that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet. But there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found the water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified, thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly, but pitifully. 2 of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children, dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing, and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night, and thought he saw someone standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed. She watched the image dissolve from the top, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved out. It was several years after we moved on from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them. When they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved with us because from time to time we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home.
When I was 4, my brother was born, and my parents moved him into the bedroom next to theirs. I was moved into my very own room, upstairs. My older sister occupied the room next to mine. It did not take me long to realize that there was something odd about this new room I was in. I would wake up in the night, chilled, with the overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. Sometimes, I caught fleeting glimpses of what looked like a shadow on one particular wall. When I mentioned the shadow to Mom, she attributed it to light play from the moon and other rational explanations. I tried very hard to believe her explanations and to make the shadow sightings go away, but I simply couldn't take the vision of a man in an overcoat, wearing a fedora. I could never actually see this man, just an outline, a shadow, but I knew he was there. I can't even say I felt threatened by this figure. I just felt watched and not alone. I suppose I should describe our family home. It is a large, Cape Cod-style home, built in the 1940s, just after the war. The family that built the home were obviously influenced by World War II, as was the world, I would think, and they built a secret room, which I would imagine was designed to hide the family if war ever broke out on home soil. This room was only accessible via a trapdoor in the kitchen floor, and it led to the secret room in the basement. My dad sealed this room off before I was born, although I know exactly where the trapdoor is. There is also a secret passageway that leads between the closets of the 2 upstairs rooms. This passageway has been sealed before my parents bought the home. This house was the second built on the foundation. The first was a farmhouse dating back to the late 1800s, which burnt when my mother was a child in the 1930s. The family that originally built the Cape Cod didn't live there long, and it became a rest home for the affluent elderly in the community for many years. My parents bought the home in 1954, and I was born 11 years later. There were other strange occurrences in the house in my younger years, such as doors opening and closing by themselves, and doors locking when there were no locks, and the piano playing by itself. But I'll fast forward to 1974, when my older sister got married. I took the opportunity to move into her larger room, and that is when the strangeness went into overdrive. I hadn't actually even moved completely into the room when the weirdness began. I'd moved my record player into the room, along with a student desk. I was showing the room to a friend one afternoon when the door slammed shut behind us. When we turned to look at the door, the shade in the opposite window flew off the hinges and landed at our feet in the middle of this room. We both screamed and ran to the door, only to find it locked, and there wasn't a lock on the door. We managed to finally get it open and run down the stairs. My friend would never even go into the room again, let alone spend the night with me. I didn't let it bother me, however, and moved the bed into the room and took up residence. The room always stayed incredibly cold, even in the heat of an Ohio summer. My dad installed triple the insulation into that room to try to help with the chill, but it remained downright cold. There were countless nights when I would awaken to knocking on the walls. Sometimes I would knock back, and it would knock back at me. When I told my parents about the knocking, my dad said it was a tree limb scraping the house. The knocking became so intense that he ended up cutting the tree down, but the knocking continued. My parents installed an intercom system into my room next to my bed,
so I could page them when the knocking started. Dad seemed convinced that it was the neighborhood boys throwing rocks at my window. It didn't sound like that though, and the knocking was coming from an inside wall, not an outside one. One afternoon, I was lying on the bed reading, and I got the overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I sat up on the bed and said out loud, "Stop it! There's no such thing as ghosts." And no sooner had I uttered the words, a figurine on a shelf began to wobble and then flew off the shelf and across to the bed, hitting me on the forehead. I slept on the sofa for a month after that. My family was even beginning to notice strange things happening by this time. The television would turn itself on and off, or alternatively increase the top volume, without anyone being in the room. Dad said we had a bum set and bought a new one, but it did the same. We had the wiring replaced, but it still happened. My mom declared that if it was a ghost, it certainly wasn't going to run her out of the home she loved. This is true. She still lives there with the ghost. Other things that would happen in the house included radio switching on and off, lights flickering, the washing machine switching on and running a cycle, and of course the shadow wandering around upstairs. It was all beginning to frighten me quite a bit, especially the knocking noises. If the knocking started, I would buzz Mom in the intercom, and she would race upstairs, but as soon as she reached the top step, the knocking would stop. I began to think perhaps I was going a bit crazy. I went away to college, and something strange happened in my old bedroom about a week after I had left. I still had the same clothes hanging in the closet, and there were a few posters still hanging on the wall, but otherwise, it was empty. My mom heard a funny noise upstairs one afternoon and went up to investigate. She checked the first bedroom and saw nothing amiss and went down the hall to my room. She opened the door and discovered that the mirror tile on one wall had exploded all over the place. There were shards of glass sticking in the opposite wall and had scraped across the ceiling like claw marks. My posters hung in shreds. She noticed my closet door hanging open and shreds of glass sticking in the clothes, still hanging inside. She shut the door and waited for Dad to get home from work. He decided that it must have been a freak lightning hit, although the day was sunny and cloudless, and rang the insurers to come out and investigate. The investigator noted that the point of impact seemed to be the upper corner of the wall, where the mirrored tile met the adjoining wall. Oddly, he also noticed that the broken wood in the corner was pointing outward, as if the lightning had been inside the room and went out, instead of the lightning hitting outside and coming in. The insurance company still paid for the damages, although they could never find the point on the outside of the house where the lightning had come in. When I heard about it, I came home to view it, and noticed that the wall in question was the one where I had always heard the knocking. As I said, my mom still lives in the house, and strange things still persist. She keeps the washing machine unplugged, but unless the water is cut off, it still fills up. This is the third faulty washer we've had. The TV still plays tricks too. My dad passed away in the house 2 years ago, and on the night after he died, I was staying with Mom, although I wasn't about to go upstairs ever again. And in the middle of the night, we both heard faint music playing upstairs, bluegrass music, to be precise, which was Dad's favorite, and we reckoned that there must have been a party going on to welcome Dad to the other side. Mom has since sealed off the upstairs and only lives in the downstairs part of the house. My brother has had plenty of strange things happen to him in the house as well, as did my sister, and as a result, none of us want Mom to bequeath the house to us. She can't understand why. Every single night in my home, when I was 4 years old, my parents would come in
and put me in bed. Mostly my mother, because my father wasn't home much. I never liked to sleep in the dark, and there were no outlets in my room for a lamp, or none that wanted to work at the time. As I laid in bed, almost every night, I'd look out into the hall, and I would be able to see the hall light on. Almost every single night as I lay in bed, a boy would walk past my door several times and then stop. It was a white glowing type thing that I remember perfectly well. It scared me a bit, but I never got an evil aura off of him. A thing about the boy is that he had died a long time ago, before we had moved in. It scared me all the time to recall it though, even though he isn't bad. I've only slept with the door open once. Since then, my parents got the outlets working. I was sleeping in a different room, but it was across the room the boy had died in. I looked outwards from my slumber, my glasses still on my face, because I always fall asleep watching TV. I saw the boy, and he went into my brother's room. That night, my brother got really sick. I don't know what happened, but the boy had died of a sickness. Another thing that happened. Me and my friends were sitting out on my back porch, and my one friend had brought a Ouija board with her. My other friend suggested that we play. Of course, I didn't want to, because I've had past experiences that turned out bad with those things, with other friends. We sat at the table and put each of our hands on it. Before we started though, we read something that had said you must finish a question. We thought we would. Beside the porch is a pool. This will fit into what happened as I go. We didn't believe that the board would actually work though, and so we tried. Even with the past experiences, I didn't think it would. So this is what we did. We tapped our fingers while the thing was moving, so that no one could move it themselves. We did get in contact with a spirit, and we, of course, ended up not finishing a question. Then, we noticed from the pool a mist that started to emerge. I kid you not, it was a ghostly apparition floating above the pool. It lasted for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. I then decided to finish the question. My friend immediately stopped me and asked me what I was doing. "You're conjuring up evil," she said to me. It was clear that she didn't want to do this anymore, so we stopped, and we never returned to that Ouija board again. In fact, we went out to the fireplace and we burned the Ouija board so that we would never have any bad omens attached to us. Yet another incident occurred. About a year ago, I met up with some different kind of people. Wiccans to mostly say, and I still am Wiccan now. I took it in, because God actually hadn't helped me one slight bit with my life, so I started to believe in gods. I learned some good spells, and some bad. The ones I used most were the exorcism spells for haunted houses around here. My house I knew had quite a lot of ghosts in it, and I decided to get rid of one particular one that would scare the entire family as we slept. At night, if you were to turn the light off in the living room, the room would turn a deep dark blood red, and the windows to the place would disappear. When you looked to one corner of the place, you could see a black figure walking out of it. This is the ghost I decided to rid the house of. It never spoke during anything. It would only appear, and nothing more. My sister and her friends hadn't believed me when I told them of what was going on in the room, and they tested it for themselves. As we did it, they saw exactly what I was saying, and screamed for me to turn the light on. I actually sleep in that room still. The ghost is still there, but it doesn't bother us anymore. When I had tried the exorcism, the ghost had gotten angry and thrown the lamp at me. If not for me dodging it and then grabbing it before it hit the wall, I would have been in trouble. It glared at me and disappeared. You're probably thinking, this is absolute bull, but I can assure you, it was not.
And I tell you this, not because I really want you to believe in some fantasy story, but because this actually happened. I couldn't even believe with my own eyes what was occurring. When I returned to the room that night, and from then on, the ghost never came back, or didn't bother us anyway. There are other ghosts in my house, ones that are in the cellar, but I've only heard them, not actually seen them. Anyway, this last event occurred outside of my house. Anyway, one night I was out with my friends, against my parents' will. We had left when they were asleep. It was around 3 a.m. in the morning, and we wanted to see what was around the area. We went up to the graveyard near, and sat down by some of the older graves, deeper into the graveyard. As we were sitting there, I looked up to see a dark and black figure standing by one of the trees. He wasn't looking at me or my friends, but something else. I had been leaning up against the grave. I didn't have much respect for the dead at the time until after this. I turned around and looked up to see a white figure standing there, looking at the black figure. They then turned their eyes towards me. I tugged on my friend's arm, but she didn't reply. She was asleep, along with the 2 other people that were there with us. I backed up off the grave as the white one glared at me. When I got completely away, they had turned their eyes back to each other and had vanished. Before our marriage, my husband purchased a home built sometime previous to 1870 in the center of a small town in Michigan. It is a lovely house, we still have it, with high ceilings and wide archways between some of the rooms. When we moved in, we had very modern furniture, which really didn't look right in the house, so our friends would bring us antiques whenever they could find them, very cheaply or for free. One friend bought us a very large round antique mirror that he had found in a house his company was hired to tear down. It was the kind with a gilded wood and molded frame with a medallion at the top. The glass, while it had some dark spots and shadings, was in exceptionally good condition. This was back in the mid to late 70s, and we had parties almost every weekend. In the summer when the doors were left open, no one bothered knocking. They just opened the screen and came in. Late one Friday or Saturday evening, shortly after receiving the mirror, I was sitting on a low sofa against the east wall of the living room. Also on this wall was a large archway leading into the dining room, which is where the main entry door that we used was located. There was also a door leading into the living room from the front porch, but no one used this one. The mirror was hung on the north wall, right next to the couch where I was sitting. Everyone else was sitting in the middle or at the opposite end of the room, large room. I was looking to my right and noticed in the mirror that a young man was walking through the archway into the living room and stopped right at the threshold. At first glance, I did not recognize him, so I turned on the couch to look at him directly, and there was no one there. I looked over at the mirror again, and there he was. He was not a big guy, about 5'8" or 5'9", thin build, dark hair, short for the times, and wearing what looked like one of those blue-gray work shirts. I looked towards the archway again. No one was there. I shot off the couch and into the dining room to see if anyone was playing a trick on me. There was no one in any part of the house other than the living room. It made me very uneasy, and I could never sit in that area again. In fact, I moved that couch a week later, and even though the mirror still hangs there all these years later, I tried to avoid looking at it. A couple of years after this happened, I joined the local historical society. I met a wonderful tiny old lady in her 90s. She told me that she had been in my home many times during her youth, and I found out from her that during Prohibition,
the people who owned the house would have parties with bootleg liquor. There was an argument late one evening, and a young man was killed by a blast from the barrels of a shotgun at close range in the area of the front entrance to the dining room. I'm not sure if it was him or not, but for 3 or 4 years after that, every night at 3:10 a.m., I would hear slow but steady footsteps on the creaky wood floors walk from the archway through the living room and up to the bedroom door. They always stopped right there, thank God, and I tried to make sure they would come no further by hanging a crucifix on a hook inside of the bedroom door. After a few years, it either stopped or we grew so accustomed to it that we didn't notice it anymore. So, do you think my spirit came with a mirror, or that the mirror just enabled me to see him? I don't know. I guess we'll find out sooner or later. I've had quite a few ghostly experiences over my life, all of which have been rather benevolent, except for one that happened a few years back. I was 24, living with my mother, my sister, and my 2-year-old niece. One night, I woke up and looked up into the darkness. This thing flew down from the ceiling, straight at me with its arms out. I can still see it. It looked like a cross between a gargoyle and an alien. It looked so evil. It sounds silly, but I was so terrified that I ran out of my room screaming into the living room to be with my mother. I was shaking uncontrollably, and I sat with her for quite a while before I could convince myself that it was just a dream, and I went back to bed with no further problems. Well, a few months down the road, my sister was at home with her friend, Kelly, who seems to have some sort of connection with the paranormal, like her mother, and she sent her down the hall to get a towel for my niece. The linen closet is down the hall in my mother's room. Kelly came back a couple minutes later, white as a sheet. Now, my sister and Kelly are always talking about stuff like this, but this is what really freaked me out. She said that there was something in my mother's room, and it was a threatening presence. She then went on to describe it. About 3 foot tall, gray, kind of a cross between a gargoyle and something. I'd never mentioned anything to my sister, and the only thing I had told my mother is that something scared me. I'd never described what I saw to anyone. In another related incident, prior to my sighting, my mother was trying to sleep one night in her room, and as she is about to fall asleep, something breathed near her, kind of like a sharp exhale, right into her ear. She woke up the next morning with scratches in the middle of her back, and the freaky thing is, she slept alone, and there were only 3, long, about 6 inches thin, scratches on her back. Needless to say, I'm very happy to be out of the house. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a ghost story, but it was more than an ordinary dream. My cat Johnny, my sweet silver bad boy for 10 years, died at home of aggressive cancer in March. During the month between his diagnosis and his death, I showered him with even more attention than usual, so by the time he passed away, we were closer than ever. On several occasions, including at his grave just before burying him, I invited him to come back and let me know he was okay. A few nights after his death, I was aroused by a dream by the sound of Johnny's meow, coming from the direction of his special spot at the foot of my bed. Coincidentally, his grave is about 30 feet further in the same direction. I waited with a mixture of hope and anxiety to feel him walking up my body to my face, but it didn't happen. Instead, I became aware of something tickling my left ear and tried to reach over to pet him, only to find that I was paralyzed. That's when I panicked, remembering all the scary ghost stories involving a period of paralysis. How was the moment where I woke up
and I suddenly saw something in the corner of the room. It was a dark, small figure, but I couldn't really make it out. It was a dark shadow, even though it was a very dark outline of something. I'm assuming it was a kid or something. It was very terrifying. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like two Grim Reapers were standing right behind him. So this humanoid ghost, this figure, this creature, this child, was hunched over and was absolutely mortified himself. And these Grim Reaper type ghosts came to take him away. And just like that, within seconds, they were all gone. I guess you can say that my cat didn't return. In fact, I think a demon actually returned. But I guess that's up for debate. Thanks for listening. After you read this experience, you might think I'm crazy or something, but believe me, it was the most terrifying night in my life. It has taken me a lot of time to get over it. Before I moved out, about a year ago, I lived in a 100-year-old house. It had 2 floors, and my family only lived on the top floor. We barely ever went into the basement, because the floors were all rock, and there were no lights down there. One day, when I was about 15, I had a friend sleep over, and we thought it would be cool if we slept in the basement and told ghost stories. We gathered up our sleeping bags and our candles and went down to the basement. As soon as I entered the room we were going to sleep in, I immediately felt as if we were being watched, and I told my friend that I thought we should maybe sleep upstairs. She just told me to quit being a wimp and to set up my sleeping bag. As soon as we stayed up and talked and laughed, we never did tell ghost stories. I felt more comfortable and fell asleep easily. In the middle of the night, I remember this so clearly because this scared the crap out of me so bad, and I'm absolutely positive I wasn't dreaming. I woke up to knocking coming from one side of the house, and slowly getting louder and closer, and right when it was so near that it was shaking the ground, there was a big crash, and it went away. I sat up straight in my sleeping bag, and my whole body was trembling. After I calmed down a bit, a figure appeared at the foot of my sleeping bag, and I froze. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. The figure was of a man dressed in rags that were covered in coal. He stared at me as if he recognized me from somewhere, and then his eyes widened, and he exclaimed with a gasp, "Mary Beth, Mary Beth, help me." He then disappeared with a flash of light. Apparently, my friend had woken up right when he disappeared and saw the flash of light. The next day I told my parents, and they said that they had felt a presence down in the basement earlier. I read up on the history of our house and found out that the mistress of the house was named Mary Beth, and her picture resembled myself. One of her servants had been trapped in the basement and tried to climb out of the coal chute without succeeding, and after being trapped for about 3 days, he died in an unexplained fire accident while in the basement. Thank you for taking your time to read this. Hello, I have another ghost experience for you. In March of 1994, my husband, my oldest daughter, and I, we visited Venice. We booked a room at the ancient Palazzo. We were assigned a room on the 2nd floor, overlooking a canal. The view was accessed by opening the heavy wooden shutters, which opened into the room. These had a metal rod, which fit into a U-shaped hook on the other window. Opening out were double windows, also heavy, with numerous panes of glass. This room had double beds, with a narrow walkway between them. About 3 times during our 2 days there, we would hear footsteps start from approximately the middle of the room march smartly over to the windows, at which point the wooden shutters would fly open. We would track this phenomenon with our eyes, but saw nothing and felt no fear. The first time we rushed over to the windows to check them, these shutters were so heavy that it felt doubtful that a gust of wind was blowing them open. What's more interesting is that the glass pane windows remained shut and seemed pretty airtight. The catch was not all that easy to work, either. My daughter, then 14, remembers having to struggle with it to open it. Even my oh-so-logical and mechanical husband looked over the shutters and could come up with no good explanation. The last night we were there, we retired for the night with my husband and I in one bed, and my daughter in the other. She and I could hold hands in the space between the beds. They were so close together. Right after lights out, we heard the footsteps, this time walking up between the beds to where our heads were. We could hear breathing. We were both too scared to do anything, but we certainly compared notes the next morning. I wanted to ask as we were checking out if the place was haunted, but the only folks on duty that morning didn't speak English, and we don't speak Italian, but we'll never forget the place. About 10 years ago, when I still lived in Pennsylvania, a group of friends and I took a joyride out to the Quaker cemetery, just for a good night's scare. It was a chilly, full moonlit November night, and there were 6 of us there, 5 guys, and me, the only girl. It was the perfect setting for a ghost. Now, I don't know how many of your readers have ever been to this cemetery, but to describe the first time I saw the place, I screamed and just about curdled my boyfriend's blood. The crematorium scared me the most. I don't know, something about the way it looks and what it was used for. Anyway, back to that night. 2 of the guys were acting like morons and jumping all over the place and around the markers inside the cemetery. I was angry at their pure disrespect for this old place, and so I tried telling them to stop. But of course, as excited as they were getting, they wouldn't listen. Me and this other guy were too chicken to go along with them, especially because of the way they were acting. They were bound to disturb peace in the cemetery, so we stayed by the car. We kept hearing a fake bird call coming from the trees along the opposite side of the road, and then I started smelling the lilacs. The lilac scent somehow wasn't disturbing, even though it was November and none were blooming. And also, there weren't any fresh flowers placed on any of the very old graves. The fake bird call almost scared the life out of us, because it just sounded so unnatural, and with each chirp, sounded closer and closer. We decided that we really needed to get out of there, so we both sat inside the car, waiting for the others. I got myself in such a worked up state that when I found a quarter on the ground, I swore, "In blood we trust," was written on it, rather than the usual "In God we trust." My friend just laughed at me. The story that I'm about to relate to you took place when I was about 11 years old. I'm 17 now, and most people whom I've conversed with about this matter shrug it off as the hallucinations of a child. It was the fall of about 92 or 93, maybe before, maybe after. I do not honestly remember. I was living with my father here in Texas at the time, because my mother had hauled off to Arizona to take care of her father, who had succumbed to a stroke. My father and I had gone to my grandmother's house for dinner. My grandfather was out of town visiting relatives in another part of the state. My father, my grandmother, and myself were in the kitchen conversing about things that I can no longer recall, because my memories of this occasion are starting to fade and jostle in my mind. My father told me to go wash my hand in the restroom, as my grandmother had just finished making dinner, and we were about to sit and eat. I walked out of the kitchen and into the dining room, As I looked in the general direction of the restroom, which was about 15 feet from where I was standing, I noticed two things immediately. The toilet was making strange noises, which isn't uncommon in houses, and there was what appeared to be a man in a shroud, standing in the restroom, with his hands under the faucet, staring at me. I don't remember exactly what my feeling was at the time, except for a bit of fear and a bit of awe at the supernatural. I'm a big reader, and around that time in my life, I was getting into ghost stories and other paranormal phenomena. I then walked back into the kitchen, and my father asked me if I'd washed my hands. Of course, being as frightened as I suppose I was, I told him that I had, and then I proceeded to eat my dinner. But the events of that night have never entirely left me. I'd seen the man in the cloak on at least 2 other occasions since, but those stories are for a later time. Thanks for reading, and good night. This story was told to me by an ex-boyfriend, Mike, when we first started dating. We were still getting to know each other, so when he told me he was very afraid of spirits, I believed him, because it's not the type of thing you'd say if you were trying to impress a girl. I asked him why, and this is what he told me. Mike's first encounter with ghosts was about 10 to 12 years ago, when he and his family, mom, dad, little brother George and Mike, were living in a house in the northwest side of Chicago. This particular house had an attic, which was used to store the items that came with the house when before Mike's family bought it. Nothing too unusual, mostly furniture and such. At this time, Mike was probably 15 years old, and his brother George was probably 9 years old. They were up in the attic one afternoon, goofing around, pretending to be acrobats and wrestlers. Eventually, they got tired, and George collapsed on the floor, while Mike sat in the old recliner that came with the house. The brothers continued talking until their mother called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. The boys had worked up an appetite, so they bolted out of the attic. Mike was the last one out, and as soon as he shut the door behind him, he remembered that he left the light on. Knowing his mother would be mad if he didn't turn it off, Mike opened the door to the attic, took one step in, and froze. The recliner that Mike had been sitting in was slowly turning towards him. Mike tried to command his body to run, but he was so scared he seemed rooted to the floor. The recliner turned enough so that Mike could see the form of a knee, and it was at that point that Mike got the strength to bolt out of the room and down to the kitchen. He told his parents what he saw, and of course they didn't believe him, but Mike refused to stay in the house any longer. He was so upset that his parents made arrangements for him to sleep at his aunt and uncle's house that night. Furthermore, this was the last time Mike ever stepped foot into the house. He stayed with his aunt and uncle until his family sold the house a few months later. Of course, his parents objected to his imposing on his relatives' hospitality, but they were too afraid to force him to come back, fearing he would have some sort of breakdown. The next house Mike's family moved into was still in Chicago, and not too far from the old house. Everything was going fine until one night, when Mike's family had friends over for dinner. After dinner, the adults and Mike sat around the island in the kitchen, having coffee and talking, while year-old George played outside in the backyard with the guest's little boy, Sam. At one point, George opened the kitchen door and ran through the kitchen, past all the adults, and straight into the adjoining bathroom. Nobody thought anything of this until about 10 minutes later, when Mike's dad questioned why George was taking so long in the bathroom. Mike's dad knocked on the bathroom door, asking George if everything was all right. No answer. Mike's dad tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside. Everyone started getting concerned until the kitchen door opened again, and in came George and Sam. Mike's father asked George how he snuck back out of the bathroom without anyone seeing him. You see, there is no other way out of the bathroom. If George came out, or even opened the door, he would have been seen. In order to get back outside, he would have had to go through the kitchen again. George swore up and down that he had not been to the bathroom at all. He was outside playing with Sam the whole entire time. Mike's father asked him again to explain about the locked bathroom door, but when they checked it again, it was not locked. There were other strange incidents that happened in the house, mostly to Mike, more than anyone else in the family. The last incident Mike told me about was something that happened to him a few months before we met, when he was about 22 years old. One night, as Mike was laying in bed, he woke up with an uneasy feeling. He was lying on his side facing the wall, and he felt as if someone was staring at him. It was the middle of the night, and pitch black in the room. Mike turned over and opened his eyes and saw a black figure standing next to his bed, staring down at him. Mike shut his eyes and screamed for his mother repeatedly. When she came storming in the room, Mike told her what had happened. It seemed as if such occurrence happened sporadically, strangely enough, when Mike was getting to the point of forgetting them. Seems as if the spooks recognize this and remind them of their presence every now and again. I was kind of skeptical when Mike told me the story, mainly because I was just getting to know him. I couldn't tell if he was a habitual liar or something, but the way he acted and the way he told me the stories was enough to make me wonder if he was a spook magnet. We only dated a couple of months, and maybe that was for the best. I might be younger than some of you, but I've had a lot of experiences. I'm 18 years old. About a week after my 10th birthday, my uncle had taken his own life inside my grandparents' house, the one I'm currently living in now. After his death, I would refuse to go down into the basement where it happened. I would always hear unsettling noises, to the point in which I would feel so uncomfortable being in that home. The odd part is, it would only happen when everyone was in bed and I was home alone. As creepy as it was, I still had somewhat of a morbid curiosity to go down there. Though, of course, I could never bring myself to do it. There would be times I would hear very faint snarling and growling sounds. Other times, I would hear weeping. It was very disturbing. Then about 6 months after my uncle's death, my 17-year-old cousin had died in a car wreck. One night, I was so upset over the deaths that I had stumbled down there without thinking about where I had went. I was so overcome with grief of emotions that I was bawling my eyes out. It got to the point where it was too much for me. I was sitting on the couch thinking about ending it all so I could be with them. Just when I was about to, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I knew instantly that it was my uncle. That moment made me realize that it was okay to continue on. That may have been a positive experience, but I assure you, it didn't get better in that basement, in that house moving forward. One evening, I was up in my bedroom. My parents were again fast asleep, when I heard a disturbing wailing again coming from the basement. I have a vent in my room, and it connects directly down to the basement. I could hear these cries coming from the vent. I listened closer through the vent, and I could have sworn I heard my name being whispered. Like an idiot, I thought maybe my uncle had returned and wasn't feeling well, so I swallowed my pride and went down into the basement so I could at least tell him that everything would be okay. As I opened the basement door and looked down the steps, at the end of these steps, I saw a figure for a moment's time. It wasn't my uncle. In fact, it was a black misty shadow, and it slowly evaporated. It seemed to be there for a few seconds, then it was gone,
within a blink of an eye. I then turned around, heard a distinct growl, then ran back up the rest of the steps and back into my room. Sometimes when I walk around the house, I can feel something watching and even following me. It's not always my uncle, but it definitely feels like something evil. It wasn't too long ago that me and my 21-year-old cousin went to go see her dad. Now, this is the cousin that was in the wreck with the one that passed away. Jean, the 21-year-old cousin, had told me that she had felt her sister's spirit with her before. While we were up late at night talking about her, we suddenly felt her presence with us. It was like she was sitting there and listening to us. Then, not too long ago, I was over at a friend's and was going to stay the night. We were in her room, talking about how she thought that maybe she had a ghost living in her house. Of course, I'm sitting there nodding my head. Then I felt something grab my necklace that I was wearing. So we got freaked out and ran to the living room and checked out my neck. Whatever had touched me left a great big red check mark on my neck. Then about 5 to 10 minutes later, it felt like something was grabbing my legs. I pulled up my pant legs, and it had red marks all over my legs. So me and my friend decided to get out of the house and go bowling. Over at the bowling alley, the marks had turned white and disappeared. Well, anyway, when we got back to our house, the marks returned, and I kept feeling things grabbing me and following us occasionally. But the weird thing is, nothing was happening to her, and she told me that nothing like this has ever happened to one of her friends before. I was beginning to think that this bad presence in my home was starting to attach itself to me. So we decided to go to bed. While we were laying there, it felt like someone had come up and sat down on the bed between us. So I looked over, and no one was there. I haven't been over to my friend's ever since. A friend sent me this and suggested that I tell my stories, so here's one of them that I hope you enjoy. I have more if you'd like to hear. I live in Clinton, Illinois, which is a small town. We have a lake, and that's pretty much about it. One night, I was out joyriding in the cemetery with a friend, as I like to do from time to time, and I had to go to the restroom. So, I went to this accessed area that is out in the country. I went to the restroom and then walked through the pavilion to look at the lake. I then came back to my car and then crawled into the driver's seat. I looked up and there was this little boy ducking behind a garbage can. He had red eyes that glowed like a demon's and teeth that were jagged and white. A black figure that looked like a medium-sized dog was beside him, and it was black. All that you could see was its red eyes. They both stared at us in the car, and I felt fear overwhelm me. I quickly started the car and left. The next day I told my mom about it. She grew up in the area, and she said that they often had Satan worshippers out there, and that rumors were that a little boy was drowned and used as a sacrifice many years ago. My aunt, she says that the little boy was evil and therefore was put to death in that spot. I've tried to research this, but there are no records of any murder of a child taking place in this area. But I will never go there again, night or day. This is just one of the countless stories that I have. I have some photos too. I don't know if you can use this, but if you can, feel free to. You may also edit if needed. Have you ever stayed at the Holiday Inn? You should, because this story is outrageous. In early of July 1999,
spent a work week there for a regional curriculum camp. I had originally been slated to share a room with other teachers on the first floor. However, the room was a smoking room, and the odor was causing my asthma to flare up, so I was transferred to a room on the 4th floor. Buggered if I can remember the room number. When I retired on Monday night, I had not heard yet of the ghost or any legends. I was awoken 3 times during the night by the phone ringing. I was really ticked because no one was ever there. I vowed to speak with someone at the front desk about it. In the morning I learned about Tanya, the ghost. We all laughed at the story, thinking it was something to amuse tourists. Being WNY natives, we weren't going to be suckered by any such nonsense. I forgot to talk to anyone about the phone and decided not to bother. I fell asleep very quickly that night. I was awakened that night by the sensation that someone was staring at me from the left side of the bed. I have small children. My son often wakes me using the stare method. Now, I might have thought the ghost story was crap, but I wasn't going to test the theory by looking to see what was next to me. I said, "Go away. I'm not going to look at you. I need my sleep." The sensation immediately left me, and I slept the rest of the night quite peacefully. I awoke and went to my morning sessions without anything remarkable happening. However, I had to return to my room mid-morning to fetch some papers I needed for the next session. The curtains were open on the doors leading out to my balcony, which was not unusual. Housekeeping always opened the doors after cleaning. What was unusual was the number of small, sticky handprints all over the outside of the doors. These were no higher than my waist. I shook my head at the poor cleaning job. I was sure that the previous guests must have children with them, and that the maid had failed to clean the prints off the glass. I wonder how hard it was to open the doors and give the glass a good cleaning, and then I hustled off to make my session. As the day progressed, I heard more tales of Tanya, like how she throws the poolside chairs into the pool during the night, etc. We giggled amongst ourselves, like good campers should when hearing ghost stories. None of us was going to admit we believed any of it, especially when our principals were listening. So, I was half joking while I was in my room, getting ready for bed, and said out loud, "Listen, Tanya, I don't know how old you are, but I think you'll enjoy the books in the Falls room. If you can read, you'll really like them. Even if you can't, lots of them are full of beautiful pictures that I bet you'll like to look at. Go there instead of bugging me." I slept like a log, without any interruptions that night. When I went to breakfast the next morning, I told a colleague about my chat with Tanya. I mentioned that it must have worked because I had slept so well. I stopped talking when I saw my colleague's jaw drop and her face go white. I asked her what the matter was, and she took me over to the professor who was leading the sessions in the Falls room. My colleague said to the professor, "Tell us what you found in the room this morning." I listened in stunned silence as the professor described what a mess the room was. Books were thrown all over the place. The display table was in shambles, and her boxes of supplies had been unpacked and poorly repacked. In her own words, she said it looks like a kid went through everything and tried to put things back together, but couldn't manage. The professor had questioned the hotel staff about who had access to the room, and all swore that no one had been in the room after we had left, and that the door had been locked until the staff let the professor in the morning. I apologized when she finished and explained that it had probably caused the mess by inviting Tanya to go there. We all laughed uneasily at that. Some other teachers on the 4th floor admitted to strange things, like the ringing phone, no caller, and the sensation of being watched. Suddenly, we weren't so sure The story was something just to amuse the tourists. Or the phone calls, staring sensations, sticky fingerprints, and trash conference room related. There could be logical explanations, like incorrectly routed calls, poor cleaning, and staff mischief. Maybe Tanya was drawn to all of us warm, female, motherly-like type teachers. No male teachers that I know of on that floor, and yes, all of us are moms too. One thing is for sure, I'm far less skeptical of the paranormal than I was before, and I will admit, even to my principal, that something odd happened in that hotel. If you really want to check out the paranormal, then you have to go to the Grand Island Holiday Inn. You can pretend you came here to see Niagara Falls. I've had many experiences with ghosts and hauntings, all beginning around age 3. I'm now 28, and my connection to ghosts and spirits has only grown stronger with time. I suppose I should start with my earliest haunting. I was around 10 years of age. My parents had just divorced, and I was feeling alone and angry. I don't like to sleep with my bedroom door open. When I did, I felt I was being watched. One summer night, the air was hot and humid, and I had no choice but to sleep with my door open to get a cool cross breeze. I remember waking up sometime around midnight or shortly thereafter, feeling I was being watched. When I looked out my bedroom door, I saw a frightening sight. A figure with pure black skin, bright yellow eyes, and a cloak of red, white, and black harlequin-like design was staring at me, its hands on the door jamb, about to enter the threshold of my room. I screamed, saw its eyes widen in shock, possibly, and flee down the hall adjacent to my room. I even saw its robes fluttering after it as it fled. My scream woke my family, who searched the room for the thing, lack of a better word, but found nothing. All the doors were locked, no windows were broken. I shut my door, put up with the heat, and it hasn't returned since. I've been told that the creature was a demon. I also found out that I was depressed at the time, and that may have been drawing it to me. I can still feel its presence when I think about it. I feel very frightened just remembering the experience. Thank you for letting me share my experience here. While I was working at a hospital in town, I had the opportunity to come in contact with many ghosts. I worked on the geriatric floor, and elderly people died there every day. If the power suddenly went out and immediately came back on, a person had just died. This happened every time. One of the most notable apparitions that I've personally seen was a man with a cane that is seen wandering the halls at night. People admitted to the hospital would often report tapping sounds and seeing an old man's face grinning at them from the hospital door, which all of them had. One lady of about 80 kept telling me that she saw this man's face in the mirror in the bathroom, and that half of his face would look badly beaten and disfigured. There have been reports of a cloaked man praying over the dead bodies of the recently departed. I can remember one incident where I walked into the morgue and I saw a body that was recently pronounced dead and covered. I could have sworn that I saw the fading presence of this monk kneeling over the body for a few seconds, then disappear. I would feel the air in the room be so cold, but after he vanished, it warmed up. Another popular ghost at the hospital was the Grim Reaper. The Reaper was a dark figure that would come through the window at the end of the hallway. He would shut doors, touch you on the shoulder, etc. Late at night, you could feel that someone was there, and you would see a dark figure out of the corner of your eye. As soon as you looked up, he was gone. My favorite story to tell is this. I was helping a woman get her bath early one morning. I was asking her how she slept, how she felt, etc. She told me that she did not get a wink of sleep because of the man's face she saw in the window. She said that she thought it was tree branches, but she got up in the middle of the night and saw that it was a man's face staring at her through the window. This woman was just in the hospital for a kidney infection. She wasn't on any drugs that would make her hallucinate. On third shift, you could hear children giggling and hear them running up and down the halls, but there are no children on the floor. If you went past the operating room at night, it would be locked, but inside, you could hear instruments clanging and things being thrown around. Haunted church stories seem to be popping up frequently lately, and I'm here to say that I have a brief story that will involve just that. There's this Catholic church that I used to constantly clean. This was in Vermont, and the church had to have been built in the late part of the 19th century. Very beautiful windows, looked immaculate. Anyway, I used to work as a janitor cleaning the halls late at night, when I would be the only one there. There were many times when I would hear the organ notes playing repeatedly. I would hear the echoes of human voices speaking together, like whispers, and sometimes even clear words. One night, I was cleaning around the church once again. I was all the way at the end of the church when I heard the organs going off. It wasn't the usual sound either. It sounded monstrous, as if someone was literally stomping on the organs. I looked immediately in the direction of where the organ sounds were coming from, and I could have sworn I saw a cloaked figure at the organ and playing it. It was the typical transparent-looking apparition, and when I walked even closer to get a better look, the figure had seemed to disappear. That was, of course, the worst of what I had witnessed, but there were times where I would see the organ once again playing by itself. I'd see a note or two being pushed down by itself when nobody else was in the room, and it was quiet. Anyway, that's all I have to report. I don't work at this church anymore, I'm happy to say, but I thought it was worth sharing. I wish I could say that this wasn't a real experience, but unfortunately, I can't. At least this will always make for an entertaining read. My name is Shannon. I'll be 18 in 11 days. I live in Georgia, and I'm writing to you because I feel so alone. For as long as I can remember, I've dealt with ghosts. I don't know what they are or what they want from me, but they seem to follow me. For the first 5 years of my life, I lived in a trailer in Mississippi. I can only recall one incident from them because I was so young. I remember it was a beautiful day in spring, and I was sitting on a picnic table in our backyard, making mud pies, when suddenly I heard what I thought to be my mother's voice calling me from the woods. I started to follow it. The closer I got, the further out into the deep woods the voice seemed to go. I almost followed it all the way into the woods, thinking my mother was calling me, but suddenly I heard my mother's real voice calling me from the trailer. I turned and saw her waiting for me next to the picnic table, so I ran back and told her what had happened. She, of course, said that it was my imagination. About 12 years ago, our family moved here to Hiram. Every single night for years, I was terrified to sleep because I saw shadow people. They were like three-dimensional shadows that looked like people. I saw them in my room at night after my parents would put me to bed. When I'd call my parents into the room, they would turn on a light and the shadow people would be gone. They said it was my imagination. Lots of other things have happened, and there have been witnesses to some of the events. The house will shake at times. The doors will open and close on their own. I've seen dolls move on their own. A glass has exploded in my hand for no reason. I know glasses will explode from temperature changes, but there was no change in temperature at all. There was a music box that music would play in other rooms of the house when the music box wasn't around. I've heard footsteps when no one was home or awake. I've heard voices. The list goes on. I thought maybe that there was something wrong with me, so I went to a psychiatrist. She said that there's nothing wrong with me. I've learned to verify that I'm really hearing something, because even my cats notice something and hear a lot of things. If they hear it too, their ears perk up. I've tried talking about it before, and they either don't believe me and think I'm making it up, or they think I'm crazy. I really feel alone, and it would be nice if you could give me some sort of guidance. What should I do? Should I do anything? Well, I apologize for the long email. I'm sure that you get a lot of mail every day, and I hate to add to the pile. Thank you for your time. My name is Luann. I'm 19 years old and live in a little redneck town in Virginia. I live with my grandparents and have lived all my life. My mom was 14 and in the 8th grade. My mom had a very best friend named Wendy, who was 13. They did everything together. Soon after our house was built, Wendy's parents were not getting along and were going through some separation and divorce procedures. Wendy and her mother had moved to Woodbridge, Virginia, soon. During the time of the separation, Wendy spent a great deal at my mom's newly built house. They spent much of their time in my mom's room, which is now my room. Then came the time for Wendy and her mom to move. It was very early one morning. Wendy was in the back of the van, holding a glass coffee table steady. This was in the days before seatbelt laws. There was a drunk driver on the road and hit the van head on. Everyone made it out with semi-serious or minor injuries, but not Wendy. The corner of the glass coffee table hit her in the head and killed her instantly. Years later, in 1985, a week before my mom found out she was pregnant with me, she was in the family room talking to my grandparents about going on birth control. My grandmother and my uncle both caught a glimpse of a girl standing behind my mother, and after that 2-second glimpse, she was gone. My uncle and grandmother agreed that it looked like Wendy. Oh, and she was actually shaking her head when she appeared. We believe that she was shaking her head because she knew my mom was pregnant and didn't want her to go on birth control. Ever since then, everyone in my family has caught a glimpse of her in our house. I usually never get any negative feelings when she materializes, but there was one moment I witnessed her ghost that completely terrified me. I was in the shower, I was home alone, and I had the door completely wide open. It was late evening, and I heard the door to the bathroom slam shut. It startled me so much, so I got dressed and headed out the door. I could have sworn I heard my name being called in a gentle, quiet whisper. It sounded like a little girl. I go downstairs and walk into the living room, and then I see the lights flickering. I also start to hear the sounds of footsteps walking across our hardwood floors. At this point, I thought I had an intruder in the house. I go to call the police, and after I hang up, I rush upstairs to hide in my bedroom. The thing was, as I was running upstairs, I could have sworn I saw the presence of a little girl, in black, in the corner of my eye as I ran for the stairs. It was only for a couple seconds, and of course, my mind was just thinking about hiding from this intruder. I could have just been seeing things, but I swear, I saw a girl for a second. The police showed up, of course, couldn't find anyone, and all was quiet. My parents came home, and I told them what happened. They were just happy that I was safe. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized it could have been Wendy. Because my room used to be my mom's room, she's in my room most of the time. I feel her presence there a lot. When I'm upset, no matter where I am in the house, I can feel her there. No one has seen her until my mom became pregnant. My family believes that she was sent to watch over her best friend's daughter. This happened to my cousin and I in Lato too, in a ranch-style house my family and I used to live in. My cousin woke up in the middle of the night to my voice, or so she thought it was my voice. She looked at me, and I was sound asleep and not talking. Also that night, it was probably 4 or 5 in the morning, and I felt someone pecking on my knee, and it wasn't my cousin because she was sound asleep, so I just thought it was my imagination. As we were eating that morning, my cousin had told me what she had heard. I freaked because I knew that whatever had pecked me on my knee was not my imagination. Nothing was ever actually seen in this house, but a lot of things were felt and heard. A few months after that incident, my cousin was staying the night again. Everyone in the house had been asleep for 2 or 3 hours, but my cousin, she was so addicted to the game The Sims, and she was still on the computer. As she was shutting down the computer, she heard voices coming from the hallway directly to her right. She looked down there and saw nothing. The voices she heard, she knew were not any of ours, so she ran to the floor where she had made her bed and covered her head up. I guess the voices must have stopped after that. A lot of times I would hear cabinets shut, dishes clank together, and other odd unexplainable noises. One night, my brother got home from a friend's house around 1 or 2 in the morning. I'd been asleep on the couch in the living room for at least 4 hours, and my parents had been asleep in their room for about the same amount of time. As my brother got out of his car, he looked towards the door that went directly into the living room from the outside. It had a little window on it. He could see the light from the TV that I always left on at night, but he also saw a black figure looking at him from the inside. He ran in the house and noticed I was on the couch sound asleep. Then he went into my parents' room and asked if they'd been up, and they hadn't. What is scary is that the thing was in the same room with me. The next night, I slept on the couch again. Do not ask me why. My brother was not home yet, and my parents had went to bed. I was watching TV, and I got kind of uneasy, so I laid down and covered up my head. After a while, I heard the glasses in the kitchen sink clanking together. I started to sweat. Then I felt as if someone was coming into the living room, where I was. When my brother arrives home, and the noises stop, I got up and looked at the dishes in the sink, and none of them had been moved. About 14 years ago, we moved into a house that was built in the 1950s. I believe that used to be a boarding house and was right in front of a cemetery. There were lots of noises heard there, and a few spirits as well. I remember staying home one day from school, and my mom was asleep because she worked nights, and I heard a voice say my name. It scared me because we were the only ones home, and it was a voice I had never heard before. My mom would be home during the day by herself, while my brother and I were at school, and she would hear a music box playing. At the time, we had music boxes, but they did not play the song she heard. My mom would be sleeping on the couch, and she would hear footsteps coming through the kitchen, which was right next to the living room where she was. One time, when that happened, she grabbed her shoes and didn't come back till we got out of school. She also would be sleeping in her bed, and it would start shaking. This also happened to me. The shed in this house was directly behind my parents' bedroom, because their bedroom used to be a garage. Well, anyway, my mom would be lying on her bed, and she would hear someone or something walking in there. The odd thing was, it sounded like boots on wood, but the floor in there was concrete. We had a little dog out there at the time, but there is no way it could have sounded like that when it walked. One night, my mom, dad, and brother, we were all sleeping in my room because we put the air conditioner in there in the summer. Well, anyway, it was a cool night, so they had turned the air off and left the door open. My mom, for some reason, looked at the doorway and felt as if there was a presence there. She just put her face into my dad's back and went to sleep. The next day, she found out that her beloved dad had died, who lived in Kansas, and hadn't been found for a few days. She believes that it was him in the doorway. My brother saw a ghostly head in his bathroom one night. It was in a mist and was bald on top with hair around the edges of his head. We believe it was my great-grandpa. This happened at my grandma's house on September 2nd, 2004. It was my grandma's birthday and my mom, my little cousin, and I went there to have cake and ice cream. Well, my little cousin decides she wants a Miracle Whip sandwich. She pressed up against the door frame, asking my grandma if she could have a sandwich, when all of a sudden, she looked towards the microwave in the kitchen and screams, drops the jar, and runs to the couch where my grandma is, and my little is crying hysterically. We were all like, what just happened? For some reason, I became very cold and got goosebumps and had the urge to sit up. My little cousin wouldn't tell us what she saw. My grandma tried to tell us it was a mouse or a bug, but I highly doubt it, because she wouldn't have acted like she did. My grandma believes in ghosts, but I think she said that to make herself feel better, because she knew she was going to be there alone when we left. My little cousin, I believe, has forgotten about the incident, so I did not know what happened. Other things have happened at the grandma's, like something kicked her bed very hardly one night, and she also seen the spirit of a young girl dressed in white one day while lying on her couch in her living room. She's seen a shadow-like figure outside her window, which she knows wasn't a human because her cat started hissing and acting weird, and there's probably been other things that happened that I do not know about. I don't believe I've actually ever seen a spirit, but I know I felt them, because in certain places, or sometimes when I talk about the spirits, the back of my neck starts to hurt and feels weird, and sometimes my head will start hurting. I have so many stories to share with you, but I will send them at a later time. My cousin and I were out in Glenpool, towards the boondocks where my grandparents used to live, watching TV late at night. We weren't really tired, hyped up on caffeine from Pepsi and Sprite, just hanging out and trying to see how long we could go without passing out to sleep. At first, I thought I was just hearing things, or my cousin thought I was being a jerk and screwing around. But the louder the sound got, and closer, that's when we both turned the volume down. We then went to turn to each other and ask the same question. Was that you? Did you hear that? Of course, it was like a scratching, shuffling sound outside, and we both dismissed it, thinking that perhaps it was the family pets or wild animal, since the house was out in the middle of nowhere. Instead, curiosity got the better of us. I suggested that maybe it was a ghost, and she promptly crawled towards the window for a peek. She didn't say anything, standing still, like if she moved something would see her. I started to talk, but she silenced me with the wave of her hand. When I got over to the glass, I stared off into the black yard, expecting to see a deer or something. Instead, what I saw was a thing. Best word used to describe it. It was all black, nearly invisible in the shadows it clung to. The only way we were able to see it all was due to a distant light pole. It was skirting around. I guess the dogs must have felt the tension in the air, because at that moment, they all went into wild barks at this intruder. It swung its head, or what seemed like a head, towards the sound of the barks, then up to the window we both watched it from. There was nothing there, no face, nothing at all. Needless to say, both of us were terrified to see a hooded, faceless figure staring back at us. It disappeared, melting into the shadows. The dogs yipped, dashing for cover. Both me and my cousin were cold, shocked, afraid, and speechless. We don't know what it was looking for in our yard, or what it was at all. I used to believe it was a person thinking of robbing our house, or at least I tell myself that so I don't get freaked. Though the truth seems a lot creepier, it is still the truth, and neither I nor my cousin can deny that. When I was 11 years old, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, I woke up to hear the sound of my dad plowing our driveway. He soon left for work, and I couldn't fall back asleep. After all was quiet, I got out of my bunk bed and climbed down my stairs and walked into the hallway. I went to the bathroom and then back to my room. I climbed into bed and crawled over towards my pillow. It was then that I turned around and was about to pull my blankets over me when I noticed two bright green lights in the corner of my room, directly in front of me. They were glowing and hovering in the same spot I just walked through. I was confused and tried to think of all the possible things they could be. Smoke alarm light? Glow-in-the-dark plastic stars? Anything? I started to get more scared as the time passed, because I tried to eliminate the fact that it could be a spirit. I tried to figure out if it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Perhaps I saw the lights from a clock, and my eyes just needed to adjust to the darkness. I didn't turn any lights on while I got up. I blinked my eyes in a different spot on my wall, and tried to see if the lights would follow my eyes. They didn't. At this point, I looked back to the spot and there they were. I was so scared. They were eyes, and they were staring at me. I was terrified. I couldn't move at all. I was laying down resting on my elbows, just staring at them. They moved forward a foot or so, very slowly. Then, they moved back, and just as slowly, vanished to the left through my wall. I was so scared they would come back, and that's the end of the story. Riverdale Road has a lot more than just that certain place by 132nd. Riverdale Road is spooky throughout the entire road. It's weird. Sometimes the road stretches and shrinks. The bad side of the road actually starts on 104th, North Glen, and goes all the way to the end of the Highway 7, Boulder. But anyway, from 104th to Highway 7 is approximately 13 to 15 miles. I was paying attention to the mileage, and I was going about 35 to 40 the entire time. I started at 104th, and by the time I got to Highway 7, I had only gone 9 miles, when I turned around to go back the other way towards 104th again. When I got there, I went 16 miles. Now tell me that isn't creepy. If you pay real close attention to the road, you could almost see it stretching. There's also this turn called Dead Man's Curve. It's a real sharp turn. The recommended speed is 25, but easily done at 40. There's a cement block wall bordering one side of the turn. If you turn that corner around 2:30 a.m., you will see a woman in the middle of the road, holding her hands up, waving for you to stop. When I went around that corner, I didn't have time to stop because she's right there after you do a half 90-degree turn. I ended up hitting her. I got out of my car and looked all around. Absolutely no one was around, but there were handprints on the hood of the car. Also, if you turn onto Riverdale from 112th and turn left, there will be a huge line of trees on the either side, and it just looks like a dark cave of trees. And there's a very mean jogger spirit that hitchhikes and jogs around there. My sister and I were driving around on that road and went through that little cave of trees, and she said she first got a glimpse of the light on his shoes on the left side going away from 104th, and as you get closer you can see that it's a person, and he was holding out his hands for hitchhiking. Then all of a sudden knelt down in the running position, and as soon as we got close enough, he jetted out in front of us. My sister said that there were bodily fluids and body parts all over on the windshield, and she blinked, and it was all gone. She said as soon as he knelt down getting ready to run, she saw that his face was just a skull, and his hand was bones. So yeah, it's not just that spot right by 132nd. There are millions of ghost and spirit stories for that road. Believe me, I've gone up and down that road billions of times. I used to do it about 5 to 7 times a day for about a year, so I know that road pretty well. I moved to Overland Park, Kansas, during my 6th grade year, along with my brother, stepfather, and brother. The 5-story house we lived in was in a new neighborhood, and I never took the time to research the land on which our neighborhood was built. Of course, I didn't know what experiences I would find myself in throughout the next few years. My night's routine consisted mostly of sitting in the sunroom on the 4th floor that looked towards the hallway leading to the 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a linen closet, and the staircase which led to the master bedroom, while reading whatever book I had at hand. I can't recall how long it had been since my family and I moved into the house. However, I remember this night clearly. My parents went out to eat, and I stayed behind, at home. I was curled into the corner of a sofa that sat in front of a set of windows, reading Guardian by John Saul. The first incident happened well after the night sky had darkened. I was concentrating heavily on my book when I began to hear a knocking coming from outside. It sounded almost exactly like someone hammering on the side of the house. Looking up from my book, I turned and looked outside to see who could be outside at such a time. However, I couldn't see anyone, so I turned around and made myself comfortable to engross myself in my book. Again, the banging continued, and the most effort I put into looking out the window again was angling my head and looking out of the corner of my eye. After a few minutes, the sound outside stopped, only to begin inside. This time, it sounded as someone was banging a hammer on the pipe in the basement, 3 floors below. The banging was 4 or 5 short clangs, and then silence. I'd raise my book again until I was interrupted by another round of clangs. The only thing I could do was try my best to ignore it. As I continued to read, I experienced this unnerving feeling of being watched. I tried to reposition myself on the couch, shifting my legs from underneath me and stretching out, but nothing would unshake the presence. I finally settled on propping my feet on the table and resting the book on my knees. It was then where I could see in my peripheral vision a man standing on the top step of the staircase leading to my parents' bedroom. He stood in complete black, perfectly still, and watched. When I looked directly at him, he disappeared. I figured all the noises in the man I saw were a result of reading the book, and because of this conclusion, I refused to look up at the staircase again, regardless of the fact that the man was still there. I never spoke of the clanging of the man once my parents came home, because I figured it was my imagination. My parents were arguing when they came home anyway, so I tried my best not to get in their way. Most of my time was spent in my room when there were others in the house. You could blame it on adolescence and wanting to be by myself. It was there in my room where another strange incident occurred. I had my radio cranked to the highest decibel and was rocking out when I heard a knock on my door. Turning down the radio, I rushed to the door and opened it to find no one standing outside. I shrugged, thinking I was hearing noises due to the loud radio, closed the door, and cranked the radio back up again. A few minutes later, I heard the knocking again, but this time, instead of turning down the radio, I opened the door while the radio blared. Again, no one stood at my door. I walked into the bathroom, which was immediately to my right, and checked behind the drawn shower curtain because my mother would love to hide and jump out behind me as I walked down the hallway. Well, she wasn't going to get me this time, only she wasn't behind the curtain. I walked down the entire hallway, checking the kitchen and bedrooms before going to my parents' bedroom. It, too, was empty, so I hightailed it to my bedroom, shut the door, and sat on my bed. I figured whoever wanted to come in would, so I no longer answered the knocks. Whoever it was knocked twice more and then stopped. Months passed, and the knockings continued, and the man stood on the top step of the staircase. After a while, I became so used to it, but I never mentioned it to anyone in my house. I always figured it was my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually, the sounds and the man disappeared, and I never experienced them again until years later. My mother and I were standing on the back porch one night while she smoked a cigarette. No one was allowed to smoke inside because my younger brother was asthmatic. While she smoked, she mentioned, "I see people in this house." I casually looked at her and replied, "You too?" I can't remember the look on her face, but the sound of her voice distinguished her fear. She told me that she continuously saw 3 people standing on the staircase leading to her bedroom. Only the people she saw were dressed in white. She said that the people she saw stood on the stairs day and night, whereas the person I saw was dressed in black and only stood at the top of the stairs at night. She told me of a night when she was smoking in the garage, and she heard a knocking on the door. Figuring it was her husband, she knocked back in return. Moments later, another knock, and she returned it, and again, until the door opened, and her husband asked why she was knocking on the door. Her answer was, "Because you were knocking." He informed her that he had been downstairs watching television. A year or so after I shared our experiences, my mother and brother, and me, of course, moved out of the house and into an apartment across the street from the neighborhood. My mother and her husband were separated, but he continuously stayed at our apartment anyway. One night, my mother decided to drive back to the house to feed our dog that we left behind at the house, while my stepfather was inside our apartment sleeping. I remained behind as well, sitting outside in the back patio. My mother was gone for 10 or 15 minutes before rushing back through the front door. The hairs on her arm were standing on edge, and she couldn't seem to collect her thoughts. She finally asked, "Do you think I'm crazy?" I laughed and asked why. She explained. While the dog was eating out in the garage, she had gone inside to close the blinds in the formal living room. While her back was the rest of the room, she heard a distant voice saying, "Get out of the house." She said she shook it off and walked up to the sunroom to close more blinds, where she again heard, "Get out of the house." Finally, while closing the blinds in the kitchen, she said that the voice was so close that she ran out of the house without closing the remaining blinds, jerked the dog into the garage, and sped back to the apartment. A year later, we moved to Georgia, where there have been no experiences in any of the houses we've resided in. I've been debating with myself as to why she and I would see people standing on the same staircase, and if their different clothing represented anything. Maybe because that's where most of my parents' fights would take place, or what was trying to get our attention by knocking on the walls. What I do know is that now that my mother is no longer married to the same man, we haven't experienced anything of the like since. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. My mom had just gotten remarried, so I now had a stepfather, whom I absolutely despised. About a year or so later, my dad started renovations on the house. We added almost half a house on. There was a 3-season porch, a mudroom, a bathroom, and 2 basement bedrooms. My sister moved out of her bedroom to the new one in the basement. A few days later, I was in my bed. My bed faced the wall by the door, but I couldn't look out down the hall. I had only been in bed for a few minutes. I looked up because it felt as someone was in the room with me. That's when I thought there was my stepfather standing at the foot of my bed. He was wearing what appeared to be a hooded trench coat and appeared as a dark silhouette. Looking back, it didn't really initially terrify me because I just thought it was my stepfather playing tricks on me, as I said. Boy, was I terrified. I yelled, "Ken, get out of here." Suddenly, my mom, who was in her bed at the end of the hall, yelled back at me that he was asleep in the bed next to her. Suddenly, the figure disappeared. I ran as fast as possible into our bedroom. There was my stepdad, sound asleep and snoring right next to her. I told her what I saw, and she just told me to go back to bed. The next morning, at the breakfast table, I started telling everyone. My oldest brother described the man in the hood. He also said he'd seen the man in his bedroom at the foot of his bed. His bedroom was in the basement, located right under my parents' room. He also thought it was our stepdad, until it vanished. He just thought he was hallucinating or something, and didn't tell anyone. Honestly, now, I really wish it was my dad. Hi, I'm a 21-year-old student in Chicago, Illinois. I'd like to tell you my story, and if possible, ask for your professional opinion about a few things. I've experienced spiritual and ghostly activity for about 11 years now. I used to be frightened by these experiences, but now I'm quite intrigued. However, one incident stands out in my mind
and still bothers me to this day. This is the story that I would like to tell you about. About 5 years ago, I lived in an apartment on the second floor. It was an unusually warm summer's night, so I decided to sleep on the couch, with the sliding door open to let in the breeze. I woke at about 2:30 a.m. to a horrid stench and a strange coolness. Confused, I looked around the living room. I looked then, and directly in front of myself, and I was lying on my right side, with my right arm tucked under my head as a pillow, and I saw a figure. I was frozen with fright as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, and I saw the figure's face. At this point, I was thinking that someone broke into the apartment. However, this was no person. This ghost had a human-shaped face, but it was a grayish-white color. Its eyes were darkened, and what I remember the most was the huge prominent cheekbones. Furthermore, this thing only had a torso and a head, nothing else. Suddenly, with great quickness, its head descended, positioned its face directly in front of mine, stared at me for a moment, and as quickly as it descended, it pulled its head back to the original position. I began crying at this moment, and that's when I felt a sort of punch on my chest. It then seemed to kind of run off into the kitchen, and then I heard the door slam. I jumped from off the couch, turned the lights on, and checked the door out. The door was locked from the inside, so there was no possible way that someone had broken into the apartment and left through the kitchen door. To say the least, I was badly shaken. I took a moment to collect myself. When I realized my chest hurt, I went to the bathroom and pulled down my pajama top slightly, which revealed a large red mark, as if someone had punched me. This mark eventually developed into slight bruising as the morning came. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. Since this event, several other experiences have occurred, none as frightening as this, thank goodness. However, a cluster of events did occur directly after this experience. For what reason? I'm not sure. I did go to the library and search for possible causes for such an occurrence. The closest I got to a logical answer was something called a night terror, which I'm sure you are familiar with. But I've excluded this as a possible explanation, for many reasons. The only thing I can think of is that I had seen a ghostly entity. As to why there was a stench or a cold chill associated with the experience, I can only guess. Also, I've always been under the impression that spirits cannot harm the living, but I simply cannot believe this to be true anymore. And this is an experience that I had when I was younger. It's a little short, but it remains my creepiest ghost story I've ever had. I had to have been 8 or 9 years old when it happened, and yes, it sounds a little corny, but it was truly an unforgettable and authentic experience. It happened to be dark and dreary on this night. It had been raining really hard, and I had no choice but to walk through the rain. The rain just kept pouring down, and all I could think about was how miserable I was from the rain, and just wanted to get to my friend's house faster. I think it was around 10 p.m., and I was walking through the neighborhood park to my friend's house on the other side, when all of a sudden, I saw my dead grandmother appear from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, it was a year to the day of her death from cancer. She just looked as she did before she got sick, though. She looked wonderful. Of course, I wasn't sure if it was really her, so I walked up to her and called out her name. The wind became harsher and the rain fell harder, and as she reached out to me, I could see she was in pain. It was at that very moment that her face changed, and she became scared and looked as though she needed my help, and it was then that she disappeared. I had to have been 3 to 5 feet away, Needless to say, I ran as fast as I could to my friend's house and didn't say another word that very night. I was sent to live with my grandparents when I was 3 years old. I loved my grandpa with all my heart, and he and I became very close because he could not work due to a serious heart condition. We took wonderful care of each other. Even at the age of 5, I've always been very responsible due to my grandfather's ill health. One day, when I was 9, my grandma kept me home from school to look after Grandpa because he was not feeling well. About 9:30 that morning, he went to lay down because he said he did not feel well. I went in about 10:30 to take his temperature and discovered his fever to be 103.4. I rushed and called my grandma and mother immediately. In turn, my mother said she was going to call an ambulance, so I was to get Grandpa ready and wait for them. As I did this, my grandpa called me into his room and told me, "Pumpkin, I love you very much and you know this. Even though you are young and in time will forget different things about me, just always remember my love and the way you feel. I promise you this. I'll always be there with you, and you'll always be in my heart." I will always remember him saying this, because that was the last conversation he ever had. I never got to say goodbye, because he fell into a deep coma, and they wouldn't allow me into ICU to say goodbye. He then died on May 26, 1983, at 5:36 a.m. I know this for a fact, because he had given me his watch to hold on to while he was in the hospital, and it stopped at that very second that they pronounced his death. Now, while that is odd enough, the best part is yet to come. 3 weeks after my grandpa had passed away, my grandmother became very ill and was put into the hospital, so my sister, brother-in-law, and myself stayed out at my grandma's house. My sister had a cat that whenever someone came down the stairs, it would run to the basement door and cling to the screen to be let out. Well, one night, at about 11:30 p.m., the cat was sleeping with me on the couch in the basement when it jumped down and ran to the door to cling onto the screen, when all of a sudden, we heard footsteps. Now, the house is locked, my grandmother is in the hospital, and we are all in bed, downstairs. My brother-in-law grabs his baseball bat and tells us to call 911. At first I was very scared and was crying. And then they went upstairs. The footsteps stopped, and all of a sudden, my grandpa was standing in front of me, holding the note I had put in his pocket the day of the funeral. He had a tear in his eye and told me not audibly, but I could see his lips move, that he loved me and would always be there with me. Ever since then, any major life event, graduation, marriage, the birth of my 2 children, anything, I felt this love at one time or another, and I felt a huge sense of calmness. I guess this would be a second account of a previously encountered ghost story. I had the same thing happen to me as in the story below on Denton Road, Ypsilanti, Denton Road Bridge. The story goes that a group of kids were playing chicken near Denton Road Bridge, and one of them proved to be Chicken. His car swerved off the road when they reached the bridge, and they crashed into the river below. Many people claim to see a light come out of the river and chase their vehicle to the end of the road if they stop at the center of the bridge at night. I'm a racer and have a very fast, very built up 1969 Dodge. One stopped on this bridge simply because we were lost, and a pair of headlights came up the embankment and behind me and started coming up on me very fast. I thought some drunken redneck was out four-wheeling and was going to rear-end me. The car was in gear and running, so I simply stepped on the gas, and the headlights behind me pulled up within a few feet of my rear bumper. I floored it, and the light stayed right on my bumper. Couldn't see a thing behind me because the brights were on the car following me, and they were far brighter than any car I'd ever seen. I had the speedometer buried past 120 miles per hour, and they were 2 feet off of my bumper. I remember the red glare of the brake lights lighting up the road behind me some, and the moon was very bright that night, so I could see the way to the bridge practically, and there was not a car on the road. I was a little stunned, and almost lost the car at the turn. We went back to make sure that no one behind us had got into the ditch. Well, there was nothing. And then I got freaked. Made it back to Windsor in record time. I don't know how to start this, other than saying several years ago, when my children were small, we moved out into the country on the Washington side and lived in a home that I feel has some strange paranormal or ghostly things going on in it. I would have to say that during that time, there was something in there causing all havoc in our home. To make it short, I used to on a regular basis have something come to me, and I'm not sure what, but let me explain what it looked like. I would wake up from a sleep most of the time, but sometimes I was fully awake in bed when it would happen, but for the most part, I would wake up from a sound sleep and notice this lavender-colored smoke, or whatever you want to call it, coming from the corner where my closet was, and it would do different things at different times. It would wrap around my perimeter of my room, and then go to the end of my bed, and separate into 5 different lines, and then dart at me, and then would go away. Sometimes it would wrap around the room, and then come down from above, into 5 different lines. The first few times that this happened to me, I was very frightened, and would wake my husband up, and of course by the time I could wake him up, there was nothing there. He slept very hard. This went on for a whole 7 years that we lived in this home. During that time, my husband also became very mean and violent. Also, in the room adjoining where my closet and my son's closet connect, my son was having these horrific nightmares that we could not wake him up from. We would sit there for sometimes 20 to 30 minutes, trying to wake him up, and he would be begging for his mother or his father, and crying out, asking them to go away and leave him alone. He would describe them as ugly and short, very ugly and mean looking in the face, and they would torment him and scare him and try to hurt him. This was heart-wrenching for me to see him go through this and not be able to wake him up. I would cry right alongside of him when I was holding him, rocking him, trying to wake him up from these nightmares. All of my children used to tell me that in that house, they would see a ball of light sometimes that would move quickly through the home. I saw that occasionally as well. Our television was something quite interesting as well. It would turn off by itself while we're watching it, and then it would turn back on with the remote, and then it would turn back off again. We could play this game for a few minutes, and then it would stop. This only happened a couple of times through the TV. I do feel that there was something evil in that home, because many things went on in that home. What the lavender-colored smoke was, or the ball of light, or even my son's terrifying dreams were, I have no clue. I don't have a great deal about that kind of stuff. I do feel that I have many experiences though, and had some in other homes as well. Who knows, maybe they follow me, but the home in Washington was not a good ghost, if that is what it was. Our family went through some of our hardest times in that home. Can you tell me what the lavender smoke was, or what the ball of light was? I would be very interested in knowing. You could respond to me. Thanks so much. I'm from the Southern California area, so here's how it goes. I was born in the Los Angeles area, but my parents bought a brand new home in the Orange County area. The city of La Palma, to be exact. The house was located on some ranch of some sort, because our backyard faced a very large open but fenced field, with some cattle roaming around in it. Mind you, these are tract homes, as we know it today, and at the time, it seemed like we were living in the boondocks. I mean, looking back at it now, it was a rather very lonely area, but it all had these new track homes. You know, one supermarket, one library, one hospital, fire station, and police station. You get the idea. Well, the funny thing was, we were only 4 blocks west of Knott's Berry Farm. That is, if you stand at the main entrance, as you get closer to the park. Anyway, the house was well built, new carpet, plumbing, the whole works with upgrades. But on some occasions, I was very scared downstairs in the family room. I was even scared in my own bedroom. I mean, my room looked like a toy room display, so there was no reason for me to get scared, just out of the blue. I mean, I was playing in my room, and it seemed as if evil walked in the room. I got this incredible feeling of hate towards me, as if I shouldn't have been there. It's happened to me several times in the house, and at 7 years of age, I didn't know anything about the supernatural or paranormal activity. Another occasion was during a Saturday afternoon. My mother and I were upstairs, and suddenly, we heard this slamming and crashing noise, and as we came down the stairs, we saw in the living room my mom's favorite painting smashed on the floor. It looked as if someone broke it in anger. I mean, the frame was just trashed, and the small pictures around the one that got smashed were perfectly hanging straight. The ghost made itself seen again in the late afternoon. This time, my mom was doing some house cleaning, and as she turned to one side, she looked up towards the stairs, and she saw a man wearing a white cream-colored suit in pristine condition, except he didn't have a head. No Hollywood genre or anything like that. I saw the same thing myself. This time, I saw him at night, at the end of the hallway. This was very real, and very scary. Another time, as I would sleep at night, the beds were occasionally kicked very hard. Also in the master bedroom, the sliding glass mirror doors were slamming back and forth, and the dresser drawers were also slamming in and out as well. All these things would happen separately from each other on different occasions. The main boulevard is La Palma Avenue, and the street of the house is Comstock Circle. We lived there from 1970 to 1975, my parents and I. And that is the most scary and terrifying ghost story I have. Thanks for listening. I don't normally tell these stories to anyone because they sound outlandish, but I'm a professional as an MBA in English, and I've had some of the strangest things happen to me. The most memorable one was in the fall of 1990. I was a senior in high school, and my boyfriend and I were out with our best friend. Being a stupid teenager, I was riding on my boyfriend's lap in the front seat because we were just going to the park, which was only about 3 miles from where we were, and we lived in the middle of no man's land. There was a forest of trees in the middle of the fork. We were talking and carrying on, and my friend, Mike, took the left fork instead of the right fork. I looked up, fussing at him for taking the wrong road, when we saw this guy in a gray sweatshirt and blue sweatpants walk out of the trees right in front of the car. Of course, I thought we were going to wreck, so I braced my arm on the dashboard and ducked my head, preparing to be thrown through the windshield. I was screaming, but I felt no impact. When I looked up, we were on the right road going towards the park, and there was no one in front of the car. Of course, we stopped the car and mulled around for a few minutes, trying to see if maybe someone had wrecked in the trees, but there was no sign of anything. I do know that about 4 years before that, my brother had a good friend who died at the intersection while running from the cops after domestic dispute. He never made the turn and went straight into the trees. He left behind 2 small children. Maybe it was him trying to go home. My next experience happened with a Ouija board, and I can promise I'll never touch another one. We were trying to contact a friend who had passed away about a year earlier. I asked him to prove he was who he said.
and he gave us some details that each of us in the room would know about him individually, but not collectively. I asked him to prove he was there. I heard something happening in the laundry room, and I threw the board into the hallway and went to look. All the cabinets above the washer and dryer were open, and all the storage sheets were laying all over the floor. My cat's food and water had been pushed to the opposite side of the room. It was too scary for all of us. We camped out together in sleeping bags on the floor, as close to one another as we could. And this is my final story, because this one is happening presently. I had a daughter 2 years ago. I decided to pass on my middle name, which has been a family tradition for girls in our family for years, Grace. The wild thing is, my daughter was due on June 21st, which I thought was cool because it was my brother's birthday, but she was born on May 27th, 1996, exactly 1 year to the date of the death of my Aunt Grace, whom I loved during life. She was my godmother, and she never had any kids, and I felt it was a meaningful tribute to her. Anyways, getting to my point, my daughter was born very sick, but became healthy very quickly. She has grown into a radiant little girl. We have moved 5 times since she was born, my job and me traveling, and we finally decided to settle near one set of my grandparents, so she could have the loving support I never had. So we moved to Atlanta. The strange thing is, I've noticed that she always has the coldest room in the house. My husband makes a joke out of it, since he is always hot, that he doesn't know how we always do that. I believe it is my Aunt Grace watching over her, her guardian angel. I've been in her room, putting her to bed, reading her a story, and felt someone sit on the bed with us, with a great thud. My aunt was no little woman, but always a beautiful one. The strangest thing that has happened recently is that an old makeup case with a camo on it, with the powder still in it, has appeared in my home. I know I did not get this from my mom, because we do not speak. It sits in my bookcase. When my husband and I married, I decided to use her wedding band, but it causes blisters on my fingers, and always appears in the jewelry box that I keep in my daughter's room. So now I know. My Aunt Grace wants my daughter to have it, instead of me. I've always wondered what was going on in the house I grew up in. It was only 20 years old when we bought it. We knew the builders. It had only one owner since then, an old woman who kept cats. My mother bought the house when I was 4, and from day one, I was terrified to be in there. It just felt wrong. It was a small house, only 2 bedrooms, all on one level, with the exception of an attic and a basement. There were definitely sections of the house that felt safe, and sections that did not. The back bedroom closet, the bathroom, and the short steps and hallway leading to the back door and basement were not. The first bedroom, living room, and ironically enough, the kitchen, so as long as you put your eye on that back hall, were safe. The things that occurred in the house were experienced by the entire family, though my mother and older sister always had a reasonable explanation for them. Heavy breathing could often be heard. Mom's explanation, the swing set up the road creaking, footsteps across the ceiling, the neighbors. Now, our house sat alone and shared no walls, so how would we hear the neighbors going up their stairs inside their house? Items that were set down would suddenly vanish, only to reappear after much frantic hunting. But worse than that was the feel. People were loath to do anything that would make a loud noise. Vacuuming, showering, flushing the toilet, frying food, anything that made a cover-up noise. It always made you want to spin around and run when you couldn't hear past the noise you were making, as if for allowing something to sneak up on you. When anyone went down to the basement, which housed the washer and dryer, they inevitably ran down the stairs. Those stairs, you just didn't want to be caught on them. My mom was a compulsive decorator, and the only spot in the house that did not boast ornamentation was the hall leading to the basement stairs. Even she couldn't bear to be in there long enough to hang a picture. Once in the basement, the person felt compelled to keep a running, shouted conversation with whomever was upstairs. You did not want to be cut off down there. Sleeping in this house was a nightmare. The overwhelming fear of shutting off the light and daring to sleep. Myself and my niece both experienced this. In the back bedroom, too, there was a closet. The closet door had a tendency to suddenly slam open. My mom's explanation, it was hung crooked. When I was 14, tired of it, I put a latch on it. Some years later, the door flung itself open, hard enough to send the latch flying through the opposite window. Hung crooked indeed. The most terrifying event in the house was experienced by myself, my niece, and my dog. We were sleeping, both in my room. My sister was asleep on the sofa, and my mom in her room. Jennifer and I were awakened by a voice from the area of the basement, calling my name. I thought it was my sister and asked her what she wanted. I woke her up. It had not been her. I woke my mom up. It wasn't her either. While I was talking to my mother, the voice came again, telling me to come to it. My niece asked my mom if she had heard it, and my mother replied that she had heard nothing, and that we were dreaming. Both of us, dreaming the same dream. Okay. It went on all night, and my dog, guardian of my well-being, hid under the bed and whimpered. We lived in the house for 17 years. During that time, we had bedding switched from one bed to another, tapes and records moved under furniture, and perhaps the most puzzling, we came home daily for a week to find bowls of hot food and cups of steaming tea set out as though someone had just been there, yet the house was locked. We had a neighbor watch the house to make sure the kids weren't coming in, but nobody was seen to enter. To this day, whenever my niece or myself have a nightmare, it is set in that house. No dreams that take place in the house turn out to be good ones. I've actually had dreams that were going along fine until I realized where I was. I also remember having a dream that I was married and my husband had purchased a house. He took me to see our new house, and you guessed it, it was 4 Harrison Court. In the dream, the most amazing wave of terror swept over me at the thought of stepping into the house again. We have no idea what was wrong with it. We know the woman who bought it from us, and she still lives in it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed the ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said that this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible hatred and dread. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I had felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers and his army of saints to fight for us. Ultimately, it worked, so while we were living there, we had no more problems. but whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. Reading some of the stories that your readers have sent you brought back a memory I thought I had long forgotten, and I would like to share it with you. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, it did not occur to me, but instead happened to a childhood friend of mine. Being an ex-army brat, part of my childhood was spent in a suburb just east of St. Louis called Spanish Lake. It was called that for a lake that was near there and a favorite hangout of many of the townspeople. A nice lake during the day, but at night, it was said that the ghost of a sunken Spanish galleon walked the shores of the lake, especially during the summer months, in search of what was unknown. At one time, I'd been told that several people had simply disappeared from there and were never heard from again. Truth or not, I will not venture a guess. The lake was also said to have a section that was bottomless, and there, supposedly, lay the Spanish galleon. Being teenagers and fearing nothing, several of us used to go there with our girlfriends or boyfriends and park. But one night, my friend told me he had learned his lesson and would never, ever go there again. I came out of my house one summer's day in 1971, and I saw Randy up the street, absolutely throwing a fit, yelling, screaming, cursing, and in general, having the proverbial cow. He was standing near his car, a 1966 Plymouth Roadrunner, in mint condition, or at least it almost was, now. Something you must understand is that this car was Randy's pride and joy. He babied the car, and it was one of the fastest cars in the area at the time, as well as one of the sharpest looking cars. It was a painted metallic turquoise and built to the hilt. I asked him what he was so pissed off about, and he showed me. What I saw scared the bejesus out of me. It looked as if someone, or something, had ran their fingers down the entire length of the passenger side of his car and completely melted the paint where they had touched the car. He told me that he and his girlfriend, the night before, had gone to their favorite spot on the lake to be alone. He told me that they had been there long enough to fog the windows a little. During a pause, for breath catching or something, one of them looked out the front window, seeing what appeared to be a sort of red glow emanating from the lake itself. At first they tried to ignore it, their attention on each other, but, unfortunately, they both became rather interested in it. Randy told me that within the glow, he started to make out what looked like a ball, just a little brighter than the glow itself. At this point, Randy told me that it appeared to start coming towards them. He told me that it looked like it was pulsing or something, almost as though it were alive. It came slowly towards them, and they got really scared. His girlfriend told him that she wanted to leave, right now. Randy told me that he tried to start the car, and absolutely nothing happened. Not one damn thing. It was almost as if all the power had been sucked from it. Meantime, the red glow continued towards them. He said his girlfriend became near hysterical, wanting to leave, but he told her that, try as he might, there was nothing he could do, and he was not about to get out of the car to find out either. All they could do was make sure the doors were locked, and the windows were up as far as they would go, and wait. He said that after a short time, the red glow completely surrounded them, and his car began a slow rocking motion at first. Then, without warning, Randy told me that the car began to rock more violently, and he said he and his girlfriend could hear a growling or something of the sort anyway. Then he told me that he could hear a scraping sound down the passenger side of his car. He said the best way he could describe the sound was like someone scraping their fingernails down a chalkboard. Randy said this went on for several more minutes. He wasn't sure for how long, and all he and his girlfriend could do was sit there and hold one another. She, of course, in tears, and Randy very nearly there himself. Suddenly, he said, the growling stopped, the scraping ceased, and the glow was gone. It simply wasn't there anymore. Shaking, he reached for the ignition switch and tried turning the key. He said the car started right away, and they got the heck out of there, not looking back once, and were grateful when they were back up on the main road and heading into town. By the time Randy had been able to calm his girlfriend down and get her home, it was very late, so he decided to just go home and try to get some sleep, but not before trying to see what kind of damage had been done. Randy told me that after he had gotten home, he went into the house, got his flashlight, and went back outside. He said that at the time, he saw absolutely nothing, and after very careful examination too. But the next morning, his brother had wakened him, wanting to know what happened to his baby. That's when he discovered what he had. He tried several times after to fix the problem, but within a few days, the fingerprints would reappear, just as if they were fresh. Shortly after that, I left Spanish Lake. I was told that Randy eventually got rid of his car, and I heard nothing more of it. But to be honest with you, I've not been too awfully curious either. When I was about 13 years old, I used to babysit quite a lot in my neighborhood. Back then, I didn't believe in ghosts or the paranormal. I lived in upstate New Jersey at the time. My foster family had recently moved into a new housing development in a small suburban town near the New York State border. The house next door to us was an old farmhouse. The housing development had been built on what had been the farm. The farmhouse had supposedly been built during the mid to late 1700s. When I came home from a babysitting job late one night, I looked out at the window for several minutes at the stars, trying to find the different constellations, as was my habit just about every night. Then, I saw a ball of mist, which appeared to be walking down the middle of the road. I thought that it must be some kind of gas or water vapor, although I'd never seen anything like it in my life. It seemed so deliberate. It never veered from the road. I watched it go to the end of the block and make a right into the woods that led to New York State. It was weird, but I figured that there must be some rational explanation for it. The couple who had just moved into the old farmhouse needed a babysitter for a Saturday night for their 4-year-old daughter. I agreed to babysit. I arrived at the couple's house about 7 p.m. on a hot summer night. As soon as I entered their house, their Doberman Pinscher ran up to me and started barking at me and howling. He wouldn't stop regardless of what the couple tried to do. His howls became shrill and he began to growl at me. I'd never been afraid of animals, as I'd grown up around dogs and I like animals very much. This dog really scared me just the same. The husband put the dog down in the garage, where it finally stopped howling. I met the little girl, and then the mother put her to bed in her upstairs bedroom. When the couple left, I turned on the TV. Despite the hot night, there was not even as much as a fan in the house, yet the house was comfortably cool. At about 10 or 11 p.m. that night, the TV began to have interference, and the lights dimmed noticeably. The television began to get so much interference that it became impossible to watch. The lights dimmed even more. I thought that there must be something wrong with the electrical wiring in the old house. I sat by the light and began to read. The house was becoming cooler. Despite the hot night outside, this house was becoming cold. There was an Afghan on the back of the couch, which I wrapped around me. I went to the window, wondering why it was suddenly becoming cold. The window pane was warm. It was certainly warmer than the house was at the moment. I tried to open the window to let the warm air in, but I could not budge any of the windows. The outside world looked so strange from inside the house, as though you were looking at something far away, or looking at a picture of something rather than reality. Then I began to hear what sounded like a light footfall at the top of the stairs. I could only hear them coming down, but not up, on about the top 1/3 of the stairway. I looked to see if this little girl had gotten up, but she was sound asleep, with her sheet tucked in around her. As I sat reading, the footfall became closer and got louder. I stood by the stairway and watched. I saw nothing, but could still hear the footfall. I thought that this old house must be still settling to be making all this noise. Then, the footfalls began a pounding and seemed to reach the end of the stairwell. They were closer together, loud and insistent, but always only descending the staircase, never ascending it. Then, I heard a loud bang from the room, directly in line with the stairway at the top. I raced to the room, thinking that I might find a little girl there, or a small animal which might have gotten into the house and knocked something over. I turned on the light to the room. The room was very cold, and the light was very dim. The child was not there, and nothing was out of place. I recalled promptly from the small frigid room. The hairs at the back of my neck were standing up, and I felt a strange sensation, as though a current of electricity was coursing through my spine to the base of my skull. I checked on the little girl, who was sound asleep despite the racket, and still tucked her snugly into her bed. At this point, I was getting scared, but figured that there must be some rational explanation for what was happening. The footsteps continued their pounding, but now they descended all the way to the foyer. There was a deep shag carpet runner along the foyer. I could hear creaking floorboards beneath it and indentations in the carpet as though someone were pacing on it. I thought that there must be some really small animal on the carpet and decided to try to catch it. I planted myself in the middle of the carpet when something came over me. Everything went dark for a second. I felt as though someone had thrown something over my head, and for a few seconds, I couldn't breathe. This was no small animal. I was petrified. I ran up the stairs to check the child, and she was still fast asleep. After the incident on the carpet, the foothills started making their way up the staircase. It was like a playback of what had been going on most of the night, only in reverse. By the time the foothills reached the top third of the stairwell, they'd stopped the incessant pounding and were only slightly stepping, yet still only descending the stairway. Finally, they disappeared entirely. The lights resumed their brightness, and the television was no longer bothered by the interference. By this time, it was about 2 a.m., and the stairwalking had gone on for several hours. All through this, there had been not one peep from the dog in the garage. The couple returned home about 4 a.m. They asked me if everything had been all right. I had felt as though I had been losing my mind. I just told them that everything had been okay. The next day, my foster sister made a point of asking me, how did the babysitting go? I told her, the house is really weird. Then she told me, I didn't want to tell you before you went babysitting because I didn't want to scare you. She proceeded to tell me that the former owners had told her that the house was haunted. They told her that all the members of the family had seen the ghost many times. They explained that one of the original owners of the house, a Mr. H, had committed suicide by hanging himself from the attic door which was directly above the top landing of the stairwell. They'd taken my sister for a tour of the house. When they had been renovating the house, they had discovered that the house beams and studs had been joined together by wooden pegs and not nails. This was a very old construction technique that was used because making wooden pages was easier than having to make nails. They took my foster sister for a tour of the cellar, which consisted of a maze-like collection of windowless cubicles. In each of the cubicles were manacles for hands and feet. Had Mr. H bought slaves to use as farm workers? In that area, the growing season is short and the winters are long and cold. Buying slaves would hardly have been cost-effective for such a short period of time. Long ago, the land there had belonged to the Rampo Indians. Had Mr. H taken these people as seasonal slaves and dispensed with them after harvest time? My friends went down to the town city hall to check the records of the house. The records show that the house was considerably newer than had been thought, about mid-19th century. This was after the slavery had been discontinued in the Northeast. The former owners of the house, who were also builders and renovators of old houses, said that the mode of construction that was used in the house would date the house as being much older. I guess we'll never know who was kept manacled in those airless little rooms in the cellar. We'll never know why Mr. H was driven to suicide, or if his death was indeed a suicide. Was the ghost that of Mr. H, or of someone else? Perhaps there is more than one tormented spirit in that troubled household. I'm from a very small town in Madison Parish, Louisiana. One cold February night, my 5 sisters and I were going to visit my dad's brothers, as was a habit of ours to do, a couple of times during the week. My father had a work van in which the motor was encased on the inside of the van. Since it only had a driver's seat and a passenger seat, some of us had to sit on top of the motor case. This night, in particular, we took a different route to our uncle's home for some reason unknown. As we turned onto a side street, only one of my other sisters and I saw a woman with long flowing brown hair down to her waist in a long flowing white nightgown glide across the street about 1 or 2 blocks ahead of us. My sister and both looked at each other at the same time and said, "Did you see that?" 1 second she was to our left, and the next she was across the street and then just vanished. When we got home later that night, I told my mother what my sister and I had seen. She said that many years ago, I'm not sure if it was in the early 1900s, a young lady who lived in that area was to be married. On her wedding night, her fiancé was tragically killed before the wedding could take place. The bride, who was very much in love with her fiancé, pined away and died from the grief of her loss. My mother said that my sister and I were not the only ones who had seen this lady. I will never forget the apparition that I saw that night, and I truly believe that what I saw was a ghost from the past. I suppose that every kid imagines a monster in a closet or under the bed at one time or another, and I had in fact began to believe my experience to be the result of a young fertile imagination. You see, my room was located in the basement of my parents' home. Located next to the basement stairs, my closet ran under the stair and had only an open doorway, no door. As I lay trying to sleep at night, I was sure I could discern a pair of glowing red eyes staring at me from the closet doorway. This always filled me with a sense of fear and trepidation. I could never quite make out the body of the apparition, more like having an idea of the shape and size, but never really seeing it. I also had the strange feeling that the apparition indeed wished me ill. Furthermore, there was some force that restricted it to the closet. However, as I said, I'd begun to doubt the evidence of my own experience. Until years after I'd left the family home, my cousin came to stay with my mom and dad due to family difficulties. She stayed in my former room. Mom informed me that she was having trouble sleeping. However, she could not seem to get her to give any reason as to her apparent insomnia. My mother asked me to talk to her, fearing her difficulties stemmed from the problems in the family. She further believed that being closer in age might make it easier for her to open up. She described to me exactly the same manifestation I had imagined when I slept in that room. After a room change, she was once again able to sleep comfortably at night. My friend Christy is engaged to this guy named Sean. Sean has lived for most of his life at his parents' house in Cincinnati, Ohio. Sean's house is very old and just happens to be in a development that is situated over an old Indian burial ground. For as long as Sean can remember, there has been a ghost in the house. It imitates the voices of people who live in the house. There are many instances of Sean or his sisters being alone in the house and hearing one of their parents begging for help downstairs, only to go to the parent's aid and discover that the parent is not in the house. Sean even recorded it once while he was recording himself playing drums. In addition, there is a spirit that follows them and visitors around the house. It is a tall, dark figure wearing a hooded cloak. It has never harmed anyone, but merely made them feel uncomfortable. About a year ago, Christy made a trip out to Cincinnati to meet Sean's parents for the first time. He didn't want to tell her about the house because he didn't want to spook her. Sean's parents invited her to stay in the guest room, and Christy accepted. The first night of the visit, Christy was sound asleep when she woke up suddenly and felt something icy slide over her and felt like something was watching her. She got spooked and went over to Sean's room and slid into bed with him and stayed there for the rest of the night. Sean didn't tell her at the time, but the hooded figure followed her into the room. The same thing happened the next night, and Sean finally told her. She refused to stay in the house another night. When I was about 4 or 5, maybe even younger, I remember one night I was sleeping in my room and I awoke. I don't know why I did. I may have been dreaming. Anyways, I looked ahead of me to my wall and there was a face on it. It was blue, looked human, and this may sound strange, but I had a hat on that looked like one of those Arabian towels that they wrap their heads with. It spoke to me. I don't remember what it said, but oddly, I wasn't afraid of it. I don't remember the reaction, but I asked my mom if she remembered about when I told her there recently, and she said I used to tell her about a lady in blue visiting me quite often. I only remember telling her about my only experience once. I might have seen the face more than I remember. I don't think it was a dream, because I don't think I would remember a dream I had when I was 5 or younger. I'm 15 now, so it was at least 10 or more years ago. That's my experience. If anyone has had an experience similar to mine, please write me about it. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall, beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he had heard a weird, loud, screeching noise. He said he tried to find where it was coming from, and it would stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few nights later, his mom came and stayed the whole night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched in intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him, and he said, "Get up and get dressed." As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undiscernible presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now you can imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom. She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we had scared her to death, running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to my mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had.
In the summer of 1994, my sister and I moved to Hawaii to live with our father. While we were gone, our mother moved into an apartment to save money. Right away, strange things started to happen. Her 2 cats would never enter the bedroom of the apartment, choosing instead to sleep in the living room. They would claw and bite if you tried to carry them in there, and then run quickly away. Mom only spent one night in the room, and then opted for the living room as well. She didn't see anything, but felt as if there was someone watching her, or that someone was in the room. A few weeks later, she returned home from work to find her disposable razor disassembled on the bathroom counter. Even the twin blades were removed, and the whole apparatus was laid out in a straight row. The next night, my cousin, Stacy, and her husband, Mitch, went to stay over at my mom's with her. They were in from out of town, not going over to ease her fears. She wasn't scared yet. The 2 of them argued with Mom over sleeping arrangements, and she assured them that they never slept in the bedroom anyway. That night, my mother woke to hear Stacy and Mitch screaming in terror. Mom ran into the room to find Mitch trying to pull Stacy off the bed. She was screaming to get her off the bed, so Mom started pulling too. Once they got her to the floor, Stacy said that it felt like someone was sitting on top of her, and she couldn't breathe. And while it was going on, she said she could see a teenage boy in the corner, laughing uncontrollably. The 3 of them decided to drive to my grandma's to spend the night. Fast forward to Christmas break, when my sister and I came home to visit. Our first afternoon at the apartment, we heard a loud crash from the bathroom. All people and animals in the house were accounted for in the living room, so we went to check it out. Everything from the cabinet under the sink was out on the bathroom floor. It wasn't all tipped over, however. It was lined up in a straight row. After that, Mom told my sister and I about all the strange things that had occurred. My sister and I were thrilled, thought it was really cool. Mom said that we were more than welcome to sleep in the bedroom if we wanted to, so we did. Early the next morning, I woke up and thought I saw someone standing in the walk-in closet. The sun was just starting to come up, and I thought for sure it was my sister playing a trick on me. When I looked over in bed, she wasn't there. Instead, there was a guy, maybe teens or early 20s, with shaggy black hair and no face, in bed with me. He reached out for me, and I literally wet my pants, running into the living room. I woke my mom and sister, who had moved during the night, said she had the creeps, and attempted to tell them what happened. Mom told us to get our stuff, and we left. Later that afternoon, I recited the story to Stacy, and she said the guy I described was the one she saw laughing at her. Mom went to the leasing office a week later and asked to be moved to another apartment. All the leasing agent had to say was that no one had lived in that apartment longer than 4 months. It started some years ago, and I'm happy to say that it's been over for some time now. I'm confident that I'm no longer being followed by Mage, but I would like to share my experiences with you, and if you can provide any insight or better understanding of what happened to me, I would be most happy. Some years ago, I was sleeping over at a friend's apartment. I went to bed and lay there alone with my thoughts until I think I fell asleep. I was awoken by 3 sharp knocks, similar to someone knocking on a solid wooden door, and turned my head to the bedroom door, which was 3 yards away to my right. The door was closed, yet within the doorframe was a figure. To my eyes, the figure was shimmering and vivid with colors, without any real human form, yet to my senses, I was certain that it was a woman, that she was extremely tall, and that she was wearing jewelry. I perceived her with the absolute clarity that my eyes were unable to support. I opened my mouth to yell, but could not. It lasted only a few seconds when the door opened and my friend entered the room. The vision was gone. I said to my friend with a detached calmness that I had just seen a ghost, but this of course was met with indifference. I did not press the matter, as I was already beginning with self-doubt. By the end of a mostly sleepless night, I had managed to convince myself that it was a dream, or at least a product of that period between sleep and wakefulness. Within days, the whole episode was forgotten. Some 6 months later, I was at home with my parents and decided upon an early night. I had a lot on my mind that night and needed some space and some quiet for contemplation. I was lying on my single bed in my small bedroom, lost in thought, when I heard the 3 knocks again. My heart leapt. From my bed, I could see ahead of me, and to the right, the bedroom door, which was open, and the landing is accessible by 3 ascending steps. Through the door, I can see about 3 yards of the landing until the angle of the door frame cuts off the view. There, just at that farthest point, was the same vision, the same shimmering colors. She was much clearer this time, and there was no doubt that my eyes were seeing a woman. She was so tall that she had to bend her head to her left until it was almost resting on her shoulder, like a body hanging without the noose. But she was looking at me. Her eyes, although I couldn't actually see them, were fixed upon me, and there was a malice in them, I had no doubt. Then, in an instant, she came along the landing, down the 3 steps, and right up to my face. So quickly and so aggressively, she brought her face to within an inch of mine.
I could make out her eyes and nose, but to this day, I cannot be sure if I saw them or experienced them. I could not separate her emotions from her visage, which seemed to be one and the same in my mind. It is difficult to describe, but I saw her face and features, along with her hatred and despite. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came. Eventually, she disappeared. I've never been so terrified in all my life. Never has fear removed any capacity to utter or to move a single muscle, and yet this was the case. I lay rigid for some time, at least until the room was light from daybreak. I was absolutely sure that I had not fallen asleep, but yet over time, I managed to convince myself that this was indeed the case. This is how I came to terms with it. Over the next year, I saw no more of her, and she was reduced to an entertaining story for friends. Then I married and moved to set up house with my wife. The third, the last, and the unequivocal sighting was during the early days in my new home. It was a bright, warm Sunday afternoon, and I was sitting on a chair to watch a television program, an old episode of Bonanza, as it happens, when I became aware of another presence in the room. I turned to the door behind me, fully expecting my wife to be there, but she was not. As I turned my head back to the TV, to my right was a settee, and, sat in the middle, was the woman again. This time she was sat on the edge of the settee, with her hand forward, cupping her chin in her hands, and her knees were also together under her chin. She was leaning forward in this position, contemplating me amusingly, or mockingly. I cannot decide. There was so much clarity about her features, and the room was bright, which she seemed to reflect. There, in front of me was a woman, about 25 years old, very sharp features, very tall, and very thin. Her bright colors, her hair and her jewelry, reminded me of a punk rocker, although this was not so. I'm sure she was from a long time ago before that era. I was not afraid, and emboldened by the daylight, I simply and calmly asked her what she wanted. There was no response, no answer. She simply faded away, and I have not seen her to this day. Compressing my research into a short paragraph, I went back to the place of the first sighting and asked my friend some questions. It transpired that she was haunted by a spirit many years previously who would disturb household objects. An expert was brought in, who ascertained that they were being haunted by a malevolent spirit who was called Mage. It was not possible to get rid of her, but to hope that she leaves of her own accord. This happened in my friend's hometown, some 300 miles from where I live. My theory is that Mage came with my friend to my hometown and took a liking to me, thereby following me to both my parents' home and onward to my married home. I don't know who has provided the vehicle for her to leave my house, but I hope that she has been gone for good. When I was in my early 20s, a friend and I decided to rent a house together. We found a lovely old house near the Mississippi River, and I was immediately drawn to it. After we moved in, we both began to notice banging on the walls and lights blowing out constantly. The lights we attributed to bad wiring, and the banging, I truly believed, was my friend, and she truly believed it was me. The layout of the house was one we had never seen before. There was a hallway that led from the front living area to the back bedroom areas that was at an odd, slanted angle. I always felt uncomfortable going down this hallway and found myself going around by way of the kitchen. After months, my friend and I decided to take in a third roommate to help with expenses. During the next month or so, after this third roommate moved in, we noticed an increase in frequency to the noises, banging, and lights going out. We also began to notice that every month, and this is really weird, right around the time that all three of us began our menstrual cycles, a very large stain began to appear in the middle of our living room floor. We tried constant shampooing,
but it would always reappear immediately. Then after our cycles were finished, the stain would disappear on its own, only to reappear the next month. Our third roommate then became very withdrawn after only a short time of being in the house. She began to go directly to her bedroom and never came out except to go to work. Her personality has also changed drastically. She went from being very funny and outgoing to a complete loner. She would also say very inappropriate, weird things to us. We had known this girl for some time, and her behavior was quite unsettling. She finally told us that she was not comfortable in this house and was moving out, and she did so that very day. Shortly after she moved out, the banging noise began in earnest, and we started noticing our things being rearranged. We began to laughingly and nervously admit to each other that something was not right in this house. However, neither one of us felt threatened by any kind of the weird happenings, and in fact, I personally actually felt almost protected by it. We started to call our ghost George, and would talk to him whenever the banging would begin. We were trying to watch something on TV, and George would start banging or knocking. We would say, "Please, George, not right now. We're trying to see this." And he would actually stop, at least until the show was over. Unfortunately, no matter how much we begged him to stop putting the stain on the floor every month, that never ended. In fact, it got bigger and darker the longer we lived there. One kind of amusing episode happened to us one memorable evening. I decided to let my boyfriend at the time stay overnight with me, although I usually didn't do this. Just as we were dozing off, a very loud bang sounded, coming from the hallway. My boyfriend sat up and asked, "What the heck was that?" Immediately, a knocking began at the far end of the hall and rushed towards my room very fast, knocking louder and louder the closer it came. My boyfriend said, "That has to be your roommate being funny." I just laughed and tried to explain about our ghost, and that I thought he might be angry that I had a male friend overnight. He said that was bull and got up to investigate. Just as he came to the hallway, the knocking began again, all around him. Needless to say, my brave 6'4" boyfriend ran straight out the front door and never came back in the house. Anyway, after a few years, my roommate and I decided we were going to move to a cheaper apartment, closer to where we worked. As soon as we started packing, the noises, and especially the lights going out, began to get really bad. I was even starting to get a little frightened. One day, as we were finishing up packing, we decided to go check in the basement and see if we had anything left down there. While we were down there, we decided to go in the old fruit cellar, since neither one of us had actually looked in it. We found some old fishing equipment. We also found an old shirt box that was sealed with tape and felt kinda heavy, so we brought it upstairs and opened it up. Inside was a bunch of old pictures. Most of the pictures were of a young man of about 25 or 30. In many of the pictures, he was in our house and standing on the porch of the house. There were also some antique glass slides with pictures of him in the military uniforms. We dated the stuff around World War II. We decided to call our landlady, an elderly woman, around 80 years old, to tell her we had found the box. When we called her and told her what we had found, she hung up on us. We called back, and her daughter answered and said that they didn't want that stuff anymore, and we could have it or throw it away. We thought it was very strange, since normally our landlady was a sweet old lady, so we decided that some of the stuff in the box might be worth more money, and we would sell some of it. Some war medals, and even an old stock certificate. That night, I put the box on the kitchen table, and we went to bed. In the morning, we were going to move the last of everything, and as we were preparing to go, I asked my roommate what she had done with the box of stuff. She said she hadn't touched it. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it. Finally, around lunch, we got hungry and decided to cook a frozen pizza. We turned on the oven and immediately began to smell something burning. When I opened the oven, there was the box. Okay, I swore my roommate did it, and she swore I did it. So we left the box on the table again, and left to move some things to the new place. When we got back, the box was gone again. This time, we found it immediately in the kitchen pantry, so we kinda laughed it off, and put it back on the kitchen table. About 10 minutes later, I walked into the kitchen, and it was gone again. I decided the heck with it, and decided to just go finish the bedroom closet I had just minutes before been working on. When I stepped up on the chair to wipe off the upper shelves, there was the box. That did it. I said out loud, "Okay, George, we promise not to take your stuff," and put the box back in the fruit cellar, where we had found it. We left that day, and have never been back, but I've always wondered if the next tenants ever heard from George. I've worked for a domestic violence shelter for approximately 7 years. While I personally have never seen anything, there are always odd sounds and unusual occurrences. Let me start at the beginning. The house is 2-story with an attic and a basement and over 100 years old. I really don't know much else about its history. The local domestic violence center purchased the building, which had been uninhabited for a number of years, did some renovations, and began operating an anonymous shelter for battered women and their children. Over the years, there have been numerous sightings of a young couple. A woman in a long flowing dress can be seen periodically walking up the long staircase. A man in dark, old-fashioned clothing has been seen in the living room and at the top of the stairs outside the attic door. It is usual for all who went into the attic or the basement to feel uneasy and not alone. Recently, the sightings seem to have increased. A church group came over to the holidays to sing Christmas carols to the residents, and a young boy pointed to the ceiling and said, "Look, there's an angel." The only thing seen by the others in the room was a hazy, grayish fog that wasn't in any particular shape. A few months later, one of the employees' daughter was in the living room, alone, working on a school project, and looked up to see a gray, transparent figure looming in the doorway. She screamed, and her mother raced in to see the figure moving slowly upstairs. It was as if the ghost was checking in, and didn't mean to frighten the young girl. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of this haunting is that the couple together, fitting the same descriptions of the man and the woman seen in places of the house, have been seen in one bedroom upstairs. To my knowledge, at least 3 residents in the last year have been awakened at night to see the woman sitting on the edge of the bed, with a man standing behind her. The couple has been described as comforting and reassuring to those who have seen them in this manner. And these apparitions have seemed to know when these residents were about to face a particular trying experience. One woman was going to court the next day for an order of protection. One lady was facing a decision about the custody of her new little baby. And one woman was about to embark on the dangerous underground trying to change her identity in order to hide from the husband who tried to kill her. All 3 of these women felt as though the ghosts were trying to tell them that everything was going to be alright, and, as it turns out, the dire situations facing each of these women worked out in their favor. I personally find their presence reassuring as well. Women and children who came through the shelter are very often depressed, sometimes hopeless, scared, insecure, and anxious. I think that the fact that they are comforted by these spirits is a sign that these are good spirits who seem to approve of the work being done in their house. They've never tried to scare anyone. Sure, lights turn on and off by themselves, and the dishwasher is forever turning on by itself. Maybe they are just trying to figure out what these gadgets are. I do not know anything about the history of the house, but I assume these spirits were once residents of this house. Based on their actions, they seem to be good and well-wishing. I hope they continue to watch over the shelter and help the current residents. I just sent you info on the old Kelly house in Houston, Texas. I used to rent there with 4 other people. It's a 3-story, turn-of-the-century house built by Mr. Kelly. He owned Kelly Lumber Company,
and used this lumber to build the house. The rent house goes for about $2,300 to $2,000 a month as of current. It has a long history of hauntings that started right after Miss Kelly committed suicide. We found out about this info by accident, which I will describe later. I was the first to experience the haunting. I just moved in and had a friend over. The front window blinds at the entrance slammed shut and closed by themselves. It scared my friend so bad, he ran out of the house. I shared the house with 4 other adults. 2 of them, ladies, were amateur mediums. Just local psychic fairs and healing centers was their occupation. We overlooked the house together before we rented. Upstairs in the master bathroom is a set of old French windows above the sinks. It has a crank to open the windows. 2 of us tried to open it, but it was weathered and painted shut. We forced it, and it would not budge. That year, the hard freeze came early, and our first evidence to share together of the haunting became known. All 5 adults and 2 children were accounted for. Matt, one of the roommates, came down from taking a shower and asked was there any reason for us having the other bathroom windows open. Sandy and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows, with disbelief. We asked Matt again to be sure we had heard him right. We investigated. Sure enough, when we got to the top of the stairs, you could feel the cold winds blowing. As we entered the bathroom, Sandy and I stood shocked to see the French windows fully opened. We debated the issue in our heads, but there is no way Matt himself could open the French windows by himself, even if he was on steroids. I tried to reel in the windows using the crank. It was rusty and hard to close. I had to use tools to shut it. That moment on, we all knew we had a problem on our hands. A few weeks later, Sandy wanted to use the house as a gathering of friends to share vegetarian meals. Her ambition expanded to the public. For public relations, she wanted to write something about the house, but steered away from haunting stories. She struggled with different concepts, but succumbed to telling the story of a couple and their tragic love for each other. The story is about a recently engaged, mischievous young lady that plays a practical joke on her fiancé at their engagement party. From the upstairs balcony, she pours water on her boo down below. This enrages him, and he scolds her with fever. Shocked and dismayed, she bursted out into tears and ran to the other side of the house to the porch, which was located on the 2nd floor. Heartbroken and drunken with wine, she hangs herself. It wasn't until violent weather did the secrets come out. On October 13th, 1993, a tornado paid us a visit. It was all over the nation, in CNN. It was simply unheard of. A tornado touching down near a large downtown area, especially in Houston. The tornado struck our neighbors next door in the apartment building across the street. Because of her national cover, and Sandy's interview with news reporters being broadcast over the nation, it prompted an old resident to pay us a visit. The granddaughter of Mr. and Mrs. Kelly came by to see if we were all right, and wanted to share pictures and stories about the house. We wanted to ask her questions too, without sounding nuts. We already had a couple of occurrences of the haunting since then. We decided to manipulate her in going upstairs to the upstairs master bathroom. Then, we unfolded to her the news about the house and its little gifts. She hesitated on entering the bathroom, which raised questions in our minds. We told her about the windows, and suddenly, she started to get very nervous. She finally told us that the house was in fact haunted. It was in that very room where she found her grandmother hanging from the ceiling. One night way after the death of her grandmother, she went into that room and saw the apparition of her grandmother laying in a fetal position in the corner of the room. She could hear faint sobs in the room many times before, and in another encounter from that same room, she saw 3 ghosts hanging from the ceiling. She said they were too dark to make out, that they were just silhouettes. It was like they were hung like chandeliers and were swinging gently. The room used to be a screened-in porch overlooking her grandmother's garden. She was so overwrought with pain in her knees so much, so she couldn't garden anymore. It crippled her to the point where she was using a wheelchair and had an elevator installed. She couldn't take it anymore and took her own life. Margaret, one of the other roommates, always complained about her knees. I started to have problems myself. She told us about their dog, which is buried out back near the pool. The granddaughter heard scratching noises when she was a little girl at the back door. The dog had been dead for years. She would hear a cabinet open and shut when the scratching sound occurred. Then the sounds would stop. She says of seeing an apparition of her grandmother in the garden, and it was too much to bear, and never stepped foot in the house again till this day. I would be more than glad one day to show you the house. Many people that lived in the house had shared similar stories and are still around the neighborhood. Drop a word or two. When I was in my 20s, I'm 30 now, I used to always go camping with my older brother during the autumn months in Washington State. This story won't be very long, but it'll always be an unforgettable experience. On one of the days we were venturing out to go camping, we ended up taking the back roads on the way to the campground. The total drive was about 3 hours long, and got up early in the morning to make the drive. If you're unfamiliar with Washington State scenery, it is breathtaking. Lots of trees towering over you as you drive through, mountainous landscapes, green pastures, etc. It is, in my humble opinion, the best place to be in America. Well, anyway, we ended up staying for a couple of nights and set up a tent in the middle of these woods in the campground. It was just us and nature. I remember we sat on a log and built up a fire every night, roasted s'mores, admired the beauty of the nature here, and just took in the impressive scenery, as we usually do. One of the nights we were doing this, my brother thought he heard another person scream "help me" from afar. "Josh, you think that person is in trouble?" he remarked. I didn't hear the sound, so I dismissed it and told him how absurd it was, because I was certain we were the only ones here. "Come on, Tim, we always camp here. Nobody is here." At that point, my brother insisted that he heard a voice, pleading for help. He even said that while we were asleep in the tent one of the nights, he could see a shadow moving around just outside the tent. He grabbed his flashlight and shined it in the direction of where he saw the shadow moving, but it was gone. Another night, he could have sworn that someone was unzipping the tent while we were sleeping. He took out his flashlight and got out of the tent to investigate. He said that he saw a mist slowly disappear and dissolve into the trees. I remember the last night we were there, my brother and I had a debate on whether or not the campgrounds here used to be an Indian settlement. We later found out that the Native Americans were known to frequent these lands, and that there was a story long ago that a little boy drowned in a nearby river. He has been known to haunt the campgrounds. Anywho, as we were talking, the campfire that we just started went out the moment we mentioned anything about Native Americans. It was not windy at all, and the fire was very strong. It startled us so much that after a couple hours, we said we had enough and ended up driving home later that night. It was about 3 a.m. as we were heading back home, and we started the car up. I ended up driving us back home because my brother was too rattled from all the events. Now, this is the freakiest part. My brother told me that as we were leaving the campground, he saw an old Native American man with a beard in the rearview mirror, with a tomahawk in his hands. He was pointing towards the car, and he looked completely human. I looked into the rearview mirror myself and saw absolutely nothing. Either my brother was playing games with me, or we just invaded the territory of natives, and they were very upset with us. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man merely stood there, looking at the person, never attempting communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him. Although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I'm telling you this right now so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet, in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch, and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, standing at the front door and looking in. I told my family about this, and they thought I was overtired, so they put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going upstairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened, very often thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet. On 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we woke up every single morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one ever had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had their name called on different occasions, many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother's sister and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and kitchen. He went upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother, who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled in the driveway, I saw the drapes move back, like someone was watching us return. I remember distinctly asking if anybody had seen that. My father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that that is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car. Everything was just as we left it, with the doors locked. On one occasion I awoke to having a woman standing at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. She said her name was Anne, and she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a formal dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often playing softly. All in all, it was a weird place to live, and we are all very glad to move, but we did live there for over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot, but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft slippers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. I now live in Indiana, and a few years ago, my husband and I rented a little farmhouse. Our landlord lived right behind us, and the farmhouse used to belong to his grandparents, now both deceased. Not long after we moved in, we began to hear things, and my 2-year-old daughter would wake up in fear, crying about a man in her room. I would say, "Where?" and she would point to a corner of the room, but I would see nothing. We would often hear footsteps coming up the basement stairs with no one there. This is happening in front of other witnesses also. We would sometimes hear a man in the basement talking, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Now, the basement was a creepy place where I always sensed being watched and followed. There was a little room that used to hold well water with a heavy door that had the window painted white. I felt this room was evil, and I hated it. Unfortunately, my washer and dryer were down in the basement, so I had to go there often. For a long time, the ghost just made noises, not meant to scare, just moving about the house. Later, he would come into our bedroom at night. I never realized it until I saw your site and David and Sherry's site, but he came in the room a lot more than the 2 times I saw him in human form. I would either be asleep or almost asleep, and I would see a ball light drift slowly into the room. It would sometimes move to the side in front of my closet, or to my horror, it would come right at me and hover right above me. I didn't realize then that the orb was the ghost. I thought I was dreaming a weird dream that seemed like I was awake, because I saw the room exactly like I was awake, apparently because I was awake. I would be half asleep and angry at myself for having such terrifying visions, so I would angrily think in my mind, "Get out of here, stop," and it would disappear. Twice after that, I woke up to see a 30 to 40-year-old man with dark hair and a red and black lumberjack shirt. I would catch him staring at me beside my bed. Oddly, I was so tired that I just rolled over and went back to sleep. I found out later from my friend who used to live next door to the house that my landlord's grandfather had died in the house. His name was Pete. Also, he had been a grumpy old man. Funny thing was that both times I saw him, he was a younger man. Anyways, he never really bothered us, so we had no problem. We only moved out because we bought a new house this past year. To this day, I still can't believe I calmly co-abided with a ghost. I've been reading stories on this page for over a year now. Why? I don't know. I'll always find myself scared at night. But look forward to the new entries every month. I thought it might be time to submit my scariest. I'm very sensitive to the spiritual world, so I have many. Okay, a few years ago, I met my current husband, Joe, during the beginning stages of his nasty divorce to his wife, Jennifer. Jennifer was raised in a Jewish family that had a lot of problems. Before they married, they lived in the downstairs apartment of Joe's father's house. His sister and her family lived upstairs. They had experienced some ghostly activity when they were children there, but it was all positive, like smelling roses throughout the house. Jennifer's brother, Andrew, had joined a devil-worshipping cult and moved to California. Eventually, he realized I was crazy and sick, so he hopped on a bus and journeyed home to Massachusetts. At every stop, one of the members was standing outside the bus, just staring at him. He made it home, but did not escape. They came to him at night, played head games, and did not allow him to let go of the devil. He was also very heavy into drugs. Joe was, and still is, a member of AA, so he invited Andrew to live with them while he tried to recover and get off the drugs. Unfortunately, Andrew couldn't, and one day he said to us, "I just want to live to see you two get married." A few weeks after their wedding, Andrew was found hanging from a tree in a nearby park. After the funeral, Joe was consoling Jennifer when he heard 3 knocks on the door. He went to answer it, but no one was there. All of a sudden, a rush of energy entered his body, and then everything went black. Joe awoke to his brother-in-law holding him down and trying to stop him from convulsing. He had come downstairs to find out what the knocks were from. Joe and Jennifer got Andrew's wonderful leather living room set. They moved to Connecticut and split up shortly thereafter. I came along pretty quickly and also got pregnant pretty quickly as well. So we were not allowed to see the family, for they were ashamed of Joe's actions. One night, I had a nightmare of being chased by an evil and angry spirit through a house I had never seen before. I was flying from room to room, up many stairs. Finally, I went into a room where there was a child spirit on a bed, and very scared. I remember holding it while watching the spirit fly up the stairs at us. Then, I awoke. I told Joe about this because it was so vivid. He just about died. I described every room down to the wallpaper of his father's house that his sister still lives in. We were invited over shortly after. His family began to forgive him and understood his reasoning, not to mention they had a beautiful niece, granddaughter, that they did not know. When I walked in, I knew I had been there before. Amy, Joe's 7-year-old niece, said, "I knew you had blonde hair. I had a dream about you last week." Strange. A year later, I went to a psychic who I had never met before. She told me a lot of stuff about my guides and messages from them. Well, one was this. That spirit that was chasing you, it is the sibling of your boyfriend's ex-lover. And that was it. We just finally sold that dang leather furniture. I hope Andrew leaves me alone now. This is a true story that happened to me. It is one of many, and I mean many stories, that happened to me that involve spirits. It started one night. I was spending the night at my grandma's house in the spare bedroom. She has 2 spare bedrooms. One is mine, and one is my older sister Tammy's. I used to sleep in my room, but after that incident happened about a year ago, and no one died or anything. The room just went wacko from the presence of a spirit when me and my friend Damien were in it. I haven't gone in there since. So now I stay in my sister's room, since she doesn't visit as much as I do. I was laying down, looking at the white ceiling, like I always do when I can't sleep. All of a sudden, I saw a black shadow coming from the bottom of my eyes. It slowly covered my whole vision, and it turned black. It was holding my head down, so I couldn't even move. I got so scared that I swung my hand at it, and it was just like swinging at smoke. It just separated and then moved back together. The most terrifying and weirdest part of this all is that it really seemed like there were eyes, glowing red eyes, that were coming from this black shadow. The next time I met the black figure was when I was at home. I was having a sleepover with my friend Sarah in the basement. We were both on the pull-out couch across the room from the bar. She turned and looked over, and then saw the black figure just staring at her with glowing red eyes and leaning up against the bar right in front of her back. She slept facing the other way for the rest of the night. Again, I had a sleepover with Sarah in the basement. This time, I saw it. It came through the roof right above me with its arms and legs straight out to its side, as if it was in the shape of a star. When it popped through the roof, I could see smoke come from around its body. What is this thing? Why is it following me? What does it want? Will it hurt me? And then slowly, it lowered itself towards me. I was so frightened. I didn't want to tell Sarah because she might get scared, so I pressed my head into the bed, trying to stay away. I was right in my sleeping bag, so I couldn't swat at it again. And then Sarah leaned over and asked, "What are you doing?" Then I told her, "That thing is right above me." She looked around me and saw nothing. "There's nothing there, Trisha." And I thought, how could she not see this? It's right there. How could she not see this? And then I said, "Hey, it's right there. It's right above me." She then tried to prove that there was nothing there and waved her hand over the top of me. Just as she did that, the figure jumped up and spread its arms and legs again and just popped through the roof. That was the last time that I saw that figure. I have many other stories. Most of them I'm going to submit to this page. If you have any questions, or if you want to talk to me about spirits, ghosts, or angels, email me. Odd things have always happened to my family. As a child, I was raised by my grandparents on the hoops of a reservation. There was no question to there being spirits on a reservation. My grandfather came from a long line of medicine men. Although he doesn't practice medicine, he says he remembers everything he witnessed while he was learning to practice. Something scared him to death, and some things he says are very comforting. He says it was a practice of good versus evil. Some ceremonies were so intense that they were physically attacked by apparitions, large, small, white, sometimes gray or black images. He says the spirits are present all the time, as if waiting for the right moment to strike. He always said if I was harmed in any way, I shouldn't point blame to anyone or anything. He said to express in words, "You aren't getting the best of me, just loud enough for me to hear it." Even when whispered, it was a means of protection. He said sometimes late at night, family members that have passed away would come knocking at his window, mostly his brother. He said he knew when it was his brother and when it wasn't. His brother gave him a sense of happiness or protection, but the others came with evil intentions. He said that all encounters are warnings and signs of bad things that are about to happen, or when sickness was about to fall on the family members. He said he knew when evil ones were around. When they came to his window, he would feel a cold breeze, then a strong sense of fright. Chills would overwhelm his body, and then a split second before he saw or heard anything, he would be paralyzed, completely taken over. The chills got worse, and when he would try to yell, nothing would come out. Sometimes he said he felt like he was dying and feeling every bit of it. Of course, this only time this happened was when it was pitch black in his room. Sometimes they reached in for him from outside his window or from right underneath his bed. He said it wasn't the same feel as someone grabbing you physically. Their grasp pierced right through to the bone, much like a snake wrapping tightly around you. Only every bit of the inside would also feel constricted, right down to the bone. We always had traditional singing gourds hung up around the house. These were used for funeral wakes. Almost every time a force was present, it was through a dead family member, even if it was just a dark shadow. The dead were used as portals to reach the livelihood of our people. He said the gourd served as a warning system. If a force entered our house, the gourds would rattle like crazy, much like an alarm system, protecting the house from theft. He said this would cause the dead to return to their resting place. It was a reminder that the person was dead, and that he was only causing distress. The evil using it had no way of evading or entering our house. If the force was strong enough, the gourds would not work. He said if that happened, we would all experience cold chills and a sense of fright. He said you'd have to feel so scared you wouldn't want to move, and that if you didn't convince yourself to move, it would only get worse, and that one person would be taken as an outlet for the family. Sickness or death would fall that person. To this day, I've never seen or experienced anything of that nature, but deep down inside, I know it's all true. I've heard the gourds go off, but never felt anything. My grandfather says they still visit him. I love my grandfather for everything he has shared with me. He says that all of this is only fair warning, and that this happens to everyone. Some just don't notice. The next time you fall or get in a fight, just think, who is really behind it all? I could go on, but I think it's best to stop here. Okay, here's a story I heard from my dad. My dad used to work at a warehouse at the Goodyear facilities in Akron, Ohio. There were stories floating around about various ghosts and whatnot associated with the various buildings in the planned campus, which, if you ever visited Akron, sprawls over a vast area. Anyway, one of these stories involved a ghost that followed you through various warehouses as you walked and was never seen, only heard. My dad was always working swing shifts at this plant, very little seniority, and so he was there at all kinds of wacky hours. One night in the winter, he was working the midnight shift in one of the supposedly haunted buildings. There was only 4 guys in this particular building, and my dad, being the rookie in the place, was given all the crappy jobs. At about 3 in the morning, my dad's supervisor instructed him to go to the 3rd floor of the building, back in the oldest part of it, to pick up some fluorescent lights, because the small storage area in the machine room was out of them, and they needed to replace a few. So, being as superstitious as you can be, my dad was sure he was gonna see a ghost in that very dark, very scary old building. Up the dark stairs my dad went, one by one, sweat pouring off his face. Even though this part of the building was barely heated, when he finally reached the 3rd floor, he felt a little stronger, probably adrenaline. So he bravely pushed open the door to the adjoining room between the stairwell and the storage room. This room used to be a rubber cutting room. It wasn't used for anything anymore, since manual rubber cutting was no longer done. There were a few large containers sitting around, but for the most part, the room was empty. There was a thick layer of dust covering most of the room, except for a small path where people walked to get various items from the storage room. Spiderwebs everywhere, and the occasional squeak from a disgruntled rat were just enough to give my dad the total spine chills. But he pushed on, being a man, and not supposed to be afraid of anything. He started walking across the abandoned rubber cutting room towards the storage area, when very faintly, he heard footsteps behind him. Whirling around ready to fight, he peered into the dimness. Nothing was there. He assumed it was his nerves, which he had worked into a frenzy by this point, and he turned quickly, embarrassed, and continued towards the storage area, when sure enough, more footsteps. He slowed. They slowed. He sped up. They sped up. With his heart racing, he slowly turned around. Still, nothing was there. Drenched with sweat and scared nearly to tears, he bolted towards the storage room, his feet pounding heavily on the thin metal floor. The footsteps were even louder now. Every step he took, another step followed, not an echo, but right behind him. He made it to the storage room, fumbled with the lock, ran inside, and slammed the door behind him. The room was very small. All he could hear was the pounding of his heart, threatening to blow right through his chest. The only way out was the way he came. After calming down a bit and smoking about 5 cigarettes, he was feeling brave again. He grabbed a large box of lights, decided to fling open the door, and run like hell as fast as he could cover the 50 to 75 feet to the stairwell. Getting up his nerve, he grabbed the door handle. He slowly turned it. As soon as he heard the click of the latch opening, he flung open the door and sprinted towards the light in the stairwell. There were the footsteps again, closer than ever, right behind him. That's when it happened, tripping over something. He sprawled headfirst into the darkness. Total quiet met him. Darkness and quiet. He slowly rose to his feet, putting one hand behind him to help him get to his feet. Once again, the footsteps crept up behind him. That's when he finally got the guts to look in the direction where the footsteps were coming from, and what he saw astonished him. He saw an old man wearing an eye patch and had a cane in his hand. He had suspenders and overalls on, and a blue hat on that resembled Mario from Super Mario Bros. The guy only appeared for about 30 seconds, but it was long enough to notice the presence. The figure disappears. He rose to his feet and walked back to his coworkers, never telling any of them of what he found. Years later, He still tells stories about sending the new rookies up there in the middle of a dark night when all is quiet to walk across the metal floored room to get light bulbs that aren't really needed. It all started when I was about 10 or 11. This story is very true, by the way. We had moved into a new house in northeastern Wisconsin. Let me explain where my room was. There was a porch, and then the door into our house. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the laundry room. And if you were to go straight when you entered the door, there was a staircase. It led to the attic, where my room was. The staircase was not very long at all, 12 steps to be exact. When you went into the attic, there was a bathroom if you went straight. My room, if you turned left, and to the right, was a living room with a TV. One night, while I was laying in bed trying to sleep, I heard creaking up the steps. I thought it was my cat or one of the dogs, so I wasn't scared. I counted the number of steps I heard. There was 12. I noticed it sounded like a person coming up. I remembered every creak the steps made. I looked at the staircase, which I could see from where my bed was. I noticed some sort of dim light from the top step. The lights in the kitchen were off, and so was the upstairs light. I hid under the blankets, hoping for it to go away. I listened closely and heard 12 steps going down the stairs. Every night from then on, I heard the steps. One night, after I heard the steps going down the stairs, I got out of bed and looked at the bottom of the staircase. It was very dark, but I thought I could see a crumpled figure. Then a few days later, I saw a figure in white glide up the same staircase. It actually looked like a floating sheet and sort of resembled the Grim Reaper. I would start to see a lot of different types of spirits moving along the staircase. The last one I remember was a floating head that darted down the stairs. 3 years later, we moved into a new house in Indiana. One night, my mother told me that a little boy had died in the house in Wisconsin because he fell down the stairs. She didn't want to tell me when we lived there because it might frighten me. To this day, I'm still very haunted by that. Back in September of 1982, my boyfriend of 4 years named Keith and I were visiting his sister Julie, her husband, and family in Orneco, Minnesota. He was 17 and I was 21, an odd age range, but he looked every bit my age and was mature as well. Sitting up late, we were talking, and for some reason, we got on the subject of death. I asked him if he believed in the afterlife, and he said that he did not. He believed that when it was over, but he knew I believed. And I asked that in case there was an afterlife of any sort, and that if we were able, that if one of us should die before the other, that the one who died would come back and watch over the one left behind. He agreed. As time passed, Keith needed a space, and I gave it to him, reluctantly at times, to the point where we would get into heated arguments, and I would move out of his house, where we lived together with his father. In June 1983, on a windy, extremely hot Wednesday night, Keith died in a fire that consumed their trailer house. I hadn't been with Keith for about 3 months, as our breakups and makeups were getting more sporadic. I recall trying to hitchhike to his place that night, 12 miles away, but as I stood on the highway for what seemed like 45 minutes, I just wasn't getting a ride. It was strange, because I hitchhiked the highway regularly and never had a problem getting a ride within 5 or 10 minutes. But that night, it was mostly humid and so hot that within minutes of leaving my apartment to go to the highway, I was soaked with sweat, like I had just taken a shower and didn't dry off. So, I went back home. The next day, my sister contacted me, saying that Keith had died the night before. I was devastated. My whole world fell to pieces. I spent the next few days with Keith's dad at Julie's house, preparing and attending the wake. At the wake, I was alone in the viewing room with Julie, and everyone else was downstairs visiting. It was a closed coffin service, but I had written a letter to Keith and wanted to place it in the coffin. But due to the extensive damage to Keith's body in the fire, the funeral home director would not let me see him. So I decided to put the letter in the small groove between the top and bottom halves of the coffin. As I was putting it there, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. It seemed to come right from the groove where I was about to place the letter. It was so strong and sudden that I screamed. People came from downstairs to see what the matter was, and I told them I had seen a mouse. No one in their right mind would believe me, and besides, maybe it could be explained some way I could not figure out. The night before the funeral, I was having a tough time trying to sleep due to the emotional turmoil I had faced from hearing the tragic news. I couldn't stop crying, and I was absolutely devastated. Just then, I felt a cold breeze brush past my face while I was still laying down in bed and hysterically crying. I then felt the weight of the bed getting heavier, like someone else was sitting on the bed. I screamed Keith instinctively and laid up in bed. The bed instantly felt lighter, and I could have sworn I saw a small ball of light move around the room before disappearing. During the wake, I had a 110 camera and took several pictures of the coffin. These pictures I will have to retrieve from Julie, as I've gotten married 6 years ago and gave my photo album a key to her as a means of trying to let go of the past and move forward into my new life with my husband and daughter. But when I do, if I can't figure out how to scan them and get them on here, I will send them in. I believe I have something here. Also, in closing, I realize the depth of the promise we made to each other that night, just months before Keith died, and have spoken aloud, hoping I will release him if we're bound in any way, that I release him of his promise and set him free several times in the past few years. Thank you for reading. In this story, my wife and I had moved, and we rented a 60-year-old plus house because the landlord allowed pets. My wife had misgivings about the house from the first day we viewed it, but she agreed to move in. We lived there for 6 months, August 1997 through January 1998. She had a strange feeling about the staircase, as if something bad had happened or would happen to one of us. I couldn't blame her, for the staircase was dark with no railing and carpeted so that it could be easy for someone to fall down the stairs. She also swears she heard old-time music playing in her bedroom late at night. I never heard it, and I don't believe it was our neighbors. She also said she would see people out of the corners of her eyes when she was alone. This hadn't happened to her before, and hasn't since in our new house, which we have lived in for 9 months. The strange coincidence is this. One afternoon, I was in the bathroom taking a shower when I saw movement about the size of a human move across the floor in front of the sink towards the door. I thought it was my wife, so I opened the door, but she wasn't around. About a week later, we were talking about how cold and where the house was. My wife told me, in addition to the music and odd feelings, that when she was taking a shower, she had seen movement in the front of the sink going towards the door. I told her that the same thing had happened to me. I thought that, Perhaps reflections off moving cars in the street in front of the house could explain the movement, but it wasn't sunny when I showered. At this point, I was freaked out, so in addition to poor insulation, bats in the attic and mice in the walls, we had ghosts. We moved out within a few months. It started when I was just a little girl. I would see things in my room at night, movement, shadows, in dark forms. I was told that it was a dream and I should not watch scary things on TV. Now that I am 29 years old and I'm not dreaming, I know this for a fact. The ghost started to intensify when I was pregnant with my first child. I was 21 and still at home. I would wake up in the night with a feeling of being watched. Afraid to open my eyes, I would anyway, and the same man would be there, looking over me, without an expression and cold eyes. I tried sleeping with the light on, but this did not stop it. I knew it could not be a dream, because it was the same image every night. My son was born, and we moved into our own place, about 8 blocks away from my home. The man did not appear for a few months, but he did eventually show himself. Frightened every night as to what I would wake up and see, my husband worked out of town during the week, so I had my best friend come stay with me. I warned her that in the night, I sometimes scream because of what I see. Hesitant at first to believe me, then the screams came, and she too was a believer. My friend eventually moved into her own place. What happened next, I can't explain. My friend has never experienced any ghosts or such, but one morning, while lying in her bed, she felt something jump up on it, like a cat would. The only thing is, she didn't have a cat. Before she knew it, she was frozen, as if someone was lying atop her and restricting her movement. The incident left as soon as it came, but she was well aware that this was an event that she could not get over. She moved shortly after. The stranger thing was that the man I'd seen for 4 years was gone. Had he been the one at her house? Did he move on with her? I will never know. I've never seen him since. My husband and I eventually bought our own home and began to move. The last night in our apartment, I awoke to at least 6 to 8 apparitions above my bed. The spooky thing was that I was pregnant with our second child. It was as if they came to say goodbye. We got settled into our new home. Incidentally, it's 3 blocks from our apartment. It was about a year before the first incident. We knew when we moved in that the lady of the house had died here. That is who I expected to see, but quite the contrary. It was a man in police dress, like you would see at a funeral or graduation. His image appeared in the mirror next to my bed. He's the only one of the many ones that I've seen here. Now I only see an image once, and never again do they appear. Some months, it is every night. In some months, none at all. Just when I think they are gone, I wake up and scream. They never touch me or try to talk to me. They just stand there and stare at me. The lights can be on or off. It does not matter. I think that my younger son is experiencing the same thing, but I do not know how to ask him without scarring him. Some nights, he sits straight up in bed and cries and points with terror on his face. I look, but there is nothing there. All I want to know is if I'll ever be able to go to sleep and be confident that I won't wake up screaming. Thank you for your time, and hopefully someone out there can relate to me. I've had numerous experiences with supernatural entities, but one that sticks out in my mind happened to my brother and I about 2 years ago. I have a cleaning service and clean many buildings at night, but the case in point occurred at a clinic in an older district of South Fort Worth. One night, my brother and I were finishing up at this clinic. I have a habit of walking through a building before we lock up to be sure everything is secure and the lights are off. My brother was in the lobby area of the clinic, preparing to leave, when I informed him I was going to check the building. There are 4 hallways in this clinic, with many examining rooms, so I proceeded to walk the building. About halfway through my walk, I heard another pair of steps, about 10 foot or so behind me. I assumed it was my brother coming to help me, so I started talking to him. At the last stop of my walkthrough, there was a break room. I reached in to turn off the light of the break room and turned around, facing back towards the direction from which I had come, expecting my brother. What I turned to was not my brother, but the upper torso of a male figure, somewhat see-through and misty white. I blurted out a few choice words, and the figure was gone. After this experience, my brother as well heard many strange things as well as the figure of a female. I was talking to one of the doctors one day in the receptionist area when I noticed a picture on the wall. Instantly, I recognized one of the people in the picture with the figure I'd seen. A cold chill came over my body at this point. I pointed out the picture to the doctor and asked who this person was. The doctor stated that he was the doctor who founded the clinic in 1929 and had died in 1985. I thought to myself, I knew doctors worked a lot of overtime, but this was going to an extreme. In the mid-1980s, my wife and I bought a home in Hanover Park, Illinois. It was a neglected house, which had a hard time selling and was being rented. The owners lived in a different state, and the tenants let the place go pretty bad. We saw a lot of possibilities, and the price was right. So we moved in, and things were, to put it bluntly, bad. The place was filthy. There were spiders everywhere. The gas wasn't on in late October, and it was raining continually. So I'm sitting in the living room area questioning my sanity when I see this blob of haze, a little larger than a basketball, round in shape, start moving across the living room about 7 feet away and just sort of floats into the dining room and out the patio door. It just went through the door and out of the house. I'm like, am I seeing things now? Or was that an apparition? It was weird because I wasn't scared. It was more like, wow, what the heck was that? We finally got the place in shape, and it turned out to be a nice home. We had our first child just before moving in, and it was nice to have a place of our own. I never mentioned the apparition to my wife, lest she think I was really losing it. A few months later in the spring, other things started happening. My son, who was now a full year, would wake up in the night, laughing deliriously. My wife thought it was hilarious. I never mentioned what I'd seen to her. She couldn't figure out what was so funny. I remained tight-lipped. This happened on a regular basis for about a month. Then one day, she calls me at work in a panic, saying that Chris, our son, got out of his crib and was sitting on the floor playing with his toys. Fine, except Chris couldn't walk just yet and definitely lacked climbing skills. So how did he get out? If he tumbled out, he would have most likely have been hurt or screaming at the very least. To this day, we don't know how, and he has no recollection of the event. Other events included the TV turning on at night, A strange happening of voices in the night, strong flowery odors, a feeling my wife once described as having passed through by something in the car shutting down in front of the house once we moved out. We sort of visited, and when we passed the front of the house, the car just shut down. It restarted with no problem, and had no problems before or any time soon thereafter. Weird. I was dating a guy when I was 14, about 5 years ago. His house had been built over an old well. The story goes that in the early 1900s, 2 children were playing near this well, and the little girl fell in, and her brother tried to help, but fell in too. Their parents didn't know they were missing for a while, but by the time they got there, it was too late. Well, they moved, and another house was built over it. My boyfriend's closet was built over this well. One night, it was raining really hard, and he was playing his guitar. A bolt of lightning struck right outside his window and lit up the whole room. About 10 seconds after that happened, we heard children laughing. I looked in the corner of his room and saw 2 children standing there, staring at us. I just sat there and stared back. They stood there for about 30 seconds and then vanished. After that, you would find things misplaced and then find them later. He came home on several occasions to find his room messed up. He would pick it up, leave, come back, and it would be messed up again. We broke up soon after that, and I've never heard about the children again.
Hey guys, it's me, PhantomOfDarkness. Do you not know who I am? Well, if you haven't, you've had 20 hours plus to understand who I am through a video. Actually, 20 hours isn't enough to get to know my personality, isn't enough to know me, so why don't you subscribe and, share the video and like it, get it around to other people so this small channel can thrive. Really close to 36,000, so I'd really appreciate your subscriberships. I don't even know if that's a real word, but Merry Christmas, guys. Really thankful for, I guess, the fact that you guys watch and the fact that I enjoy your viewership and that you guys are thriving on the channel. Really, I don't know what I'm talking about. I just wanted to say something at the end to let you guys know that this is an outro and this video's over and I love you and I'll see you in the next video. And maybe, hopefully, New Year's will be the best year of this channel. Love you guys.